Jack Reacher and Michelle Chang stayed in Milwaukee for 3 days. On the fourth day, she was gone. Reacher returned to the motel room with 2 cups of coffee and found a note on his pillow. He'd seen notes like that before. They all meant the same thing, whether they said it straight out or danced around it. Chang's note was the dancing kind. More elegant than most, not in how it looked. It was a quick ballpoint scribble on damp motel stationery that had gone a little wavy, but in what it said. She'd used a kind of comparison to explain, to compliment, and to apologize all at once. She wrote, "You're like New York City. I love to visit, but I could never live there. He did what he always did. He let her go. He got it. No apology needed. He couldn't live anywhere himself. His whole life was just passing through. Who would sign up for that forever?" He drank his coffee, then finished hers, fished his toothbrush from the bathroom glass, and walked out, winding through a tangle of streets toward the bus station. She was probably in a cab by then. He figured, heading to the airport. She had a gold credit card and a cell phone. She'd be fine. At the depot, he followed his usual rule. He bought a ticket for the next bus leaving, no matter its destination. This one was headed to a nowhere town, far north and west, right on the edge of Lake Superior, basically the exact opposite direction from where anyone sensible would go as summer faded, colder, not warmer. But a rule was a rule, so he got on. He took a window seat and watched Wisconsin scroll past, hayfields cut and bundled, pastures tired and thin, trees thick and shadowed. It felt like the end of summer, the end of a few things, really. She'd ask the usual questions, which weren't really questions at all. She could understand a year off, sure, absolutely. A guy who grew up on military bases overseas got posted to more bases overseas after West Point, which wasn't exactly a vacation. Of course, he'd want some time to see the country before settling down, maybe even 2 years, but not forever. "Come on," she'd said. "The weirdness meter is ticking, all delivered with kindness, no harsh judgment. Just a quick chat over coffee, but the meaning was clear. Crystal, something about being in denial. Denial of what, he'd asked. He didn't secretly think his life was a problem, see? She'd said, "That proves it." So he rode the bus toward the end of the line, and he would have stayed on all the way because rules were rules, except during the second rest stop, he took a walk and saw a ring in a pawn shop window. That second stop came late in the afternoon, on the shabbier side of a small town, maybe a county seat, or at least where they kept some official offices. Possibly the local sheriff's headquarters were around, because there was definitely a jail nearby. Reacher spotted bail bondsman storefronts, and right beside them, a pawn shop, a full-service strip, all lined up on a worn-out street behind the rest area building. He was stiff from sitting. He eyed the street, then started ambling toward it. No particular aim, just moving, just stretching his legs. As he got closer, he counted 7 guitars in the pawnshop window, each one a sad little story, like the tunes on a country station. Broken dreams, plans that didn't work out. Lower down, glass shelves were crammed with smaller items, all kinds of jewelry, rings, too. Class rings from all sorts of high schools, except one wasn't from a high school. One was West Point, 2005. It was a good-looking ring. Traditional shape, traditional style, with detailed gold work and a dark stone, maybe semi-precious, maybe just glass, set inside an oval band that read West Point along the top and 2005 along the bottom. The lettering was old-fashioned, a conservative design, either a nod to the past or a lack of imagination. West Point graduates design their own rings. They can get whatever they want. It's a long tradition. Or maybe an old privilege, since West Point class rings were the very first of their kind ever made. This one was tiny. Reacher couldn't have slipped it onto any of his fingers. The ring was far too small for his finger, not even reaching past the nail of his pinky. It was a delicate piece, the kind a woman might wear, maybe a replica, something bought as a keepsake for a sweetheart that happened sometimes, but maybe not. Reacher pushed open the pawn shop door and stepped inside. The man behind the register glanced up, a large, shaggy bear of a guy, maybe in his mid-30s, with dark features and a solid build carrying some extra weight. There was a sharpness in his eyes, A quick calculation as he took in the sudden appearance of a visitor well over 6 feet tall and 250 pounds. Pure instinct took over. This guy wasn't scared. He likely had a loaded weapon stashed under the counter, unless he was a fool, which he didn't appear to be. Still, he avoided sounding either hostile or overly eager, a point of pride. So he simply offered, "How's it going?" Truthfully, not great, Reacher thought. By now, Chang would be back in Seattle, resuming her own life, but aloud he said, "Can't complain. Can I help you? Let me see your class rings." The man slid the tray off the shelf and set it on the counter. The West Point ring had tumbled over like a little metal marble. Reacher picked it up. Inside was an engraving, which meant it wasn't any replica or sweetheart token. Those never were engraved, an old tradition nobody quite understood. This was the real thing, earned through 4 grueling years and worn with genuine pride. Why else would you buy one? It wasn't mandatory. The inscription read SRS 2005. Outside, a bus horn blared 3 times. Impatient, a passenger short Reacher set the ring down, said, "Thank you," and walked out. He hurried past the restrooms and leaned into the bus doorway, telling the driver, "I'm staying here. No refunds. Not asking for one. You got a bag below?" "No bag. Have a nice day." The lever clunked, the door hissed shut in his face, and the bus roared away into a cloud of diesel smoke. Reacher turned and walked back to the pawn shop. The pawnbroker was visibly annoyed at having to fetch the ring tray again so soon, but he did, placing it back on the counter. The West Point ring had rolled over once more. Reacher picked it up. "Do you remember the woman who pawned this?" "How would I?" the guy said. "I've got a million things in here. You keep records? You a cop?" "No," Reacher said. "I assume everything here is legal." "I don't care. I just want the name of the woman who brought in this ring." "Why, we went to the same school." "Where's that? Upstate? East of here?" Reacher said. "You can't be a classmate, not from 2005, no offense." "None taken. I was from an earlier generation, but the place doesn't change much." "Which means I know how hard she worked for this ring. So now I'm curious about what kind of bad luck made her part with it." The guy asked, "What kind of school was it?" "They teach you practical skills. Like a trade school, more or less." "Maybe she died in an accident." "Maybe she did," Reacher said, "or maybe not an accident," he thought. With Iraq and Afghanistan, 2005 was a tough year to graduate. He added, "But I'd like to know for sure." "Why?" the guy pressed again. "I can't tell you exactly." "Is it an honor thing?" "I suppose it could be. Trade schools have that? Some do. There was no woman. I bought that ring, part of a larger lot. When? About a month ago." "From whom? I'm not discussing my business." "Why should I? It's all legal, perfectly legitimate. The state says so. I'm licensed, and I pass inspections." "Then why be secretive about it?" "It's private information," Reacher said. "What if I buy the ring? It's $50, 30, 40. Deal?" Reacher said. "All right, so I deserve to know where it came from. This isn't a fancy auction house. Doesn't matter." The man hesitated for a moment before replying, "I got it from a guy who works with a charity. Folks donate items and claim a tax write-off. Usually it's old cars and boats, but sometimes other things. This guy gives them a receipt that's a little generous for their taxes. Then he sells the stuff wherever he can for whatever he can get. He cuts a check to the charity afterward. I buy the smaller items from him. It's a gamble, but I usually turn a profit. So you're saying someone donated this ring to charity and took a tax deduction?" "Seems likely, especially if the original owner passed away. It's from 2005, probably part of an estate." "I doubt it," Reacher said. "A family member would have held on to it. Not if they were struggling to put food on the table." "Times that tough around here?" "I'm doing all right, but I own the place. People still donate, but let's be honest, they're mostly in it for the inflated receipts. The government ends up footing the bill. It's welfare with a different name." "Who's this charity guy?" Reacher asked. "I'm not telling you that." "Why not?" "Because it's none of your business. Seriously, who are you? Just a guy having a real bad day. No fault of yours, but if you're asking for advice, making my day worse would be a dumb move. You could be the final straw. Are you threatening me?" Think of it as a weather update. A public service announcement like a tornado warning. You might want to take cover. Get out of my store. Luckily, my headache's gone. Took a hit to the head, but I'm all better now. A doctor confirmed it. A friend made me go twice. She was worried. The pawn shop owner paused again. What kind of school was that ring from, anyway? It was a military academy. Those are for, no offense, troubled kids or ones with issues. Don't blame the kids, Reacher said. Look at their families. Truth is, at my school, plenty of parents had killed people. Seriously, more than your average neighborhood. So you all stick together for life? We don't leave anyone behind. This guy won't talk to a stranger. Does he have a license? Does he pass state inspections? What I'm doing is legal. My lawyer says so as long as I believe it's legitimate, and I do. It's for charity. I've seen the paperwork. Lots of people do it. They even have TV ads, mostly cars, sometimes boats. But this particular guy won't talk to me. I'd be shocked if he did. No manners. I wouldn't invite him to a family picnic. What's his name? Jimmy Rat. For real? That's what he goes by? Where do I find Mr. Rat? Look for at least 6 Harley Davidsons. Jimmy will be in whatever bar they're parked outside of. The town wasn't large. Beyond the struggling part was an area that might have 5 or 10 years before it faded, too. But there was still some hope. A few businesses were boarded up, but most were still open, moving at a slow, rural pace. Big pickup trucks drifted down the streets. There was a pool hall, not many streetlights, and the evening was drawing in. The architecture had a distinct old dairy country feel, the store shapes echoing the silhouette of traditional milking barns, as if the same blueprint was buried in their history. A standalone wooden bar stood with a patch of weedy gravel for parking, and on that gravel sat 7 Harley Davidsons lined up neatly. They might not have been official Hell's Angels. Bikers had as many factions as any religion, similar but distinct. This group favored black leather tassels and gleaming chrome, riding leaned back with their legs spread and feet forward, maybe for the breeze. They wore heavy black leather vests, pants, and boots, a sweltering outfit in the late summer heat. The motorcycles were lined up outside, gleaming in dark, polished shades. 4 of them sported fiery orange flames, while 3 others bore intricate silver symbols that looked like ancient markings. The bar itself showed its age, with faded paint and a few loose shingles. An air conditioner jutted from one window, laboring against the heat, dripping steadily into a growing puddle below. A county police cruiser drifted by, tires whispering on the hot asphalt. It had likely spent the morning parked along the highway with a radar gun filling the town's coffers, and was now making a slow circuit through the quieter streets. A visible presence, a reminder of order. The officer inside turned, his gaze settling on Reacher. This man was nothing like the pawnbroker. He was sharp and put together, with a lean face and perceptive eyes. He sat perfectly upright behind the wheel, his hair cut into a fresh, stark white-wall buzz that couldn't have been more than a day or 2 old. Reacher remained motionless, watching the car disappear. Then, from a distance, came the deep, pounding rumble of another motorcycle approaching. It rounded the corner almost lazily, a massive Harley moving as slow as it could without tipping over, its exhaust blatting and popping. The rider was leaned back, boots propped far forward on the pegs. He guided the bike into the gravel lot with a lean, bringing it to a stop at the end of the row. Dressed in a black leather vest over a dark tee, he let the engine idle with a heavy metallic thump before killing it and wrestling the bike onto its stand. Sudden silence returned. "I'm looking for Jimmy Rat," Reacher said. The new arrival's eyes flicked, almost involuntarily, toward one of the bikes adorned with silver symbols. "Don't know him," he claimed, his voice gruff. He walked away with a stiff, bow-legged gait toward the bar door. He had a pear-shaped build, was around 40, and stood about 5'10", with a bulky frame. His skin had a sallow, greasy tan, as if stained by motor oil. He pulled the door and vanished inside. Reacher didn't follow immediately. His attention went to the bike. The man had glanced at one of the rune-marked ones. It was just as large as the others, but its footrests and handlebars were positioned a couple of inches closer to the seat. That suggested an owner around 5'8", probably on the slender side. The name Rat fit, possibly armed, likely mean finally. Reacher moved to the bar door and stepped inside. The air was thick, dark, and carried the sour tang of old beer. The room was a simple rectangle, a long copper bar to the left, tables to the right. An archway in the back wall led to a narrow hall housing restrooms, a payphone, and a fire exit. 4 windows, 6 possible ways out, the first thing a former military policeman always noted. The 8 bikers were clustered around 2 tables pushed together near a window, heavy glasses of beer sweating in the humidity. The pear-shaped newcomer was squeezed into a chair, his glass the fullest. 6 of the others shared a similar, rough, substantial build, but one stood apart. He was about 5'8", wiry, with a narrow, pinched face and eyes that never seemed to settle. Reacher approached the bar and asked for coffee. "Don't have any," the bartender said flatly, not sounding sorry at all. "Is that Jimmy Rat, the smaller guy?" Reacher nodded toward the wiry man. "You got a problem with him? You handle it outside, got it?" The bartender turned and walked away. Reacher waited. After a moment, one of the larger bikers drained his glass and lumbered toward the restroom hallway. In a smooth motion, Reacher crossed the room and took the now empty chair. The wood was warm from its previous occupant. The 8th biker, the last to arrive, made the connection. He stared hard at Reacher, then shot a look at the wiry man. "Who got the message?" "This is a private party, Bud. You weren't invited," Jimmy Rat said, his voice tight. "I need some information," Reacher replied. "About what? Charitable donations?" A flicker of understanding, then blankness, then the memory clicked. Jimmy Rat's eyes darted toward the door, in the general direction of the pawn shop where he'd clearly made certain promises. "Get lost, Bud," he hissed. Reacher placed his left fist on the table. It was large and formidable, with long, thick fingers and knuckles like stones. Old scars and nicks showed pale against his tanned skin. He opened his hand, revealing the ring resting in his palm. West Point, 2005. The delicate gold work, the dark stone, its small size. Jimmy Rat remained silent, but a flicker in his gaze told Reacher he knew exactly what it was. "Another name for West Point is the United States Military Academy," Reacher stated. "Notice the first 2 words. That makes this a federal matter. You a cop?" "No, but I've got a quarter for a phone call." The man who had been in the restroom returned, planting himself behind Reacher's chair, with his arms wide in a show of baffled annoyance. Reacher kept his focus divided between Jimmy Rat and the window's faint reflection, which showed him the scene at his back. "That seat's taken," Jimmy Rat said. "Yeah, by me," Reacher replied. "Your clock is ticking. I've got all the time it takes for you to answer me. Feeling lucky tonight?" "Won't need luck." Reacher placed his right hand on the table. It was his dominant hand, a bit larger, marked with more scars, including a pale V-shaped mark from an old nail, not a snake. Jimmy Rat gave an indifferent shrug, as if the whole confrontation was trivial. "I'm just a link in a chain. Stuff comes to me from people who get it from other people. That ring was sold, pawned, donated. Who knows it wasn't reclaimed. That's all I've got." "Who were those people?" Jimmy Rat said nothing. In the window's reflection, Reacher saw him give a slight nod. The man behind him was winding up a wide, looping right hook aimed at Reacher's ear, hoping to knock him sideways. It was almost comically telegraphed. Reacher simply dipped his head, letting the fist whistle through empty air. Then he surged upward, pivoting, using his own backward momentum to drive his elbow hard into the man's kidney as it rotated into place. The impact was solid and satisfying. The guy crumpled to the floor. Reacher settled back into his chair as if he'd just adjusted his posture. Jimmy Rat stared from behind the bar. The bartender yelled, "Take it outside, pal. I won't tell you again." He sounded serious. "Now, you've got real trouble," Jimmy Rat said, and he sounded serious too. For a split second, Reacher's mind flashed to Chang, probably at some neighborhood market picking up something simple for dinner after a long, frustrating day. He pushed the thought aside. "I see 6 overweight guys and a weasel," Reacher said. "That's a stroll in the park, not trouble." He stood, stepped casually over the groaning man on the floor, and moved toward the door. Outside, the gravel crunched under his boots, and a row of polished motorcycles gleamed under the streetlight. He turned to see the others filing out after him, the not-so-magnificent seven. They moved with the stiff, bow-legged gait of men more accustomed to bar stools than brawls, their shapes distorted by beer bellies and poor posture. Still, collectively, it was a lot of mass, plus 14 fists and 14 boots, possibly steel-toed, could be a messy evening, but so what? The seven fanned out into a loose semicircle, 3 on either side of Jimmy Rat. Reacher kept moving, subtly steering them so his back was to the open street. He had no intention of running, but getting pinned against a fence or cornered was amateur hour. They tightened their formation but left too much space, maintaining about 10 feet of distance with gaps between them. The first 2 moves of this dance were already perfectly clear. They shuffled forward slowly, some grunting under their breath, their stares fixed and hostile. Reacher prepared to move quickly, planning to strike through their line and force them to turn, reforming the group with him now facing a reversed half circle of 6. He would repeat the move to cut their number to 5. He doubted they'd fall for it a third time. After that, they'd likely rush him all at once, all except Jimmy Rat, who Reacher guessed was too shrewd to throw a punch that would leave a messy close-quarters scrap against 4. A rough afternoon, no question, for somebody. Last opportunity, Reacher said. Make the little guy answer me, and you can all get back to your beers. No one uttered a word. They drew tighter, sinking into low crouches, hands spread and ready as they edged forward. Reacher selected his first target and held his ground, waiting for the man to come within 5 feet, 1 solid step, not 2, conserving every bit of energy for what might follow. Then he heard tires crunching on the gravel road behind him. The 7 men in front suddenly straightened up, their expressions shifting to exaggerated, wide-eyed innocence. Reacher turned and saw the same county police cruiser rolling to a stop. The officer inside took a long, assessing look before buzzing down the passenger window. Leaning across the seat, he caught Reacher's eye and said, "Sir, step over to the vehicle, please." Reacher complied, but he circled around the trunk toward the driver's side, unwilling to turn his back on the group. The driver's window lowered as the passenger side closed. The cop held his service weapon loosely in his lap. "Care to explain what's happening here?" he asked. "Were you Army or Marines?" Reacher replied. "Why would you assume that around here? Most are. Especially the ones who drive all the way to the nearest post exchange for a haircut." "Army," the officer admitted. "Same here. There's no trouble going on. I still need the full story. Lots of folks served? I don't know you." "Jack Reacher, 100 MP, retired as a major. Good to meet you. I've heard of the 110th. Hope it was good things. Wasn't your headquarters in the Pentagon?" "No, it was up in Rock Creek, Virginia, well north and west of the Pentagon. I had the best office there for a couple of years. Was that your security check?" "You passed Rock Creek it was. Now, tell me what's going on." "Looked like you were about to mix it up with these characters. So far, it's just conversation," Reacher said. "I asked them a question. They suggested we talk outside. Maybe they were worried about eavesdroppers." "What did you ask?" "Where this ring came from." Reacher rested his wrist on the door and opened his hand. The cop glanced at it. "West Point class ring," he noted. "These guys sold it to the pawn shop. I want to know who they got it from." "Why?" "Not entirely sure. I suppose I'd like to hear the story behind it." "These boys aren't going to tell you. You know them. Nothing we've been able to prove. But they bring items in from South Dakota through Minnesota, 2 states over. Never enough to get federal attention for interstate trafficking, and never enough for a South Dakota detective to fly out. So it's a pretty low-risk operation for them." "Any idea where in South Dakota?" "We don't." Reacher stayed quiet, the cop said. "You should get in the car. There are 7 of them. I'll manage," Reacher answered. "I'll let you arrest me if it helps your report, but you need to leave." "I can't stick around here my whole shift." "Don't worry about me. Maybe I should take you in anyway." "For what? Something that hasn't even happened. For your own safety." "I could take offense at that," Reacher said, a dry edge entering his tone. You don't sound too concerned about their safety, talking like the outcome's already decided. Get in the car. Call it a tactical retreat. You can track down the ring some other way. What other way? Or just let it go. Odds are there's no real story to it anyway. The man probably returned home, his heart heavy with disappointment, and pawned the ring as quickly as he could, just to cover another month's rent on his mobile home. Is that a common story around these parts? More common than you'd think. You seem to be doing all right for yourself? There's a whole range of how people get by. It wasn't a man. That ring is sized for a woman's finger. Women live in mobile homes, too, the deputy countered. Reacher gave a slow nod. I'll grant you that the odds are it's nothing, but I need to be certain, just to rule it out. A quiet fell between them, broken only by the low hum of the idling engine and a soft wind through the power lines overhead. Final offer, the deputy said, his voice flat. Be sensible, get in the car, I'll manage, Reacher repeated. He took a step back and stood up straight. The deputy shook his head, a gesture of pure frustration, paused for a long second, and then surrendered, pulling away slowly. The cruiser's tires whispered on the asphalt, a faint plume of exhaust hanging in the air. Reacher watched until it turned the distant corner, then stepped back onto the sidewalk where the semicircle of men in black leather promptly closed ranks around him once more. The 7 bikers settled back into their aggressive stances, feet planted, hands held ready at their sides. Yet they held their ground. They were in no hurry now. From their perspective, a new and unsettling variable had been introduced. The guy facing them was clearly out of his mind. He'd just been handed a free pass out of this mess by the local sheriff, and he'd tossed it aside. He chose to stay and fight. Why? It made no sense to them. Reacher simply waited. He pictured Chang by now, carrying her grocery bags into her apartment, setting them on the countertop. Selecting a knife, perhaps preheating the oven, preparing a solitary meal, looking forward to a peaceful, uneventful night. A welcome change, most likely. The bikers still didn't move. Having a change of heart, gentlemen? Reacher asked. Silence. Answer the question, he said. And you can all walk away from this. Nothing. Reacher waited. Finally, he broke the stillness. A less tolerant man might say it's time to either commit or clear out. Still no reaction. A faint smile touched Reacher's lips. Guess I'm just lucky today. This is like hitting the jackpot on a Vegas slot machine. Ding, ding, ding. 7 prizes all lined up in a row. That did it. That was the spark he needed. Motion was his ally. He wanted them angry, impulsive, and charging with all the clumsy momentum their outrage could muster. And he got it. They exchanged furious, uncertain glances, no one wanting to be first, no one wanting to be last, and then on some silent collective signal, they all surged forward in a blind, coordinated rush. Reacher put his original plan into motion. It was straightforward, and it was sound. He let them close to within 5 feet, then exploded forward. He drove a horizontal elbow into the face of the first target, shattering the line, and immediately pivoted, his foot stamping down to redirect his force. He sighed the same elbow into the man now on the right of the sudden gap, who had turned directly into the blow with frantic urgency, meeting it with the catastrophic force of a highway head-on collision. 2 down, Reacher turned again and stood perfectly still. The 5 remaining men regrouped into a tighter arc. Reacher took a deliberate step back just to read their next move. It was exactly as he'd anticipated. Jimmy Rat, the wiry one, began to slink backward, while the other 4 advanced. Reacher had passed through most of the Army's elite close combat schools, many of them on bases deep in the South, all taught by grizzled veterans who'd seen and done things in shadowy corners of the world that defied ordinary comprehension. Those courses always ended with confidential reports, a collection of fresh bruises, and sometimes a cracked bone or 2. The first and golden rule drilled into him in every one of those places was simple. When you're facing 4 opponents, your immediate job is to make it 3, and to do it without a moment's hesitation. Turning 2 opponents into 1-on-2 was the whole game, because any graduate of that kind of school would have no trouble handling it. If he did, it would mean the instructors had failed, which was an impossibility in that world. Reacher saw it as striking first. The four men were hunched again, arms wide, legs bowed, and feet planted. They probably thought the poses looked intimidating to Reacher. They just looked like a field of easy targets. He moved in fast and took out the guy on the far left with a sharp kick, then danced sideways, putting the line of bikes between himself and the other three. The man he'd hit was already doubled over, heaving and gasping for air. Reacher took another step back. The remaining three came after him, forced to detour around their fallen friend, first one going right, the next left, the last right again. That gave Reacher just enough time to slip around to the opposite side of the motorcycles. Now the three had a choice to make. Two would come one way, one the other, but who would go alone? The lone man was the weak point, the one who'd get hit first and hardest. Who wanted that job? Reacher spotted Jimmy Rat watching from the sidewalk. They split, two coming around to Reacher's right, one from the left. Reacher moved fast to meet the single guy, already calculating the geometry behind him. He figured he had just under 3 seconds of pure one-on-one before the other two closed in. 3 seconds was more than enough. The lone guy thought he was ready, but he wasn't. His instincts were pulling him in two directions. Part of him wanted to hang back, an ancient reflex for self-preservation, while another part argued he should move toward his buddies to shorten the time until help arrived. The conflict made him lurch forward awkwardly, bringing him too close too soon. He was so focused on movement and positioning that he forgot to think about defense. By the time it occurred to him, it was too late. He threw up a generic guard, expecting elbows or feet, but Reacher ignored both, took one last full-speed stride, and drove his forehead straight into the bridge of the man's nose. Momentum did the rest game. Over in a second and a half, Reacher turned and found the last two already around the bikes, about 12 feet away, advancing with a mix of eagerness and duty. He stepped back over the unconscious man and circled again to the street side of the motorcycles. They followed, and then it dawned on them. They were on a loop, going around and around like cars on a tiny oval track. They split up, one on each end, pausing to coordinate with a glance. The survivors, the smart ones, always better to be fifth or sixth than first. On a silent count, they stepped forward together. Not the worst technique Reacher had ever seen. Their speed and angles were textbook, almost unavoidable, really. He'd be caught between them, the filling in a very unpleasant sandwich, for a second. His mind drifted to Chang, probably sitting at her kitchen table by now, eating whatever she'd cooked, maybe with a glass of wine, a quiet little celebration, safely home. Being struck was an uncommon experience for Reacher, and he planned to keep it that way. It wasn't merely about pride. Getting hit was a tactical liability. It wore a man down, compromising his effectiveness for whatever came next. He moved forward just as the two men cleared the ends of the motorcycle line, altering the geometry from a triangle to something closer to a straight shot. Drawing a steadying breath, he watched them advance, one from his left, the other from his right. They shuffled in sync, eyes constantly flickering to gauge the distance, instinctively coordinating to reach him together. It was pure ancient biology, millions of years of evolution hardwired for the hunt. In a flash, Reacher feinted left. The reaction was immediate and predictable. The guy on his left stumbled backward in surprise, while the one on his right, seized by predatory instinct, lunged forward to cut off the escape. Reacher pivoted back instantly, and the rushing man met a brutally scything elbow. Spinning once more, Reacher found himself with a half-second of breathing room. The left-hand guy was still wrestling with his own backward momentum, trying desperately to reverse course. It was all the space Reacher needed. He drove a kick into the man's knee, sending him crashing face-first onto the gravel. A follow-up kick to the head delivered with his weaker left foot was more a statement than a necessity. Being right-handed made it a less potent blow, and that was fitting. Stupidity wasn't a capital offense, it was just a profound disadvantage. He exhaled. The encounter settled. From the sidewalk, Jimmy Rat's voice cut through the quiet. "Feel better now? A bit?" Reacher said. "You could have a job with me, you know." "Not interested. What is it, woman trouble?" Jimmy Rat pressed a smirk in his tone. Reacher ignored the question. Instead, He maneuvered between the tight handlebars, swung a leg over, and settled onto the seat of Jimmy Rat's own motorcycle. He adjusted his position, leaning back and planting a foot on a peg. "Hey," Jimmy Rat protested, his voice rising, "you can't do that. Sitting on another rider's bike. It's disrespectful. It's a major thing, man. How major? It's rule number 1. So, what are you planning to do about it?" Reacher asked, his tone flat. Jimmy Rat fell silent. Reacher said, "Answer my question and I'm gone." "What question?" "I need a location and a name in South Dakota. Where you got that ring?" Silence hung in the air. Reacher shifted, getting more comfortable on the bike. "I'm perfectly happy to sit here all night. Right now, there's no audience, but sooner or later someone's going to come by. They'll see me on your bike. With you just standing there, you'll look like a coward, not a rat. Your reputation will be toast." Jimmy Rat's eyes darted nervously around the empty street. He muttered, "This isn't a guy you want to meet." "Neither were you," Reacher replied. "Yet here we are." The distant hum of traffic echoed from a block over, a pickup truck rolling slowly. Jimmy Rat stared intently at the corner, willing it not to turn. It didn't, the sound fading into the night. Another car approached from the opposite direction, its engine note growing closer. Under the mounting pressure, Jimmy Rat cracked. He works out of a laundromat in Rapid City. Name's Arthur Scorpio. The car on the parallel street was slowing, its turn signal clicking audibly in the quiet. It was maybe 30 seconds from the corner. Reacher slid off the bike, squeezed back through the handlebars to the sidewalk. Jimmy Rat scurried the other way, vanishing around the bikes into the deep shadows behind the building, likely through a rear door. Right on cue, the car turned the corner. It was the county police cruiser making its return loop. The officer paused for a moment, brake lights glowing, then pulled over to the same curb as before. His window buzzed down, and he took in the scene: 6 men scattered on the ground, some groaning and stirring, with Reacher standing alone and upright on the sidewalk. "Sir, please approach the vehicle," the cop called out. Reacher stepped over. The officer gave a slow, appraising nod. "Congratulations. On what? On what happened here?" "Nothing happened here by my hand," Reacher said, his voice level. "This was a self-inflicted disaster. I was just watching. They had a serious disagreement among themselves. I think someone got on the wrong bike." "That's your version of events? You don't buy it?" "Hypothetically speaking, should I?" "The pawnbroker's attorney suggested it would be in everyone's best interest if you did." "I need you out of this county. Suits me fine. I was aiming for the first bus out, not quick enough. You want me to hotwire a motorcycle instead?" "I'll give you a ride myself. You're that eager to see me go. It spares us both a mountain of paperwork. Where do you need to be?" "I'm guessing your friends answered your question, so you're heading west. The county line is a straight shot to the I-90 on-ramp. You'll find friendly people out there. You'll catch a ride." So Reacher got in the car. 40 quiet minutes later, he got out again, stranded in the middle of nowhere on a dark 2-lane road beside a sign marking the county border. He gave a casual wave to the officer, then started walking, 100 yards, then 200. He paused, glancing back just in time to see the patrol car's lights flash once before it reversed, turned, and vanished into the night. Reacher watched the red tail lights dissolve into the darkness, then continued on to a slightly wider stretch of shoulder. He waited there. Ahead lay about 60 miles of lonely road before the interstate. I-90 would carry him west through Minnesota, into South Dakota, past Sioux Falls, all the way to Rapid City, and beyond. It could take him clear to Seattle if he had the mind to go. Meanwhile, over 1,500 miles away, Michelle Chang was at her kitchen table, eating a delivery pizza and drinking a glass of water. No wine, no celebration, just fuel. She'd spent the afternoon catching up on a week's worth of neglected chores. She was tired, feeling a mix of relief and loneliness at being on her own again. She figured Reacher was probably in Chicago by now with plenty of routes to choose from. She missed him, but she also knew with absolute certainty that whatever they had wouldn't have lasted. The realization was as clear and solid as anything she'd ever felt. At that same moment, nearly 700 miles away in Rapid City, a phone rang on a desk in the Crimes Against Property unit. Detective Gloria Nakamura picked it up. She was compact with dark hair, 3 years into the job, no longer a rookie, but not quite a veteran either, with an hour left on her shift. Property Nakamura. It was a tech from Computer Crimes doing her a solid. My contact at the phone company just flagged something. A guy named Jimmy, calling from a Wisconsin number, left a voicemail for Arthur Scorpio on his personal cell. Sounds like a warning? Nakamura asked. What kind of warning? I'll email you the audio. You're a lifesaver, Nakamura said, and hung up. Her email chimed. She opened the message, clicked the file, and turned up the volume. The recording had the background clatter of a bar, then a tense, hurried voice. Arthur, it's Jimmy. Just had a guy asking about an item I got from you. He seems determined to follow the supply chain back. I didn't tell him anything, but he found me somehow, so maybe he finds you too. If he does, take him seriously. That's my advice. This guy is like Bigfoot coming out of the woods heads up, okay? There was a clumsy plastic clatter as the receiver was hung up, likely a payphone on a bar wall in Wisconsin. The Arthur Scorpio file on her desk was already 3 inches thick. Nothing ever stuck to him, but Rapid City's detectives never quit. Every scrap of intel was logged, waiting for the day something finally clicked. Nakamura wrote up the report. After the summary, she added her notes. No smoking gun, but strong indication of an active supply chain. Then, on a whim, she opened a search engine and typed Bigfoot. The gist, a mythical, hairy, 7-foot-tall ape man from the Pacific Northwest woods. She reopened her document and added, with a hint of ironic hope, maybe Bigfoot will shake something loose. She emailed a copy to her lieutenant, then immediately regretted the exclamation point. It seemed unprofessional, almost girlish, but it was already sent. She had fully intended for her supervisor to read her note and immediately order a continuation of the surveillance, just in case Scorpio's expected visitor turned out to be important. It seemed like the obvious move. Clearly, Jimmy from Wisconsin hadn't been truthful when he claimed he hadn't told the man anything. That story didn't add up. Anyone alarming enough to prompt a warning voicemail was alarming enough to get answers to whatever he asked. So the visitor was undoubtedly already on his way, which meant time was critical, but her boss insisted on holding all the decision-making power himself. Pushing him would only backfire. That's why she'd used a light, almost playful deflection to soften the suggestion and let him believe it was his own idea all along. When the night crew arrived, Nakamura headed home. She made a mental note to stop by Scorpio's laundromat in the morning on her way back to the office. A quick 30-minute detour, maybe an hour, just to see what was happening. There was a chance Bigfoot might have shown up by then. Reacher saw no reason to question the county deputy's claim that western Wisconsin was full of friendly people. The issue wasn't their character. It was their scarcity. He was standing on a quiet rural road in the middle of nowhere late in the evening with almost no traffic. Earlier, a Dodge pickup had roared past in a gust of warm air, and a few minutes later, a Ford F-150 had slowed to look him over before speeding off without stopping. Now the eastern horizon stayed stubbornly dark and quiet, but Reacher kept his optimism. It only took one ride. There was no urgent deadline breathing down his neck. The ring had been sitting in that pawnshop for a full month. There was no blazing trail to chase. If he were a betting man, he'd wager there was no real story here at all. He waited, and after a while, he spotted faint headlights far to the east, little more than distant glimmers. For a long minute, they didn't seem to get any closer, an illusion of the straight road. But then the shape clarified. A pickup or an SUV, judging by the height and spread of the lights. Reacher stepped a yard into the lane and stuck out his thumb. He turned partly sideways, striking an almost theatrical pose to make his broad frame appear a little less imposing. There wasn't much he could do about his height, but looking less threatening never hurt. Hitchhiking was all about snap judgments. The vehicle turned out to be a large crew cab pickup, Japanese-made, gleaming with chrome and glossy paint. It slowed, pulling closer inside. The driver's face glowed red from the dashboard lights. This isn't going to happen, Reacher thought. The driver was a woman. She'd have to be out of her mind. But the truck stopped. It was a dark, metallic red Honda, the window whirred down. On the back seat sat a dog that looked like a German shepherd, only bigger, almost the size of a small pony, maybe some kind of unusual crossbreed. Its teeth looked as large as rifle cartridges. The woman leaned across the center console. She had dark hair tied up in a knot and wore a dark red shirt. She appeared to be in her mid-40s. "Where are you headed?" she asked. Reacher said, "I'm trying to reach I-90. Hop in. I'm going near there." "You sure about that? About where I'm going? About letting me in? Safety-wise, you don't know me. I could tell you I'm harmless. But wouldn't anyone say that? I've got a savage dog back there. I could be armed. The smart move would be to take out the dog first, shoot it or cut its throat, then deal with you. That's what I'd worry about, professionally speaking. You, a cop? Ex-military police, are you armed? No, then get in." She explained she was a farmer, running a sizable dairy operation across many acres, doing pretty well, Reacher guessed, based on her vehicle. The cab felt nearly as wide as a Humvee, upholstered in soft quilted leather and quiet as a luxury sedan. They made small talk as they drove. He asked if she'd always farmed, and she said yes, 4 generations on the same land. She asked what he did for a living, and he told her he was between jobs at the moment. The massive dog tracked their conversation from the back, its menacing head swiveling between them. An hour later, she pulled over at the I-90 interchange to let him out. He expressed his thanks with a wave as she drove off, a decent person, just another of those fleeting connections that defined his journey. Then he moved to the westbound on-ramp and resumed his position, angled with one foot on the shoulder's rumble strip and the other near the traffic lane, his thumb held high. Almost 700 miles to the west, in his office tucked behind a laundromat in Rapid City, Arthur Scorpio was tidying up the day's communications on his phone. He played Jimmy Rat's message, hearing the strained assurance. "I didn't tell him anything, but he already found me somehow, so what I'm thinking is maybe he'll somehow find you too." Scorpio didn't need a cipher to understand that translation. Jimmy had talked, and now someone was coming. Long-term, Jimmy Rat was finished. Short-term, precautions were in order. Scorpio phoned his secretary at home. She was already heading to bed. "What or who is Bigfoot?" he asked. "It's a giant hairy ape man," she explained, her voice tired. "Supposedly lives in the forests up in the northwest. Stands about 7 feet tall, eats bears and cattle. There's even a story about a rancher who lost hundreds of head over the years." "Where did this happen?" "It didn't," she said flatly. "It's make-believe, a campfire story." Scorpio grunted in reply, ended the call, and then made 2 more, both to dependable associates. After that, he locked up the laundromat and drove home. Near midnight, Reacher caught a ride in a gleaming stainless steel tanker hauling 5,000 gallons of organic milk, its container shaped like a streamlined bullet. It was bound for Sioux Falls, the western edge of that dairy's delivery zone, which still left him well over 350 miles short of Rapid City. The driver assured him not to worry. There was a major truck stop ahead, a round-the-clock hub where onward rides were easy to come by. Reacher kept the man talking all across Minnesota, considering it part of his duty, a kind of conversational stimulant to fight off fatigue. Better that than the old grim joke about dying peacefully in your sleep, unlike your terrified passengers. Their discussion meandered through various topics, venting grievances about the milk industry's corporate flaws before shifting to war stories, most of which Reacher embellished for entertainment. The truck stop appeared just as described, a vast expanse of fuel pumps, a sprawling 2-story motel, and a brightly lit family restaurant the size of a warehouse, neon blazing outside and fluorescent lights glowing within. A constant flow of 18-wheelers, cars, and vans filled the area. Reacher hopped down from the milk tanker and went straight to the motel office, securing a room even as dawn approached. Showing up in Rapid City, exhausted or right on schedule, made no sense. Jimmy Rat would have undoubtedly called Arthur Scorpio by now, offering some pathetic preemptive excuse. "It wasn't me, but I think someone ratted you out," which, whether fully believed or not, would serve as an alarm. There's something out there. The primal human fear. Scorpio would post lookouts immediately. In response, Reacher decided to let them stare at emptiness for a full day to wear down their alertness, drain their zeal, and lure them into complacency. Engaging on your own terms was always smarter. He ate breakfast in the bustling restaurant, returned to his room for a shower, and finally went to bed as the sun came up, his small West Point-class ring resting on the nightstand beside him. More than 350 miles to the west in Rapid City, Detective Gloria Nakamura was already on the move. She had risen in the dark, showered, dressed, and eaten a quick breakfast, leaving her house a full hour earlier than usual. She wasn't heading straight to the station. Instead, she slid behind the wheel of her own vehicle, a pale blue, mid-size Chevy sedan as nondescript as any rental car, and drove through the quiet downtown streets. Her destination was Arthur Scorpio's domain, a full city block he owned outright. The heart of it was a laundromat, positioned like a flagship store in the center building. The block faced a cracked concrete side street, its narrow sidewalk home to a dead tree in a parched dirt pit. Around back ran a service alley for deliveries and trash pickup, which was where Nakamura decided to start. The alley was narrow and patched, a tangle of power lines and phone wires looping overhead from leaning poles. Outside the laundromat's rear door, a man leaned against the wall with his arms folded. He wore a short black coat against the morning chill, a black sweater beneath it, black pants, and black shoes. He stood over 6 feet tall and was heavy-set, easily twice Nakamura's size, wide awake and alert. She wanted a photo for the file, but she couldn't be obvious. Surveillance hadn't been officially reauthorized, and she'd heard nothing from her boss. So she swiped to her camera, held the phone to her ear as if on a call, and let the car creep forward. Eyes fixed ahead, she furtively tapped her thumb against the screen. Click, click, click. Once the sentry was behind her, she turned left out of the alley, left again, and cruised past the front of the building. Another man stood guard there, same posture, same watchful demeanor, dressed all in black like a nightclub bouncer without the velvet rope. Nakamura raised the phone once more. Click, click, click. She turned right at the block's end and parked where neither guard could see her. Checking the photos, they were tilted and blurry, the subjects nowhere near the center of the frame. But the building was recognizable, the context clear. The story they told was simple. Scorpio had gotten word from Wisconsin and immediately hired local muscle, 2 guys front and back. He was at least somewhat worried about Bigfoot, but where was Bigfoot now incoming, Nakamura thought. He seemed intent on working his way along the supply chain. She got out and walked back the way she'd come, turning onto Scorpio's street but staying on the opposite sidewalk. The man at the laundromat door saw her. She felt his gaze, but he didn't move, just watched. She kept walking. Almost directly across from the laundromat was a breakfast spot, not Scorpio's, but his neighbor's. It had a small front window, but the first table offered a decent view if you craned your neck. Nakamura had spent hours there before. She pushed inside. Her usual table was taken. A man sat there with the remains of a bacon and egg breakfast pushed aside, a half-full coffee cup cradled in its place. He was neat and compact, wearing a collar, tie, and a dark conventional suit of durable fabric. His hair was neatly brushed, still brown, and his face was lean and ageless. He could have been 60 or 70. He was watching the laundromat through the window. He had to be. Nakamura recognized the signs. He wasn't craning like she would have. He was taller, but his back was unnaturally straight to lift his eye line above the sill. His gaze never wavered. He found his cup by feel, raised it blindly, and sipped while watching over the rim. "Take him seriously," the voice from Wisconsin had said. Was this Bigfoot? The man at the table carried an air of quiet authority that demanded respect. Beneath his pleasant demeanor was a core of steel and capability, not immediately apparent but undeniably present. His patience, however, was a finite resource. This was not someone to be trifled with. One could easily picture him as a formidable silent adversary, the type who might warrant a hushed, urgent warning on a voicemail, yet any description wouldn't evoke a mythical creature emerging from the wilderness. For this man, the comparison would lean toward a sleek undercover operative from a spy thriller, someone who blends seamlessly into a crowd. He was neat, physically unobtrusive, almost dapper, the polar opposite of a lumbering beast. So, who was he? There was one direct method to find out. She settled into the chair opposite and retrieved her badge from her purse, housed in its department-issued vinyl wallet alongside her photo ID, Gloria Nakamura, detective. The man produced a pair of tortoiseshell reading glasses from an inner pocket, put them on, gave the ID a brief glance, and looked away. He then withdrew a small notebook, flipped it open with his thumb, scanned a page, and finally met her gaze. "You're with property crimes," he stated. "You have us all cataloged in there?" "I do," he replied. "Why do you ask?" "I prefer to understand the lay of the land. What brings you here?" "Simply doing my job." "And your name?" "Brummel," he said. "Terrence is the first name, but Terry will do." "What exactly is your line of work, mister?" "Brummel? I'm a private investigator." "Based where?" "Chicago." "What's your business in Rapid City?" "A private investigation involving Arthur Scorpio." "I'm bound by client confidentiality, I'm afraid, unless I have reason to believe a crime has been or will be committed, which I currently do not." Nakamura leaned forward slightly. "I need to know if you're here for him or against him." "Is it that kind of situation?" "He's not exactly in the running for local philanthropist of the year." "He isn't my client, if that's what you're asking." "Who is then?" "I can't say." "Do you work with a partner?" Nakamura pressed. "Romantically or professionally?" Bramall asked, a faint dry smile touching his lips. "Professionally? No." "Are you affiliated with an agency?" "Why the interest? We received word someone else was headed this way." "Not you." "This person was in Wisconsin yesterday. I wondered if he might be connected to you." "Not to me," Bramall said. "I operate alone." Nakamura took a business card from her purse and slid it across the table near his coffee cup. "Call me if you need anything, or if you decide to remove that confidentiality stick from your backside, or if you want some advice. Scorpio is a dangerous man. Don't ever forget that." "Thank you," Bramall said, his attention drifting to the window. Nakamura walked back to her car, acutely aware of the man from the laundromat door watching her every step. She drove to the station, arriving earlier than usual. Powering up her computer, she opened a search engine and typed "Terrence Bramall, Private Investigator, Chicago." The results painted a clear picture. The man was 67, a retired FBI agent with a long and decorated career, numerous successful cases and senior rank. Now he ran his own high-end, discreet practice. He didn't advertise, was difficult to engage, and commanded a premium fee. He was a true specialist, offering only one service, finding missing persons. Reacher stirred himself awake, timing it for after the lunch crowd had dispersed. He felt reasonably good considering the previous evening's activities with no serious aches to complain about. A check in the mirror revealed a light bruise on his forehead, a souvenir from head-butting the fourth man. His right forearm was tender. It had handled 3 of them single-handedly, a full 50% of the workload. There wasn't much along the bone to bruise, but the skin appeared thickened and reddish, dotted with tiny puncture marks even through his shirt sleeve. It was the kind of thing that just happened. The usual souvenirs were teeth, or maybe fragments of bone from a shattered nose, or the hollow feeling left behind in an eye socket, just part of the job, nothing to lose sleep over. He was feeling fine. Another routine morning on another solitary day. After a shower and getting dressed, he headed to the nearly deserted diner and ordered from the breakfast menu that never ended. He requested quarters with his change and stopped at the payphone by the entrance. From memory, he dialed a number he hadn't used in years. It was picked up on the second ring. United States Military Academy Superintendent's Office, a woman's voice stated, "How may I direct your call?" "Good afternoon," Reacher replied. "I'm an Academy graduate with a question that I'm certain will land on your desk eventually, so I thought I'd begin at the source." "May I have your name, please?" Reacher provided his full name, date of birth, service number, and the year he graduated. He could hear the soft scratch of a pen on paper as she recorded the information. She asked, "What is the nature of your request?" "I need to identify a female cadet from the class of 2005. Her initials are SRS, and she was petite. That's all I have to go on at the moment. More writing." Then a cautious question. "Are you with the press?" "No, ma'am." "Are you in law enforcement?" "Not at the present time." "Then may I ask why you need this identification?" "I have some misplaced property to return." "You're welcome to send it here. We can ensure it's forwarded." "I know you can," Reacher said, a hint of weariness in his tone. "And I understand why you're suggesting that you've got a whole new world of security concerns and privacy regulations to navigate now. It's a different place from when I was there." "I get it. Honestly, you probably shouldn't tell me a thing, and that's okay. I don't want to create a problem for you." "Then we seem to be in agreement." "Just do me one small favor," Reacher said, his voice dropping into a lower, more deliberate register. "Look her up, then. Look me up. Weigh all the possibilities. Later on, you'll either be mildly pleased you kept that name to yourself, or you'll feel a pang of regret. I'll call back one day, and you can tell me which it was. Consider it a personal curiosity." "Why would I ever regret following protocol?" "Because in hindsight, you'll realize this phone call was the very first faint signal that a West Point graduate with the initials SRS might be in a bad situation somewhere, possibly alone and needing assistance. Later, you'll look back and wish you'd treated this whisper with a little more gravity from the start. You'll be sorry you didn't tell me right away." A pause lingered on the line. "Who are you, really?" "Check the file," Reacher said. The voice finally replied, "Call back later." Reacher walked past the motel rooms toward the area near the fuel pumps, where an enterprising, scruffy-looking man in a coat secured with rope was running an impromptu hitchhiking service. He'd take a traveler's desired destination, then parade between the idling trucks, calling it out until a driver waved in agreement. The successful hitchhiker would hand over a $1 tip and climb aboard. An efficient, if dusty, operation. Reacher didn't mind paying the fee, though he hardly needed the help. Every rig in line was ultimately bound for Rapid City. It was a solid 350-mile haul, but it was the next major stop. There wasn't much civilization in between. After that, routes diverged toward Wyoming, Montana, or Idaho. But first, everyone passed through Rapid City. He secured a ride in under 2 minutes, climbing into the cab of a massive red tractor hauling a sealed white trailer. Behind the seats was a quadruple sleeper berth, a space more generous than some apartments he'd known. The driver, an older man with the lined face of countless highway miles, explained it was for moving crews on long-haul jobs, saved a fortune on motels. It struck Reacher that this might be a fading breed. Maybe the job had gotten too tough, the highways too lonely, the last vestiges of a frontier spirit dying out with this final generation of nomads. Nowadays, everyone wanted to be home for dinner. The driver predicted the trip to Rapid City would take 5 hours and 5 minutes, a precision born from having made the run 1,000 times before. As they pulled onto the interstate, Reacher spotted a faded bumper sticker on a rusted sedan in the lot, its message about lost highways feeling strangely poignant, a silent echo of the world rolling by outside the window. They climbed up into the cab, the view stretching wide and open ahead of them. The truck worked its way through the gears, building speed until they were cruising well over 70 on the straightaways, picking up even more momentum on the downhill runs. The mile markers became a blur. That 5-hour and 5-minute estimate was looking spot on. As truckers often do, the driver asked where his hitchhiking passenger was headed and what had set him on the road. It felt like a fair trade, a story for the miles. For reasons he couldn't quite pin down, Reacher decided to be straight with him. He told him about the pawn shop, the wedding ring, and this nagging need to understand the story behind it, an urge he admitted he couldn't fully rationalize. The driver was quiet for a good 10 miles, just chewing on the information. Finally, he spoke up. "My wife would probably say you're carrying some guilt about something." Reacher stayed silent. "She reads a lot," the driver continued. "Gets into people's heads. I don't know this woman. I don't even know her name. We've never met. How could I feel guilty about her? All I know is she pawned a ring. Doesn't have to be about her specifically. There's a term for it, transference, I think, or maybe projection. I mix those up. My wife's theory would be that you're feeling guilty about something else entirely. Would it need to be connected? In a general sense, I guess. Not that you personally made another woman sell her jewelry. The connection doesn't have to be that literal. She'd say it could be about some other kind of failure, some other wrong you feel responsible for. Reacher didn't reply. My wife would also ask if you have a wife or a girlfriend to talk this kind of thing through with, the driver added. Reacher pictured Chang, likely deep into her first full day back at work by now. Maybe she was already on a new case, maybe even back at an airport. Tell your wife to keep reading those books, Reacher said. She sounds like she knows what she's talking about. As usual, the last leg from the highway into the city was the toughest part of the journey. The big rig was no good for downtown streets. Reacher hopped out at the Cloverleaf interchange just before 8 in the evening, 5 hours and 5 minutes on the nose. He took a moment to stretch and get his bearings, then started looking for a local ride. Traffic was steady, a stream of pickups, SUVs, and sedans, but the mindset was all wrong. These were people finishing their trips on their final stretch home, almost to the bar, almost to their destination. They blew past, focused on the end point. Nobody in that frame of mind thinks about stopping to pick someone up. It just doesn't compute. Rides are given at the beginning of a drive, not at the tail end. The best bet in a situation like this is the guy who passed someone by 300 miles back and has spent the whole drive since feeling like a jerk about it. It's a pride thing. That guy wants to believe he's better than that. He'll stop in those last few miles, maybe half hoping for a polite refusal to ease his conscience without any inconvenience, but also perversely pleased if he actually gets to follow through and help someone out for a few blocks. In Reacher's experience with traffic this thick, that guy comes along about every 20 or 25 minutes. The trick is visibility. The sooner they see you, the better. More time for that internal debate, more room for a smooth, casual stop with a friendly lean across the passenger seat. It took 40 minutes this time. At exactly 8:30, a Dodge crew cab pulled over. The driver wore a look that was both kindly and slightly regretful as he explained he was only going as far as downtown. Reacher said that was perfect. He was aiming for the area with the budget motels. The driver said he'd be going right near there, just a couple streets over, and would be happy to show him the way. The budget end of downtown was cloaked in darkness, the last of the daylight long gone. A few streetlights glowed on the corners, some of them actually working, but not nearly enough to push the shadows back. Reacher stepped out of the Dodge and moved west for a long block, navigating more by instinct than sight in the dense fog, then repeated the process for another block before turning left. As expected, he found a pair of motels side by side, flanked by a diner, a gas station, and a tire shop, a clear sign this was a well-traveled corridor into town. The motel on the right had a bright, towering sign advertising a list of perks stacked like firewood: free breakfast, free cable, free Wi-Fi, free upgrades. Its neighbor on the left countered with a simpler, bolder claim. Free everything. Reacher was skeptical. Surely the room itself wasn't free, but he figured it was worth a shot. An elderly woman stood behind the counter, slender and poised with a crown of fine blue hair that reminded him of cotton candy. She might have been 80, possibly the original owner from decades past. When Reacher inquired, she gave a knowing smile and clarified that the room itself required payment, but everything else was indeed included. Her eyes held a glint of amusement as she looked him over, and he sensed her sign was partly a playful jab at the competing motel's boasts, whether taken as good humor or quiet rivalry depended on the viewer, and partly a weary sigh at a world where someone was always willing to undercut you. What came after free? Reacher paid for a room. Where could a person wash clothes around here? He asked. What clothes? She replied. You don't have a bag, hypothetically. Let's say I acquired one. Then you'd find a laundromat. How many are in town? How many do you require? Some might be preferable to others. Worried about bedbugs? You shouldn't be. That's what laundromats are for. Crank the dryer up high and you kill them dead. I do it here with the sheets. Good to know, Reacher said. But seriously, how many laundromats in Rapid City? I'm just curious. I like to understand how things work. She paused on the verge of answering, then stopped herself, too precise to trust memory alone. Pulling a slim Yellow Pages from a drawer, she checked under L and then under C for coin-operated. 3, she announced. Why do you know the owners? At first, she looked doubtful, as if the question were strange, but then her expression softened, perhaps recalling old business networks, Chamber of Commerce events, and bland banquet dinners. Actually, I know 2 of the 3, she admitted. What are their names? Does it matter? I'm trying to find a man named Arthur Scorpio. He's the 3rd one, she said. I don't know him personally, but you've heard the name. It's a small town, people talk, and he isn't spoken of fondly. Just gossip, really, I shouldn't repeat it. But a friend with a great nephew on the police force says they have a file on Mr. Scorpio 3 inches thick. He deals in stolen goods, Reacher said. That's what I heard. Are you with the police? No, just a regular citizen. What do you want with Arthur Scorpio? I have a question for him. Then proceed with extreme caution. Mr. Scorpio has a reputation for being disagreeable. I'll ask nicely, Reacher said. A street map of Rapid City was printed in the front of the Yellow Pages. The old lady carefully tore it out, marked the motel's location and the site of Scorpio's laundromat, then folded the page into quarters and handed it over. She probably assumed he'd wait until morning, but Reacher went immediately. It was nearly 10 at night. He walked through blocks of deep darkness, checking the map under the occasional working street lamp, until up ahead he spotted the neon glow of a late-night convenience store on a corner. According to the map, Scorpio's laundromat was directly across the street and halfway down the block. Reacher found it right where it should be, just past a barren, lifeless tree. The laundromat sat squarely in the middle of the block, part of a long, single-story building that stretched from one intersection to the next. At that hour, it was shut down tight. No lights glowed inside, and the front door was secured with a heavy chain and padlock threaded through the handles. Through the glass door and the adjacent wide window, the interior was a cave of shadows. Against one wall stood a silent lineup of washing machines, pale and hulking in the dark. Opposite them, a row of cheap plastic chairs waited beneath dispensers for detergent, fabric softener, and dryer sheets, each promising a clean start for a handful of quarters across the street. A convenience store's bright sign cast a pool of light on the left. Next to it was a discount shoe store, then a couple of vacant storefronts staring blankly ahead. Just off-center to the right was a diner, a classic greasy spoon with a small front window that likely offered a clear view of the street. The coffee there was probably strong and bitter, just the way Reacher liked it. He filed the thought away for later. He circled the block, finding the laundromat's back door in a narrow alley. It was an unremarkable slab of fire-rated metal, a bland industrial door that spoke more of building codes and insurance premiums than character. It was locked. Walking back to the street, he estimated the building's depth from alley to sidewalk. It was too deep. The space visible from the front window accounted for only about half of it. That meant there was another room in the back, a hidden space of equal size, a storeroom maybe, or an office, a place where the kind of business that sparked whispers might happen. After another moment in the dark, he headed back. He stopped at the convenience store on the opposite corner, thinking coffee and a sandwich would suit the empty feeling in his stomach. Inside, another customer was already at the deli counter, sipping from a paper cup. He was a slight, tidy man in a dark suit and tie, waiting patiently. His order appeared to be a chaotic masterpiece involving a fried egg and an avalanche of shredded cheese, a man clearly at peace with his dietary choices. The clerk wrapped the messy creation in paper, then foil, and handed it over. The man in the suit turned, sidestepped Reacher with a nod, and headed out the door. Reacher placed his standard order, roast beef and Swiss with mayo and mustard on white bread, plus a large coffee. As the clerk turned to the slicer, its blade whirring to life, Reacher asked, "What can you tell me about the laundromat down the street?" The man turned back, the machine humming behind him. His expression shifted from confusion to a flicker of annoyance, as if he were being teased. Then it settled into a look of deep concentration, like he was working through a tricky math problem and wasn't sure he trusted his own answer. "Funny," he said. "The other guy just asked me the same thing." "The one with the egg sandwich?" Reacher said. "But what's a guy like that need with a laundromat?" the clerk mused, almost to himself. "Suits go to the dry cleaner. Dress shirts get pressed for a couple bucks. I'm right, aren't I? Maybe the underwear and socks, I guess. But any hotel has a laundry bag in the closet. A professional man isn't going to spend his evening watching a spin cycle. You think he's at a hotel? He's not from around here. You saw him. Looks like a professional. I first thought lawyer in for a big trial, but his suit wasn't fancy enough. Maybe IRS or some other government desk jockey, and now you're asking about the laundromat, too. I don't peg you for a tax man, but you could be a cop. Makes a person wonder if Arthur Scorpio's luck is finally running out. And how do you feel about that possibility?" "That depends on what? On whether it sticks. Mr. Scorpio has danced out of trouble before. Nothing ever seemed to last." Chapter 8. Reacher was out of his motel room at first light, retracing his route from the evening before. He gave the final stretch a wide berth, circling 2 blocks out before doubling back to approach Scorpio's alley from the opposite side. Peering around the corner, he spotted a lookout posted at the laundromat's back door, a man in his 40s, maybe 6'2" and 210 pounds, dressed head to toe in black, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. Reacher eased back and made another wide loop, coming up behind the diner through a service alley he knew would be there. Every greasy spoon needed one for the trash: eggshells, coffee grounds, leftover food, and drums of old frying oil. The kitchen door was propped open, likely a fire code requirement, and he slipped inside. Moving through the dining area, he angled toward the window for a clearer view. A second sentry, cut from the same cloth, was stationed at the laundromat's front entrance. Arthur Scorpio was clearly on alert. Something had him spooked. Reacher's gaze shifted and landed on the man from the convenience store the night before, the one in the dark suit and tie, now seated by the window and staring out. Detective Gloria Nakamura started her day early again, showered, dressed, and out the door with time to spare. She parked in her usual spot and turned onto Scorpio Street, feeling the eyes of the laundromat guard on her the whole way. Inside the diner, her table was taken again by the same private investigator from Chicago, Terrence Bramall, in another crisp shirt and tie, and standing in the middle of the room was the largest man she had ever seen. He wasn't quite 7 feet, but he filled the space, shoulders broad enough to look like he was carrying invisible weights. His fists were the size of small hams, his forearms scarred and muscular. His hair was a messy tangle, his face shadowed with stubble, and his pale blue eyes were fixed directly on her. Reacher took in the petite Asian woman in a sharp black suit. She couldn't have been more than 5 feet tall or 100 pounds, with long dark hair and serious eyes. She held herself with a stern, no-nonsense air, as though she'd learned early that looking tough was the only way to command respect at her size. She wasn't shy. She was studying him openly, head to toe, with a flicker of recognition he didn't understand. He was certain they'd never met, he would have remembered. Then it clicked. Jimmy Ratt must have put out a description after their encounter. Big guy in a black T-shirt on the way. Maybe this woman worked for Scorpio and had been warned, or maybe she was just some office worker annoyed to be up this early. He turned his attention elsewhere. The man in the necktie remained at the window, his gaze steady and his demeanor composed. He had the look of someone who would offer a civil reply to a direct inquiry, though it might be more a matter of professional polish than genuine warmth. He seemed to occupy a role where traditional politeness kept the machinery running smoothly. To Reacher, he recalled certain Army colonels, precise, a bit worn at the edges, yet powered by a deep, quiet assurance. Reacher chose a table along the wall, set back far enough to see past the man and out the window. The view was unchanged, the same sentry propped against the laundromat, motionless under the lit interior where no customers had yet appeared. A waitress approached and Reacher ordered his standard breakfast: coffee, a short stack, eggs, bacon, and syrup. The coffee arrived first, black and robust, a decent start to the morning. Then the Asian woman slid into the seat across from him. She produced a compact vinyl wallet from her purse, flipping it open to display a gold shield on one side and a photo ID on the other. It identified her as Gloria Nakamura, a detective with the Rapid City Police Department. Her picture showed dark, serious eyes. Without preamble, she asked, "Were you in Wisconsin yesterday?" That confirmed two things for Reacher. Jimmy Rat had definitely placed a call, and the Rapid City PD was monitoring Scorpio's line. There was an active investigation underway. Likely the transcript of that call was already the fresh top page in a thick case file. "Allowed," he replied. "Even as a police officer, are you allowed to ask that? I've got a right to privacy and to travel freely. That's a First Amendment concern, and a fourth. Are you refusing to answer, afraid I have to? I took an oath in the Army to support the Constitution. Can't just drop that now." "Your name, Reacher? Jack Reacher? No middle initial. What was your role in the Army, Mr. Reacher?" "I was a military policeman, a detective, same as you, and now you're working as a private investigator?" She glanced toward the man in the necktie as she spoke. Reacher followed her look. "Is that guy a PI?" "I declined to answer," she said flatly. He allowed a faint smile. "I'm not a PI, just a private citizen." "So what did you hear from Wisconsin?" "I'm not certain I should share that." "Cop to cop, that's what we are, isn't it?" "Is that what we are, if you want it to be?" She returned her ID to her purse and pulled out her phone, swiping to an audio section. Selecting a file, she tapped the screen. Reacher heard the tinny, compressed sounds of a bar, then Jimmy Rat's voice, hurried and anxious. "Arthur, it's Jimmy. I just had a guy asking about an item I got from you. He seems determined to follow the supply chain. I didn't tell him anything, but he found me somehow, so I'm thinking he might find you, too." Nakamura paused the recording. Reacher said, "Why assume that's me?" She pressed play again. Jimmy Rat's voice continued, "If he shows up, take him seriously. My advice? This guy is like Bigfoot stepping out of the woods. Heads up, okay?" Nakamura stopped the playback. "Bigfoot," Reacher said. "That's not very flattering." She leaned forward. "What item? Does it matter? All I want is to ask Scorpio one question, then I'll be on my way. What if he doesn't answer? Jimmy in Wisconsin did. Scorpio has protection. So did Jimmy in Wisconsin." "What item?" she repeated, her tone insistent. Reacher reached into his pocket and placed the ring on the table. "West Point, 2005. Delicate gold filigree of black stone, sized surprisingly small. Nakamura picked it up, slipping it onto the third finger of her right hand. It fit with room to spare, but then she was barely 5 feet tall and might have weighed 95 pounds. Her fingers were as slender as pencils. She slipped the ring from her finger and held it in her hand, feeling its weight. Her eyes traced the engraving inside the band. "Who is SRS?" she asked. "No idea," Reacher replied. "So what's the story behind it?" "I came across it in a pawn shop in a little Wisconsin town." "You don't give up something like this without a fight. This woman endured 4 brutal years to earn it. West Point tries to break you every single day, to make you quit. And this was right after 9/11. Those were heavy years. What followed was even darker. Iraq, Afghanistan. She might have pawned her car or a holiday watch from her aunt, but she never would have parted with this ring. Is this Jimmy guy the pawnbroker?" Reacher shook his head. "He's a local motorcycle enthusiast who goes by Jimmy Rat. He sold off the ring with a batch of other items. He told me he got it from a man named Arthur Scorpio, right here in Rapid City, so now I need to find out who Scorpio got it from. That's the only question I have for him." "He won't tell you." "That's exactly what the pawn shop owner said about Jimmy Rat." Nakamura fell silent. Outside the window, the street was still. The waitress returned with Reacher's order: a stack of pancakes, scrambled eggs, crispy bacon, and a side of maple syrup. It looked satisfying. He asked for a coffee refill. Nakamura requested hot tea and a bran muffin. Reacher tucked the ring back into his pocket. The man in the tie stood and left. The view outside remained uneventful. Reacher asked, "What sort of private investigator is he?" "I never said he was one," Nakamura replied. I shared information. Now it's your turn." The waitress brought over Nakamura's muffin, which was comically large. She broke off a tiny piece, ate it, and said, "He's from Chicago. Name's Terry Bramall, retired FBI. He specializes in locating missing people. Who's he looking for here? I don't know. Is Scorpio mixed up in kidnappings too? We don't believe so. Yet Mr. Bramall from Chicago is staking out his place. Not just this morning, he was in the area last night. I spotted him in the convenience store." "You arrived last night," Reacher nodded. "Fairly late. You came straight here from Wisconsin. This matters to you." "I could have been here sooner. I pulled over for a rest in Sioux Falls, ended up watching the sunrise over the highway, a quiet moment I hadn't planned." "How exactly? Did you get Arthur Scorpio's name from Jimmy Rat?" I asked him politely. She didn't respond. He continued with his breakfast. She took a slow sip of tea. A long quiet stretched between them before she finally said, "Arthur Scorpio is not a favorite around the police department." "Noted," Reacher said. "Even so, I am officially obligated to advise you against committing any crime within our city limits." "No need to worry," Reacher said. "All I intend to do is ask him one question. That's not against the law. And if he refuses to answer?" "I suppose that's always a possibility," Reacher said, his tone shifting to something drier, almost amused. "But let's be honest. Most guys who fancy themselves dangerous have a real hard time with silence when someone shows up asking the right questions." She took a business card from her purse and set it near his coffee cup. "Those are my numbers, office and cell. Call me if you need to talk. Scorpio is a dangerous man. Don't ever forget that." She left $5 on the table for her tea and muffin, then stood and walked out, disappearing down the sidewalk. Outside, nothing stirred. She had left her muffin behind, nearly whole except for the small piece she had tasted. So Reacher finished it along with another mug of coffee. He asked for his check and requested quarters as part of his change. On his way out, he paused in the hallway near the restrooms where a payphone was mounted on the wall. It reminded him of the one in the Wisconsin bar, the same kind of phone Jimmy Rat must have used to call Arthur Scorpio. The background noise during that call had given it away. Reacher pictured the man weaving through the line of motorcycles to the back of the building, stepping inside, spotting the phone on the wall, and deciding to send an immediate warning. Right then and there, while Reacher was still outside talking to the county cop, a sense of urgency had driven that call. Reacher rested his shoulder against the wall, keeping the front window in view, and punched in the old number from memory. The same efficient voice answered. "West Point Superintendent's office. How may I direct your call? Reacher here?" "Wait one, Major." She recognized his rank. His file was probably open on her screen. There was a click, a stretch of quiet, then another click before a man's voice came on. "This is the superintendent, the top officer. What civilian colleges would call the president." "Good morning, General," Reacher said, polite but vague. He didn't know the man's name and didn't follow alumni news. The soup was always a general, though sharp, accomplished, never an easy mark. The voice on the line was crisp. "Your inquiry yesterday was highly irregular." "Yes, sir," Reacher replied out of ingrained habit. "At the point, you had three choices. Yes, sir, no excuse, sir. I'd like an explanation." So Reacher laid it out again, the same story he'd just given Nakamura, the pawn shop, the ring, that persistent itch of unease. The soup's tone was measured. "So this is about a ring?" It felt significant. "Yesterday you suggested the former cadet might be in danger?" "She could be, but you aren't certain. She pawned it, sold it, or had it taken. Any of those points toward trouble? I think we should look into it." "We?" "She's one of ours, General." A dry chuckle came through the line. "I read your file. You did well. Not well enough for a statue on campus, not that you'd get one anyway, given some of the shortcuts you took." "No excuse, sir," Reacher said automatically. Then the soup shifted gears. "Let me ask you something. What are you doing now?" "Nothing. Explain." "It's a long story, General. Not worth your time." "Major, you understand that sharing personal details on current or former personnel is prohibited about 19 different ways. The only slim chance it could happen would be an off-the-record whisper, one West Pointer to another. The kind of oak-paneled favor trading we're always accused of, so we face a question of mutual trust. To put my mind at ease, why don't you let me take your measure? Reacher paused. I get restless, he said. Can't stay put. Give the VA enough time and they'd probably slap a name on it. Maybe I could even get a government check, a medical condition. Some might call it that. Does it trouble you? Turns out I don't want to stay in one place anyway. How often do you move? All the time. And you think that's a fitting life for a West Pointer? I think it's perfectly fitting. How so? We fought for freedom. This is what freedom looks like. The soup sighed audibly. There are 100 reasons someone might sell a ring or pawn it or lose it. Not all of them are bad. This could be completely innocent. Could be? That sounds a little lukewarm, General. Like you aren't sure either, even after reading her file, which means it didn't fully reassure you, so now you're hinting about a whisper because now you're worried. Let me guess. She took off the uniform and went under the radar 3 years ago. After what? 5 hard tours? Iraq and Afghanistan. Doing what? Unpleasant things, I'd imagine? Is she small? Like a bird? That's her, Reacher said. Decision time, General. What are you going to do? The soup didn't answer. Through the window, Reacher saw a black sedan slow down. It pulled to the curb across the street, right outside the laundromat. The driver's door opened and a tall, bony man climbed out. He looked about 50, with close-cropped gray hair. He wore a black suit over a white shirt buttoned all the way up, no tie in sight. Pausing on the sidewalk, he shot a silent question toward the guard stationed at the door. The man gave a slight shake of his head. All clear, boss. Arthur Scorpio acknowledged the signal with a nod of his own, then moved past the sentry and inside. Immediately, the guard crossed the sidewalk, slid into Scorpio's car, and drove off, presumably to stash it on a side street or in the nearby alley. The whole trip would take about 5 minutes. Reacher noted it would happen twice a day, once now and once at closing. 2 predictable windows, useful information. Meanwhile, the West Point superintendent's voice continued in his ear. Have you thought she might not want to be found? Nobody comes back whole from 5 deployments. I'm not here to sell her anything, Reacher replied. If she looks settled from afar, I'll leave her be. How do you plan to find her? She's off the grid. Will her name even mean anything? It can't hurt, Reacher said, especially toward the end of the trail. I'll follow the ring until I hit someone who recognizes it. The superintendent paused, then said, Her name is Serena Rose Sanderson, Chapter 9. Outside, the front sentry reappeared after parking the car, taking up his post again beside the laundromat door, arms folded, face blank. His absence had lasted just over 5 minutes. The place was still empty of customers. Into the phone, Reacher asked, Where's Serena Sanderson from? Her cadet file lists Wyoming as home state, the superintendent answered. That's all we have. You think she returned there? Depends, Reacher said. For some, home is the first stop. For others, it's the last resort. What was she like? She was before my time, the man admitted. But her record is strong, consistently near the top, never breaking into the highest tier but always hovering just below it. She chose the infantry branch, which, back in Vid 05, was seen as a savvy move for a woman. She knew she wouldn't see frontline combat, but figured the surrounding chaos would bring her close enough. And I'm sure it did. Support units were constantly in motion. Resupply runs meant regular exposure to IEDs. Vehicle recoveries left soldiers out in the open. Off base, she'd have been armed at all times. I have no doubt she saw firefights. Those units took casualties just like anyone else. She earned a Bronze Star and a Purple Heart, so she was wounded at some point. Final rank? Major, the superintendent said, same as you. On her last tour, she was handling significant responsibility, leading her soldiers well. On paper, she's a credit to the academy. Got it, Reacher said. Thanks, General. Proceed, but be careful. No need to worry, but I do. Why? I read your file, the man repeated, a dry edge entering his tone. If you tilt it just right in the light, you can almost see the invisible ink. You got results, but you were reckless. Was I? You know you were? You skated by time after time, did I? One incident after another, yet you always came out smelling like a rose. Then draw the right conclusion. General, I wasn't reckless. I was using methods with a proven track record. Methods I trusted would work again. If anything, I felt I was the opposite of reckless. There's a clue in the word. Wreck comes from reckon, and I did more reckoning than most, not less. Keep me updated, the superintendent said. Let me know what you find on Sanderson. For the second day in a row, Gloria Nakamura arrived early. She parked, climbed the stairs, and was met at the entrance to the detectives' area by the watchful desk sergeant, who informed her the lieutenant wanted to see her. First thing, urgent but not an emergency. His voice on the phone had sounded calm. The sergeant added, not particularly upset. Nakamura left her bag at her desk and started down the hallway toward the lieutenant's corner office at the far end of the floor. He was a man who had beaten cancer, reduced to a fragile frame of bone and tendon, yet animated by a fierce, restless vitality that seemed to glow beneath his thin skin. Those extra years were a gift, and he was determined to wring every drop from them to accomplish something significant. In his private thoughts, Nakamura believed his near-death experience had sparked a revelation, a deep-seated fear of fading into obscurity. He was at his desk scanning through emails when he remarked, "You forwarded me something regarding Arthur Scorpio?" She confirmed, "The voicemail from Wisconsin?" "That's correct, sir. The situation has evolved. Has our large visitor made an appearance?" "He has, sir. I'm certain of it. But before that, a private investigator from Chicago showed up. What was he after?" "He wasn't talking. I did some digging. He specializes in missing persons cases. Top tier, very costly. Who's missing? Roughly 1 million people across the country, statistically speaking. Any indication one of them might be doing laundry at Scorpio's establishment. Nothing on the official channels. Tell me about the big guy." "He's a former soldier named Reacher. He discovered a West Point-class ring in a pawn shop and is tracking down its history as a pastime. More like a point of honor. A personal duty, almost sentimental if you ask me. How does Scorpio fit in? The most probable chain is that the ring was stolen goods, passed through Scorpio to a Wisconsin biker known as Jimmy Rat, who then sold it to the pawn shop where Reacher found it. According to Reacher, the pawnshop owner gave up Jimmy Rat's name, who in turn pointed to Arthur Scorpio. Now Reacher wants Scorpio to identify his source, and so on, tracing it all the way back. His goal is to return the ring to its rightful owner. That's my analysis. Scorpio won't tell him a thing. I'm not so sure, I have doubts. Reacher was entirely truthful about what transpired in Wisconsin. A biker running a profitable stolen goods operation doesn't just volunteer supplier names. Not willingly. You should hear the recording. Jimmy Rat sounds terrified of Reacher. Reacher? I saw him, sir. He's the kind of man you'd exhibit in a wildlife park. Do you think Scorpio will be frightened too? Regardless, I believe a major crime is imminent. Either Reacher will apply too much pressure, or Scorpio will retaliate too forcefully. She paused, waiting. The lieutenant finally said, "I think we should reactivate surveillance." "Yes, sir," she replied, exhaling softly. "Just you maintain constant visual contact, no subtlety, get right in his face. I might require backup, I might need to step in." "No," he stated, "do not intervene, let events unfold naturally. It's a favorable outcome either way. If Scorpio injures the man, that's excellent. We finally have something concrete on him, with you as a direct witness to a felony assault. On the other hand, if the man hurts Scorpio, that's also beneficial. The more severe, the better. You could always arrest the man afterward if you choose for his own felony assault. It might even help your quarterly performance metrics if that's a concern." Reacher exited the diner through the back kitchen door, melting into the alleyway. He didn't want the lookout out front to spot him just yet. The description of Bigfoot would make his identity obvious, and news would rush straight to Scorpio inside. It was wiser not to stir them up prematurely. He circled at a cautious distance before making his way toward the city center, searching for hotels a notch above his own, the sort a retired FBI investigator might select. Not dives, but nothing luxurious either, likely a mid-range national chain where a loyalty card would come in handy. Reacher identified 4 likely options. At the first, he approached the front desk and inquired about a guest named Terrence Bramall, a compact, tidy man in a suit, possibly with an Illinois-plated vehicle. The clerk tapped at her keyboard, studied her screen, and apologized, saying no guest by that name was currently registered. At the second hotel, he was informed that Terrence Bramall had checked out less than half an hour earlier, maybe even more recently. The clerk added, "It might have been just 20 minutes. To check her memory, she pulled up the closed account on her screen. It had been 27 minutes exactly." The man in the suit and tie had approached the desk, a leather travel bag in one hand and a briefcase in the other. After settling his bill, he walked out to the covered parking area where a black SUV with Illinois plates was waiting. He loaded his bags, got in, and drove off toward the interstate, though whether he turned east or west was impossible to say. "Do you have his cell number?" Reacher asked. The woman's eyes flicked to her monitor. "Left-hand column," Reacher noted, about 2/3 down. "I really can't give that out," she replied. Reacher gestured toward the base of the wall behind her. "Is that a cockroach?" he asked, knowing it was a word no hotel employee wanted to hear. She spun around to look in that moment. Reacher leaned over the desk and glanced at the screen. Left column, 2/3 down, 10 digits. No great feat of memory. He straightened up as she turned back. I didn't see anything," she said. "False alarm," Reacher replied. "My mistake, probably just a shadow." Reacher spotted a payphone inside the lobby of a Chinese restaurant that stayed open all day. It was a chrome-plated unit mounted on a wall covered in red velvet, though up close it lost any hint of glamour. The chrome was pitted, the velvet worn thin and sticky with grime. He dialed Bramall's number. It rang repeatedly with no answer. Not surprising. The guy was likely already on the interstate, probably a cautious driver by nature, a habit you'd pick up after a career with the FBI. Eventually, a recorded voice prompted him to leave a message. Reacher said, "Mr. Bramall, this is Reacher. We stood in line together last night for sandwiches and crossed paths in the breakfast spot this morning. I gather you were observing Arthur Scorpio's place as part of a missing persons case. I was there tracking the origin of some stolen property. It might be worth comparing notes in case there's more going on than either of us realizes. Could be helpful for one or both of us. Since I don't have a phone, you can't call me back, so I'll try you again later. Thanks. Goodbye." He hung up and stepped from the dim, velvet-lined lobby out onto the sunlit concrete sidewalk. Just then, Arthur Scorpio's black sedan pulled up to the curb right beside him, the passenger window sliding down. The same front door sentry from earlier glared out. "Get in the car," he ordered. Chapter 10. The man was holding a gun, a worn-looking Chief Special, a .38 5-shot revolver from Smith & Wesson with a short barrel. It seemed almost small in his large right hand. Twisted awkwardly behind the wheel, he aimed sideways through the open passenger window, his arm bent and shoulder cramped. "In the car," he repeated. Reacher didn't move. He had options. Life was full of them. The simplest would be to just walk away, continuing straight along the sidewalk in the same direction the car had been heading. For a right-handed shooter in a left-hand drive vehicle, the geometry created a problem. The windshield would block any clear shot. Firing through it would risk deflection, and afterward there'd be a bullet hole in the glass. Not something you'd want to explain in a place like Rapid City. Sure, it was a tough town, but it wasn't South Central L.A. Gunfire in the morning near downtown hotels and restaurants would draw police fast, and questions about a damaged windshield would be hard to dodge, so the guy would have to move. He'd need to shift the transmission, release the brake, unbuckle his seatbelt, push aside the armrests, and slide across the bench seat to hang his right arm out the passenger window. All of that would take a few seconds, during which Reacher could be putting more and more distance between them. The man was armed with nothing more than a beat-up .38 revolver, its stubby 2.5-inch barrel making it wildly inaccurate at any real distance. Given the steady, deliberate pace Reacher could maintain, it was practically a guarantee the shot would miss. The smarter play would be to lean out the driver's side window for a clearer angle. It was right there, but how? The guy would have to awkwardly kneel on the seat, twist his torso out, and wrestle his shooting arm free like struggling into a too small jacket. He'd end up hanging out of the car up to his waist, then have to pivot and aim, all while desperately clinging to the door mirror to keep from tumbling onto the pavement. An imprecise weapon in the hands of a distracted off-balance shooter wasn't exactly a terrifying prospect. His best option was probably to step out and use the open door as a shield, like a cop in a bad movie. But the second Reacher heard the door hinge groan, he'd simply vanish into the nearest storefront or alley. Same result if the car pulled away from the curb to creep closer, a total standoff. Those dramatic get-in-the-car moments looked great on screen, but in reality, they were entirely negotiable. There were always other choices. Stay calm, walk away, fight another day. Yet Reacher didn't move. He simply asked, "You want me to get in the car right this second?" The man replied. "Then put the gun away." "Or what? Or I'm not getting in. I could shoot you first and toss you in bleeding." "No," Reacher said, his tone flat and final. "You really couldn't. All it would take was one quick step to the left. Then the guy would be shooting through the side window glass again, or trying to angle around the car's thick pillars, his shoulder jammed against the seat back with no room to maneuver. Not to mention, the cops would show up with all their lights and sirens and inconvenient questions. The man was trapped, an amateur playing out of his depth. It was almost encouraging. "Put the gun away," Reacher repeated. "How do I know you'll get in then?" "I'm perfectly happy to have a chat with Mr. Scorpio. He has some information I need. I was going to drop by later, but since you're offering a ride, now works just fine." "How did you know I work for Scorpio?" "Magic," Reacher said. The driver hesitated a beat, then stowed the revolver back in his coat pocket. Reacher pulled open the passenger door. The car was an ancient Lincoln Town car, the old boxy models so cheap they were always getting wrecked on TV shows. The interior was upholstered in a crushed, slightly greasy red velvet that wasn't much better than the restaurant lobby's walls. Reacher folded himself into the seat, resting his elbow on the armrest. His left hand hung relaxed, large as a dinner plate, its thick fingers marked with old white scars, the knuckles like walnuts. The driver stared at it for a long second, then quickly looked away. The dynamic had shifted. He was no longer the one in control. This was uncharted territory for a man whose job usually involved just leaning on walls and looking intimidating. "Drive," Reacher said. "I don't have all day." They wound through the downtown blocks, eventually returning to the shabbier part of town and parking outside a laundromat. The driver took his gun out again, a feeble attempt to save face before his boss. Reacher let him have the gesture. It cost him nothing. He waited for the man to come around and open his door, then got out. With a nod toward the entrance, Reacher went in first. The air smelled of damp concrete and cheap detergent. The sentry from the back door was slouched against a washing machine, and Arthur Scorpio himself was perched on a plastic lawn chair, staring blankly at the tumbling clothes as if mesmerized. Up close, his face had a chemically treated, unnaturally white pallor, the pitted skin making his eyes seem dark and sunken. He was all angles and bone, awkward as a folded ladder, maybe 6'2", but weighing no more than 160 soaking wet. The sentry pushed off the machine and stepped closer. The driver came up from behind. Scorpio looked up and said, "What do you want? You fenced a ring to Jimmy Rat," Reacher stated. "I want to know who you sold it to." "You've got the wrong guy. I own a laundromat. I don't know anyone named Jimmy Rat." "How's business?" "I get by. Be honest, you're doing better than just getting by. You're moving so much cash you needed to hire 2 guys to guard it. I just don't see how. You don't have any customers? You making an accusation?" Outside the window, a light blue sedan pulled to a stop across the street. An American car, a Chevy maybe, nothing special. A basic model. Inside was a petite Asian woman, dark hair, dark eyes, a stern look on her face. Nakamura. She just sat there, engine off, head turned, watching. A steady stare right over the hood of Scorpio's parked Lincoln. Her gaze was fixed on Reacher's through 2 panes of glass and 30 feet of open air. Reacher turned back to Scorpio and said, "Jimmy Rat left you a message." That's why you hired these two. He told you I was coming, and now I'm here. How long I stick around is your call. Scorpio said, First, I have no idea what you're talking about. Second, do you know who that is in the blue car over there? She's a cop, Detective Nakamura, who bothers me constantly, as you can see, over things she completely makes up. But maybe this time she can actually be useful for a change you're trespassing, and she can come haul you out herself. My tax dollars finally doing something. You paid taxes? You accusing me of something? I'm not trespassing. You invited me here? Pretty much insisted. My point is you can take your little threats and shove them. My call, how long you stay, what exactly are you going to do with a cop sitting right there? I know her name because we spoke. She told me you're not exactly popular over at the precinct. The feeling is mutual. It's a code. In plain English, it means I could tear your arm off and beat you to death with it, and they wouldn't lift a finger to stop me. They'd probably sell tickets. What code? Are you a cop, too, from out of town? Are you expecting one? Not me. I'm just a guy with a question. Give me the answer, and I'm out of here. Scorpio said. You never asked how I found you, Reacher said. Didn't have to. I already worked it out. From where your guy showed up, restaurant staff, you slip them a few dollars, they all talk, they all have phones, they text a nice little network. Underpaid and overlooked. You put the word out based on Jimmy Rat's message. Watch for Bigfoot coming out of the woods. That's what Jimmy said, right? I don't know any Jimmy, which is my whole point. I'm going to sit right here and deny everything all day long. There's nothing you can do about it with a cop watching. Maybe she'll leave. She won't. She sits there for hours. We'll be gone before she is. Then what are you going to do? Run after us? That's my other point. Good luck with your night in town. You won't get a meal anywhere. You won't get a drink. You won't get a room. I've got more than one network working for me. I'm sure you're the next John Dillinger, Reacher said. Except you drive the worst piece of junk car I've ever seen. Get lost. You're wasting everyone's time. There's nothing you can do. Not with a cop watching, code or no code. Which is all nonsense anyway. This is America. We could run a test, Reacher said. I could punch you in the teeth, and we could see how long it takes her to get in here. The two guards shifted closer. No guns, no physical contact. They couldn't. Nakamura was watching. They positioned themselves, one on each side of Scorpio's lawn chair, a step in front of it, partly shielding him, closing him off. Reacher was facing them, not more than an arm's length away, in a tight little triangle. He said, Is she still watching? Scorpio said, Harder than ever. Are you going to answer my question? You've got the wrong guy. All right, Reacher said. I get the picture. He made a calming gesture with his hands, as if conceding, as if asking for a pause or a do-over or whatever might help him start fresh. He said, What if, in a thoughtful tone, but he didn't finish the sentence. He brought a hand to his forehead, massaging it slowly, as if trying to dispel a dull ache or summon a forgotten phrase. Then his other hand rose, fingers combing through his hair in quick, agitated strokes, a mental reset. His palms drifted downward, pressing flat over his mouth, fingers almost steepled against his lips in a pose of deep concentration. He rubbed his eyes, then dug his fingertips hard into his temples. The picture of a man on the very brink of an answer. Every motion kept his hands in plain sight, drawing no suspicion. Then his right hand shot out in a flicker, swift as a serpent's strike, curling into a fist as it connected with the face of the man on his right. It wasn't meant to do serious damage, maybe break a nose just to stun him for a heartbeat. That was enough. As the same hand recoiled, Reacher pivoted at the waist, shoulders twisting violently, and drove a full right hook into the throat of the left-hand sentry. Far better than the jaw, no bone to worry about. The man dropped instantly like a door slammed shut. Without pause, Reacher reversed the momentum into a fierce left hook that caught the other sentry squarely in the throat as well. Beautifully symmetrical. Under 3 seconds start to finish with style points for efficiency. The second man crumpled slowly, collapsing like a lamppost sheared off in a crash. Reacher heard the slap of their bodies hitting the linoleum, the dull thud of bone. He stood calmly as if nothing had occurred. Just you and me now, he said. Scorpio stayed silent. Reacher asked, Is the cop getting out of her car? No reply. Reacher bent, first left, then right, and retrieved pistols from the fallen men's pockets. Both were Smith & Wesson Chief Specials, each looking older than he was. He tucked them away. "Is she out yet?" "No," Scorpio muttered. "On the phone?" "No." "Police radio?" "No." "Then what's she doing just watching? Remember what I said about running a test?" Scorpio didn't answer. From her patrol car, Nakamura watched the two sentries tighten their formation in front of Scorpio, who reclined in his lawn chair like some self-appointed king holding court. Reacher stood barely an arm's length from the trio. There was a short exchange, terse questions, clipped answers. Then Reacher scratched his head. Suddenly his body seemed to convulse in a burst of controlled violence, and for no clear reason the two guards were on the floor. He'd struck them. Her hand flew to the door release, then stopped. "Don't intervene," she reminded herself. She drew a slow breath and kept watching. Reacher settled into the empty lawn chair beside Scorpio's, stretching out as if settling in for a ball game. They could have passed for two old-timers killing time. On the floor, the sentries breathed raggedly. Reacher pulled the West Point ring from his pocket, balancing it on his palm. "I need to know who gave this to you. Never seen it before," Scorpio said. "I run a laundromat." "What's in your pockets?" "Why?" "You're going into a tumble dryer. Keys or coins could damage the drum." Scorpio's eyes flicked involuntarily toward a dryer. "I wouldn't fit." "You'll fit," Reacher said. "I never saw that ring." "You sold it to Jimmy Rat?" "Don't know him." Reacher's tone shifted, edged with dark amusement. "Where I set the temperature is up to you. We'll start on delicates, then we crank it up. I hear it goes hot enough to kill bedbugs. Imagine that." Scorpio said nothing. "I get it," Reacher went on, his voice turning almost conversational. "You're Mr. Rapid City, the man with all the networks. That's your real problem. Maybe they're all tied together. One thread pulls, the whole thing unravels. You can't let that happen. So you play the stone wall. Makes perfect sense." He paused, letting the silence stretch. "But here's the thing about walls, they can still crack, except you need to keep two things in mind. First, I don't care, I'm not a cop, and I don't have any more questions. Second, I'll put you in that dryer, so you're stuck. You have to get creative. Ever read a book? Sure. What kind? About the moon landings. That's nonfiction. There's another kind, called fiction. You make things up, sometimes to point toward a bigger truth in your situation. Maybe you could tell me a story about a poor homeless guy, maybe from out of state, who came in to wash his clothes but had no money at all. Nothing except a ring. You reluctantly traded it for a couple of hot wash cycles and a couple of dryer loads, with enough left over for a decent meal and a cheap motel room for the night. All out of the goodness of your generous heart. Detective Nakamura couldn't argue with that. It would be a fine story. I'd have to admit I sold the ring to Jimmy Rat, which was perfectly legal. You run a laundromat. You take quarters to the bank. You didn't know what to do with a ring, luckily. Some guy on a motorcycle passing by offered to buy it. Not your fault, he turned out to be a bad guy. You're not responsible for everyone else. You think that story is good enough? I think it's a fine story, Reacher said again, just as long as you happen to remember the out-of-towner's name. Out-of-state Scorpio said that's exactly what happened, more or less. Some broke guy came in from Wyoming. I helped him out when, about 6 weeks ago, maybe? From where in Wyoming? I think it was a little place called Mule Crossing. What was his name? I believe it was Seymour Porterfield. I believe he told me people call him Cy, Chapter 11. Across the street, Nakamura was still watching. Reacher stood and stepped over the guy on the floor by the left wall. He glanced at a commercial tumble dryer, big enough for a sleeping bag. He figured he could have gotten Scorpio in there. "You want me to leave through the back?" he asked. Scorpio shook his head. "No," he said. "Go out the front." So Reacher stepped over the other guy on the floor and pushed out to the sidewalk. The air was warm and smelled clean. He turned right and started walking. He heard Nakamura's car start up, the soft groan of its power steering and the crunch of its tires on the grit. It pulled alongside him and stopped. A sedan similar to Scorpio's, but a darker blue and sitting lower, the window rolled down. Black hair, dark eyes, a stern look. She said, "Get in the car. You mad at me now? I told you not to commit a crime in my town. We were in a laundromat. Does that even count as a crime scene?" "That's not fair. We're doing our best." Reacher opened the passenger door and slid in. He shoved the seat all the way back for legroom. "I apologize," he said. "I know you're trying. Scorpio is a tough nut. What did he tell you?" "The ring came from a guy in Wyoming named Cy Porterfield. About 6 weeks back, Scorpio as good as admitted he passed it along to Jimmy Rat in Wisconsin. So he's a link in a chain, moving west to east along the I-90 corridor. Can't prove it. Also, he pays off diner staff for information, which he says is just one of many little operations he's got running. Maybe he's the local bookie, maybe he loans money. Can't prove any of that either, but I'm not sure how successful he really is. His own car is a junker worth maybe $100, and his muscle-head revolver's older than you are. Did the car run? I guess. Would the guns have worked? Probably. Revolvers are usually reliable. This is South Dakota. People are practical. I think Arthur Scorpio is doing just fine. Okay, where are the guns now?" Reacher pulled them from his pockets and dropped them on her back seat. She said, "Thank you," he said. "Also, there's something off about his back room. It would have made more sense to talk in there. And it definitely would have made more sense for me to leave that way. He must have figured you'd intercept me and start asking questions. I could have slipped out the back alley and you'd never have spotted me, but he wouldn't allow it. You ought to look into that place yourself. We'd require a warrant for that."
"You're already monitoring his phone line. He might slip up and say something incriminating."
"I'd bet good money he's on the phone to Porterfield in Wyoming right this minute. Is that where you're headed, once I locate a decent map?" "The place is called Mule Crossing. Never heard of it." Nakamura pulled out her phone, tapped the screen, and after a moment said, "It's a tiny dot on the map south of Laramie, barely a blip." She turned the phone to show him. "That's along the I-80 route, not I-90. He considered this. "Population thins out to almost nothing west of here. A distribution network would have to spread out, like branches on a tree. There could be dozens of Porterfields scattered across Wyoming, Montana, and Idaho, all of them feeding product to Scorpio like tributaries into a river. Do you keep track of who visits him?" "We make attempts now and then. We've noticed vehicles and motorcycles in the alley behind his shop. Some have out-of-state plates. People come and go through his rear entrance. You really need to see what's in that back room of his. I can guarantee it isn't stocked with extra laundry soap. That man doesn't have a single legitimate customer." Nakamura was silent for a moment. Then she said, "I appreciate the information. Anytime need a lift somewhere?" "The bus station, I suppose. I'll catch whatever's heading west on I-90. I'll get off in Buffalo and find a way south to Laramie." "That would be the Seattle-bound bus, right?" Reacher said. "I had a feeling it might be." He stepped out of Nakamura's car at the depot, said his goodbyes, and wished her well, not expecting their paths to cross again. After purchasing a ticket to Buffalo, he found a seat among the 20 or so others waiting. The crowd was the usual blend of travelers. The waiting area had bland, inoffensive walls and fluorescent panels overhead. Beyond the large window, an empty asphalt lot waited for the Seattle bus to arrive from its journey originating in Sioux Falls. Nakamura phoned her tech contact and asked him to check with his connection at the phone company regarding Scorpio's recent calls, paying special attention to any outgoing attempts to Wyoming's 307 area code. No need, the tech informed her. The lieutenant had reinstated full electronic surveillance. Every call from Scorpio's landline and personal cell was being recorded directly to a hard drive she could access from her desk. Only one issue, he added. Scorpio hadn't made a single call through the grimy bus window. Reacher watched the landscape shift from South Dakota into Wyoming. He was settled in his preferred spot on the left side over the rear axle. Most passengers avoided it, fearing a rougher ride, which made it his first choice. He had a fondness for Wyoming, for its dramatic, sprawling geography, its extreme weather, and its vast emptiness. The state was as large as the entire United Kingdom, but housed fewer people than Louisville, Kentucky. The Census Bureau labeled much of it uninhabited. The folks who did live there tended to be direct, decent, and content to leave a man to his own business, Reacher country. The initial stretch was high plains where autumn was already painting the land. He stared out at the immense golden distances toward the ghostly outline of distant mountains. The highway was a dark ribbon, largely deserted. Every so often, trucks would overtake the bus, slowly, sometimes taking a full minute to creep past. Reacher found himself making eye contact with the drivers across their empty cabs. They were all older men. "My wife would say you look like you're carrying a burden." He turned his gaze across the aisle toward the opposite horizon, the endless sky feeling both freeing and strangely heavy with the memory of roads not taken. Nakamura made her way down the corridor to her lieutenant's corner office. He glanced up, eyes sharp and full of restless energy. "Bigfoot is on the move," she said. Scorpio gave him an answer. "His next stop is Wyoming." "What's in Wyoming?" Scorpio received the ring from a man named Porterfield, located in a town called Mule Crossing. The transaction happened roughly 6 weeks ago. How did Bigfoot get Scorpio to confess all that? He knocked out the hired help. Scorpio must have sensed he was next in line. "Did you witness it?" "Not clearly," Nakamura admitted. "It was over in an instant. I couldn't definitively say what occurred, not with the certainty you'd need for a trial." "So we're stuck." The lieutenant sighed. "Actually, we've lost ground. Scorpio's phones are silent now, which tells us he visited a pharmacy for a burner phone and prepaid minutes. From this point forward, we have no clue who he's contacting or from where." The lieutenant fell silent, returning to his emails. Nakamura walked back to her desk, feeling isolated and quiet, over 800 miles to the east, in a lavish Tudor home on Chicago's affluent Gold Coast. A woman named Tiffany Jane Mackenzie tried calling Terry Brammel's cell. It rang repeatedly before switching to voicemail. She left a message, her voice tinged with polite anxiety. "Mr. Brammel, this is Mrs. Mackenzie. I was hoping for an update on your progress, or even just to hear that there hasn't been any. Please return my call at your earliest convenience, thank you." After hanging up, Mrs. Mackenzie distractedly scrolled through her email, her usual websites, and several online forums, finding nothing new or helpful. Meanwhile, Reacher stepped off the bus in Buffalo. His travel choices were slim, with no direct route to Laramie. A bus to Cheyenne was available, but not until the following day. So he started walking toward the southbound highway, thumb out, betting on a ride before reaching the on-ramp. He figured his odds were about even in his favor, was a generally friendly local population not prone to paranoia. Working against him was the sheer lack of traffic in sparsely populated Wyoming. Luck was on his side, however. Within half a mile, a dusty pickup pulled over. The driver, a lanky man in work boots and generic jeans, said he was headed to Casper, roughly halfway to both Cheyenne and Laramie via Interstate 25. Reacher settled into the passenger seat. The Toyota was heavily modified, jacked up on its suspension and outfitted with rugged parts, looking like it could handle the surface of the moon. It cruised smoothly and swiftly down the highway. The driver mentioned he was a carpenter, rushing to repair roof beams before winter. On weekends, he added, he was a rock crawler. At Reacher's puzzled look, he explained it meant driving specialized off-road vehicles over treacherous, boulder-filled terrain or up rocky, dry creek beds. As someone who viewed driving as a necessary chore at best, Reacher's appreciation was purely academic, but he privately conceded it sounded like amusing, if utterly pointless, fun driven by a hunch. Nakamura steered her Chevy back toward Scorpio's neighborhood, but parked outside a convenience store instead of the laundromat. Inside, she conducted a quick visual inventory: shelves of canned goods, coolers of drinks, snacks, a deli counter, and behind the register, a wall of smaller items like medicines, batteries, and chargers. And phones. She spotted the no-contract cell phones in their plastic blister packs, hanging on 2 pegs beside a faded warning about alcohol and pregnancy. She pointed and asked, did Arthur Scorpio buy one of these recently? The clerk behind the counter looked nervous. "Oh, man, it's not a problem for you," Nakamura reassured him. "I just need the information." "Yeah, he bought one," the clerk confirmed, "and some pain relievers. Which specific phone, from the left peg or the right one?" The clerk thought for a moment, then pointed. "The right peg? It's easier for me to reach from here." "Give me the next two phones from that same peg," Nakamura said, pulling out her credit card. Back in her car, she dialed her contact in the computer crimes unit. "Scorpio purchased a prepaid phone at the convenience store," she explained. "I grabbed the next two from the same display. I'm bringing them to you. I need you to analyze whether the serial numbers follow a predictable pattern. If they do, we might be able to trace Scorpio's future purchases and get him back on our grid." Her friend promised to do everything possible. Terry Bramall unlocked his motel room door and placed his suit jacket in the closet. Retrieving his phone from his briefcase, he began sorting through his messages. The first was from a complete stranger named Reacher, referencing a shared wait for sandwiches and a morning cafe encounter, followed by vague mentions of Arthur Scorpio and stolen goods. Bramall deleted it immediately. Scorpio was a closed chapter. The next message was from his client, Mrs. Mackenzie, expressing understandable anxiety and requesting an update. Bramall disliked phone conversations, especially with nervous clients, so he opted for a text. Typing deliberately with one finger, he composed, "Dear Mrs. Mackenzie, progress continues to be very positive, and I anticipate having concrete results shortly. Best regards, T. Bramall." He sent it and set the phone aside. Standing on the outskirts of Casper, Reacher considered his route. He could take the interstate south and east to Cheyenne, then cut west on I-80 to Laramie, the two faster legs of a triangle, or he could take the single, slower state road directly, the classic hitchhiker's calculation. He chose the state road. He was tired of the impersonal highway, and time wasn't pressing. The trail for the ring had been cold for over a month. There was no urgency. He walked west for more than a mile, past the last gas stations and auto shops into the open scrubland. Soon he found a tall road sign announcing Laramie was 152 miles ahead. He positioned himself nearby, figuring the sign stated his destination plainly. He scanned the empty horizon for approaching vehicles, which were few and far between. After paying off his lookouts with cash and pain relievers, Arthur Scorpio sent them out the front and retreated to his back room. He settled at a long counter, buzzing with electronic gear, ripped open the plastic packaging of his new burner phone, and activated it. He dialed a 307 area code number in Wyoming. It rang and went to voicemail. "Billy, it's Arthur," he said. "We've hit a patch of bizarre luck. Nothing catastrophic, just a random nuisance. Some guy wandered in asking about a ring. Total civilian, knew absolutely nothing, just a passerby with unfortunate timing. He proved surprisingly persistent to discourage, so I finally gave him Cy Porterfield's name. That means he'll probably wind up in your territory. Don't engage him directly. I'm serious. Use a hunting rifle from a concealed position. The guy is built like a tank. Don't let him get a look at you, but handle it, all right? He's a loose thread that needs snipping. It's simpler for you to manage out there than for me here, so make it happen." He added a cold postscript. "Consider your usual benefits on hold until I get confirmation from you," then ended the call and tossed the phone into the trash. Reacher reached the center of Laramie by 6 that evening, having covered the 152 miles in the passenger seat of a battered Ford Bronco driven by a chainsaw artist who carved logs for a living. The driver dropped him at the intersection of 3rd Street and Grand Avenue, which he treated as the town's precise heart. It might have been, but it was quiet. The businesses had closed at 5, and it was still too early for the evening crowd at the bars and eateries. Reacher turned a slow circle, orienting himself. The railway lines lay to the west, and the university campus stretched to the east. The quiet streets felt like a held breath, a stark contrast to the dusty open road he had just left. Reacher pointed his boots west, aiming for the railroad tracks. He ducked into the first bar that seemed to have some character. A dusty mirror behind the counter sported a single bullet hole, a silent story of some past anger, genuine or staged. The place was quiet, with just a handful of patrons, and the bartender looked like he had all the time in the world. Reacher asked him for directions to Mule Crossing. The bartender just shook his head, unfamiliar with the name. From down the bar, another man spoke up, foam clinging to his lip from a deep drink of his beer. He could have been a helpful local, a nosy gossip, or a guy just itching to prove he knew the area best. Probably a bit of all three. Mule Crossing, Reacher repeated. Nothing out there, the man said. Just a place that sells fireworks. I was told it was a town. This here is a town. Mule Crossing is barely a pause on the highway. They had a post office once, but it shut down decades back. I think there's a flea market operating out of the old building now. You might find a soda and some chips. Definitely no gas station. How many residents? The man took another long swallow. Maybe 5 or 6 total. That's it? The flea market operator for sure. Probably not the fireworks guy who'd want to live right over a store full of explosives he likely commutes in. There's a dirt road leading up into the hills where a few folks have cabins. Maybe 4 or 5 of them. The post office used to serve all that area, which is why the whole zip code is about as big as Chicago, but with a population you could count on one hand. Welcome to Wyoming. Where exactly is it? Drive south for about 40 minutes on the state road toward Colorado. Keep an eye out for a billboard advertising bottle rockets. Feeling a flicker of optimism about catching a ride, Reacher walked back to the intersection of 3rd and Grand. To his left was a university campus, and straight ahead, an hour's drive away, was a state where recreational cannabis was legal. But dusk was settling in, and the scenery would soon be lost to darkness. Mule Crossing was obviously no thriving hub. On the bright side, the flea market guy presumably lived on site and probably had a doorbell. No sense in waiting. Reacher started walking south along 3rd Street, keeping to the gutter with his thumb out, the evening air growing cool around him. Meanwhile, Gloria Nakamura took the elevator down 2 floors to the computer crimes unit. She found her colleague in his cubicle, her 2 new phones already freed from their packaging and sitting side by side on his desk, their screens dark. "They're just asleep," he said. "Everything's working. Did you get the number?" You have to picture the process. Pretend you're not even a worker on the assembly line. That job's been automated. Pretend you're the machine itself. The phone numbers are on the SIM cards, bought in bulk from the carriers and installed pretty late in the process. Then the whole thing gets sealed in that plastic clamshell with the cardboard backing, and the packages slide down the line into shipping boxes, which get carried off by another conveyor. How many phones do you think are in a box for a small store? Nakamura considered it. Probably 10. A convenience store or a small pharmacy wouldn't stock more than that at once. The manufacturers would pack accordingly. So it's a modest box, maybe a little bigger than a shoebox. And would the phone numbers be in sequence? It would make our lives easier. Let's assume they are. There are plenty of numbers, so why not? They come off the line and go into the box in order 1 through 10, so far so logical. But we don't know what happens when the store clerk unpacks them. This is where you need to mime it for me. You slice the tape open, you set the box on the counter, and then you hang the phones on 2 pegs on a board behind the register. Walk me through the steps. Nakamura looked down at an imaginary counter, then turned her gaze over her shoulder toward a pair of imaginary pegs on the wall. She rotated the box so the plastic blisters faced her, allowing her to lift each one, turn it around, and hang it face out on the pegs. Any other method would have been awkward, the tech agreed, noting the blisters likely rode the conveyor belt facing up for stability. If the blisters are toward you, he said, then number 1 is closest and number 10 is farthest. How many would you handle at once? Just 1 at a time, she replied. Those pegs are tricky. He asked where she would start, and she chose the front of the box. Which peg first? The farther one, she said. It's more satisfying to fill that one initially. The closer peg feels like a reward afterward. The tech then inquired about the right-hand peg sequence, numbers 6 through 10 in reverse order, she explained. Number 10 would sell first, then 9, and so on. What were my numbers again? They weren't in order, the tech reminded her. There was a 2-digit gap, essentially a 7 and a 4. I can't tell which came off the peg first. Nakamura apologized for not marking the order, but he waved it off. Let's assume the convenience store clerk finds his satisfaction differently, he suggested. Maybe he fills the pegs left, right because he prefers that rhythm. In that case, numbers 4 and 7 couldn't share the same peg. They considered another possibility, given her small hands and the clerk's likely dexterity from handling knives and such. He might hang them 2 at a time. Yes, she said, thinking it through, that would place 3 and 4 on the right behind 7 and 8. If I bought 7 and 4, then Scorpio took 8. His phone number is just 1 digit higher than mine. Her friend then shared what his contact at the phone company had uncovered. He clicked open an email and played an audio file. Jagged green lines spiked across the screen as Scorpio's voice came through. Billy, this is Arthur. We got some weird shit going on. Meanwhile, Reacher caught a ride with 2 college kids leaving a gas station on the town's southern edge. They were headed to Fort Collins just across the state line for some unspecified shopping. Their neat little sedan seemed unlikely to draw a trooper's eye, making it a safe choice for the trip back. They knew the Bottle Rocket billboard, and after a 40-minute drive on a quiet 2-lane road, there it was on the right shoulder, glowing yellow in the headlights, a mix of urgency and old-fashioned charm. The students pulled over, let Reacher out, and drove away, leaving him in the deep silence. The fireworks store was dark and locked up tight. About 50 yards south stood a ramshackle building with a single light and a small upstairs window, the flea market, once the local post office. Reacher started walking toward it, back at the precinct. Nakamura carried her laptop to her lieutenant's office and played the voicemail for him. Use a deer rifle from behind a tree. Your privileges are suspended till I hear back from you. He's ordering a homicide, she stated. Her lieutenant countered, his lawyer will argue talk is cheap, and he'll point out we don't have a warrant for the new number. Nakamura stayed quiet. Anything else? Her lieutenant asked. Scorpio mentioned privileges, she said. I don't know what that means. Probably some business arrangement, a discount, priority access, something like that, he speculated. Access to what soap powder, she wondered aloud. Surveillance should tell us, he replied. But we've never seen anything resembling privileged access. Nothing unusual goes in or out. Billy might disagree, she noted. Whoever Billy is, she grew uneasy, adding, Bigfoot is walking right into trouble. We should call someone. Her lieutenant asked her to play the voicemail again. She did, and Scorpio's words echoed once more. He's got to go, because he's a random loose end. It would be easier for you to handle this out there than for me to manage it from here, make it happen. He's instructing someone to commit murder, she repeated, her voice low. Her lieutenant asked, Can we identify Billy from that phone number? Nakamura gave a slow shake of her head. It's another prepaid phone from a pharmacy, untraceable. And where exactly is Mule Crossing? It's in a county that spans about 7,000 square miles, she replied. Probably patrolled by a sheriff's department no larger than 2 deputies and their dog. You believe we should step in as the Good Samaritans here? I believe we have a responsibility to act. All right, call them first thing in the morning. Let's hope the deputies answer, not the canine. Explain the situation. Ask if they're familiar with a man named Billy who owns a deer rifle and has a particular tree. The dilapidated structure had the unmistakable silhouette of a former post office. It was that specific utilitarian shape, plain yet somehow dignified, as if it once proudly declared that the mail would reach every corner, no matter how remote or unforgiving. Neither snow nor rain nor heat nor gloom of night could keep those carriers from their rounds. All that noble sentiment, but those days were clearly over. A vehicle sped past on the road, and in the brief sweep of its headlights, Reacher spotted patches of less weathered wood on the siding where 2 decades prior, official metal letters had been removed. United States Post Office, Mule Crossing, Wyoming. Painted below in garish, multicolored letters, a foot high was a new announcement, Flea Market. The market itself was dark, a closed sign hanging in the window, the door securely locked. No bell, no knocker. Reacher stepped back to view the single illuminated window on the second floor. At the building's side was a separate door with a small stoop, flanked by a boot scraper and a trash can, a distinctly domestic setup. This was clearly the private entrance, leading straight upstairs to where the light was on, living above the shop in the most literal sense. Finding no doorbell, Reacher knocked firm and loud. He waited. No answer came. He knocked again, even harder. A voice finally bellowed from above. "What?" It was a man older and clearly not pleased by the interruption. "I need to speak with you," Reacher called back. "What?" "I have a question for you." "What?" Reacher stayed silent, just waiting. 13 years as a military police officer had taught him that the person always comes down eventually, and down he came. The door swung open to reveal a white man around 70, tall but slightly stooped, lean on a solid build. He demanded again. "What?" Reacher said. "I heard only 5 or 6 people live in this town. I'm searching for one of them. Statistically, that gives you about an 18% chance of being my guy. Who are you looking for? Tell me your name first." "Why should I?" "Because if you're the man I want, you'll lie. You'll give me a fake name and send me off chasing nothing." "You think I'd do that?" "If you're the guy," Reacher repeated evenly, "it's been known to happen." "Are you a cop?" "Once upon a time in the Army." The old man fell quiet for a moment. "My boy was in the Army," he said, his tone shifting. "What unit?" "Army Rangers." "He was killed in Afghanistan." "I'm sorry for your loss." "Not as sorry as I am. So, remind me, how can I assist the Army tonight?" "I'm not here for the Army," Reacher said. "I've been out for years. This is personal. I'm looking for a man who is supposedly from Mule Crossing. But you won't give me his name until I give you mine, because if I'm him, I'll lie. Do I have that right? Hope for the best, plan for the worst. If I were the kind of man other men came looking for, wouldn't I lie to you regardless?" Reacher gave a slow nod. "This entire conversation would progress more smoothly if I could see some identification. You've got some nerve, you know that?" Nothing ventured, nothing gained. The man stood perfectly still for a long second, weighing his options. Then, almost unexpectedly, he shook his head and allowed a faint wry smile. He pulled a worn wallet from his back pants pocket, flipped it open, and held it out. Behind a scratched plastic window was a Wyoming driver's license. The photo matched. The address was correct. The name read John Ryan Headley. Reacher said, "Thanks, Mr. Headley. I'm Reacher. Good to meet you." The man snapped his wallet closed and slipped it away. "Am I the person you're after, Mr. Reacher?" "You're not," Reacher said. "Didn't think so." "Why would anyone be looking for me?" "I'm trying to find a man named Seymour Porterfield. I hear most folks call him Cy. I'm afraid you've missed Cy by quite a while." "How so? He's dead." "Since when?" "Best guess is about a year and a half back, early spring of last year. Someone told me he was spotted in South Dakota just 6 weeks ago." "Then someone fed you a line, no question about it. It was the talk of the area. They found him up in the hills, mostly consumed. The thinking was a bear got him, maybe just out of hibernation and starving. Others said a mountain lion. They go for the guts, and his were torn out after that. The scavengers came through. Ravens, crows, raccoons. They scattered pieces of him all over. They identified him by his dental work and the keys in his pocket. April, I believe, April of last year. How old was he? Could have been around 40. What was his line of work?" "Come on inside," Headley said. "I've got coffee going." Reacher followed him up a tight staircase to a long pine-paneled attic, shaped like an A divided into small rooms. An aluminum percolator bubbled on the stove. All the furniture was modest in size. No sofas, as the narrow, twisting stairs couldn't accommodate them. Headley poured 2 mugs and passed one over. The coffee was dense, dark, and carried a faint burnt scent. "What did Porterfield do for a living?" Reacher asked again. "No one knew for certain," Headley said. "But he always had cash on him, not a fortune, but a bit more than you'd expect." "Where'd he live?" "He had a log cabin way up in the hills," Headley said. "About 20 miles out on one of the old ranch properties, all alone. He was a real solitary type." "West of here?" Headley gave a nod. Just follow the dirt track. I suppose his place is sitting empty now. Who else lives out that way? Hard to say. I see vehicles pass by. Doesn't mean I know who's in them. This isn't the community post office anymore. Were you here when it was? Man and boy all my life. About how many vehicles do you see? Could be 10 or 20 altogether. I heard 4 or 5. That's the ones who pay taxes and put their names on things. But there are plenty of abandoned properties. Plenty of unofficial folks living off the grid, Reacher said. Do you know a woman also ex-Army, very petite, named Serena Sanderson? Headley said no. Certain? Pretty much. Maybe she married? You know, anyone at all named Serena? No? What about Rose? Could be using her middle name? No. All right, Reacher said. What's this really about? Reacher took the ring from his pocket, the delicate gold filigree, the black stone in its small size. West Point 2005, he said. This belongs to her. I aim to give it back. I was told Cy Porterfield sold it in Rapid City 6 weeks ago. He didn't. Clearly, what's the significance? Would your son have given up his Ranger tab? Not after what he endured to earn it. Exactly. I can't help you, Headley said, except to assure you Cy Porterfield didn't sell that ring in Rapid City 6 weeks ago, seeing as he was chewed up by a bear or a mountain lion well over a year ago in a completely different state. So someone else sold it from around here? Possibly. Maybe 50-50 odds. The name Mule Crossing came up. Could be true, could be false. I see folks drive by. I don't know who they are.
Who would know?
Headley shifted in his chair as if staring west through the wall, imagining the dirt road unraveling into the darkness. He turned back and said the fella who runs the snowplow in winter lives in the first place on the left. About 2 miles in, a sudden dry chuckle escaped him. Of course, he's also the one who found what was left of Cy Porterfield. Said the scene was so grim it put him off his breakfast for a week. He probably recognized who lived where by their tire tracks, maybe from pulling them out of ditches now and then. Is it 2 actual miles or 2 of those Wyoming miles? About a 5-minute drive, even on a dirt road. That could easily be more than 2 miles. At 30 miles an hour, it's 2.5. Push it to 40 and you're looking at over 3, then you'd have to turn around and come all the way back. Do you have a car? Reacher asked. I've got a truck. Mind if I borrow it? Yes, I mind. All right, Reacher said. What's the snowplow driver's name? Not sure about his last name, don't think I ever caught it, but his first name is Billy. Chapter 13. Reacher stepped outside and made his way to where the dirt road met the 2-lane highway. In the utter darkness, there was nothing to see, no distant lights. Under his feet, the ground felt like loose sand and small gravel, not difficult to walk on except for the complete lack of light. He had no sense of direction, no hint of curves or turns, no feel for the slope or the lay of the land. He'd be stumbling like a blind man, tripping over fences, tumbling into ditches. 2 miles was too far in the deep black of night. He would have made a terrible mail carrier. He turned back, crossed the highway, and waited on the northbound shoulder, heading back toward Laramie. Too early to catch the same students returning, but there would be others early birds, or regular folks coming home from dinner or errands. He waited. The first 2 cars blew past without slowing, 5 minutes apart. The third one stopped. It was a beat-up sedan missing its hubcaps. The driver, a man around 40 in a denim jacket, said he was going to Laramie. Reacher asked what he knew about motels in town. The guy said there were 3 kinds, chain hotels south of the highway, similar places near the university where people stayed for football games, and run-down mom-and-pop spots on the main drag north of downtown. All Reacher needed was a bed and a payphone, so he told the driver to drop him wherever was easiest. That turned out to be the chain south of the highway, right along a service road parallel to the 2-lane, just across a strip of grass. He paid for a room and found a phone in a lobby alcove. He fished in his pocket for Nakamura's business card. Those are my numbers, office and cell. Call me if you need to talk. Scorpio is a dangerous man. He dialed her cell, she answered. He said, It's Reacher. Are you okay? She sounded tense. I'm fine, he said. Why? Where are you? Laramie, Wyoming. Don't go to Mule Crossing. I already did. Scorpio made a call. He set you up. I know he lied about Seymour Porterfield. The guy died a year and a half ago. So I want you to give Scorpio a message if you get the chance. Tell him one day I'll come back to Rapid City and pay him a visit. I'm serious, Reacher. So am I. He told a man named Billy to shoot you on sight from behind a tree with a deer rifle. A man named what, Billy? Reacher said. I just heard that name. Don't go to Mule Crossing, Nakamura repeated. There's no point going there anyway. If he lied about it. He lied about Porterfield. I don't know if he lied about Mule Crossing, too. Depends how quick he was thinking. He was under pressure at the time. I was about to put him in a tumble dryer. How would he even know the name Mule Crossing? It's not famous, it's just a flea market and a fireworks store on a 2-lane road in the middle of nowhere. Maybe Scorpio gave me the wrong person, but the right place. Maybe Porterfield used to be in business with him. Maybe this Billy took over. Scorpio's call made it sound like Billy gets certain privileges. They might be partners. What kind of business, I don't know, but the threat to you was crystal clear, in my opinion. He was ordering a murder. I'm calling the local sheriff in the morning. Don't, Reacher said. That would just make everything messier. I'm a cop. It's my job. What did Scorpio actually say on the phone? It was another voicemail. He called it bizarre stuff happening. He said you were a walking stroke of bad luck. The gist was something was going down regularly, but you were clueless, just some random guy in the wrong place. He said he tossed you Porterfield's name to shake you off. Then he told Billy to take you out, said not to tangle with you directly because you're like the Incredible Hulk, told him to use a deer rifle from cover. He was ordering a hit, Reacher, plain as day. I have to file a report. The Incredible Hulk, I thought I was Bigfoot? These guys should pick a monster and stick with it. This isn't a joke. Did he say anything about Mule Crossing? Not in the voicemail. Not by name. Was it a Mule Crossing number he called from? No, another disposable phone from a drugstore, dead end. Then give it a day, all right. Without a specific location, it wouldn't mean much to a sheriff. Wyoming's a big place. I don't want to send anyone on a wild goose chase. What are you planning to do? Nothing, Reacher said. I just want to find out about the ring. That's it. Nakamura had no response to that, and the call ended. The hotel's room service menu was just a photocopied sheet with a pizza delivery number, so Reacher called and ordered a large with extra pepperoni and anchovies. He waited in the lobby, an old habit. He never liked people knowing which room was his. He was up with the sun the next morning, heading out to find coffee, which meant crossing the hotel parking lot to reach the main road. Parked near the entrance was a black SUV, a Toyota Land Cruiser, a capable vehicle. He'd seen them in tough, dusty places all over the world. Even the United Nations used them. This one was relatively new, mostly clean, but with a faint layer of road grime. It had Illinois plates. He doubled back to the lobby phone and dialed Terry Brammel's cell from memory, the private investigator from Chicago, last seen driving away from Rapid City in a black SUV with Illinois plates. It rang, but no one picked up. A recorded voice asked for a message. He didn't leave one. He just shrugged and resumed his quest for caffeine. He found coffee and breakfast at a diner on 3rd Street. He asked the waitress where the county sheriff's office was. She said right in town, about half a mile away, easy to spot. The sky was clear blue, the sun bright, but the air had a crisp chill. He stopped at a clothing store first. In his experience, stores out west were better for tall men than back east. He found jeans long enough, a flannel shirt, and a light canvas jacket. As usual, he changed in the fitting room and had the clerk toss his old clothes. Then he walked to the location the waitress had described and found the sheriff's office, a single storefront with the lower part of its window painted over. Above that was a thin gold stripe, and above that a gold star about 2 feet tall and wide, with the county name arched over it and sheriff's department arched below. The design reminded him a little of the West Point ring. He went inside. A woman in civilian clothes sat at the reception desk. He asked to see the sheriff, and she asked his business. He said he had a question about an old case. She asked his name, and he gave it. She asked if this was an official visit. If he was in law enforcement, he said not currently, but he'd been a military police officer in the Army for 13 years. She told him to go right on up. The sheriff's office was the last door on the left. No hesitation. In his experience, the West was better for veterans, too. He went upstairs. According to the gold lettering on the last door on the left, the sheriff's name was Connolly. Reacher knocked and walked in. The sheriff's office was a small timber-framed space, its walls and floorboards worn to a deep amber by decades of use. Sheriff Connolly matched the setting. A tough, weathered man in his 50s, dressed in jeans, a tan work shirt, and a well-worn Stetson. The woman at the front desk had evidently given him a heads-up, because he greeted Reacher by name as soon as he stepped in. "What brings you here, Mr. Reacher?" "I came to Wyoming looking for a man named Seymour Porterfield," Reacher replied. "I heard he met a bad end with a bear about 18 months back. Hoped you might fill in some details." "Have a seat," Connolly offered. Gesturing to a wooden chair smoothed to a gloss by countless visitors, Reacher sat. The sheriff studied him with a calm, appraising stare, a mix of natural caution and professional courtesy. "What was your business with Porterfield?" "None directly," Reacher said. "I'm searching for someone else. A contact in South Dakota suggested Porterfield might have known something." "Who's the contact?" "Just a guy in Rapid City. And who are you trying to find?" Reacher pulled the ring from his pocket, trying to return this to its owner. "A woman's ring," Connolly observed. "Serena Rose Sanderson. That name mean anything to you?" "Never met her. But I don't like seeing a West Point-class ring end up in the wrong hands." "You an Academy man, too." "A lifetime ago. I found this ring in a pawn shop up in Wisconsin, traced it to Rapid City, then learned Porterfield had brought it there from Wyoming after he was dead, you mean?" "Exactly. So I'm just following a trail, but I've got to admit getting eaten by a bear sounds like a tall tale." "Could have been a mountain lion," Connolly said with a faint shrug. "How common is that around here?" "Not very. Either scenario would be unusual." The sheriff leaned back, his expression turning dry, almost sardonic. "Look, if you want the practical answer, I'd say the man was probably stabbed or shot in the gut, then dumped in the woods. It was late winter, predators were hungry. By the time we found him, the remains were scattered. Birds, raccoons, you name it. They'd all taken a turn. We confirmed the identity, but there was no bullet, no knife. Marks on the bones were consistent with animal teeth, even had some folks from the university take a look. Came back inconclusive. So we called it an accident. Maybe it was Reacher absorbed that." "What do you know about Porterfield himself?" "Not much. This is Wyoming, people mind their own business. He lived alone, drove a fairly new car with high mileage, so he got around. We found close to $10,000 cash in a shoebox in his closet. Not a bad stash. Sure, I wouldn't mind finding that in my own closet, but it wasn't enough to make a federal case over." Connolly paused, his tone shifting back to neutral. "Still, it does make you wonder if he was the kind of fellow who might wind up on the wrong end of a knife. Any family or friends come asking after he died?" "Not a soul." "All right," Reacher said, standing. "Thanks for your time. Good luck finding your person," Connolly replied. "I intend to." Reacher left the office and walked east for nearly a mile until the campus buildings came into view. He entered what looked like a main administration office and asked for the geography department. The student behind the counter seemed barely awake, but after a moment he blinked and processed the question. "What do you need over there?" "I need to look at a detailed map." "Just use your phone." "I don't have one." "Seriously. And I need to see topography, not just satellite images of trees. Where's the department?" The student pointed vaguely down the road. Reacher thanked him and continued on foot, the wide Wyoming sky stretching overhead. 5 minutes later, he was standing before a different desk, this one manned by a young woman who seemed far more alert than her colleague. Reacher explained his request, and she returned moments later, struggling with a massive hardcover atlas of Wyoming, its weight and dimensions reminiscent of a concrete paving stone. He took it from her and carried it over to a table by the window. Flipping it open, he located the state's southeastern quadrant, pinpointing Laramie, the two-lane highway heading south toward Colorado and the dirt turnoff at Mule Crossing. His West Point training had ingrained map reading as a critical survival skill. Terrain dictated the fate of armies, the line between victory and annihilation. West of the old post office, the map revealed a rough but decently wide road winding with the land's gentle rolls. It cut through open plains that gradually gave way to the faint beginnings of foothills, precursors to the snowy range mountains. Miles beyond, fine lines etched fence boundaries, blue threads marked streams, green patches indicated forests, and orange contour lines traced the rising earth. Scattered along a 20-mile stretch were occasional ranch tracks, each leading to distant structures symbolized by tiny brown squares. The first track to the left sat about 2.5 miles from the post office. It ran south initially through scattered pine woods, then curved west before snaking east and west again, climbing a modest rise onto a knoll nestled within a higher U-shaped ridge to the south. 2 small squares sat on that knoll, likely a house and a barn. Billy's place. The next left turnoff was nearly 3 miles farther west, a similar meandering path through thickening forest and early hills leading to another dwelling. In theory, Reacher could use that second track to approach Billy's place from the blind side through the trees, but to reach it, he'd first have to walk the open road from the post office, visible from Billy's elevated knoll, for a solid 40 minutes. The guy had been warned he might have binoculars or a scoped rifle handy. It was a tactical problem. "You doing all right over there?" the desk clerk called out. "Never better," Reacher replied. He turned the page and his attention snapped to what lay further south. The next right turn off the highway after Mule Crossing appeared 3 miles down, labeled as a Forest Service track, into an area marked Roosevelt National something, the map cut off at the state line. The final word waiting on the first Colorado sheet, Forest probably. Teddy Roosevelt, he figured, not Franklin, the celebrated conservationist who also had a fondness for bagging tigers and elephants. People were full of contradictions. This service track branched into a whole web of smaller trails, one of which looped north and emerged on the back slope of the very U-shaped ridge behind Billy's house. The contour lines showed the ridge stood more than 100 feet above the knoll. From there, a person could get within spitting distance, completely unseen, no matter how many optics the guy had trained on the valley. Map reading. It was still the difference between a clean win and a messy defeat. With a solid thump, he closed the enormous book, a sound like a heavy door shutting. The clerk asked him to just leave it on the table, perhaps feeling she'd done enough weightlifting for one shift. He thanked her and stepped back out onto the sidewalk, turning west toward town. He walked in the gutter on the right side, his left thumb casually extended. He caught a ride almost immediately with a friendly, wild-haired man sporting a thick beard, someone who looked like he might be an eccentric professor. The driver was only going as far as the supermarket, however, so Reacher got out at the corner of 3rd Street and began walking south, retracing the route he'd taken the night before. Before he reached the edge of town, a beat-up old pickup truck pulled over. Reacher climbed in and asked to be dropped off 3 miles south of the Bottle Rocket billboard. The driver gave him a slightly puzzled look, as if wondering what on earth could be out there, but he didn't ask. He just drove. This was Wyoming, after all. People didn't pry into each other's business. As they passed under the highway bridge, Reacher glanced left across the grassy median toward the lot in front of his hotel. The black SUV was gone. 40 minutes later, Reacher stood alone on the shoulder of the 2-lane road, watching the pickup disappear into the distance. The entrance to the forest road was overgrown with sagebrush, and a heavy chain hung low between 2 weathered posts blocking the way. He stepped over it and started hiking. The altitude here was well over 8,000 feet, and the thin air made every step an effort. He was breathing hard, a little lightheaded from the exertion. The forest was mostly fir and pine, dappled with sunlight, with occasional brilliant yellow groves of aspen flashing between the shadows. Normally, he'd look for moss on the north sides of tree trunks to keep his bearings, but the mountain air was bone dry, no moss in sight. Instead, he navigated by the sun. It was mid-morning, so he kept it angled behind his right shoulder, his shadow falling ahead and to his left. He worked his way west where he could, feeling the ground gradually rise beneath his boots. He figured an hour, maybe less, before he reached the back side of that U-shaped ridge. In his mind, he pictured Billy watching the wrong horizon entirely with a dry smile. Reacher trudged onward, his breath coming in steady pants. Nakamura walked down the corridor to her lieutenant's corner office. "Reacher called me last night," she said. Her lieutenant looked up. "Who? Bigfoot? The Incredible Hulk?" And he asked if we could hold off a day before alerting the sheriff in Wyoming. "Why would he do that?" He pointed out, "There's no specific location mentioned in Scorpio's voicemail." He didn't think a vague warning would mean much to law enforcement out there. Didn't want to waste anyone's time. How remarkably considerate of him. I got the feeling he wants freedom to move. Do you think he should have it? That's not really my call, or his for that matter. We work for the people of Rapid City and no one else. Certainly not some vigilante types playing cowboy out west. "Yes, sir. So, on that basis, what helps Rapid City the most?" Nakamura stayed quiet for a moment. "Well, I checked him out," she said. "Made a few calls. He was an elite military policeman, decorated. He's probably better prepared than your average civilian. Can he actually help us with Scorpio? You could put him in a zoo and charge admission." She kept that to herself. "Honestly, I don't see how he could hurt." "All right, then," the lieutenant said. "Wait a day." Then he reconsidered. "No, wait, 2 days." After about 50 minutes of steady hiking, Reacher reached what had to be the lower back slope of the U-shaped ridge. The dirt underfoot was thin and gritty, littered with pine cones, some as big as softballs. He climbed slowly, taking short, choppy steps and digging his toes into the dirt for traction. Nearing the top, he spotted what looked like a narrow animal trail, maybe used by foxes, that led him the rest of the way up to the summit. He dropped to his knees and peered over. He was a couple hundred yards too far east. Easing back onto the trail, he moved west at a careful pace, arms out for balance for about 3 minutes. He looked again. Now Billy's place was directly below him, no more than 50 yards down. It was a dull brown log house with a matching log barn, both surrounded by beaten-down brush and dusty red dirt. A rutted driveway snaked away through the trees, visible here and there in the gaps between the pines. To the right, the terrain dropped off into broad open flats. Far in the distance, the old post office and the fireworks stand were just visible alongside the 2-lane highway. A herd of pronghorn grazed about a mile off. The dirt track cutting through was a bright ochre color, freshly graded and smoothly banked. To the left, the ground lifted into rough, broken ridges, miniature mountain ranges that hinted at the real peaks waiting 100 miles west. The air was perfectly still and unnervingly clear under a deep blue sky, wrapped in total silence. Billy's place had a green metal roof and small dark windows. It wasn't some showy cabin or a weekend retreat, but it wasn't run down either. The yard was clear, no junk, no rusted appliances, no cars on blocks, no chained-up pit bull, just a plain, functional house and no sign of anyone. Reacher descended the near slope slowly, moving from tree to tree. 40 yards out, then 30, a pine cone dislodged ahead of him, bounced off a rock and spun into the air. He froze. No response. He continued, angling sideways for better footing, keeping to the thickest pines. 20 yards, 10 from the tree line, he could see Billy's back door and a worn path leading to a similar door on the barn. He halted 5 yards inside the cover of the trees, all quiet. He waited. Billy probably hadn't taken Scorpio's voicemail word for word. He wouldn't be crouched behind a tree with his rifle ready. More likely, he'd be sitting on his front porch in a chair, the rifle leaning nearby. With a 20-mile view, he'd think he had all the warning he'd ever need. Reacher shifted east through the pines until he was aligned with the back of the barn, his first stop. He took a breath and stepped into the open. No reaction. He crossed the gap at a measured pace, his boots making soft crunches on the gravel. Still nothing. He pressed against the barn's rear wall. There were no windows. The personnel door was 10 feet to his left. He sidestepped over and tried the handle. Locked to shame barns usually held useful things: hammers, hatchets, wrenches, knives. He shuffled back to his starting point and then to the corner. The house stood 20 feet away, silent. The side facing him was built from heavy logs, with 2 small windows on each floor, all shaded by half-drawn sun-bleached curtains. He took another breath and crossed to the house, pressing his back against the logs. The first-floor window sills were level with his shoulder. He edged closer and risked a quick glance inside the first, a powder room, its door shut. He moved to the second window and saw a small alcove at the base of a staircase, opening into the front part of a living room. There were 2 more windows, a front door, a stone fireplace, and worn armchairs against dark-stained log walls. No one was there. The front door would open onto a porch around the next corner. He moved along the wall slowly, stopping a foot short to listen. Nothing but silence, a faint stir of breeze in the trees, and the distant call of a crow. No breathing, no movement, no creak of floorboards. He took another half-step and peered around the corner. A covered porch came into view with a railing, 2 stout wooden chairs, and a swing seat hanging motionless from 4 thick chains. No one was there. No rifle on the planks. No Billy. Reacher sidled to the rear corner of the house, paused, then slid around to the back wall. The first window showed a kitchen, still and empty. Next to it was a solid wooden kitchen door, without glass. He passed it and checked the next window, a small back parlor with a desk and chair, still and empty. Silence. He returned to the kitchen door. Now, logic insisted Billy was upstairs. He'd been warned, after all. Maybe he was up there right now, listening, wondering if the quiet outside was just the wind or something else entirely, from a second-floor window. His line of sight would improve just enough. He'd be able to see a good stretch of the 2-lane highway past the old post office, buying himself maybe 6 or 7 minutes of warning, even if a car was speeding his way. Reacher tested the kitchen door handle. It turned without resistance. He pushed it open slowly. The air inside still and heavy with the scent of yesterday's meal. Dark wooden cabinets lined the walls. A cold stove sat unused, and a few unwashed plates were stacked in the sink. The tile floor was cool underfoot. The interior door to the living room stood ajar, revealing an empty space with last winter's ashes still piled in the fireplace. A set of tools, a poker, a brush, and a long-handled shovel rested together in a stand on the hearthstones. Moving with deliberate care, Reacher slid the iron poker free. It was about a yard long, ending in a sharp, hooked tip that curved out like a hitchhiker's thumb. Better than going in empty-handed. He moved to the base of the staircase and listened intently. The log construction was heavy and solid, muffling any sound. Silence. He began his ascent, acutely aware this was the moment of greatest risk. If Billy appeared in the hallway upstairs with a gun, there'd be little to do except maybe try to swing the poker at the bullet like a batter aiming for a high fastball, a laughable idea. But sometimes you had to roll the dice. The stairs, cut from thick half-logs, didn't so much as whisper under his weight. Holding his breath, he reached the top. Directly ahead was a half-open bathroom door, empty. To his right, another door led to a back bedroom, also vacant. He turned to face the 2 front bedrooms. One door was wide open, the room unoccupied. The other was shut tight. Reacher shifted the poker to a ready position across his body. "This is it, Billy," he thought. The upstairs hallway had a worn rag rug. He stepped onto it and moved forward with silent caution, stopping a few feet short of the closed door. He was a firm believer in the element of surprise, in hitting hard and fast, what sensible people used to call common sense before military strategists gave it a fancy name. Planting his feet, he rocked back and forth like a high jumper gathering momentum, then drove his boot heel into the door, bursting into the room with the poker sweeping a wide arc through the air. The room was empty. No Billy. Just an unmade bed carrying the stale odor of sleep and a 3-pane window offering a clear view to the horizon. Outside, nothing moved except a distant herd of pronghorn, grazing peacefully a mile away as if the world held no danger at all. Reacher had searched plenty of houses in his time. He found the barn keys exactly where he expected, hanging on a nail by the kitchen door. The barn was a single-story space filled with the smells of dust, wood stain, and old motor oil. Scattered across the floor were bald tires, assorted mechanical parts, and a detached snowplow blade. No vehicles, nothing useful. He returned to the house and stepped onto the front porch to scan the landscape again. His eyes traced the route from the driveway out along the dirt road piece by piece, all the way past the shuttered post office and the fireworks store. No movement, no dust rising from the road. He went back inside and began a systematic search, keeping a mental timer and returning to the porch every minute to check the horizon. The kitchen yielded nothing important. The living room was the same. Billy appeared to be a man of orderly but not fanatical habits. The place was tidy and reasonably clean, furnished with items that were neither cheap nor conspicuously expensive. It was clearly a solitary living space. The back parlor served as an office, a desk, a chair, a file cabinet. On the desk sat a cell phone, a simple, somewhat outdated model, but not ancient. It was plugged into a charger, the battery icon showing a full charge. The screen displayed a notification, new message, 60 seconds. Reacher stepped out to the porch once more. The view remained unchanged. Nothing was coming. He returned to the office. While he'd never personally owned a cell phone, he was familiar enough with how they operated. On the screen, he saw the options for menu and play, with two slender bar-shaped buttons beneath them. He pressed the bar below play. There was a tense, audible breath, the sound of someone clearing their throat, and then Arthur Scorpio's voice came through. "Billy, it's Arthur. We've got a strange situation here." Nothing too alarming, just a weird stroke of bad luck. Some guy showed up looking for a ring. 60 seconds. Reacher moved back out to the front porch and scanned the horizon. The road was still empty. He went inside and climbed the stairs to the bedroom that showed signs of use. Almost on a whim, he checked the closet first, pushed aside a row of hanging pants, and found 4 shoe boxes stacked neatly in pairs against the back wall. The top 2 contained shoes, white athletic sneakers on the left, and on the right, a pair of black leather dress shoes with rubber soles, the kind a rural guy might pull out for a wedding, a funeral, or a tense meeting at the bank. Both pairs showed light wear. Both were size 8.5. The pants on the rack were all 32 waist, 30 inseam. Billy was a small man, 60 seconds. Reacher glanced out the window. A long ochred dust plume hung over the dirt road, coiling and drifting in the still air. Something was moving fast toward him, still just a speck in the distance, maybe 6 minutes out. He turned back to the closet and opened the bottom boxes. One was packed with cash, 10s, 20s, and 50s, worn and slightly greasy, bundled into inch-thick bricks with rubber bands, roughly $10,000, maybe more. The other box held an assortment of trinkets, mostly gold, delicate crosses on tangled chains, earrings, bracelets, charms, chokers, and rings. Some were wedding bands, others were class rings. Reacher stepped back to the window. The dust trail now stretched nearly a mile, suspended in the quiet air. At its head was a small, dark shape trembling and bouncing along the rough terrain. The nearby pronghorn shifted nervously. The vehicle looked black, hammering across the landscape at maybe 40 miles an hour or more. Someone who knew the land well, or was in a serious hurry, or both. It began to slow, the dust cloud drifting over it, then turned into the driveway. Reacher had assumed Billy would drive a pickup given the snowplow work, but what approached wasn't a pickup. It was big, square, and boxy, a black SUV coated in dust and road grime. It flickered between the trees before emerging fully and covering the last 100 yards over the beaten red earth. It slowed, turned, and came to a stop. A Toyota Land Cruiser Illinois plates. Reacher watched from the upstairs window as the black SUV parked a polite distance from the house. The driver's door opened. A man stepped out, compact, tidy, dressed in a dark suit with a shirt and tie. Terry Bramall from Chicago. Former FBI, the missing persons specialist. Last seen yesterday in Rapid City, at the diner across from Arthur Scorpio's laundromat. Bramall stood still for a long moment, then started toward the house with a determined walk. Reacher headed downstairs. He reached the bottom just as a knock sounded at the door. He opened it to find Bramall on the porch, having taken a courteous step back. His hair was neatly combed, his suit was the same, but his shirt and tie were different. His expression was one Reacher knew well, open, inquisitive, politely apologetic for the intrusion, but all business underneath. An investigator's seasoned gaze met his own. It flickered for an instant, first with surprise, then with a trace of confusion, before settling back into its original, unreadable, calm. "Mr. Bramall," Reacher said. "Mr. Reacher," Bramall replied. "I spotted you yesterday in that Rapid City coffee shop and the night before that at the convenience store. You're the one who called and left me a message." "Correct." "I'm going to assume your first name isn't Billy, a safe assumption. Then would you mind telling me what brings you here?" "I could pose the same question to you. May I come inside?" "Not my house, not my decision to make. Yet you seem perfectly comfortable here." Reacher glanced past Bramall's shoulder toward the landscape. The dust plume over the dirt road had dissipated, the herd of pronghorn had returned to their peaceful grazing. The scene was still, no one was approaching. He said, "What is it you want from Billy?" "Information," Bramall stated. "He isn't here. Looks like he's been gone a day, maybe more." Scorpio left him a voicemail around this time yesterday, and it was still showing as new on his phone. Never listened to. He went out and left his phone behind. It was plugged in, charging. Could be a burner, not his primary, maybe reserved for specific business. "Did you hear the message?" "I did." "What did it say?" "Scorpio asked Billy to shoot me. Use a deer rifle from behind a tree." "To shoot you?" He provided a description. "That's not exactly friendly." "My thoughts exactly," Bramall said. "We should talk on the porch," Reacher said. "In case Billy decides to come home." Two sets of eyes were better than one. They sat side by side in Billy's wooden chairs, Bramall staring west and Reacher facing east. They spoke into the empty air in front of them, avoiding direct eye contact, which simplified some things and complicated others. Bramall began. "Tell me what you know," Reacher said. "You're retired, is that it?" "Not particularly relevant or entirely accurate." "I'm building a second career." "I mean, you're retired FBI, which means you don't get to pull FBI routines anymore. You don't get to ask all the questions and then vanish. It's a two-way street. You give and you take." "How did you know I was FBI?" "A police detective in Rapid City told me. Name of Nakamura." "She must have done her homework. That's the job." "What do you want to know? Who are you looking for?" "I'm afraid there's a degree of client confidentiality involved." Reacher stayed silent. Bramall added, "I don't even know who you are." "Jack Reacher, no middle name, retired military police. Some of your people trained with us, and some of yours trained with us. So we're on level ground. Give and take, Mr. Bramall. Rank." "Does it matter?" "You know it does, Major. Terminal rank, unit, mostly the 110p, which was similar to the FBI but with better grooming standards. Is that military connection why you're here?" "Should it be?" "I'm serious," Bramall said. "My clients value discretion. Most of my income depends on keeping things quiet. For all I know, you work for some gossip website now. I don't, whatever that implies." "Who do you work for?" "I don't work." "Then why are you here?" "Tell me about your client, Mr. Bramall. Broad strokes are fine. No names yet, no identifying details. You can call me Terry, and you can call me Reacher, and you can stop stalling. My client is someone from the Chicago area. They're worried about a family member." "Worried why?" "No contact for a year and a half." "What led you to Rapid City?" "Old phone records showed landline calls from there." "What brought you here?" "The same trail. Was the family with the missing person originally from Wyoming?" Bramall didn't answer. "There are hundreds of families in Wyoming," Reacher pressed. "Maybe thousands. You won't be revealing anything." "Yes," Bramall finally said. "Originally it was a Wyoming family from the far side of the Snowy Range, about 60 or 70 miles from here." "That's roughly 2 blocks away by Wyoming's generous standards," Reacher asked. "Did the family member ever live abroad?" Give and take, Mr. Reacher. You're retired, after all. Reacher scanned his section of the horizon, from the dirt track past Mule Crossing's lonely structures to the two-lane highway, still empty. He checked Brammel's side, too, following the dusty road west until it vanished into the hills. No rising plumes, no sign of life, nothing approaching. He fished the ring from his pocket, balanced it on his palm, and extended his hand. Brammel accepted it, studied it briefly, then retrieved a pair of tortoise-shell reading glasses from an inner pocket. He peered at the inscription inside the band, SRS 2005. He said, "Now we absolutely have to talk." Reacher laid it all out. The bus leaving Milwaukee, the rest stop, the pawn shop, Jimmy Rat in the biker bar, then Arthur Scorpio in the Rapid City laundromat with his story about a man named Porterfield delivering the ring. A story that later unraveled completely thanks to the whole uproar involving either a bear or a mountain lion, or maybe both. Brammel said, "That was a year and a half back." Reacher gave a single nod. "Early spring, last year. Which is exactly when my client started getting anxious. If you say so and you're here in his house because you believe Billy took over Porterfield's role in moving the jewelry, seems probable. Why? Let me show you," Reacher said. He checked the view once more, east and west, and still saw nothing. He led Brammel inside, up the stairs and into Billy's bedroom, straight to the closet. He pointed out the shoe boxes, one stuffed with cash, the other clattering with flimsy gold chains and rings. Small-time drug trade, Brammel concluded, don't you think? Home-cooked meth or cut-rate heroin coming up from Mexico, $20 fixes you up, and if you can't pay, you hand over your rings and necklaces, or you lift someone else's. I figured it was all pain pills these days, Reacher said. That wave has passed, Brammel replied. Things have circled back to how they used to be. Scorpio's the supplier, using Porterfield first, and now Billy is his local distributor, setting up the first guy as a decoy while quietly telling the second to eliminate you. He doesn't appreciate attention. Plausible, Reacher allowed. You have a better explanation that fits? Who's your client? A woman in Lake Forest named Tiffany Jane Mackenzie, Serena Rose Sanderson's twin sister, married, hence the different last name. They were close as kids, but drifted apart pretty fast. Mackenzie's living the dream, big house, wealthy husband. She never fully approved of her sister's career path. But family is family. They stayed in touch now and then until early spring of last year. How thorough was that investigation into the bear and the mountain lion? Very, Reacher said, by rural standards anyway. The sheriff seemed competent. They only found one body, and it was definitely Porterfield. They identified him through dental records and the keys in his pocket. So you believe Sanderson is still alive? Most likely. The ring surfaced in Rapid City about 6 weeks ago, then turned up in Wisconsin roughly 2 weeks later. I'm guessing they move inventory fast. The sheriff mentioned Porterfield's car had high mileage. He was probably making regular runs back and forth. I expect Billy is doing the same. What we're looking at in these shoe boxes is likely just a few weeks' accumulation. The sheriff said Porterfield had a similar stash of cash in his own closet. Small time, maybe, but it appears to add up steadily. So where is Billy right now? Reacher moved to the window and scanned the landscape again. No one approaching from either direction, he said. I have no clue where Billy is. There are dishes in the sink. Feels like he just stepped out for a minute. Show me the phone? Reacher led Brammel back downstairs to the small rear parlor in the desk phone. Brammel pressed buttons and replayed the message. He's like the Incredible Hulk. Don't even let him see you. But get on it, okay? He has to be removed, because he's an unpredictable variable, Brammel remarked. Coming out here was a gamble. Every day is a gamble. You never know what might happen. Did you ever meet Sanderson? No, Reacher replied. I was long gone by 2005. Then why are you involved? You wouldn't get it. Why wouldn't I? I'm not even sure I get it. Give it a shot. It was the ring. Seeing it made me feel a certain way. It just didn't sit right. You graduate from West Point as well, a lifetime ago. Where's your class ring? Never bought one. Bramall tapped more keys on the phone. He scrolled through the recent calls, hunting for any saved messages. There were none. He navigated to a settings menu and selected a reset option. The display flickered back to showing a single new message exactly as it was when Reacher first picked it up. Plausible deniability. A point for the Bureau, Bramall said. A few dirty plates in the sink doesn't prove much. Maybe the guy's just messy. Leaving his phone behind isn't a smoking gun either. Probably useless up in the mountains, no service. Right here, he's got a clean shot to the cell tower over in Laramie. Maybe he never bothers to take it with him, Reacher said. Scorpio acted like he was waiting for a quick reply. You buy that story about the bears and the mountain lions? The sheriff isn't convinced. His theory is Porterfield was knifed or maybe shot in the gut and left in the woods for the animals to finish. Maybe Billy's responsible. Maybe he muscled Porterfield out in a violent takeover. Now perhaps someone has done the exact same thing to Billy. An eye for an eye. The wheel turns. Not my concern, Reacher said. I'm here for Sanderson. That's the only thread I'm pulling. Might not be a pretty picture. Not if she willingly handed her ring to some small-time drug peddler. You might not like what you uncover. Could have been stolen. You suggested that yourself. I really hope so, Bramall said, because eventually I have to deliver the news to her sister and then hand her my bill. Sometimes that part of the job doesn't go over too smoothly. How big of a bill? She's got a place on the lake. She can handle it. You worth the price? Most of the time? What's your next step? I think she's nearby. This feels like the end of the trail. I believe Billy is the last point of contact. We're down to 1 degree of separation. Either she gave him the ring directly, or someone nearby stole it and passed it to him. Not bad for the FBI, Reacher said. Plus, Billy drives the county plow. He knows every back road, perfect cover for making deliveries, never slowed down by a snowstorm either, but his customer base must be spread thin. Like you said, 2 blocks can mean 70 miles out here. All the way to where Sanderson grew up, in fact. I'm guessing you've already checked there. The working assumption is Sanderson wouldn't return. Her sister was certain of it. Why? She didn't elaborate. So, with that in mind, where would you begin? I could tell you, but then I'd have to send you an invoice, Bramall said. Did you leave your car in the barn? Reacher said. I don't own a car. Then how did you make it all the way out here? Thumbed rides and walked. What if I let you ride in my truck? That would be a help. What if you stopped talking about billing me? Deal, Reacher said. So, where to? What else did the sister tell you? Any other names or locations? She said Sanderson was always very closed off, maybe ashamed, maybe hurting. She never named places, never said what she was doing. They could go a quarter of a year without a word. Is that normal for twins? Twins are just brothers and sisters, same as any others. She got absolutely nothing else. The last time they spoke, she got the feeling Sanderson had a friend named Cyrus. She heard her say the name. Cyrus? Well, Cy at least, like he was right there with her. Something like, quiet, Cy. I'm on the phone, said in an easy way. Like she was relaxed around him. The sister says for a moment she actually sounded content. Was that unusual? Very. When was this? About 2 years back, she thinks. Maybe a little less than that. Is that really all she said? She mentioned their talks always felt awkward. Just basic check-ins like, are you okay? Followed by a simple, yes, I'm fine, nothing deeper. Maybe it wasn't Cy for Cyrus, Reacher suggested. It could have been Cy, short for Seymour. That was Porterfield's first name. Scorpio mentioned he went by Cy. We should head to where he lived. That's where I'd start. There might be something left behind or neighbors who remember him. Chapter 17. The elderly man at the post office had described Porterfield's home as a log cabin tucked away in the hills, roughly 20 miles along the dirt road. It was on one of the old ranches Reacher had spotted on the university map, hidden behind fences as precise as the detailing on a $100 bill. Bramall's Land Cruiser had a navigation screen that displayed the dirt road, but little else, so they kept an eye on the odometer, driving west and counting off the miles. The truck handled the rough terrain smoothly, feeling as reliable and capable as Bramall himself. It glided over bumps and ruts as if it could keep going indefinitely. Reacher broke the silence. When was the last time the sisters actually saw each other? 7 years ago, Bramall replied, right after Sanderson's third tour. The visit didn't go well, from what I gather. They probably decided not to put themselves through that again. After that, it was all phone calls. Sanderson was injured at some point. I wasn't aware of that. Mrs. Mackenzie never brought it up. She might not have known. Sanderson could have kept it to herself. Why would she do that? It's more common than you'd think. The psychology is complicated. Maybe she didn't want to worry her family or seem vulnerable, or perhaps she wanted to avoid pity or a lecture. Sounds like her sister wasn't fond of the military. How serious was the injury? I don't have the details, Reacher said. All I know is she received a Purple Heart. That can mean anything from a minor scrape to losing a limb, or worse. Some of those soldiers came back in terrible shape. The odometer showed 8 miles. Bramall was quiet for a long moment, the landscape rolling by. Then he said, "Are you certain about this? I don't see a happy ending here. She could be struggling, addicted, or both. She might not want to be found. If that's the case, I'll respect her privacy. I'm not here to fix everything. I just need to understand 10 miles past." The high plains on either side rose steadily, the foothills folding into one another, with patches of conifer forest appearing and disappearing. The sky was vast and brilliantly blue, like a sapphire near the horizon, deepening to a rich navy overhead reminiscent of a vintage photograph or the edge of space itself. A rising wind tugged their dust trail southward across the road. PTSD, too, Bramall added quietly. I suppose they all carry that. Most likely, Reacher agreed. 14 miles now. Aspen groves stood out like bright flares on the slopes, entire clusters of trees connected underground by a single root system. An aspen wood is one massive organism, the largest living thing on Earth. Bramall mused, "Do you think the old man meant 20 miles to the house itself, or 20 miles to the start of the driveway?" "The driveway, probably," Reacher said. "That's how it was with Billy's place, except the guy underestimated last time. He was off by about 20%. So his 20 miles could actually be 25, unless he overestimates sometimes, too. Maybe he's just generally imprecise in all sorts of ways. That could make his 20 miles turn into 16, giving us a 9-mile window to watch. Then logically, we should take the next turn we see. It's Wyoming. Unlikely there'd be 2 drives in a 9-mile stretch, so the first track is probably ours whenever it appears." "Not bad for the FBI," Reacher remarked. The turn appeared exactly 20 miles from the post office, right in the middle of that 9-mile range, score 1 for the old guy. It branched off to the right under a tall ranch gate. Its name spelled out in letters so faded and weathered that Reacher couldn't make them out. The road stretched north for almost a mile before it began to climb, bending westward through the trees and disappearing from view toward some unknown point ahead. Bramall brought the truck to a halt. "In my line of work, this is just another day," he said. "I've pulled up to hundreds of homes. There's occasionally shouting, sometimes a dog, but never once has anyone fired a gun at me. We should consider how you being in the passenger seat might shift those odds." "You want me to walk from here?" Reacher asked. "Would that make you more comfortable?" "This is about tactics. Worst-case scenario, Billy didn't just take over Porterfield's business. He moved into his house, too. He wasn't at his own place, remember? Why would he need 2 properties? Some folks just do. Not 20 miles apart. They've already got a place on the lake. There weren't any heirs. Why wouldn't Billy claim it? Even if he did, and even if he's inside right now, it doesn't matter. He never got that phone message. He has no idea who I am. He'll probably assume we're missionaries. You don't look much like a missionary. Then you go knock, just in case. If he answers, tell him you're a missionary who also happens to be in the snow removal business and you'd like to discuss climate change insurance." Bramall drove on. The rough track wound another 5 miles through wooded slopes deeply rutted in spots, littered with worn gravel and table-sized flat stones. The Land Cruiser swayed side to side but pressed forward. After one last curve and a sudden steep incline, they emerged onto a broad, tree-dotted plateau. About a third of the way across stood a long, low log house with wide surrounding porches, set within a loosely maintained acre behind a weathered post and rail fence. Bramall turned in and parked a polite distance from the house. Shreds of crime scene tape still clung to the porch rails near the entrance, as if the place had once been sealed off. This wasn't where it happened, Bramall noted. The man died out in the woods. He was found in the woods, Reacher corrected. Maybe the sheriff figured that made this place fair game. We know he searched here. He found a high-mileage car and $10,000 in a closet. So where's Billy now? Why worry about him? I'm not. But you should. Scorpio was arranging a murder. Billy isn't here. What are the chances? Besides, he never got the message. He doesn't know Scorpio gave me Porterfield's name. Why would he come all the way out to Porterfield's house? How would he even think we'd find it? Who knew the old post office guy could estimate distance so well? Billy's somewhere else, and this place is empty. All right, Bramall said. He stepped out and walked purposefully toward the door. Reacher watched him knock, a sharp, clear sound that reached his ears a split second later, like a poorly synced film. Bramall took a respectful step back. No one came, no movement anywhere. He knocked once more with the same result, then returned to the truck. Place is empty, he reported. Reacher said, How do you feel about going inside? It's locked up tight. We could break a window. Legally, we have to consider whether the county owns it now. With the unpaid taxes, they might breaking into county property is a serious move. You can't fight City Hall. Maybe you caught a strange odor or thought you heard something, a cry for help, something that would justify entering without a warrant, did you? No, Bramall replied. You're retired, Reacher pointed out. You don't have to follow FBI protocol anymore. What would the Army do? Burn it down? No, that's more of a Marine Corps idea. The military would perform a thorough inspection of the outside, and with a stroke of luck, they'd find a window pane that had been shattered earlier by someone nobody could identify. This could have happened ages back or just the other day. Either way, it would logically point to a possible crisis within, giving them solid grounds to take a closer look. I doubt the Supreme Court would find fault with that logic. Broken either recently or a long time ago. Of course, any noise you hear in real time will be me, purely by accident, crunching over old glass fragments that have been scattered on the porch since that earlier mysterious event. It can easily mimic the sound of a window just giving way. It's a classic misperception. That's a standard bureau technique as well. We weren't all talk. A few of you folks attended our training sessions, and a few of you attended ours. I'm going to carry out a careful inspection, Reacher stated. He stepped out of the vehicle. It was a sizable house, but the survey was straightforward because the porch wrapped completely around the building even and steady, presenting every first-floor door and window at an easy height for examination. Reacher began at the front with the same solid wooden door Bramall had knocked on earlier, which was securely locked and far too much work to force open. So he moved along to a hallway window it would have required almost no effort to breach, except it faced the front. Even in this remote, empty landscape, some primal instinct in him issued a quiet alert. The front was never the wise choice, not during an operation, and not even afterward. Why leave any evidence of your actions in plain sight? Not that there would be much to see, just a discreet elbow-sized hole punched through the glass and a torn insect screen fluttering in the wind. That would be it. Not much, but perhaps enough to draw a passerby's attention. It was always safer for that sort of thing to be discovered later rather than sooner, for a host of reasons. The back was preferable. Reacher walked along the side of the house, passing 5 more windows identical to the front one. That made it probable the windows in back would be the same, too, part of some unifying architectural theme, or maybe the result of a bulk order discount. Either way, it was good news. Windows like those were simple to handle. He rounded the corner, and the first window he approached was already broken. A hole about the size of a large man's elbow was punched through it, the insect screen was slit, the shattered glass was grimy, and the screen was streaked with mildew, a year, maybe more. At least 4 seasons of wind and rain had done their work. Inside was a kitchen. Countertops that should have gleamed were dull with a layer of dust. Beyond the kitchen lay a dining area shrouded in deep shadow. He completed the long circuit around the porches and returned to the car. Bramall had gotten out again and was standing in a barren patch of dirt about 30 feet from the house. Reacher said, "I found a broken window." "Well done," Bramall replied. "I didn't hear a thing." "For real. An actual broken window, previously shattered by persons unknown. Looks like a year or more ago, judging by the condition. Exactly the way we would have done it." "Show me," Bramall said. Reacher led him along the front porch, down the side, and around the corner to the back. Bramall took a long, careful look. The mildew seemed to impress him, he said. "At least a year, let's say a year and a half. Why not? Let's assume this happened right after Porterfield died. Was it the sheriff you mentioned? He searched the place?" "The sheriff had the keys," Reacher said. "He found them in Porterfield's pocket. That's how they identified him, along with dental records. So the sheriff didn't need to break in. This was someone else, someone without the keys. Squatters, maybe. They wouldn't bust the kitchen window. The kitchen is a room they'd want to use. They would have broken a window somewhere less essential. Ordinary burglars, then." "Possible. We'll know by how much of a mess they left behind. Are we still going inside?" "We were planning to before," Reacher said. "I don't see any reason to change that now. This is practically an open invitation. We have a civic duty here. Technically, our duty is to call the sheriff. It's a gray area. The owner is deceased with no known heirs. That changes the situation. Law students read entire casebooks on scenarios like this. I doubt the sheriff wants a lengthy legal debate. Besides, this could be the exact spot where she called her sister, right here. When she told Cy to be quiet because she was on the phone, it had to be either his place or hers. Either way, she was here, so we're going in." "I know I am," Bramall said. "But you're under no obligation to join me. Are you looking out for me now? I feel I should point out the potential legal consequences. I understand you want me to go first. That way you can tell yourself the worst thing you did was get carried away in the moment. You want me to be the one taking the risk because you have scruples. Not exactly. What I have is a private investigator's license from the state of Illinois, which I'd prefer to keep. It doesn't matter who enters first. What matters is that it would count against me if I failed to explicitly caution a junior associate about potential legal jeopardy. Are we associates, effectively? Junior and senior? By age and by depth of experience. Do you have to explicitly caution me at every single step? Technically, yes. Let's skip that part, all right? Let's consider it mutually understood. It's more enjoyable that way. All right, Bramall said. If you want enjoyment, you go first. Bramall's method was to reach his arm through the broken pane and crank the window open using the interior handle. Reacher's jacket and shirt were both new. He had no desire to smear either with the grimy mildew that coated the window screen, a mess the original intruder or intruders had surely dealt with over a year prior when the screen was cleaner. So he ripped the screen from its frame entirely, folded it into a rough square, and tossed it onto the porch. The best way into a kitchen through a window was face down and feet first because of the countertop. It offered a chance of landing on your feet instead of your hands. Setting it up was awkward, requiring a minor contortion. It was worse if there was a sink with a faucet directly below the window, something that could meet you at an unfortunate angle. Porterfield's sink, however, was on a different wall, which offered a slight advantage. Reacher felt his legs swing free, jackknifed at the waist, planted his feet, and pushed himself upright. Now he was inside, looking out. The kitchen showed some wear from the broken window, but its initial expense was obvious. The cabinetry was solid, the granite counters substantial, stainless steel appliances stood silent, their digital displays dark and blank. An absolute quiet filled the space, no subliminal electrical hum, no whisper in the pipes, no power, No water, no one was paying the bills. The place was shut down. He moved through the gloom out of the kitchen and into the dining area. From there he saw the living room, all open concept, with a complicated vaulted ceiling and a floor-to-ceiling stone fireplace built from rocks the size of tractor tires. A trophy cabin. Authentic designs didn't use forklifts and cranes to build fireplaces, they used smaller stones. And why construct a peculiar ceiling when a flat one would suffice? But it was a lived-in trophy cabin. Reacher found he didn't despise it. The log walls were stained a light honey color. The furniture looked comfortable yet unobtrusive. Shelves held odd collections, animal skulls, intriguing stones, and pine cones. It had an almost familial feel, a wealthy family's feel. He walked back to the kitchen and the broken window. Bramall was peering in at him. "Nothing to worry about," Reacher said. "It's like a time capsule that rules out a burglary, because nothing is out of place. The dust is a uniform layer everywhere. There's no disorder at all, which I suppose rules out squatters, too. I'm coming in," Bramall said. He was stiffer in the joints than Reacher, but his smaller stature meant those joints were closer together, making his overall maneuver somewhat easier. He landed with a soft thud on the linoleum, the sound echoing faintly in the still air, and brushed a stray cobweb from his sleeve. He straightened up and scanned the room just as Reacher had done moments before. The kitchen, the dining space, the living area, all quiet, all untouched. Bramall shook his head. "This isn't what I pictured." "How so?" Reacher asked. "If I owned a cabin, it might look a lot like this. You think drug dealers can't have decent taste? Rarely, in my experience." Reacher stepped toward the hallway. "Bedrooms on each end," he noted. Bramall gestured toward the broken window. "If it wasn't burglars or squatters, then who did that?" "Not the sheriff," Reacher said, "but someone like him, a professional with a purpose. Then where's the damage pros usually rip a place apart? Maybe they found what they wanted right away. That's what makes them pros. Or maybe they already knew exactly where it was. Could be they came to retrieve something." "Retrieve what?" "Doesn't matter to me," Reacher said. "All I care about is locating Sanderson. You really think she was here back when she was seeing a dealer who ended up gut-shot or stabbed, playing the overprotective brother now?" "Probably wouldn't have happened. She could have done better," she told him. "Shut up, Cy. I'm on the phone." Even her straight-laced sister called it friendly and comfortable. Happy, even. Best scenario, they were genuinely close. "Somehow that's worse," Bramall said. "You pick your friends." Either way, they spent time together, here and at her place, wherever that is. That was a year and a half ago. Better than a dead end, assuming your Cy is the correct Cy. 50-50 odds. I'll take those. Bramall pulled out his phone. 2 bars, he said. She could have called from right here. What did the cell records show? You need 3 towers to pin a location. Out here, there's only one. Omnidirectional signal. That means she was calling from somewhere inside a circle about the size of New Jersey. That's all we've got. Could have been here. No reason to rule it out. Bramall walked to the middle of the living room. It's been a year and a half, and this place has been searched twice since. And if you're right about someone taking something back, then the most useful clue might already be gone. So now we're looking for what 2 other parties missed. That's slow going. How much time do we have out here? Reacher said. Feels like about 100 years. Park your car around back and we could move in permanently. No one would ever know. All right, we'll search together. No lookout. 2 sets of eyes are better than one. They found the first overlooked item in under a minute. It was in a mudroom near the back door, inside a closet meant for winter gear. A pair of stiff nylon snow pants had slid off a hanger. They hit the floor like javelins, then sagged into a wobbly, cartoonish pose like a man who'd just gotten terrible news. They'd toppled backward and were leaning crooked in the corner. Reacher moved them aside out of habit and spotted a pair of women's snow boots behind them, a technical design with hooks and loops. Size 6, small boots in the closet means something, right? He said. She spent real time here. If it was her, could have been anyone. True, but it's proof that a guy described by 2 separate people as a loner actually had company. That should have shifted the investigation when a loner turns up dead. Maybe we cut the sheriff some slack. He had a fixed idea, and honestly, everyone in Wyoming probably has a closet like this. You stop seeing what's always there, but whoever came after should have noticed. They should have had fresh eyes. Makes me wonder who they were and what they were really doing. Maybe they didn't search at all. Maybe it really was a quick in and out to retrieve something. Has to be nothing else is disturbed. Bramall said, "We should check the other closets." They did, but found only Porterfield's own belongings. The man had clearly been a fan of denim, washing his jeans until they were practically transparent. There was no trace of women's garments, no dresses, no tops, no trousers. Bramall wondered aloud. If she was here, why abandon just the boots? She took off as spring began. She hadn't needed them for weeks. Maybe she forgot, or they pinched her feet. Could be she left them deliberately, planning to buy a new pair. But someone was definitely sharing this space with Porterfield, at least occasionally. That's a hefty assumption from a single pair of boots. I have a feeling we'll uncover more. And they did, though, not a great deal more. After a couple of hours, their collection was modest, more hint than proof. They skipped the obvious and dug into the hidden spots inside drawers, beneath furniture, behind appliances. Tucked between the couch cushions was a pink plastic comb with widely spaced teeth, nothing like a typical comb. The master bathroom had twin sinks, each with a soap dish, one holding a shriveled cake of perfumed soap, the other a plain, dried-out bar. 2 sets of towels were neatly arranged. Behind the dryer in the laundry room, they discovered a pair of women's athletic socks, small and pink, made of some synthetic fabric and coated in dust bunnies. It wasn't enough to stand up in court, but it painted a picture. Reacher observed she was here, or someone was, even if just on and off. She stayed long enough to leave a mark. When she left, she did it thoroughly, a clean break, like a statement. She gathered everything of hers in plain sight, missing only what was hidden or overlooked. The comb slipped away. The soap was too wet to pack. Who remembers to count towels? The snow boots were forgotten. But those socks, they're my favorite clue. Why? They tell us she still has both legs. That Purple Heart might not be the worst-case scenario. If it's hers, Bramall countered. Suppose it is. Porterfield must have visited her place sometimes. Where would that be? How far would a guy like him drive for? Company? Depends. On what? A lot of factors. Look on the bright side. Maybe she's no pageant winner, but let's assume she's pleasant to look at. This is Wyoming. People drive forever for a gallon of milk. For a girlfriend, maybe 2 hours, 100 miles. Which doesn't narrow it down, Reacher said. That's a massive area to cover. Bramall agreed. I was about to say we should talk to Porterfield's neighbors, but what does that even mean out here? Everyone's miles apart. They probably never lay eyes on each other, but they likely rely on each other. Imagine an emergency. Who do you call? The police or fire department 2 hours away, or the nearest neighbor who could arrive in 15 minutes? Maybe country neighbors are more tangled up in each other's lives than we think. Maybe they've got plenty to share. You're oddly optimistic today. Reacher didn't reply. He had drifted to the kitchen, perhaps instinctively, keeping an eye on their escape route, the open window with its shattered glass and torn screen. A cool breeze drifted in, carrying with it the harmless sounds of rustling leaves, the flap of a large bird's wings, a bee buzzing past, then a different noise, faint and far off, a brief, almost inaudible fragment. A slight scratch, or a crunch, or a squelch, a piece of a sound native to Wyoming, built from grit, rock, and rubber. "We need to leave," he said quietly. "There's a car coming up the driveway." Bramall moved first. They were less likely to get stuck that way. Reacher followed without trouble, and Bramall pulled his arm back inside, cranking the handle to shut the window. Then they hurried to the front of the house. Still nothing. "Maybe we should wait in the car," Bramall suggested, "just to be safe." Reacher shrugged. "If things go sideways, just drive right over them." They got into the Toyota, and Bramall started the engine. A truck appeared over the last rise and rolled onto the flat stretch. It was a Ford pickup, fitted with a police-style camper shell. The paint was bright and clean, all white except for the doors, which displayed gold stars nearly 2 feet across. The county name arched above and Sheriff's Department curved below. It reminded Reacher of a class ring from West Point, Sheriff Connolly. Connolly parked near the Toyota at a slight angle that seemed casual, almost unconcerned. But Reacher figured it was really meant to subtly block their easiest way out. The guy had positioned it well, not too obvious, but the Toyota would have to reverse and swing wide to get clear. Connolly powered his window down. He was still wearing his hat inside the cab. There was plenty of headroom in the tall truck. Reacher lowered his own window. He was on the closer's side. "You told me you had no ties to Porterfield," Connolly began. "I don't," Reacher said. "Yet here you are at his place. The woman I'm trying to find was here at least for a few months. I'm tracking where she went after. Porterfield lived alone." "Not the whole time," Connolly studied him. "Have you been inside?" "Yes." "How?" "There was a break-in here, over a year back. We used the same point of entry." "What break-in?" "You searched the place after he died. You found what you found, locked up and left, then someone else showed up and went in through that window." "Show me," Connolly said. They stepped out of their vehicles and walked to the far corner of the house. Connolly took a long look. He lifted the torn insect screen and held it in position, as if reconstructing the scene. He rubbed the mildew between his fingers, sniffed it, and said, "Could be a year and a half old." Then he asked, "How does it look inside?" "No mess, no damage, nothing tossed or overturned," Reacher said. "This wasn't a robbery, and it wasn't squatters. Why are you so sure a woman was living here?" They moved to the porch rail, lined up facing the rear view of trees and mountains. Bramall laid out the details, the boots, the comb, the soap, the towels, the tiny pink socks. Connolly considered it. Boots, a comb, socks. Those could be old. 20 years ago, nieces or cousins might have visited every summer. Things like that get lost and stay lost for decades. "But," Reacher prompted, "I'll admit when I'm wrong, the soap and towels get me. 2 sinks in regular use usually means 2 people, and if one soap is scented, it's often a man and a woman. Soap and towels are real-time evidence. That's exactly how the room looked the morning Porterfield died. I must have missed it." But nobody came forward then. No one ever has. Everything pointed to Porterfield being a loner, someone hardly anyone ever met. So where was this woman back then, and where is she now? That's what we're trying to piece together. If it's even the same woman. Nothing says it isn't. Connolly shifted. "The ring you showed me was pretty small." "Yes, it was," Reacher said. "You're not judging this by the size of the socks, are you? They might have shrunk. The boots didn't shrink. They're small, too. Where did she serve?" "Iraq and Afghanistan, 5 tours. Sounds like a tough individual." "You have no idea. If it's the same woman, could be. Would a woman like that come home and use floral soap and wear pink socks? I'm certain she would. That's the whole point of coming home, to do exactly those kinds of ordinary things." Connolly turned and looked back at the house, his gaze settling on the broken window. For a moment, his expression shifted from serious duty to something almost weary, as if the job had just served him another puzzle he hadn't asked for. Reacher nodded. "I'm aware. Aware of what?" "We're also struggling to identify who might have been responsible. It's precise, professional work, a clean entry with no interior disturbance. It suggests training and experience. It has the feel of an official operation, which is an absurd notion, of course," Connolly agreed, "primarily because why would any government entity have an interest in Porterfield? Regardless of his activities, he was minor league, and any agency would have contacted me first, as a professional courtesy at least, and for logistical support, which I could have provided. I had the keys, after all. Then perhaps your average small-time crooks are becoming more refined in their methods. That hasn't been my observation in this county. So who does that leave?" Reacher asked. "Sophisticated operators, possibly? The sort who can hire top-tier talent? What would they want with a minor league guy like Porterfield?" Connolly offered no reply. Bramall interjected, "We apologize for the intrusion. We meant no disrespect to local jurisdiction. I can't assist you with the missing woman," Connolly stated. There's no evidence a crime occurred. I can't justify manpower for soap and towels in a budget meeting. I'm sorry, but I have no resources to spare. Who might be able to help us then? Bramall pressed. Neighbors, they might. I'm the sheriff, but I don't know these folks. Honestly, this is only my second trip out here. It's a quiet area. The louder problems tend to get all my attention. We should be moving on, Bramall said. Thank you for your time, Sheriff. Meanwhile, 300 miles to the north in Rapid City, South Dakota, Gloria Nakamura sat in her blue sedan, strategically parked on the cross street. This time she was observing the rear entrance of Scorpio's establishment, not the front. She had been stationed there for nearly 2 hours with nothing noteworthy to report. Then a Harley-Davidson with Montana plates rumbled into the alley, the engine noise echoing off the brick walls before cutting to silence. The rider dismounted, the back door opened, and he disappeared inside. Nakamura noted the time. Precisely 4 minutes later by her watch, the man reappeared, fired up the motorcycle, and roared away. She made another note before driving back to the station, the brief, clandestine visit sparking more questions than answers. Bramall and Reacher drove the ranch trail back to the dirt road and turned west, reasoning that direction held the closest concentration of residents, however sparse. Bramall scanned the left shoulder while Reacher watched the right. They agreed to take the first track they spotted, as whichever home lay at its end would be Cy Porterfield's closest neighbor. The first turnoff appeared 11 miles later, nearly missed on the left, a plain, inconspicuous gap in the trees. The path twisted and climbed, steep and narrow in sections, but better maintained than Porterfield's approach. The Land Cruiser pressed onward, relentless, for more than 3 miles until the forest abruptly opened onto a flat acre with a sweeping eastern view. A single-story house stood on a stone foundation, its brown boards weathered to a silvery gray in patches. A front porch, supported by ornate old millwork, held a repurposed church pew for sitting in the morning sun. Bramall parked a polite distance away and checked his phone. 2 bars, he said. Service is surprisingly decent out here. She could have called from practically anywhere. As they moved to exit the vehicle, the house door opened and a woman stepped out, having surely heard their tires. She appeared lean, strong, and weathered by wind and sun, wearing a faded red dress over bare legs and cowboy boots. She might have been 40, though it was difficult to tell. Reacher wouldn't hazard a guess. If pressed, he'd say 30 to be polite, and wouldn't be shocked to learn she was 50. She stood on the porch, hands on hips, simply watching. Not hostile. Not yet. Bramall murmured, "She probably thinks we're missionaries." Reacher stepped out and raised a hand in a universal gesture of peace, unarmed. Friendly, she gave a slight nod, both acknowledging and questioning their presence. Bramall stepped out of the car, and together with Reacher they approached, stopping a respectful few feet from the porch steps. "Ma'am," Reacher began, "we're trying to locate a woman who's gone missing. We have reason to believe she spent some time with your neighbor, Cy Porterfield. We were hoping you might be able to tell us something about that period." "You'd better come inside," the woman replied. "I've got a fresh pitcher of lemonade." They followed her into the house. The interior walls were fashioned from the same timber as the exterior, but here the wood was stained a warm honey color and polished to a soft sheen, a world away from the weathered boards outside. The kitchen was a cozy, dimly lit space. She filled 3 glasses with lemonade, and they settled around her table. "Are you private investigators?" she asked, looking between them. "I am," Bramall confirmed. Her gaze shifted to Reacher. "Military investigator," he said. It was an honest answer given his long career, even if he was no longer officially on active duty. She nodded slowly. "Was it last year that Cy passed, or the year before that? The seasons run together out here." "Last year?" Reacher said. "Right at the beginning of spring. I never knew him well. Can't say I really met him properly. Maybe just a wave or two in passing. He seemed like a real loner, always coming or going at odd hours." "What was his line of work?" Bramall asked. "Nobody around here ever knew for sure." "Nobody did folks talk about it?" "That's what neighbors do, mister. If you've got a problem with that, you should try living on the moon." Her tone was dry. matter of fact. What was the general take then? Reacher pressed. The general take was he was a solitary man, always coming and going, she repeated, a hint of wry amusement in her voice. It was clear the local gossip mill hadn't produced much. Did anyone ever see signs of a woman living there with him? Never, she stated, and it sounded absolute. Reacher tried another angle. Have you ever heard the name Serena in my whole life? Around here, specifically? No. What about Rose? No. Sanderson? Another shake of her head. No. Reacher leaned forward slightly. We found some things in Porterfield's house. What kind of things? A few random pieces of women's clothing and some toiletries. Not a lot, just faint traces, really. The woman was silent for a long moment, her eyes distant. Then she said, "How faint?" "We're certain the bathroom was used by two different people," Reacher said. She let out a soft, thoughtful sound. Huh, what does that mean? It means there was one time I thought I saw something later. I convinced myself I must have been mistaken. What did you see? I was on the dirt road heading out toward the turnoff at Mule Crossing. He was coming the other way, driving home. You don't see many other cars out here, so it gets your attention. You make sure you're in your own lane, that sort of thing. We passed each other. I think we might have waved. It was nothing, really, except I was almost sure he had someone in the passenger seat. I thought it was a woman, just a quick glimpse. She was all hunched down low, turned away from him like she was pressing herself into the door. I couldn't make out her face at all. How old would you say she was? Not young, not a child, but petite and sort of nimble-looking, the way she was all coiled up. She was hiding her face from him, it seemed. Strange, Bramall commented, and she had a sort of silvery look about her. That's what stuck with me, a silvery color, also strange. I thought so too. It nagged at me, so the next day I baked a pie and went over there. Told him I had one extra. Really, I just wanted to check on things. Back then you'd hear all sorts of stories, human trafficking, custody battles. Maybe he was mixed up in something. Or maybe she was just a girlfriend, who knew? Maybe they'd been arguing in the car and were fine by then. I figured he might introduce me. What happened? Reacher asked. He acted off he was grateful for the pie, very polite about it, but he wouldn't let me step inside. We talked on the porch. He pulled the door almost closed behind him and stood right in the gap so I couldn't see past him. He wasn't very chatty. I tried to steer the conversation. I said I was sorry the pie was too big for one person, a natural opening, right? Gave him a perfect chance to mention he'd be sharing it with his lady friend. But he didn't take it. He said he'd wrap the second slice in foil and have it in a couple of days. What kind of pie was it? Reacher asked, the mundane detail suddenly feeling significant. Strawberry, she said. They had some beautiful berries at the market that week. I was actually on my way back from there when I passed him on the road, and after that, nothing. That was the end of it. Never saw her again, and he went right back to being the ghost next door. She took a slow sip of her lemonade, the ice cubes clinking softly against the glass. You know, for a while after that, I started paying more attention to the night sky out here. It's so clear and full of stars, it can play tricks on your eyes, makes you see things that aren't there, or maybe makes you see the things that are trying hard not to be seen. The silence stretched out, feeling more awkward by the second, so I finally said I should probably head out. He thanked me again for the pie, but his tone was rushed, practically shooing me back toward my car. What did you take away from that? She asked. His whole posture was a barrier. He was positioned to block my view of the house. There was something inside he didn't want me to see. Or someone. It got me thinking about that time I spotted them in the car. Maybe she was ducking down because of me, not him. Maybe he'd ordered her to. Like she was his dirty little secret. But you never confirmed it. I never had the chance. He passed away about a month later. The obituary never mentioned a wife or a girlfriend. No partner at all. No whispers about a captive either. So eventually I decided I must have imagined the whole thing. Life moves on, you know? You forget. How long was he in that house? Around 5 years, I'd say. Did any of the neighbors ever speculate about how he paid his bills? That veers straight into gossip territory. I suppose it does, technically. The general assumption was he had money already. We thought he was some out-of-state rich guy here to find himself. We get those types now and then, probably writing the great American novel in their cabin. Meanwhile, 300 miles to the east in Rapid City, South Dakota, a deli clerk finished ringing up a BLT and a diet soda. He watched the customer leave, then picked up the phone and dialed the police department. "Yeah, hi," he said. "I think you've got a lady detective working there, an Asian lady. Japanese, maybe. I need to talk to her." The call was transferred. "Property crimes, Nakamura? It's me from the convenience store. On the corner by Arthur Scorpio's laundromat? Figured I better tell you something before you find out and get sore at me." "What is it?" "Arthur Scorpio was just in here." "And?" "He bought another prepaid phone." "When?" "5 minutes ago." "Which one?" "The very first one on the left-hand rack." At that same moment, Arthur Scorpio was redialing Billy in Wyoming. Again, it went straight to voicemail. Scorpio's voice was tight with strain. "Billy, it's Arthur. You need to call me back. You're starting to worry me. Why aren't you ever answering your phone? You've got that visitor coming, possibly more than one. We just got a special dispatch from our friends in Montana. There's a federal agent nosing around up there. He just left Billings, and we don't know his next stop. Keep your eyes peeled, okay? Call me. Don't do this to me, Billy." He ended the call and tossed the new phone into a nearby trash can. Bramall's phone chimed with a distinct, sharp tone. Reacher was learning the sounds. That was a text. The woman in the sun-bleached red dress began collecting their empty lemonade glasses. Bramall read the message, then read it again, his expression hardening. "Ma'am, that was truly excellent lemonade, but we have an urgent situation and need to leave immediately." He stood up abruptly and headed for the door. Reacher offered the woman a bemused shrug, a universal what-can-you-do gesture, and followed his partner outside across the packed dirt to their car. "What's the emergency?" Bramall slid into the driver's seat. "Mrs. Mackenzie is unhappy with our lack of progress. She's decided to fly to Wyoming herself to check areas near the old family property. She's suddenly reconsidering whether her sister might have gone back there after all. Does she not realize we're only an hour away from that area?" "No," Bramall said, starting the engine. "I never tell clients my exact location." "Why on earth not?" "It helps maintain a certain professional mystique. You can take the agent out of the bureau, but you can't take the bureau out of the agent. The point is, we need to beat her there. We should have gone straight to the homestead initially, but I was explicitly told Sanderson would never return. Now we're chasing the possibility she did. Just fantastic. For all we know, she's been holed up there the whole time. It's a 2-hour drive. Let's go." Sheriff Connolly had no reason to be upset. He'd been told a federal agency would contact him before operating in his jurisdiction as a professional courtesy, and that's precisely what occurred. Returning from his unexpected visit to the old Porterfield property, his phone rang within minutes. A DEA field agent driving down from Montana informed him he'd be passing through the county. The agent was casual, mentioning he might make a stop or two, but there was nothing for the local authorities to worry about. He declined any assistance, thanked the sheriff, and ended the call. Traveling by car was nothing like the direct flight of a crow. To cross the snowy range, they had to backtrack entirely, down the dirt track, through Mule Crossing, past the shuttered post office and the fireworks shop, all the way to Laramie, just to pick up a different route heading west. This began with a left turn a few blocks north of the bar famous for the bullet hole in its mirror. Their journey effectively reset to zero, with 70 miles still ahead. Reacher pointed out the silver lining to Bramall: more billable hours. Bramall countered with a dark joke about a lawyer who died at 45 and reached the pearly gates, only to be told by St. Peter that admission was now based on billable hours. According to the ledger, the lawyer was 153 years old. They passed a warning sign announcing the road's imminent winter closure. Then the ascent began, climbing above 10,000 feet into thin, brilliant air. The Toyota labored but pressed on, winding through rocky passes and past sparse wind-bent trees, crossing a landscape that felt like the top of the world. The road leveled briefly along a wide curve before beginning its descent, and the Toyota picked up speed, coasting downhill without needing the gas. 30 miles later, the navigation screen displayed a faint web of ranch roads. 2 to the north, 2 to the south, with nothing beyond. Is that it? Reacher asked. I believe so, Bramall replied. One of those ranches is significantly larger than the others. That's the original homestead. The other 3 were carved out later. Did the sisters inherit the property? No, it was sold while they were in college. Their parents moved away. New owners took over, and so on. The same likely happened with the neighboring spreads. You think she's holed up in one of them, squatting? A woman who pawns her ring probably isn't paying rent. Why would the places be empty? It happens often with rural property. Areas wither when the local pillars leave, especially when the neighborhood royalty departs. Is that your assessment or Mrs. Mackenzie's phrasing? A bit of both. Their father was a judge, which, in a place like this, made him the most influential man around. Everything eventually came before his court. Mrs. Mackenzie seems conscious of that legacy. Why did the parents leave? Mrs. Mackenzie struggled to explain. We can speculate. I'm sure both girls had ponies growing up on a judge's salary. I figure most Wyoming kids have ponies. Probably more ponies than kids. It was a metaphor for comfortable arrangements that work perfectly until they don't. Sometimes you need to leave town and start fresh. Is that how Mrs. Mackenzie sees it? She was away at college when it happened. Ultimately, she blames George W. Bush. She called it an entrepreneurial shift, her father moving from public service to the private sector. Doing what exactly? No one was ever sure, except that it all stopped the day after the banks collapsed. Where's the old man now? Died not long after. The mother. Also gone, but much more recently. It's still a fresh wound, which explains the sudden concern for her semi-estranged twin. Exactly, Bramall said. The Toyota rolled on, the empty landscape stretching before them, holding its secrets under the vast Wyoming sky. Now, her semi-estranged twin was all she had left. They couldn't tell which of the dirt roads led to the biggest ranch, as every one of them snaked off toward the horizon and vanished. They had to guess based on which seemed the widest or best maintained, looking for any sign of past importance. Finally, they settled on one that seemed broader, its surface perhaps a little smoother. There were crumbling stacks of stone that might have been gateposts long ago, like the ruins of a forgotten fortress. The Toyota swung onto it and began to climb. The old homestead lived up to its name. It was a classic western spread with wide, pale grasslands, stands of dark pine, rocky outcrops, and streams of clear, rushing water in the valleys. Far off, the shapes of the Rocky Mountains were just smudges in the hazy distance. The main house was a sprawling log structure with additions branching off in every direction. There were log barns and log sheds, a whole lot of logs, Reacher noted, all of them massive, aged, and hard as iron, shaped by axes and fitted together with wooden pegs. It looked like a scene from an old frontier advertisement. The only modern touches were a late-model rental sedan parked haphazardly and a woman standing beside it. The car was a handsome red Chevrolet with barcode stickers in the rear windows. The woman was petite and slim, maybe 5'2" and 100 pounds. She wore boots, boot-cut jeans, and a gauzy white shirt under an open leather jacket, with a purse slung over her shoulder. Her hair was a long, thick, untamed mane, mostly a pale red with sun-bleached streaks. Her face belonged in a painting. Flawless pale skin, perfect bone structure, delicate features. Her green eyes were direct and open. Her mouth, a confident red, was almost smiling. She looked radiant and completely self-possessed. She had to be in her 30s, but she seemed utterly fresh like a film star. Well, damn, Bramall murmured. That's Mrs. Mackenzie, the twin sister, a perfect copy. The Army's minimum for women was 4'10" and 91 pounds. Sanderson would have cleared that easily, but from that point on, everything else would have been twice as difficult. Especially with a face like that, it was downright breathtaking. Bramall got out of the car. He took a couple of steps and halted. She did the same. Then Reacher climbed out. He heard Bramall say, "Mrs. Mackenzie, I didn't expect to see you here so soon." She replied, "A mix-up with the messages. My text didn't send until after we landed. You thought I was still leaving Chicago. Actually, I was just leaving the Hertz office in Laramie. I was nearby. Naturally, you were, for which I am truly sorry. Logic and the facts brought you to Wyoming, and then I essentially cut you off at the pass. I told you it was impossible she would come back here. What changed your mind?" "You should introduce me to your associate." Reacher stepped forward, gave his name, and shook her hand. It felt like holding a bird's wing in a bear's paw. "What changed?" Bramall repeated. "No, I'm afraid nothing has changed," Mackenzie said. "This place is empty. I think I made an error in judgment. I've wasted a day, I apologize. Why would she come back here of all places?" I had a sudden thought that familiarity might matter to her. I tried to put myself in her head. We had some good years here, 18 years of a stable life. She's had none of that since. I thought it might be something she was desperately missing. Reacher gazed up at the silent house. "How long has it been empty?" "I believe it's just a summer home for someone now," she said. "It's still summer?" "They must have decided not to come this year. Do you remember who bought it?" Mackenzie shook her head. "I'm not sure we ever knew. I was away at school and Rose was already at West Point." "You call her Rose. We insisted on it. Jane and Rose." "How did you feel when you learned your parents had sold the place?" "May I ask why you're so interested in my family's business?" So Reacher laid out the story once more, starting from the bus out of Milwaukee all the way to their arrival over the snowy range. A deep-seated instinct guided him to keep the story simple as he spoke. He stuck closely to the emotional thread of the pawned ring, avoiding any mention of Scorpio or Billy, and he didn't guess at anyone's particular line of work. He finished by detailing the sparse clues found in Cy Porterfield's hall closet, his living room sofa, his master bathroom, and his laundry room. Mackenzie was silent for a moment. Then she asked, "What size were the boots?" "Size 6, Reacher said. "All right." He studied her hair. It was a piled, unruly, knotted mass. Untamed was the perfect word for it. It must take an age to wash, an identical copy. He said, "Let me see your comb." She hesitated, then said, "Yes, I understand." She rummaged in her bag and produced a pink plastic comb. All its teeth were set wide apart, not alternating like a typical comb. Reacher asked, "Have you always used that kind?" "It's the only type that works for my hair." "It's the same." The boots were the right size, too. He took the ring from his pocket and rested it on his palm. She picked it up carefully with slender fingers. West Point 2005. The delicate gold filigree, the black stone, its petite scale. She read the inscription inside. Choosing a finger, she removed a chunky gold designer ring that looked like a piece of dental work. In its place, she slid on her sister's memento. It went on the ring finger of her right hand, settling there as if it belonged. The fit was perfect. It looked right, noticeable and dignified, but not gaudy like a fairground prize. Reacher imagined the same hand, perhaps a little more weathered, with a deeper tan and a few small pale scars. He pictured the face in a similar way. Mackenzie said, "You said you purchased the ring?" "That's right," Reacher said. "Can I buy it back from you?" "It's not for sale. It's meant for my sister. I could give it to her myself, so could the lady at West Point in time." "Do you feel you have to deliver it personally?" "I need to know she's all right. You've never even met her." "Does that matter? Should it?" "I'm not sure. You tell me." Mackenzie slipped the ring off and handed it back. Her flawless face held an unreadable expression. Reacher said, "I know. You know what? I know what you're thinking. You're here for family, and Mr. Bramall is here for a paycheck. So why am I here? I'm giving you the vibe of some strange, fixated guy. Maybe a few cards short of a full deck. I don't mean to, but I get it. I'm making you uneasy." "Not at all." "You're being very polite. I assume it's about honor. Rose was part of a world I never really understood. What we need now are hard facts. Are you sure this place is vacant? There are dust covers on everything, and the water's shut off. So where would Rose go if not here? This is getting absurd. What is? Reacher said. Should I be lying on a therapist's couch to answer these things? Why? We bought into a fantasy, all right. We had to. We acted like we were the landed gentry who owned the entire valley. When the neighbors built their places, we pretended we were practically bestowing charity cottages out of the goodness of our hearts. Of course, we found out later Father had to sell off some land, but we still acted like we owned it, like it was the servants' quarters. We threw our weight around with the folks who lived there. We came and went as we pleased any time we wanted. Which of the 3 places would she go to now? Any one of them? Need a ride? You can sit up front if you want. You're footing the bill, after all. Reacher climbed into the back seat and made himself comfortable. Mackenzie took his spot next to Brummel, who drove not back to the main road, but along the narrow trails Mackenzie pointed out. These were the paths they used as kids, easy for a slight girl to dart along, but tougher for the car. It managed, though, pushing through young trees, all 4 tires, finding grip like a heavy, deliberate cat. The nearest neighbor's place came into view. It wasn't some fancy trophy cabin. It was built in a more innocent time before that term even existed, when a vacation home could be just a plain, simple structure. The view was straight off a postcard. Bramall and Mackenzie walked to the door and knocked. It opened, and a man stood there. The man was about the same age as the fellow from the Mule Crossing post office, with that same weary slump to his shoulders. Bramall spoke to him. Then Mackenzie added a few words. The old man gave a slow nod and began to open the door. Bramall turned and signaled to Reacher, who stepped out of the car and crossed the road to join them. Inside, the air was still and carried the faint, dry scent of disuse. The old man confirmed he had purchased the land and built the house decades ago, intending it for family getaways. Now he came alone, a fact the quiet room seemed to echo. Reacher's glance took in a single chair by the fireplace, a solitary mug on the counter, the quiet, patient atmosphere of a place accustomed to solitude. The man recalled the twins visiting often when they were young, a pair of wild-haired girls in simple country dresses. They came regularly until they were maybe 10 or 12, he said, then visits grew sporadic. By 15, they were rare, and after that, they practically stopped altogether. Mackenzie asked, "Have you seen Rose lately?" "Where would I see her?" the old man replied. "Around here, perhaps." "I suppose it's a foolish question to ask what she looks like now." Mackenzie offered a faint smile. "Perhaps a little more tanned than I am, probably in better shape. She'd insist she's been working harder. She might have cut her hair or colored it, could have gotten some tattoos." She glanced at Bramall, her expression questioning. "Anything else we should think about?" Bramall's eyes flicked to Reacher. "Is this where we mention the injury?" "No," Reacher said. "I'm certain the gentleman would recognize her." "I haven't seen her," the old man said. They used his driveway to cross the road to the property opposite. It opened to another picturesque setting, though smaller, a quarter-scale version of the old homestead, with a newer house and no running stream nearby. The place was shut up tight, locked and empty, with no sign of forced entry or occupation. No burglars, no squatters, and certainly no feral Rose Sanderson holed up in a childhood haunt. They moved on, following another rough trail that Mackenzie seemed to recall in fragments, half memory and half guesswork. The Toyota squeezed between tight trees, jolted over dips and hollows, bucking and swaying. Bramall remained utterly calm at the wheel, driving most of the way with just one hand. The final house came into view, another modest A-frame cabin with generous windows facing a stunning vista. Bramall curved smoothly into the driveway as if he'd been there before and parked a polite distance from the house. The front door swung open before they could knock. A woman stood silhouetted in the shadow of the entryway, having heard their tires on the gravel. She took a tentative step forward into the sunlight. She bore a resemblance to Porterfield's neighbor, but seemed wound far tighter, visibly agitated. Her eyes darted around before fixing on their car. Bramall stepped out, she watched him, Mackenzie followed. Her gaze shifted. Then Reacher unfolded himself from the back seat. She stared at him when no one else emerged. She staggered back as if struck, bracing herself against the doorframe. Her voice was strained. "Have any of you seen Billy Bramall?" Stayed silent. The woman pressed. "I thought maybe you were him. Maybe he got a different car. He's supposed to be coming." "For what?" Reacher said. "Have you seen him?" Mackenzie asked. "Who is Billy?" Reacher said, "We'll get to that." He turned back to the woman in the doorway. "I've got a question for you first, and then I'll tell you what I know about Billy." "What's the question?" "Tell me about the other woman who looks exactly like my friend here, like her twin sister." "What other woman?" "Pay attention. The one who looks like her around this area." "Never seen her. She might be a friend of Billy's, too." "Don't know her?" "You certain? A woman who looks like that I'd remember?" "Now tell me about Billy." "I haven't had the pleasure," Reacher said. "But I hear his privileges got cut off. His cupboard's bare until he handles a local issue, which he hasn't. I know that because I am the local issue, and I'm still here. So, if he happens to stop by, let him know I'm looking for him. The Incredible Hulk, tell him I plan to drop by for a visit, give him a solid description that could be worth $20 to him. You might even get something for free." The woman shook her head. "Billy doesn't do freebies. Who is Billy?" Mackenzie pressed once more. They explained in the car, though not the full story. They kept parts of it at a distance, treating him like a separate, almost incidental find. They mentioned the shoebox full of money but left out the one containing jewelry. Mackenzie, however, was sharp. "Then what were you doing in his house to begin with?" she asked, her skeptical look pulling the rest of the tale out of them. The whole messy saga involving Scorpio, Porterfield, Billy, Bramall's old phone logs, and Nakamura's intercepted voicemails. Mackenzie summed it up, her tone turning dry and edged with disbelief. "So for at least 2 years, Rose has been tangled up with drug dealers and users, meth and heroin, with everything that comes with that life, including apparently living with one who ended up as bare food." They stayed silent. Mackenzie lowered her voice. "Is she addicted?" They finally told her about the jewelry. Mackenzie began to cry. They returned to the old property, where Mackenzie's rental car sat parked at a sharp angle, a vivid red splash against the rustic backdrop. "Now the timeline worries me," she said. "Her comb was lost at least 18 months ago. Maybe even longer. This has likely been going on for 2 years or more, but her ring left Wyoming only 6 weeks back. Doesn't that feel like a final step, like some kind of end game?" Reacher asked. "Did you contact the Army during your search?" "They wouldn't tell me anything." "Privacy issues any other time I'd applaud that." I called a contact. Pulled some strings. They didn't have much, but they had her West Point scores. She did exceptionally well. I remember. They had her deployment history, Iraq and Afghanistan, 5 tours then out. Okay. They had a list of her medals. I didn't know she received any. She was awarded a Bronze Star. For what? The regulation states it's for distinguishing oneself in a combat theater through heroism, outstanding achievement, or meritorious service. "I didn't know," Mackenzie repeated softly. "She also received a Purple Heart." Mackenzie fell quiet for a long moment. First, she whispered, "I didn't know then." "What for?" Finally, her voice broke. "Oh, no." Reacher didn't quote the regulation this time. "The Purple Heart is awarded to those wounded or killed in action. It wasn't happy information." "How bad was it?" Mackenzie asked. "Can't say," Reacher replied. "Right now it's just the name of a medal. Plenty of people have them. I've got one myself. The truth is none come easy. Most leave a mark, but you heal and you move on almost always. It doesn't have to mean the worst." Mackenzie stared ahead. Iraq and Afghanistan were all bad news. She looked at her sleek red car. "I'm not going home. I'm staying right here. She's close. You said it yourself. She's in trouble. Maybe she lost a limb. Maybe she's a disabled vet with no place to go and nothing to eat. She instructed them to follow her back to the Hertz office and then to take her to see Billy's place. Meanwhile, Nakamura carried her laptop down the hall to her lieutenant's corner office. She played the recorded voicemail. "We just got word from Montana. They sent a rider down special. They have a Fed up there asking questions. He just left Billings. I saw the rider from Montana, Nakamura said. He was there 4 minutes. Her lieutenant asked, "Does this move us forward?" "My friend in the lab is making real progress predicting those phone numbers. What does he want a medal? A little recognition would be nice. You know, pop your head in, say hello. What do you need?" It would help to know what kind of Fed was up in Billings, and it would help to know who sent the warning. Was this some kind of official branch, a connected group, a licensed operation, or just a casual network of guys all facing similar problems? What's your suggestion here? Reach out to the Billings Police Department and ask who had personnel in the area overnight. They'll know they would have received a heads-up call as a courtesy. And this individual is heading to Wyoming next? Refresh my memory, why is this my concern? Because Scorpio just had one of his operations stepped on. If we can pinpoint exactly who has him rattled, we might be able to figure out what he's really up to. The lieutenant leaned toward his closed office door and called out to his assistant, instructing her to find the contact for whoever held the top position in the Billings PD over in Montana, be it a captain, a commissioner, or some other high-ranking official. Then he told her to dial the number and patch it through to his line. They arrived at Billy's property as the day was fading. The sun hung low over the far-off peaks, casting long, distorted shadows from the pronghorns that made them seem larger than life. The light had shifted, painting everything in warmer, deeper tones. The house remained quiet and still. They entered through the kitchen door and made their way up to the bedroom that showed signs of use, then over to the closet. Reacher placed the shoeboxes on the bed. Mackenzie ran her finger through the bundled cash, then sifted through the jewelry, her nail clicking against the tangle of metal. She separated delicate necklace chains as fine as thread, pushed aside tarnished high school class rings, and brushed past flashy pinky rings meant to look tough, their onyx faces set with tiny, off-kilter diamonds. Was the pawn shop display similar to this, she asked. "A perfect match," Reacher replied. Poor Rose. "Are you familiar with this part of the state?" "I know Laramie, or I did once. All this land down here originally belonged to the railroad. Before the tracks were put in, they used mule teams. That's likely where the name came from. Any old friends or family around? The road gets shut down for 7 months out of the year. To us, this place might as well have been on another planet, anywhere she might have fond memories of from later years, probably some bars and diners in town, a few shops maybe. Sometimes we'd go out to the university for a concert or an event, but I doubt she'd want to live out there now. We're 35 after all. So where then? Forget what I said earlier. Ignore the idea of familiarity. I was wrong. I was grabbing at straws. Every half-baked thought seemed worth chasing. Maybe she went the opposite way, somewhere completely new to her. But she knows Wyoming. Exactly, that's the sweet spot. A mix of the known and the unknown. Reacher glanced out the bedroom window. A plume of dust rose from the dirt road, glowing a fierce red in the mellowing light, swirling and drifting. At its front, a tiny speck glittered in the low sun. About 6 minutes out, maybe? "Heading here?" Bramall asked. "Could be," Reacher said. "Or maybe not, but I'm hoping it is. I'm hoping it's Billy. He'd know where Rose lives from plowing her driveway, if nothing else. He might have his hunting rifle with him. Did he check his voicemail? We didn't look. He could have slipped back home at some point for a quick stop. We've been gone for hours." "All right," Reacher said. "How do you want to handle this inside?" "For sure. Downstairs is better. There's a fireplace poker. I'll head that way. You take the other side. See what you can find. Look for steak knives, usually in a sideboard drawer." Mackenzie asked, "What should I do?" "Go check if the phone is still on the desk in the back parlor. If it's there, it should show one new message. That's how Mr. Bramall left it. If the screen looks normal, that means Billy came back, listened to the message, but left the phone here for some reason. Check it and call out what you find, loud and clear. Then we'll know what we're dealing with. We'll know how hard we need to hit this guy. If it's Billy," Bramall said. "Hope for the best," Reacher replied. They headed down the stairs, Reacher in the lead, turning left. Bramall going right, and Mackenzie doubling back toward the parlor. Reacher took a quick look out the front window. The dust cloud was closer now, lit from within by the dying sun, maybe 4 minutes away. He moved to the fireplace and picked up the poker. The iron yard hook jutted out like a hitchhiker's thumb. Mackenzie's voice cut through the quiet. "The phone's still here? It's showing 2 new messages now?" Reacher waited a moment before calling back. "Play the second one." A faint staticky whisper drifted from the distant earpiece as the first message was skipped, followed by the hurried, breathy cadence of the next. Mackenzie reported, "It's Arthur Scorpio again," leaving another voicemail for Billy. They got a warning about a federal agent who left Montana for an unknown destination. Scorpio wants Billy to call him back immediately. He sounds furious. He said, "Don't make me worry, Billy," and it wasn't a friendly suggestion. Bramall offered, "Has to be either ATF or DEA out of Montana. They both run Western operations. Not my concern," Reacher said. They held their positions. From the deep shadows inside the room, Reacher watched a vehicle ease through the trees and emerge at the head of the driveway. It wasn't a pickup. It was a full-size Chevy Suburban, painted black, but coated in a fine layer of red dust from the road. A basic model, with cheap wheels and little chrome. An aftermarket antenna was mounted dead center on the roof. It crunched over the dirt and stopped a short distance from Bramall's Toyota. The driver stepped out, a broad-shouldered man of average height, maybe in his 50s, with the weathered look of a hard life. He wore gray flannel pants and a tweed sport coat, moving with a surprising economical grace that hinted at a past as an athlete. Probably a field event guy, Reacher figured, maybe shot put or discus. Now he worked for the government. The clothes and the vehicle made that plain. "Stand easy, everyone," Reacher called out. "Let's dial it down to DEFCON 2. "What does that mean?" Mackenzie asked. "It means we talk to this guy first, before we consider other options. Is it Billy?" "Pretty sure it's not," Reacher said outside. The man adjusted his coattails, squared his shoulders, and started toward the porch. He pulled out an ID wallet, holding it ready. Reacher spotted the straps of a shoulder holster beneath the tweed jacket. Footsteps sounded on the porch boards, followed by a firm knock on the door. Bramall opened it, with Reacher and Mackenzie standing behind him. The government man held up his federal identification, a worn gold badge featuring a shield and an eagle, alongside a plastic card resembling a driver's license that identified him as Kirk Noble, a special agent with the United States Department of Justice, Drug Enforcement Administration. The photo showed a slightly younger version of the same man, with neater hair and a tighter tie knot. Reacher couldn't resist. "Sounds like a comic book character. Kirk Noble, boy detective." The agent showed no reaction. "Guess you've never heard that one before?" Reacher added. Noble ignored the comment. "Who are you?" They gave their names, nothing more. Noble pressed. "What are you doing here?" "We're waiting for a man named Billy," Reacher said. "He lives here. We have a question for him." "What question?" "We're searching for a missing woman. We believe he might know her whereabouts." "What woman?" Reacher had no real expectation that Noble could be helpful, but he was certain the agent could become a hindrance if he chose. He worked for the government, carried a badge with an eagle, and operated by a thick book of rules. So Reacher laid out the story plainly, perhaps slightly tailoring his delivery for a federal ear. He leaned into a kind of circular logic where their professional backgrounds didn't just explain their involvement. They demanded it, while also shielding them from any blame. After all, this was a retired Army major with a Silver Star and a Purple Heart teaming up with a former FBI agent of nearly 40 years now, a fully licensed private investigator, to find another retired major who herself had earned a Bronze Star and a Purple Heart. It was the kind of narrative that made federal objections feel hollow, as if to argue would be to dismiss the very service their own badges were meant to honor. Even if they had, the twin sister was right there. A connection so eerily close, it seemed to justify everything in a sudden stark moment, like bleach poured over evidence, especially with that face and hair. Noble was a man, and deep down he wasn't concerned with legal fine print. He was thinking, there are 2 of them? Reacher kept his reaction as low-key as possible when he was done. Noble told him, You won't get an answer to your question. Why not? Because Billy isn't coming back. Why not? Long story. Noble stepped into the hallway and glanced up the staircase. He studied the ceiling, then the walls, turning slowly as if sizing up a renovation job. Did you check the refrigerator? He asked. Reacher said, For what? Food. No. Noble walked into the kitchen. He eyed the dishes in the sink, opened the fridge, then glanced back as if doing a head count. We could share some bacon and eggs. There's beer, too, Mackenzie said. You're going to eat Billy's food. First off, it's not Billy's anymore. Second, I can't expense a meal if there's food already in the house. Expenses from who? You ultimately, Noble replied. The taxpayer? We're saving you money. We make you eat dinner from a suspect's refrigerator. It's your refrigerator now, and mine. This place became federal property at 2 o'clock today, seized by the government. So where's Billy? That's the long part, Noble said. We should eat first. At his age, after everything he'd lived through, Reacher would have guessed there weren't many new and genuinely pleasant experiences left in his life, but oddly enough, that bacon and egg dinner in Billy's kitchen turned out to be one of them. They felt like conspirators, or maybe like strangers, stranded together overnight in an airport lounge, people who didn't really know each other, thrown into an unexpected intimacy. It was as if they'd been rerouted first class to some remote country inn. Mackenzie found candles and lit them, which gave the whole scene the feel of a movie's opening act. An innocent group gathers, unaware of what's coming. Noble cooked and talked about heroin, a subject that was both his profession and his obsession. He knew its history. Once it was a perfectly legal ingredient found in all sorts of products sold under brands still recognized today. There was heroin cough syrup, even heroin cough syrup for children. Stronger, not weaker. Doctors prescribed it for fussy infants, bronchitis, insomnia, anxiety, hysteria, and all sorts of other vague complaints. Patients loved it. Best health care ever, he said with a wry smile. Millions got hooked. Corporations raked in easy money. Then people caught on, and by the start of World War I, legal heroin was history. But those corporations never forgot about the easy money, that is. At that point in the story, Noble was melting butter in the pan for the eggs. He paused, spoon held in midair as if to underline his words. Remember, he said, this is an active-duty DEA agent telling you this. We know exactly who creates our problems. It took those corporations 80 years to get back into the heroin business. They came in through the side door. By then, heroin itself had a lousy reputation, nothing but underworld squalor, and a few dead rock stars, pretty sordid. So they made a synthetic version, a chemical copy, like an identical twin, Noble added, glancing at Mackenzie, exactly the same, but now it had a long, clean-sounding name, all bright and shiny. It could have been a brand of toothpaste. They put it in tidy white pills. What were they for? Getting high, baby. Whatever you wanted, except they couldn't put that on the label, so they said it was for pain. Everyone has pain, right? Well, not really. Not at first. Pain wasn't even a thing yet. Institutes had to be funded, scholarships endowed, doctors had to be persuaded, patients had to be empowered, and in the end, it worked. Pain became a thing, self-reported, untestable, but suddenly a symptom as valid and meaningful as any other. America soon found itself awash in hundreds of tons of heroin, packaged neatly in small foil-backed blister packs you could slip into a purse. By this point in the story, they were still eating, and Noble was fully in his element, speaking with the practiced ease of a professor giving a lecture. He halted with his fork suspended in the air. Let me stress 2 critical points, he began. First, the majority of this medication reaches the right patients for legitimate reasons. Nobody can argue it hasn't done immense good. But by the same token, nobody can deny that enough has spilled over the sides to do serious damage. Because second, never, ever underestimate the allure of an opiate high. From everything I've heard, it's a magnificent sensation. People describe it as the ultimate experience. For some, it connects so profoundly it feels like a fresh start for their entire lives. He took a swig from Billy's beer before continuing. I'm talking about everyday people here, the kind who are as American as apple pie. They enjoy the ball game on the radio and classic country tunes, not psychedelic rock. They were drawn in by the pristine white pill. It made them feel wonderful, perhaps for the very first time. These are ordinary yet shrewd individuals. They quickly figured out how to amplify the effect. They'd crack open the time-release capsules to get the full dose all at once, a couple times a day, maybe 3. Then they found the patches. You stick them on your skin like the ones for quitting smoking. The packaging has a long, clinical name, but it's the same substance your ancestors might have used, a gentle, steady dose all day long. You could wear 2 if you wanted, or 3, but licking them was far more effective, or sucking on them, or balling them up to chew like gum. So much better, in fact, that wanting more than the doctor prescribed became a natural next step. It got to where you'd casually spend $10 here and there for a few extras, then $100 for a whole pack if you had to, every single day if necessary. There's always a way to scrape together $100 a day, right? By then, these folks are full-blown addicts, though they'd never call themselves that. It's a pride thing. Addicts are other people, the ones with dirty needles in public restrooms. What they have is a pharmaceutical made in a clean lab by technicians in masks holding up test tubes to the light. Their clear blue eyes full of scientific care. They've seen the ads on TV between innings, but the truth is, they're taking even greater risks. Those patches weren't designed to be licked. 50,000 people died last year. Regular people. That's 4 times the number killed in gun crimes. He paused to eat a bite of egg. But we're winning. I'd say we've already won, at least in my region. We can trace prescription painkillers from the factory to the patient. We can shut down the corrupt doctors, train the rest to be strict about prescription durations, and stop theft in the factories and along the supply roads. So now the black market is practically gone, and the medical side is under a microscope. A complete success. Except that earlier boom left us with millions of addicts. Regular folks, remember, they never imagined a dirty needle in a grimy stall would be their destiny, but it's a free market. When we tightened the screws, the price of pills shot up due to supply and demand. What used to cost $10 suddenly became $50. It was a crisis. Overnight standard cartel powder coming up from Mexico started looking like a steal. Don't forget, chemically, it's essentially the same. These people are savvy consumers. None of them ever paid full price for a car, and the numbers don't lie. Even after they factored in the hit to their dignity, the needles, the stalls, the whole mess, the powder was still a better deal. We traded one problem for another. He set his silverware neatly together and pushed his plate aside, taking a long pull from his bottle. Overall, though, it was good news for us. We prefer the new problem. The regular cartel powder is a lot harder to conceal. From our perspective, it was as if the system had just ingested a tracer dye. Entire networks lit up like a city skyline at night. The standards became a little looser, which made our job simpler, but not in every location. Take a particular area of Montana, for example, nothing illuminated there at all. We couldn't detect any incoming shipments. No cartel product was flowing into that zone, so what became of their users? Did they all go through withdrawal, or worse, or was there a new supplier in the mix? That was a question worth answering, so I went to investigate. I didn't find anything substantial, just one minor, almost incidental detail. While I was poking around, I apparently startled a low-level operator, who then activated a long-standing agreement with a buddy, another low-level guy, but from what seemed like a separate network. Their pact was simple. The first hint of trouble for either one, and both would vanish immediately. Frankly, that's the smart move. I doubt it was their first time at the dance. These operations always crumble eventually, and the little guys always get crushed the hardest. Getting out early is the only logical play. That's why Billy isn't coming back. Billy was the friend from Mule Crossing, Wyoming. He's gone to ground along with his associate from Billings, Montana. Mackenzie asked, "Where do you think they went?" "On to a new scheme," Noble replied. "Somewhere else entirely." "Are you searching for them?" "We're not mobilizing the Army. We'll enter their names and photos into the database." That's all Reacher said. That pact suggests they worked for the same organization, not different ones. One rumor scared off 2 men, maybe. What appeared to be two separate networks were actually two branches of the same operation. Possibly, Noble conceded. I don't have many details on them. It's a shadowy setup, which is why I went out there. Most likely, the Montana guy was just a street dealer or whatever passes for one out in the sticks. Billy was probably the same. The corporate types call it customer-facing. Some of those bosses have MBAs, not guys like Billy and his friend. I'm talking about the people who own guys like Billy and his friend. So, what's next for you? Mackenzie asked. I'm going to find some clean linens and make up a bed, Noble said. I can't expense a hotel if there's a perfectly good bed right here. And after that, back to actual work. This whole trip was a dead end. The government got a house out of it, Reacher noted. 2 houses, Noble corrected. Don't forget the one in Billings. I doubt we'll be able to sell either one, Mackenzie ventured. Is there any chance you could tell us if you locate Billy? Noble shook his head. I can't help with your sister. I'm sorry, but look at what you have. It's mostly speculation and wishful thinking. A federal manhunt costs a fortune every single day. They need a rock-solid reason, which you just can't provide. You've got a lot of maybe and not enough why. Mackenzie was silent. Noble added, but I genuinely hope you find what you're looking for. They left Noble in the house and drove back to Laramie. Reacher stretched out in the back seat, Mackenzie sat straight in the passenger seat, and Bramall drove with one hand on the wheel. They decided on the same chain hotel Reacher and Bramall had used previously. It had been fine, aside from the notable lack of coffee. Reacher mentioned the diner he found was a decent alternative, and Bramall agreed he discovered it too and praised the breakfast. But then what? Mackenzie pressed, her frustration evident. What do we do after we eat? What's our next step? We have nothing to go on now. Thanks to the DEA, Bramall said dryly. You can always count on them to start a panic. We have more to work with than some people, Reacher countered. Losing Billy is a setback, I agree. But it's far worse for others. Think about that woman up near the old property, way out in the middle of nowhere. She was getting agitated, waiting for a delivery. She needed a fix badly today. Billy isn't coming, so what happens to her? By tomorrow she'll be desperate. She'll come looking. They all will. If Rose is an addict, she'll come to us eventually. They gathered in the hotel lobby at 8 the next morning. Bramall wore a crisp new shirt, and Mackenzie had changed into a fresh blouse. Reacher's clothes were a day old, but he felt comfortable in them. He'd scrubbed down with an entire bar of soap in the shower earlier. They headed into the diner and took a table. Mackenzie seemed at ease with the plan she suggested. Maybe about 6 weeks back, the price of pills spiked really high. That could be why she sold her ring, just to afford them. Could be, Reacher replied. I want it to be pills, she said, her voice tightening. Not needles in some grimy restroom stall. Naturally. I'm certain Special Agent Noble was generalizing when he claimed there are no pills on the black market anymore. There has to be something out there. Reacher stayed quiet, Mackenzie added. Before this is done, I need to understand why it happened. Likely our doing, Reacher said. It hinges on the injury she sustained. Could have been minor, a scratch. But if it was severe, something on the battlefield with medics taking fire, she'd have gotten a shot of morphine before a messy evacuation. Probably another dose before triage, and another waiting for surgery. Then 2 weeks in recovery with a generous supply of opioid painkillers right by the bed. She was probably hooked before she even left the hospital. Depending on the wound, Mackenzie echoed softly, maybe it still hurts. Maybe that's why she needs the pills or the powder now, with needles in a toilet stall if Agent Noble is correct. Did your sister wear silver clothing? Why? Porterfield's neighbor might have spotted her in his car. She recalled something silvery. Was it winter? About a month before spring started. You can find winter coats in silver, almost metallic like high-tech foil. Would she wear that color? I might, Mackenzie said. Reacher considered it. The hair, the eyes, the face wrapped in a silver foil coat. She'd look like a glossy magazine cover come to life. A perfect double. They drove to the university geography department and studied the oversized atlas again. Tracing the settlements westward from the Mule Crossing turnoff, they noted Billy's place south of the dirt road, then Porterfield's to the north, followed by his neighbor's plot back to the south. Beyond those lay 12 more properties, 6 on each side, stretching 40 miles deep into the mountains until the road simply ended. No through route, just a turnaround. Not quite a bowl or a valley, more a chain of rising foothills where the road gave up when the real peaks began. Mackenzie observed, "You think she's in there somewhere?" Reacher nodded. She was either living with Porterfield or visiting him regularly, yet almost no one ever saw her, maybe once. If she lived anywhere else, she'd have to drive in and out through Mule Crossing every time. More people would have noticed her, probably even the old guy at the post office. But no one did. She must have been coming and going the other way, deeper into the hills. I'd bet she's there right now. Where else would she go? She doesn't own a car, Brommel pointed out. Not according to Wyoming DMV or any other state. She camps in abandoned ranch houses, Reacher said. Either she finds cars or she takes them. She doesn't care whose name is on the title. All a car has to do is start when she needs it. "I want to go back," Mackenzie said, her tone shifting from weary to determined back to Mule Crossing. "It's like the neck of a funnel. If she's in there, she has to come out eventually. I want to be there when she does. If I'm right," Reacher said, "if I'm wrong, we'll find her in town tonight or tomorrow." They parked near the old post office, settling into a spot that gave them a clear head-on view of anything approaching from the dirt road, just before the turnoff where every driver would slow almost to a stop, looking left then right before merging onto the paved road, close enough to make out faces. At first, the wait felt awkward. Reacher figured they were all wrestling with the same uncertainty, trying to picture exactly what or who they were hoping to see. They understood the principle. Billy's absence would act like a magnet, pulling the desperate into the open. But what form would that desperation take? Reacher's mind, shaped by a lifetime of movie previews, conjured images of the Walking Dead, a shuffling horde of hollow-eyed zombies. He was braced for a scene of outright societal collapse. The first potential arrival rumbled in from the west in a beat-up old truck, its suspension groaning as it kicked up a plume of dust that hung in the air for what seemed like forever. It wasn't Rose Sanderson. The driver was a gaunt man with a perpetually sour expression, like a fire and brimstone preacher from a bygone era. Possibly an addict, possibly just a local. He scanned the crossroads and swung his truck toward Colorado, leaving the dust to slowly settle back to earth. From the back seat, Reacher broke the silence. "Where were you during Rose's West Point years?" Mackenzie turned to face him. "The University of Chicago for undergrad," she said. "Then I went to Princeton for my graduate work." "What was your focus?" "English literature. A different world, I know." "Not so different. They've taught a few of them to read at West Point these days. You just have to go slow and sound out the words." A brief smile touched her lips. "That's not what I meant. I know Rose is every bit as intelligent as I am. That's a simple fact. I meant she was psychologically prepared to take a life, and I was not. That was the real divide." "Was that the great argument between you?" "It was never a screaming match. We never had a falling out. But life accelerated so quickly back then. Suddenly, Rose was in the Army. It was a profound commitment. Our family's attention was split. For nearly a decade, she was rarely home. I was never told where she was stationed. Visits were impossible. Most of the time, I couldn't even call. In the meantime, I was building my career. I got married. That's just how it unfolded. We were living separate, actual adult lives like any other sisters with their own paths, except her path included being ready to kill people, and yours didn't. I don't mean she wanted to or was plotting to. It was a philosophical debate, that's all. We were 18. I wasn't arguing for absolute pacifism. Life is never that black and white. Nobody deals in absolutes. Everyone operates in the realm of sometimes. But her sometimes and my sometimes were on different continents. Her finger would find the trigger long before mine even considered it. And maybe that was fine. Maybe my view was naive. The disagreement itself didn't trouble me. We'd always seen the world differently. What got to me was that she had sat down and truly, carefully considered it, and had arrived at a conscious yes, I could do that, for real. That decision changed her, subtly. She altered her own composition by accepting that capability. For the first time ever, I felt a fundamental disconnect, like we were no longer cut from the same cloth. Reacher offered no reply. Mackenzie turned back to the windshield, and the waiting resumed. The second contender for their personal apocalypse was the woman who had brought the strawberry pie to Cy Porterfield, his neighbor, second house on the left. She was driving a dented Jeep SUV. She paused, looked both ways, and turned toward Laramie, perhaps off to the grocery store, maybe to linger in the produce section. The third vehicle approached from behind them. It turned off the two-lane highway, rolled past their parked car, and headed west down the dirt track. It was another pickup. This one, fitted with the heavy pistons for a snowplow mounted right on the front frame. Bramall shot a questioning glance, and receiving nods from both Mackenzie and Reacher, he started the engine and nudged their vehicle onto the dirt road. A unanimous instinctive call, the obvious move. They had nothing to lose by tailing the plow truck, at least as far as Billy's property. They would have a perfect vantage point the whole way, positioned right at the narrowest part of the funnel. Any random zombie driving by would pass within arm's reach, certainly close enough to scrutinize in minute detail. If the truck ultimately drove straight past Billy's, they could simply stop, turn around, and write off the snowplow rig as a strange coincidence. What if it turns in? Mackenzie asked. Maybe it's a rival who just got the news, Reacher suggested. Maybe he's after Billy's client list. Could be the snowplow business is cutthroat. Suppose it's Billy coming home. I'm confident the local law changed the locks. Or epoxied them shut, or whatever the modern procedure is. Either of which is going to seriously irritate our guy. He'll get all worked up and frustrated. He'll march back to his truck to fetch his deer rifle, intending to shoot the lock off. He'll be standing right there on the porch, weapon in hand, just as we roll up, finger on the trigger. Only if we pull in as well. He hasn't heard the message. He'll probably think we're just some random church group, whichever one lets women join these days. By then they had closed the gap to about 100 yards behind the pickup. In that wide, empty country, it felt dangerously close, yet the thick curtain of dust kept them completely hidden. The truck's mirrors showed nothing. They drove on, an unseen convoy trailing in its wake. Off to the side, the pronghorn herd had already moved to fresh grass, now 2 miles behind them. At their current speed, less than a minute remained. The pickup ahead began to slow. It grew larger and hazy in the dust cloud until Bramall eased off the gas. The truck's brake lights flared as it dropped almost to a crawl, then made a wide, lazy turn left into the mouth of Billy's driveway. "Go now," Reacher said. "Follow him in." Bramall glanced at Mackenzie. She held back a moment. Reacher added, "He never heard that phone call. We're just 3 strangers to him," Mackenzie said quietly, "but he knows where Rose is." Bramall turned onto the driveway. Here the dust was gone. The path was a rough forest track of rock and gravel. Now their Toyota was fully exposed. They hung back, watching the pickup flicker between shafts of sunlight and shadow among the trees about 200 yards ahead. "Running off and circling right back doesn't seem too bright," Reacher remarked. "Maybe he came for his money," Mackenzie suggested. They rolled forward, keeping their distance. The pickup rounded the last curve and vanished from sight. Another 50 yards and it would clear the woods, then a final 100 over sun-baked red dirt to the house. "Let me out here," Reacher said. "I'll cut through the trees. I can take a shorter line and get there faster." "Is that the smart move?" Bramall asked. "Smarter than staying clumped together." "A good team doesn't bunch up, makes too easy a target." Bramall stopped and Reacher slipped out. He watched the Toyota drive on, then turned and pushed into the woods, aiming straight for the last tree before the clearing. He reached the edge just in time to see the pickup bump across the dirt and park near the house. He waited 100 yards back. Bramall rolled to a stop in the driveway entrance. The Toyota's paint and chrome dulled under a coat of red dust, better than desert camo. The pickup's engine cut off. The driver's door swung open and a young man climbed out, early 20s, maybe 6 feet tall and pushing 200 pounds, most of it soft. He moved slowly, almost clumsily. This wasn't Billy. Billy wore a 32 waist and an 8.5 shoe. The big kid pulled a key ring from his pocket and stared at it as if he'd never seen keys before. He trudged onto the porch, stopped at the door, selected a key, and bent toward the lock. Then he paused, looking confused. He touched the keyhole with his finger, then spun around suddenly as if sensing someone behind him, maybe with a camera filming some joke for phones. Reacher stepped out of the trees. He crossed the open dirt and waved Bramall forward. The kid on the porch watched him the whole way, still puzzled, not reacting. Up close, he looked harmless. His clothes stretched smooth over his soft frame, no suspicious bulges in his pockets. He was unarmed, very young, no physical threat, not the sharpest either, not much stirring behind his eyes. Reacher said, "Who are you?" The kid replied, "I came by to get something." It wasn't really an answer, but Reacher let it pass. Bramall and Mackenzie joined them on the porch. The kid looked at each of them, still bewildered. Reacher's eyes went to the lock. A bead of glue filled the keyhole. The boy detective had changed one lock, probably at the back, and glued the rest shut. Efficient, saving the taxpayer every penny. The boy asked, "Who are you?" Reacher replied, "I believe I asked first. I'm not doing anything wrong here. Just give me your first name. It's Mason." "All right, Mason. Nice to meet you. What brings you out here?" "I came to pick something up." "For who?" "For myself. Billy said I could have it." "Who's Billy?" The kid said. "He's my brother, is he?" "Well, half-brother. Where is he right now?" "I don't know." He took off again. "Has he done this before, twice that I can recall?" "This time he called and told me where he left his truck. Said I could have it, and something in his house, too." "Where was the truck parked up, near Casper?" Reacher gave a slow nod. That was closer to Mule Crossing than Billings, Montana. The other man had driven farther than Billy. Why? It must have been their prearranged route. They were aiming southeast through Nebraska and gone, he asked. What was the item he left in the house? "I'm not sure, I should say. Was it cash in a box?" The kid looked startled. "Yeah," he admitted. "In a shoebox. Did he want you to bring it to him?" "No, sir, it's for me. He said he's already with a guy who has plenty. Where?" "He didn't tell me. He wouldn't. No chance. He used to tell me, Mason, if you ever have to run, you don't tell a soul where you're headed, not even me." "You're absolutely certain he didn't give you a hint?" "Yes, sir." "What does Billy do for work?" "He drives a snowplow." "What about in the summer?" "I think he buys and sells stuff." "What kind of stuff?" "Just things, flea market kind of things." "Where does he sell them?" "I guess all over, wherever he finds people who want to buy." "Do you know any of his customers?" "No." "Have you ever seen a woman who looks like my friend here?" "No." "Do you know what an accessory is?" "Something you add to your truck?" "It's also a legal term," Reacher said. "It means if you know a secret about a crime and you keep quiet, you go to jail right along with them. Billy has wandered pretty far from the straight and narrow, I'm sorry to say. He's made some bad decisions. The government took over this house yesterday. A federal agent sealed the lock. That's standard procedure now. So this is your last opportunity, Mason. If you have any idea where Billy is, you need to tell us right this minute." "I don't know where Billy is," the brother said almost cheerfully. "But don't worry, he'll be back in a year or two. That's how it worked the last two times." Reacher glanced at Bramall, who just shrugged, then at Mackenzie, who gave a slight nod. She believed him. The kid asked, "How do I get inside the house?" "You don't?" Reacher said. "There's no point. The money is already gone. It was in a federal evidence locker before you even had breakfast this morning. But you can keep the truck, get a plow blade for it, and you could start your own business." They watched the kid drive off. Mackenzie remained on the porch, taking in the scenery. The vast open plains to the right, the old post office and the fireworks store, the pronghorn antelope about a mile distant. The red dirt road still neatly graded with its gentle curve. To the left, the low rugged peaks like tiny mountain ranges. She said, logically, we should keep moving. She's not here. She won't be at Porterfield's place, which is next. She won't be at the Pie Lady's place after that. So, logically, we could just drive on and then stop before the fourth location. We'd be closer. Nothing could happen behind us. It would all still be ahead of us. "Only if Reacher is correct," Bramall said, and he might not be. "Then why has nobody seen her?" Bramall had no answer. Reacher said, I suppose giving away the truck was a cowboy sort of gesture. Billy was making sure someone took care of his best horse, so to speak, no matter what. All that noble sentiment. But $10,000 in a box is different. That's a serious amount of money to just hand over. I don't think he wanted to part with it. I think he was already on the road when he got the call from Montana. Too far to turn back and retrieve it, their agreement meant he had no time to spare. He had to get to Casper right away. Considering the direction the other driver was coming from near Billings, it's a safe bet they kept heading east across Nebraska. If we start the clock from Scorpio's first message, all this went down at least 2 days back. They'd be in Chicago by now, but I don't buy that. They went to Chicago. I doubt they'd fit in there. My money's on them swinging south toward Oklahoma. A person could carve out some kind of life there, or maybe the same rough life they already knew. Plausible, Bramall replied. Mackenzie added, but Special Agent Noble will never piece that together. He'll never know where we found the truck, thanks to our choice to hand it over to the brother, Bramall said. Our choice. Don't be embarrassed. I'm sure it came from a good place. Creating work is a noble goal. But I want Noble to have a real chance at locating Billy. I believe he'd tell us if he did. Why wouldn't he? We should call him. We should point him toward Oklahoma. It was just a theory, Bramall countered. A theory grounded in a fact, she shot back, her tone shifting from collaborative to pointedly sarcastic. A fact he doesn't have. He's flying blind while we're sitting on a map. He might guess something else entirely. Then at least he'll have had the opportunity to guess, won't he? Instead of chasing ghosts in Chicago, because that's the obvious dot on the map. You really want me to make that call?
I think we have to.
Bramall glanced at Reacher. Reacher said he did cook for us under normal circumstances. Sending a thank you note would be the polite thing to do. Bramall fished out his tortoiseshell glasses and a small, worn notebook, flipping it open with his thumb. Reacher asked, You have Noble's direct line in there? Just the main switchboard for the Western Division, Bramall said. He dialed and navigated a frustrating minute of transfers, repeating the name in every variation. Special Agent Kirk Noble, Agent Noble, Kirk Noble. Finally, the man himself must have answered because Bramall refreshed his memory about their shared bacon and eggs dinner and then laid out the new intelligence, a strong belief the fugitives had headed for Oklahoma. Evidently, Noble asked to speak with Reacher. Bramall passed the phone over. Noble's voice came through, tense. We've got a problem with Porterfield, Noble explained. I typed up your statement verbatim and ran it through our system, which cross-references names against existing databases. Seymour Porterfield's name triggered a block. I found 3 separate files on him, all locked down tight, requiring high-level clearance, Reacher said. What sort of person gets that treatment? A confidential informant, typically, Noble said. It's a security protocol. Interesting. I need to understand who Porterfield was. I need you to tell me everything you know. I don't know anything substantive about Porterfield. The man wore a lot of denim and had expensive taste in backsplashes, but frankly, he's not my problem. He's not why I'm here. One of the files linked Porterfield to a second party. The coding indicates it was a woman. I can't access the exact date, but the file sequence suggests it was initiated roughly 2 years ago and was reviewed by someone shortly before Porterfield was killed. Interesting, Reacher repeated, his voice flat. How buried are these files? Deep. But they don't feel like DEA originals. It reads like we were copied as a courtesy by another agency. Which one? It's an unusual code, not FBI or ATF. It reminds me of headers we'd see during joint ops with Special Forces units in South America years back. Not a field report, mind you. This feels like it originated from somewhere relatively close to our home office. Understood, Reacher said, his mind already moving on. Don't forget to make that call to Oklahoma. He ended the call and briefed the others. Mackenzie asked, Does this change anything for us? Unclear, Reacher said. Who Porterfield was 2 years ago doesn't automatically lead us to Rose's current location. We shouldn't get sidetracked, I suppose. We could find a spot to pull over before we reach the 4th location. I could make a call from there while we waited. They parked on the gravel shoulder, the vehicle tilted at a sharp angle, mimicking the posture of a police cruiser running a speed trap. The road stretched ahead for another 40 miles, dotted with 12 more homesteads, each one isolated and invisible from the next. Beyond that, there was nothing. No one was coming. Reacher borrowed Bramall's phone and dialed from memory. The same efficient voice answered, "West Point Superintendent's office, how may I help you? Reacher here. Hello, Major. I need to speak with the superintendent. You don't recall his name, do you?" "Not at the moment, no. It's General Simpson. He'll be pleased to hear from you. He has some news. Hold one moment, Major." After a series of clicks and silence, the superintendent's voice came on. "Major, General," Reacher replied, deliberately avoiding the name Simpson. Old habits died hard. West Point was famous for its elaborate pranks, and while he trusted the assistant, certainty was a luxury he rarely afforded. The superintendent asked, "Any progress?" "Some," Reacher said. "I believe I'm near the correct area, which is the southeastern corner of Wyoming." So she returned home. "Not precisely, but in the vicinity. I discovered traces in a house at a spot called Mule Crossing. She was there roughly 18 months ago. My instinct says she hasn't gone far." The superintendent's tone shifted. "There's something you should be aware of. It could be significant. Out of curiosity, I attempted to access Sanderson's service and medical records. I couldn't penetrate them. They're sealed up tighter than a drum. I suspect your old unit was responsible. My people? Military police? When did this happen?" "Difficult to pinpoint exactly. Not recently, but almost certainly after she left the service, possibly 2 years back." "Interesting," Reacher said. "Now, want to guess why I called? How could I? The house where I found the evidence belonged to a man who also has sealed files in a government system. 3 of them, in fact. One was initiated about 2 years ago and includes the man with a woman, according to the database staff. These aren't original files. They believe another agency shared them as a courtesy. Do they know which agency?" "They suggested the Pentagon." "I find that compelling," the superintendent said, "as you knew I would. But you didn't call just to amuse me. You want a favor? Who do you know down there? A few contacts. Do they owe you? How much risk would they be taking?" "Minimal. This case went cold over a year ago. It's old news now. They don't need to provide details. Just confirm or deny if Sanderson is the woman in the file with the homeowner. His name was Seymour Porterfield. Social Security should show a county sheriff's death notification around early spring last year. He's dead. It's Wyoming. A bear got him." Reacher spelled out both names. The superintendent repeated them. "Thank you, General," Reacher said. "You can reach me back on this number. My associate, Mr. Bramall, will answer." "Thank you, Major," Reacher asked. "Sir, is your name Simpson?" "Correct," the superintendent said. "Sean Simpson?" "Yes, sir," Reacher said out of reflex. He ended the call and handed the phone back to Bramall, who plugged it into the charger. They waited on the shoulder for an hour, watching the empty road. The only movement came from a small herd of elk emerging from the trees on one side of a gulch and disappearing into the woods on the other. High above, dark birds of prey hung motionless in the vast sky. Mackenzie broke the silence, her voice tinged with frustration. "I'm sorry I did it again. Every idea seems brilliant until it falls apart." "Neither of us had a better alternative," Reacher said. "Maybe it's a good sign if we don't see her. It could mean she doesn't need what Billy was peddling. It could mean she's managing. Someone took her ring. You pointed that out yourself? That's the optimistic view, which does occur." "How often?" Mackenzie pressed. "More than never. Less than always wait." Bramall said suddenly, pointing into the distance. A dust cloud rose on the road ahead, far to the west where the horizon lifted. At its leading edge was a small, blurred speck moving fast through the haze. They waited. The speck grew larger, and the cloud behind it churned and roared, constantly renewing itself. Shaped almost like a parachute, but impossibly long, holding together through some invisible force before finally collapsing, surrendering to the wind, and settling back to earth. "Get ready," Bramall said, pulling his phone from the charger to take a picture. They waited. An SUV raced past, an old boxy model dented and caked in rust and red dust so thick it seemed fused to the metal. The side windows were nearly opaque, but through the smeared arcs on the windshield, cleared by worn wipers, they caught a fleeting, fractured glimpse inside. Just a hazy impression, a small figure shrinking back, a flash of silvery color. Bramall pulled off the shoulder and took off in pursuit like a highway patrol officer. The truck ahead was still moving fast. The road stretched straight for long sections, then dipped into hollows and rose over low hills, curving out of view, but the dust cloud remained, marking the way. The Toyota rumbled over the rough surface, keeping pace, but their quarry wasn't slowing. If anything, it was accelerating. At times, the dust trail stretched half a mile between them, and then abruptly, it was gone. The Toyota swept out of a long curve through the last of the settling dust into clear, bright, empty air. The road ahead was vacant. No truck, nothing. Behind them, the severed cloud veered off the asphalt and dissipated into the scrub. Bramall stopped. "She turned off," Reacher said. "There's no dust on the ranch roads. What's back there?" Bramall executed a tight U-turn across the shoulders and drove back to investigate. "Driveway on the left," Mackenzie said. "I think it's hard to spot." "The Pie Lady's place," Reacher said. "Porterfield's neighbor. We were here yesterday, almost missed it then. But she's supposed to be out. We saw her leave." Bramall turned onto the track and drove faster than the day before, twisting and climbing through the trees for more than 3 miles. They saw no one, nothing, until, just as before, the trees suddenly opened onto the flat acre with its long eastern view, the one-story house with its brown boards, aged millwork, and that old church pew beside the door. Nothing there. No dust-caked SUV, no movement, no sound. Mackenzie said, "There must be other ways out, like those places I pointed out yesterday." Bramall drove a wide, bumpy circle around the house and outbuildings, staying close to the tree line. They spotted 3 separate forest trails leading away through the woods, one west, one south, and one splitting the difference. They looked like paths for hikers or hunters, worn down, tangled with roots and rocks, dappled in gentle sunlight, each curving out of sight. All were narrow but passable for a boxy old SUV. It was impossible to tell which had been used recently. The ground was bone dry, and tire tracks crisscrossed everywhere in the dust. "Feel like gambling?" Bramall asked. "Waste of time," Reacher replied. "Too many turns on those trails. The odds would be impossible, plus your truck is wider than hers. We'd get stuck." "If it was her," Bramall said, "assuming it was. Which way she went doesn't matter." Mackenzie cut in. "The question is why she went. What happened?" "We spooked her," Reacher said. "We were parked on the shoulder. Could have been state troopers. She didn't want to get caught, so she ducked off the road and backtracked on some Forest Service trail only she knows. Now she's staying out of sight somewhere, trying to decide her next move. Where exactly within 1,000 square miles of this spot, someplace we'll never locate." Mackenzie paused before asking, "Did you notice the silver color?" Bramall replied, "Just a glimpse. What was your take on it?" "Looked like a coat," Bramall said, "one with a hood, but fitted," Reacher added. "I figured it was more like athletic gear, the sort runners strip off before starting." "Did it seem metallic, in parts?" Bramall acknowledged, "Maybe just the edging." Mackenzie pressed, "Then why didn't she want us to reach her?" "She didn't realize it was you," Reacher explained. "She never saw your face. Both our windshields were dirty, and when she passed us, she was looking the other direction. It wasn't personal, it was tactical. She probably assumed we were law enforcement. Maybe she's someone who can't afford to let an officer peer inside her vehicle, if it was even her," Bramall cautioned. "Because she's struggling with addiction," Mackenzie said quietly. "Worst case scenario," Reacher agreed, "which does happen. More often than never, less often than always. Which way are you leaning on this? Hope for the best, prepare for the worst." "I'm serious. I'm thinking about Seymour Porterfield," Reacher said. "We're operating on the idea that Billy inherited his operation, and that kind of transition usually sparks a period of aggressive growth afterward. That's often the whole point of a takeover. Someone else spots untapped potential, and this particular line of work never shrinks. It only expands. So, long story short, theoretically speaking, for a variety of reasons, you'd expect the authorities to view Billy as a much bigger target now than Porterfield ever was. But the local detective basically told us he isn't even interested in someone like Billy. He said he'd run his face through the system. That's code for letting him go because Billy's too dull to bother with. Meanwhile, the supposedly mundane Seymour Porterfield has his own classified file at the Pentagon. Bramall shrugged. Could mean nothing. He might have had minor links to Central America years ago. The military documented everything. His file might be a single sentence. You know how it was back then? You were probably there. Why seal a one-sentence file? Bramall admitted. I don't know. What do we truly know about Porterfield for certain? Almost nothing. What was your gut feeling, like his neighbor described? A wealthy out-of-stater here to find himself, maybe working on a book. Sounds like a good life. Absolutely. You admired his house. I could live there happily. He had everything a person could want, Reacher mused, including granite countertops and his very own Pentagon dossier. Actually, he had 3 files there. One appears to detail some kind of partnership with an unidentified woman during his final 6 months. Then there's the broken window at his place, which looked like professional, possibly government work, which sounds absurd until you consider it might not be. Plus, the man was supposedly killed by a bear or a mountain lion. Both possibilities are extremely remote, all of which invites some wild speculation about what really transpired in those last 6 months, especially near the end. Maybe Rose ran just now because a year and a half ago she learned not to trust expensive black SUVs with multiple passengers. So, to answer your original question, Mrs. Mackenzie, right now, I'm leaning slightly away from the worst-case theory. Worst cases tend to be pretty straightforward. This whole situation feels more layered than that, Mackenzie asked. You think Porterfield wasn't the man we assumed he was? He could have been 10 times worse. Now, I'm not sure, and that's the intriguing part. It also makes it just as possible he was 10 times better, Bramall countered. If he was better, how would a guy like Arthur Scorpio know his name? Through Billy, perhaps. Billy was Porterfield's neighbor, same as the pie shop owner. People talk. Maybe Scorpio enjoyed a little local gossip now and then. He had $10,000 tucked away in a shoebox. Could be he was planning to live off that while he finished writing his book. Bramall stayed silent, his phone buzzed, and after a brief listen, he handed it to Reacher. General Simpson, he said. For you, Reacher took the call. The superintendent's voice came through. Porterfield served in the Marines. Anything classified is sealed tight, the superintendent continued. But public records show the Seymour Porterfield who passed away in Wyoming last year was an Ivy League graduate who enlisted right after September 11th. He was the ideal recruit, a real all-American poster boy. He deployed to Iraq early as a rifle platoon lieutenant. His time there was short. He was wounded within a month. The nature of the injury isn't recorded. He received an honorable discharge and returned to civilian life. Back then, the Corps still offered transition counseling. Notes indicate Porterfield seemed eager to resume his studies and had reasonable expectations of a future inheritance, both money and property, so the Marines weren't overly concerned about his transition. After that, he pretty much vanished from official view for years. Until when? Reacher asked. About 2 years back, a Pentagon office opened a fresh case on Porterfield. We don't know why. They likely pulled his service file for context and then classified it. That usually signals something around the same time. A second file was started linking Porterfield to a woman. That's what we've pieced together so far. 3 files, just like you mentioned. Was the woman Sanderson? We can't confirm that yet. Those details are buried. Are you still digging? Quietly, the superintendent said. I'll update you. The line went dead. Reacher handed the phone back to Bramall, who plugged it into charge. Mackenzie spoke up. Does any of this move us forward? It might not be her, Reacher said. But if it is, then we have a wounded Marine officer and a wounded Army officer sharing the same space for half a year. That could have gone a couple of ways. They might have spiraled into the worst addiction you've ever seen, or maybe they helped each other stay clean, moral support from someone who truly understood. Heck, they might not have been users at all. These were exceptional people. Porterfield left school to serve right after 9/11s. Rose graduated top of her class at West Point and did 5 tours. Maybe they just wanted some peace and quiet with someone who got it. Then where is she now? That's the sticking point. Asking that question pretty much gives us the answer. Unfortunately, Mackenzie said softly, it pushes us toward thinking she's more likely struggling with addiction now than being that impressive person. Otherwise, she'd still be in touch. That's the worst-case scenario. You sounded more optimistic earlier. I still am, Reacher said. I'm still hoping for the best. Can I ask you something personal? I guess, she replied. What kind of twins are you and Rose? Do you look very similar? She nodded. We're identical, extremely so, more than most. Then we should swing by the hospital. Why? By now, some of those guys from last night are hurting. A few might have buddies willing to talk. Others will try to score in town. The rest will head to the ER complaining of a terrible toothache or unbearable back pain, something that can't easily be tested. Pain is a real issue now, so the doctor has to take their word and write a prescription for the strong stuff. We should check if she's been there. You'll look just like her, like a walking missing person flyer. I feel like I'm selling her out. Like I'm admitting she's an addict. It's about odds. We have to start somewhere. She was quiet for a long moment, then said, All right, let's go. Bramall fired up the V8 engine and turned the car in a wide arc toward the top of the driveway. They left behind the flat acre with its distant eastern view, the brown wooden house with its century-old trim, and the weathered church pew sitting quietly on the porch. The next 3 miles were a bumpy, jarring ride before they found the dirt road once more, just as they reached it. The woman from the strawberry pie house was pulling out of her own driveway, returning from the market in her Jeep. Bramall stopped and reversed to give her room, but she halted alongside them and powered her window down. Bramall and Reacher did the same. She eyed them with a flicker of recognition from the previous day. Then her gaze shifted past them to Mackenzie. There was no spark of familiarity, nothing at all. The perfect double, a living advertisement for a total stranger. Can I help you, folks? She asked, her tone guarded. We came back to clarify a few points from our conversation yesterday, Reacher said. We didn't realize you were out. You saw me, she countered. I passed you right at the turnoff. Maybe we were distracted. Aren't you private investigators? Shouldn't you notice things? We're searching for a missing woman, Reacher replied. Our minds might have been elsewhere. About when you saw Porterfield, was there any sign of a physical disability? Not that I recall. 2 arms, 2 legs, walking normally as far as I could tell, speaking clearly, acting rationally. He was perfectly polite. All right, Reacher said. Now that one time on the dirt road, what you thought you saw in Porterfield's car, walk us through it again. I told you there was nothing. I must have been mistaken. Pretend you weren't. What did you glimpse? She hesitated, the memory clearly uncomfortable. It was just a flash, she said finally. 2 cars passing in a cloud of dust. The wind was fierce that day. Even so, Reacher pressed. What registered? Another pause. A girl turning her head away, and something silvery, a reflection. Maybe it stayed with you. It was unsettling. Out of place? Had you ever seen anything like it before? Never. Or since, maybe in a different vehicle, driving alone from the west. Never, she said firmly, a hint of irritation in her voice. Are you mocking me now? Not at all, I assure you. Here's another question. Do you usually let people cut through your property whenever they like? Besides you mean... Fair enough, Reacher acknowledged. But generally, is it okay for people to drive in and use your forest trails? Absolutely not. You've never allowed it? Why would I? This is private land. But have you ever seen it happen anyway, trespassers? Never, she stated, her patience thinning. What is this about? The truth is, we were following a truck. It was trying to get away. It went up your driveway and came out again on one of your trails. We lost it. The woman's eyes darted around the surrounding trees as if they might betray a secret. It escaped through here? That's impossible. How would anyone even know where my trails lead? West Point training, Reacher thought to himself. Where map reading wasn't just a class, it was a matter of life and death. Where do those trails go exactly? He asked. Everywhere, she said, waving a hand. You could get halfway to Colorado if you knew the way. Who were you chasing? They must have been desperate to risk my land. We believe the driver was a woman, okay? She seemed slight and she turned away as we got close. We never saw her face. The woman fell silent, her earlier description hanging in the air between them. Reacher let the quiet stretch before adding, there was a silvery glint in the cab. Oh my God, the same thing you saw here on my land? We followed the truck right in. You're going to give me nightmares for a week. They left her sitting in her Jeep, staring into the woods, and retraced their route down the driveway to the 2-lane highway toward Laramie. The hospital was located near the university, a modern building that seemed oddly connected to the older campus. The emergency room held 7 people in various states of distress. 2 of them, pale and sweating, looked like they were feeling the acute absence of Billy's usual pharmaceutical offerings. The other 5 had the weary, overloaded backpack look of college students. All 7 glanced up as new faces entered, a universal waiting room reflex, their eyes scanning Bramall, Reacher, and lingering on Mackenzie. No flicker of recognition showed on any face, not even at the reception desk where the nurse merely looked bored and handed over a clipboard. Mackenzie inquired about a patient named Rose Sanderson. A helpful woman at the desk checked her computer screen, offered an encouraging smile, and stated they had no record of anyone by that name. She maintained eye contact the whole time, her expression open, frank, and full of apparent compassion. There wasn't a flicker of recognition. Mackenzie stepped back from the counter. All right, she said. Either she's got generous friends or she's here in town right now looking to make a buy. They drove to the intersection of 3rd and Grand and began a slow, methodical search. They were looking for a specific combination, 2 rough-looking bars and a decent place to eat, all within view of one another. They needed a meal, but Mackenzie didn't want to waste potential surveillance time. The ideal was to watch while they ate, keeping at least 2 likely spots in sight. Eventually, they settled on a cafe directly opposite a pair of weathered cowboy bars, each with neon beer signs glowing behind dirty windows. Such places often facilitated discreet business. Cowboys, after all, were as fond of pain pills as anyone, maybe more so given the rodeo spills, roping injuries, and unexpected falls from horses. The cafe itself was a New Age health spot, boasting an array of healing juices and sandwiches that Reacher suspected had been assembled by someone with their eyes closed. The ingredients seemed randomly combined, and the bread was studded with enormous seeds, giving it the texture of sawdust mixed with ball bearings. Bramall excused himself to wash up, leaving Mackenzie and Reacher alone at the table. She shrugged out of her jacket, twisting left and right to drape it over the back of her chair. Then she turned her gaze back to him. Her pale, flawless skin and delicate bone structure were accentuated by the cafe's light. Her green eyes, however, were pools of quiet sorrow. I need to apologize, she said. Reacher looked at her. For what? When we first met. I implied you were a strange obsessive, a couple of soldiers short of a full squad. I'm pretty sure I was the one who said that, only because you knew I was thinking it. You had every right to think it, maybe, she conceded, but I'm glad you're here now. Good to know. I should pay you the same daily rate I pay Mr. Bramall. I don't want your money, Reacher said. She gave a faint, almost sarcastic smile. What? Is virtue its own reward now? I wouldn't know much about virtue, Reacher replied. I just want to see this through. You can't put a price on a personal answer. Bramall returned, and they ate their peculiar sandwiches while keeping watch out the window. They saw nothing of interest. Mackenzie paid the bill, and Reacher suggested, there's another bar we could check. Similar to these? Bramall asked. A little better, maybe. There might be someone there worth talking to. He led them a block over, closer to the railroad tracks, and then 2 blocks down to a bar, notable for a single old bullet hole lodged in the mirror behind the counter. The same man was at the same small table nursing the same type of long-necked bottle. He was either the town's helpful soul, its biggest busybody, its resident expert, or some combination of all three. Since his table only had 2 chairs, Mackenzie sat down across from him, while Bramble and Reacher stood behind her. The man looked up. "You're the fellow who asked me about Mule Crossing?" "That's right," Reacher said. "Did you ever find it? Or did you blink and miss it?" The man was answering Reacher, but his attention was fixed on Mackenzie, which was hardly surprising, given her striking hair, her face, and her slender frame under a thin white blouse. There was no sign he recognized her. "I found it," Reacher continued. "Heard a story while I was down there, too, about a guy getting eaten by a bear a year and a half back." The man took a long drink from his bottle, then wiped the foam from his lip. "Seymour Porterfield. You knew him?" "My buddy's friend was the roofer who fixed his leaks every winter. The place was built all wrong from the start. So I heard things. I know about that land. Those were old railroad acres, even though the tracks never came close. Some century-old scam. Every so often, some rich heir from back east would inherit a deed and come out to build a cabin. In Porterfield's case, it was his father. He put up a modern design, which is probably why the roof always failed. Later, the father died, and Porterfield got the title and the will. I suppose he found the quiet life appealing, because he ended up staying for good." "How did he support himself?" "He was always on the phone, always driving somewhere. Doing what? Nobody was really sure. Could have been a hobby. He had his family's money behind him. Some kind of inherited wealth from back east. Maybe from steel or manufacturing, which would explain the railroad ties. What was his personality like? He was educated, a college graduate, and an ex-Marine. But the kind that comes from old money, you know. How was his physical condition?" The man hesitated for a moment. "Funny you should ask that. Why? Outwardly, he looked perfectly healthy. You could have put his picture on a recruiting poster, but he had bulk boxes of bandages in his house, and his bathroom cabinet was stuffed full of prescription bottles. Your friend's acquaintance would notice something like that. You notice things in passing. Was there ever any trouble around his place? Strangers turning up? Anything unusual happening?" The man shook his head. "No strangers, no trouble either. And nothing out of the ordinary until the mystery woman appeared." Chapter 29. The man with the beer bottle continued. "It was around the beginning of that winter, the one before last. Porterfield's roof was leaking pretty badly again. My buddy's friend was over there constantly. Sometimes he'd catch a glimpse through a window. He started noticing her things, more and more of them, but he never actually saw her. If he had to work inside, sometimes she wasn't there, and if she was, she'd vanish into the bedroom. He was certain of it. She wasn't there all the time?" Reacher asked. "Neither was he sometimes. She must have had her own place, I guess. They went back and forth. But when she was there, she didn't hide her belongings," Reacher noted. "No, they were left right out in the open. Any chance it was a mistake? Maybe it was all just Porterfield's stuff." The man shook his head again. "I don't think so. Not with things like the nightgowns, and you can feel the difference in a place. Men and women create clutter in 2 distinct ways. This was both ways at once, I'm telling you. 2 of everything. 2 people, 2 plates in the sink, 2 books by the couch, impressions on both sides of the mattress. Sounds like your buddy's friend conducted a thorough inspection. A roof goes over the whole house, man, that's the point, but he never actually met her, which is exactly why he called her the secret girlfriend. Never saw her arriving or leaving, never spotted her car on the road, never. Did Porterfield ever mention her?" The man finished his beer and set the bottle on the table. He never exactly denied it. He never came out and said something odd like, "By the way, I'm single." But he also never said, "My girlfriend's sleeping, so stay out of the bedroom." All he ever said was, "Don't go in," period. He never gave a reason. Overall, my buddy's friend said being there was a strange experience, like Porterfield was stashing her away, pretending she didn't exist, so nobody would come asking about her. Except that made no sense, because her stuff was everywhere. You'd think a man with something to hide would be more careful, Reacher said. Do you buy the story about the bear? The sheriff did, the man replied. That's what counts. You have your doubts? I wasn't there, but everyone had the same private thought. It was instinctive. Once or twice in your life, you catch yourself thinking about what you'd do if there was a guy who really needed to disappear. Or you wonder what you'd do if a situation spiraled out of control and someone ended up dead by accident. Either way, you dump the body deep in the national forest, exactly the kind of place they found Porterfield. It's the obvious choice. Maybe you'd rub some bait on him. Or open a few more wounds to keep the scent strong. You might get lucky with the predators, or you might not, but it doesn't really matter. You've got 100 other species already in line just waiting for a free meal. So here's the thing. I guarantee every man who heard about Porterfield thought, hell yeah, that's exactly what I'd do. I know I did. You think the sheriff felt that way too? In private, absolutely. But publicly, he ruled it an accident. No evidence, the man said. That's the real beauty of it. Did Porterfield have people who wanted him gone? He was a wealthy outsider from the East Coast. They all make enemies. What about the woman? Word was she stayed in the area. Nobody knew exactly where. Nobody even knew who to look for, since no one had gotten a good look at her to begin with. What happened to the roof on Porterfield's place? The sheriff told a friend of a friend to fix it right once and for all, so he covered the damaged section with new metal sheeting, exactly what he'd wanted to do all along. But Porterfield wouldn't allow it because it wasn't in the original architect's plans. They bought the man another bottle of his preferred beer and left him there. Walking back to the Toyota, parked across from the now closed New Age cafe, the streetlights had flickered on, washing the pavement in a dull orange glow. The sky was fully dark. From the bars came the muffled thump of music and raised voices, their doors shut tight against the night. 3 men were positioned around the Toyota, fanned out in the street like sentries, their long shadows stretching across the asphalt. They were lean but tall, with rough, heavy hands. All wore denim and boots, one pair trimmed with lizard skin. Bramall paused in the shadows, with Reacher and Mackenzie halting behind him. "Who are they?" Mackenzie whispered. "Cowboys," Reacher said, raised on beef jerky and fried rattlesnake. "What do they want? My guess, to run us out of town?" This kind of staged welcome usually means exactly that. Run us off from what? What are we even doing here? We're asking questions, poking into business about a woman mixed up in something unsavory locally. We're making people nervous. So what do? I need to check with my senior partner here about who takes the lead. Bramall said, "You have a preference. We go together, maybe with me a step in front, but I want you both to get a good look at their faces." "Why?" "So if I end up in the hospital, you can give the police a description from my bedside." "Lose what?" Mackenzie said. "I'm sure they just want to talk. They might be rude and try to intimidate us, but that doesn't mean it has to turn into a fight, unless we choose to make it one. Where do you live again? Lake Forest, Illinois, right? What's that supposed to mean? This is already a fight. You can tell by how they're standing. It's win or leave." "Did Scorpio send them?" "That would be the logical guess," Reacher said. "Technically, the shady operation around here is his all the way up into Montana, but it also doesn't add up. If Scorpio could summon 3 solid-looking cowboys this fast, why would he have sent some half-competent kid like Billy to take a shot at me from behind a tree? He'd have sent these guys instead. Maybe this is some local offshoot. A spontaneous little committee Scorpio doesn't even know about." "You worried about them?" Bramall asked. "You mentioned ending up in the hospital. Cowboys are the worst," Reacher said. "Not much I can do to them that a horse hasn't already tried." He stepped out of the shadows and moved ahead through the deepening dark, his footsteps sharp on the concrete. Bramall and Mackenzie fell in behind him, closing the distance as they angled across the street toward the car. The 3 men shifted, flowing forward to intercept, arranging themselves with 1 in front and 2 flanking behind, a mirror image. Reacher wrestled with the old brawler's question, why not just drop the front man right now? A sudden brutal headbutt without breaking stride. Sometimes it was the smart move, but not always. Reacher halted, and the 3 men facing him did the same, leaving about 8 feet of dusty street between them. Up close, they looked capable. Two appeared to be in their early 40s, with the third, their apparent leader, maybe a decade younger. He was the one wearing the ornate lizard skin boots. "Let me take a wild guess," Reacher said, his voice calm. "You're the welcoming committee with a message."
That's fine.
"Everyone gets a chance to speak. You've got 30 seconds. Start whenever you're ready. Speak up. And if you use any local slang, translate it for us." The man in the lizard boots spoke flatly. "The message is to turn around and go back where you came from. There's nothing here for you." Reacher shook his head slowly, a faint, almost pitying smile on his face. "That can't be the whole message. Are you certain you got it right? In my experience, folks around these parts usually appreciate a new face." "I got it right," the man stated, offering nothing more. "Let me know when we get to the part where you threaten to kick our asses if we don't move along," Reacher said, his tone conversational. The booted man stayed silent. Reacher watched them all. They weren't retreating, but they weren't advancing either. They were frozen, like a unit whose script had just fallen apart. Something had thrown them off. It wasn't Mackenzie, though they kept glancing her way far more than the situation warranted. A basic instinctive reaction, not one of recognition. It was most evident in their tense, uncertain expressions. "Nobody's ass needs to get kicked today," the leader finally said. "I couldn't agree more," Reacher replied, "especially not mine." "But you should still give it up," the man insisted. "Here's a better idea," Reacher offered, his voice dropping to a more intimate level. "You don't start any trouble with me, and I promise I won't start any with you." The man gave a slow nod, not of agreement, but of comprehension. Reacher leaned in slightly. "Look, kid," he said, gesturing the man closer, as if for a confidential word between equals. He placed a hand on the man's elbow, a gesture that seemed friendly, almost conspiratorial. Then he squeezed just enough. He whispered low and clear, "You tell whoever sent you that this isn't the FBI or the DEA. You tell them this time it's the U.S. Army." A jolt went through the man's arm. Reacher felt it. He released his grip, and the 8-foot gap between them reasserted itself. Reacher settled into his stance, shoulders squared, standing at his full height. It was an old, professional posture. Sooner or later, everyone's mind turns to violence. It was always better to address that possibility head-on to make the sheer absurdity of the idea plain. He wasn't a carnival attraction. Just a man built on a slightly larger scale than most, and his eyes, which most people found steady, could shift in an instant, like changing the channel from a light-hearted program to a stark documentary on primal survival. Then, just as suddenly, the intensity vanished. Reacher's face relaxed into a warm, self-deprecating smile and a nod, as if to say that two reasonable men like them were obviously just having a bit of fun, and the others would catch on. Always offer a graceful exit. The man in the boots took it. He smiled back, the tension dissolving into the charade of two old buddies joking around, especially with a lovely woman present. He turned and led his companions away. Reacher moved to the opposite sidewalk and watched until they rounded the corner. They piled into a massive crew cab pickup parked nose-in by a fence. It reversed, pulled out, and turned left at the first intersection, disappearing from view. "See?" Mackenzie said, a note of relief in her voice. "It didn't have to come to a fight." Reacher said nothing. He looked at her, then back at the empty corner where the truck had vanished. Something was off, not with the situation, but with the details of it. He turned to Brommel. "Did you ever sit in on any of our interrogation seminars?" "Only the one that covered persuasive techniques with less than legal tools," Brommel replied. "They taught us that interrogation is mostly about listening," Reacher said. His phrasing was strange. His word choice at the end, he said, "We should give it up." "Give what up?" "Our investigation," Mackenzie suggested. "Our search for Rose. It was obvious. To give something up, you had to be doing it in the first place, and that was the only thing we had been doing. There was nothing left for us to surrender." "Who would even care about us looking for Rose?" Mackenzie asked. "All sorts of people. We might be stepping on a lot of toes." "Who would care the most?" Mackenzie stayed silent. In his head, Reacher heard the echo of General Simpson's warning from West Point. She might not want to be found. He pushed the thought aside. That couldn't be right. Reacher broke the silence. "First, The guy told us there was nothing here for us. Then he finished by telling us to give it up. It was a polite threat to start and a polite threat to end, but in between he backed down from a fight, I think, for one specific reason. He was thrown off. There was something new he hadn't been prepared for, and he was still processing it. He was sent to deliver a message, but suddenly he realized he was dealing with people who might deliver one right back. Nobody warned him about that. Which is strange, because every question we've asked in this town, we asked it standing tall. We weren't hiding. So who sends a guy with a message but doesn't tell him what we look like? I don't know, Mackenzie said. Maybe someone who never saw us standing up, Reacher mused. Maybe someone who only ever saw us as blurry shapes slumped in a car as she raced by on a dirt road. Just a theory. She'd remember the car, not us. A black Toyota Land Cruiser with Illinois plates. Maybe she asked a few loyal friends to find it and scare off whoever was inside because she doesn't want to be found. Do you think that's who they were? Mackenzie asked. I considered it for a second. I told him the U.S. Army was coming and he reacted. At first I thought he was impressed. Then I reconsidered. His reaction might have been because the person who sent him was also U.S. Army. He might have been thrown by the strange coincidence. He might not have understood what it meant. He probably wanted to get away and report back. To Rose, Mackenzie said. Those were her friends, except they weren't, Reacher stated flatly. They had nothing to do with Rose. We know for a fact they never even met her. We know that because they didn't recognize you. How could they be friends with your twin and not know who you were? That's why I wanted you close enough for them to see your face. They would have been staring at you completely confused, but they didn't. Then who were they? I don't know, Reacher said. They drove back to the hotel in a heavy silence. Bramall went straight inside. Reacher lingered in the parking lot, tilting his head back. The night sky was a vast, black expanse, speckled with countless brilliant stars. The sheer scale of the American West always struck him. Mackenzie stepped out and stood beside him, her voice quiet in the dark. We could be in the wrong place altogether. Reacher kept his eyes upward. In the universe in this state, she clarified, no one recognizes me, which means no one has seen her. All we know is that 6 weeks ago she was somewhere in Billy's massive territory when she traded her ring. Why assume it was this specific part? Porterfield's house, Mackenzie countered. She wasn't living there full time, the roofer said so, yet no one ever saw her heading for the main turnoff. That means she came and went from the opposite direction. That was 2 years ago. Why would she move? Her boyfriend died. People move after a shock like that. She did 5 tours in Iraq and Afghanistan. She's endured worse shocks, Reacher said, a trace of grim admiration in his tone. She would have assessed the situation tactically. No one had ever seen her. There was no realistic threat to her current location. Presumably it was a decent place. It was good enough for Porterfield to visit. Why give it up? Finding another would be difficult. I would move, Mackenzie insisted. She would stay, Reacher replied, his voice firm and certain now. You think you know her better. I know how a person survives 5 tours. I hope you're right. We'll find out tomorrow, he said, finally looking away from the stars. We have a general idea of her location. She won't be able to stay hidden indefinitely. I was hoping to buy you a drink, she mentioned, as a thank you, since you won't accept payment, but this hotel doesn't have a bar. No thanks are necessary, Reacher replied. I would have appreciated the gesture. I think I would have, too. She shifted a few steps and settled onto a concrete bench. He took a seat beside her. Are you married? She asked. No, he said. But you are. She gave a brief, quiet laugh. That was a completely separate question, just simple curiosity. It wasn't some kind of subconscious confession. Tell me about your husband. He's a good man. We're well suited. Do you have kids? Not yet. Can I ask my own unrelated question? Purely out of curiosity. I guess so, she said. It's a little strange, and I don't want you to misunderstand. I'll do my best. What's it like to be that attractive? Yeah, that is a strange question. My apologies. How did it feel when those men refused to fight you? Practical. For us, it felt like a basic expectation. Our father had these elaborate fantasies, the judge. He thought he was living in some kind of fairy tale. Everything had to be idyllic. On sunny days, he'd have us run through the woods in these white cotton dresses. It started with the hair all wild and loose. We were supposed to look like woodland sprites. The focus on our faces came later. Then he began imagining who we might marry. We thought it was all pretty ridiculous. This was nearly the 21st century, and we were in Wyoming. We mostly brushed it off. But if I'm being completely honest, somewhere inside it left a mark. I was conscious of it. It became a part of my identity. Deep down, I suppose, I believe being attractive is preferable to being plain. Deep down, I know I'd choose this appearance again. I worry that all those deep down feelings make me superficial. To answer you, that's what it feels like. Did Rose feel the same? Mackenzie nodded. Rose wanted everything to be flawless. She was intelligent and driven, and she usually made it happen. Her looks were the one thing she couldn't engineer. Fortunately, she turned out just fine in that area. I think privately she took a great deal of pride in it. She wanted to be the absolute best from every perspective. She wanted to be the complete package, and she was. Why did she enlist? I already told you. You told me she'd shoot a man before he stepped onto her porch while you might hesitate a second longer. She could have done that from home. I feel like I'm on a therapist's couch. Lean back and pretend you're an actress in a film. Imagine the hotel had a bar by now. You'd have bought me a coffee, black, no sugar, or a beer if they were out of coffee, something domestic from a bottle. You would have ordered some unusual white wine. Because Lake Forest, Illinois, right now, we'd be at a table talking. I'd be asking why Rose joined the Army, and you'd be telling me. She was searching for something that mattered. The storybook turned out to be a fraud. He wasn't the respected pillar of the community. At first, we convinced ourselves some arrangements were almost customary. He was a lawyer, after all, and lawyers always get compensated. For a consultation, maybe, before any official action. But there were rumors. If they were true, it was something much worse. We never learned the full truth. Rose and I went off to college. They sold the house and left the state. We were relieved. It was a strange environment for us. We always knew we were performing in someone else's production, and then it turned out the playwright was a fictional character, too. We dealt with it in slightly different ways. It left Rose craving something authentic, and it left me wanting a genuine, honest story. And I suppose we both found what we needed. Reacher stayed quiet. "I'm heading to bed now," she said. "Thanks for the conversation." She left him there by himself in the darkness, resting back against the concrete bench, gazing up at the stars. 300 miles away, near Rapid City, South Dakota, a man named Stackley pulled his worn-out Wyoming pickup off Interstate 90. He was 38, a guy who worked hard and kept trying, even if life hadn't handed him the breaks he'd hoped for. Following directions, he turned onto a service road that led to a large covered garage. He'd been told the place was half filled with summer-stored snowplows, and the other half was clear, plenty of room. He'd also been told there'd be a guard. There was. Stackley slowed to a stop and rolled down his window. "Name's Stackley," Mr. Scorpio should have called. "I'm taking over for Billy tonight." The guard nodded. "So you're the new Billy. Congratulations. Pull into slot 5 forward and diagonal, then get out and drop your tailgate." Inside, the space echoed like an airplane hangar. To one side sat rows of massive yellow plows, silent until winter. The other side was empty concrete, marked with 10 chalk diagonal parking spots. Spots 7 and 3 were already taken, an old Dodge Durango and a rusty Silverado, their drivers leaning against their trucks. Stackley nosed his pickup into slot 5, lowered the tailgate, and checked his watch. Midnight was still a wait away. The other drivers gave him a nod, not quite friendly, not suspicious, just a quiet recognition that they were all in the same uncertain boat. They looked like him, guys doing what they had to do. Soon, an older black SUV rolled in and took slot 6. The driver got out, gave a similar nod, and popped his rear hatch. Within 5 minutes, all 10 slots were filled. 10 vehicles, 10 open tailgates, 10 men waiting in the dim light. The guard watched from the doorway, then took a cell phone call. After a moment, he called out, "2 minutes, guys. It's almost here." Right on time, a white panel van, looking road-weary and urgent, entered through a far door. It reminded Stackley of a winded horse after a hard run. It stopped neatly beside the truck in slot 1. The driver hopped out, opened the rear doors, and began handing over crisp white boxes. The first driver took them, turned, and loaded his truck like a well-oiled machine. The van rolled forward a few feet to slot 2 and repeated the process. As slot 3 was being serviced, the driver from slot 1 was already backing out and driving away through the same door. From his position, Stackley could see the boxes being handed to the driver in slot 4. They contained high-dose, time-release oxycodone and transdermal fentanyl patches in multiple strengths. The packaging was sleek, pharmaceutical-grade white cardstock with legitimate brand names. This wasn't street junk. This was the real deal, manufactured right here in America. Pure, solid gold. What a racket, he thought, almost admiring the sheer scale of it. Here they all were, a line of ordinary guys in a dusty garage handing around a fortune in little white boxes. The absurdity of it almost made him laugh. The van pulled away, and Stackley took his turn. He received exactly what Scorpio had promised, the same amount Billy used to handle. It was a solid amount for a quiet area without a huge population. He loaded the boxes into his truck's camper shell and tossed an old blanket over them. Not that anyone could peek inside. The windows were covered in yellowed, cracked vinyl, which worked better than any aftermarket tint. He waited until the van was busy with the customer in Space 7, then reversed, straightened out, and drove off into the night. Meanwhile, Gloria Nakamura waited in her unmarked car, the engine off, watching the alley behind Arthur Scorpio's laundromat. A thin line of light edged his back door as if it were slightly ajar. The evening was warm but comfortable. Earlier, she'd crept close on foot and peered through the crack, but the angle was too tight to see anything useful. Back in her car, she mentally cataloged what could generate enough heat to need a door propped open. Dryers, sure, but not running at midnight in a back office. Her phone buzzed, her contact in computer crimes. Scorpio's signal dropped again. Probably bought another batch of burners from some big box store. He's in his office right now, Nakamura whispered. Probably on a call. I've got eyes on the door. We might have caught a blip. If you reverse the triangulation, it's consistent with a signal from his location. He made a call earlier to a number just north of here. Just got a text back from the same number. It read, "All good tonight, including the new Billy." When? A minute ago. Real time. "Hold on," she said. The sliver of light around the door suddenly widened, then went dark. Arthur Scorpio stepped out, locked up, and walked to his car. Should I tail him? Save your gas. He's going home. He always goes home. What does the new Billy mean? Guess the old Billy didn't work out, Reacher, she thought. Billy must not have found a tree sturdy enough. Reacher wasn't one for superstition. He didn't entertain wild hunches or sudden waves of dread, but he woke at first light and didn't get up. He just didn't feel like moving. Propped against the pillow, he stared at his own faint reflection in the mirror across the room, a distant, solitary shape. Some mornings you just knew. It wasn't only a soldier's feeling. Plenty of jobs bred the same weary instinct. You wake up, and through plain experience and worn-out intuition, you understand the coming day won't bring anything good. They gathered in the hotel lobby at 8, same as yesterday. Bramall wore another crisp shirt. Mackenzie had on a fresh blouse. Reacher's clothes were 2 days old now, but he'd used an entire bar of soap in the shower. They walked to the same diner and took the same table. After ordering, Bramall steered the conversation toward a legal point. If they accepted Reacher's theory, their focus narrowed to the old ranches along the dirt road west of Porterfield's place. That specificity was almost enough for a warrant. Normally you'd loop in local law enforcement, not required, but professional courtesy. "Are you cautioning me again?" Reacher said. "Going to do this every single step. Some things need repeating. Sheriff Connolly will declare Rose's place a potential crime scene and shut us out. Better to keep him in the dark. He's still hung up on where Porterfield died. He'll chase any link. Rose's place is a crime scene." Mackenzie cut in. "No potential about it. At minimum, it's trespass." They were dealing with a list of potential violations. trespassing on private property, which Wyoming takes seriously, along with a stolen vehicle and what they suspected were drugs. How she was funding it all was another question. Reacher didn't want the local sheriff to be the one who located her. Once she was in the system, getting her out could become impossible. They needed to reach her first. Understood, Bramall replied. They headed south toward Mule Crossing, made the turn at the faded bottle rocket sign, and started west on the unpaved road. The first few miles were utterly empty. Shortly after passing Billy's property, a faint smudge of dust appeared on the distant horizon, a vehicle approaching, maybe 2 miles out. Seeing another car out here was unusual, just as the neighbor had said. "Pull over," Reacher instructed. "Park on the shoulder. If it's her, we'll need to follow. Same if it's her associates. If it's not, no problem." Bramall repeated the same cautious parking maneuver from the previous day, coming to a full stop in the lane before reversing with precise city garage care. He ended up perfectly perpendicular, giving Mackenzie a clear westward view through her window. She rolled it down and up quickly to clear the dust. The cloud drew nearer. It was still morning. The air cool and clear without the day's later haze or heat shimmer, offering a sharp view. The oncoming vehicle was a distant, dark speck. Bramall kept the engine running, transmission in gear, foot on the brake, ready to move in either direction. As the dust cloud closed in, the vehicle became clearer, an old, dull model with no chrome glint or paint shine in the morning sun. Not the friends, Bramall observed. Their truck was much larger, this one's too small. The brown vehicle, coated in what might be rust or dust, hugged the road, appearing wider than it was tall. It's not her car either, Mackenzie noted. Hers was boxier, sat higher. A moment later, it rattled past them, a beat-up old pickup with Wyoming plates and a vinyl camper shell. The driver, a man maybe in his late 30s, stared ahead, paying them no mind. "Nothing for us," Reacher said. "Let's keep moving." They continued west, passing Porterfield's driveway, and 11 miles later, his neighbor's inconspicuous turnoff. 6 more properties lay ahead, 3 on each side. The plan was straightforward. Check each one. Simple in theory, but maybe not in practice. The map book showed tidy brown rectangles for houses and barns, but Mackenzie warned that over the years such places could have added all sorts of structures: garages, sheds, workshops, guest cottages, maybe even secluded cabins in the woods. Reacher figured there could be 100 spots for Rose to hide, though she'd likely choose somewhere reasonably civilized, not a cellar or an attic. Porterfield had checked in occasionally. They had to hope for the best. The first driveway on the left led to a rough track, uneven with roots, rocks, and gravel. The Toyota crawled forward slowly, like an overburdened goat. The elevation was higher here, the terrain more mountainous with more conifers and aspens. The track wound through the woods except for one bare stretch on a hairpin turn facing east, though the Pie Lady's place was too distant to see, hidden by the curve of the earth. Then the path swung back into the trees, climbing steadily. After 6 miles, they emerged into a scruffy 5-acre compound cluttered with exactly the kinds of buildings Mackenzie had described. There was a modest, older log main house, and not far off, a separate, newer log cottage of nearly equal size. Nestled among the scattered structures were log barns and storage sheds ranging in size from something that could shelter a pickup truck down to little more than a large doghouse. Their initial move was to knock on the farmhouse door, which yielded no answer, a result Reacher had anticipated, sensing the place had stood empty for several years, maybe longer. Each footstep on the porch stirred up a fine talcum-like powder of red dust. Next, they scanned the immediate grounds, finding the earth packed hard and smooth by relentless wind and seasonal runoff, utterly undisturbed. Their own Toyota's tire marks were the only fresh tracks in sight, stark and vivid against the barren landscape. For Mackenzie, that alone was conclusive. In her view, surviving in Wyoming without a vehicle was unthinkable. No vehicle meant no one was living here. Rose wasn't holed up in any of the outbuildings. Reacher and Bramall concurred, and they moved on, retracing the 6 miles down the track before turning west again on the dirt road. One potential location was behind them. 5 remained. The The next driveway was expected to be on the right. There, Bramall said, pointing ahead. In the distance, another plume of dust was rising, signaling an approaching vehicle. So much for solitude. This road was starting to feel busier than a city street. They drove on, narrowing the distance. The oncoming vehicle was large. Could be her friends, Mackenzie suggested. Same kind of truck. Block the road, Reacher said. Make them stop. Bramall eased off the gas, steered left to straddle the center line, and activated his hazard lights. He flashed the high beams and coasted to a stop along a 100-yard stretch bordered by a low rock ledge on one side and a drainage ditch on the other, perfectly positioning the Toyota to prevent any passage. The engine idled, the hazards ticked insistently. He pulsed the headlights in a rapid, irregular pattern like frantic Morse code. Ahead, the big truck slowed. Its trailing dust cloud briefly enveloped it before thinning and settling. The vehicle halted about 300 yards away, parked squarely in the middle of the road as if for a distant standoff. More than one person in there, Reacher observed. They're arguing about what to do. Stop to talk it over. They waited. Finally, the truck crept forward, moving with the cautious slowness of someone cruising for a parking spot. It closed the gap, 200 yards, then 100, then 50. It was the same oversized crew cab they'd encountered the night before, with a rumbling exhaust and 3 occupants. Reacher was certain it was the same men. It stopped 50 feet away. Bramall shut off his hazards. For a moment, the scene was frozen. 2 trucks facing each other, engines purring on a narrow strip of red dirt in the middle of an immense empty landscape. Mackenzie stepped out of the Toyota. As Bramall moved to follow, Reacher placed a hand on his shoulder. "We should talk," Reacher said. "About what?" "Your client. She's in for a rough day." "You know what's about to happen?" Unfortunately, Reacher replied. "It's the only scenario that makes sense." But Mackenzie had already turned back, gesturing impatiently, so Bramall slid out to join her, with Reacher following a few steps behind. From the crew cab emerged the man in the lizard-skin boots and his 2 companions. Now there were 6 people total, forming 2 separate groups of 3, all eyeing the empty space between the grills with attention rooted in primal instinct. They met in the middle, maintaining a polite 5-foot gap, a safe distance longer than a dagger's thrust, another ingrained precaution. The man in the boots spoke first. "The message hasn't changed. I've been thinking about that," Reacher said. "When you boil it down, the core of your message was really just a suggestion that we turn around and go back, which makes it more of a request, wouldn't you say? Let's assume it was meant politely. And sure, many requests are perfectly reasonable. We all get that. I'd like to request $1 million and a dinner date with Miss Wyoming myself. The whole idea of a request is that it can be refused, politely, with apologies and all that, but refused all the same. That's exactly what's happening right now. That's not acceptable. You'll have to accept it. We're staying. If the real property owners have an issue, I'm certain state law provides them a path for recourse," the man replied. "We're choosing to be civil about this for the moment. My suggestion is that you continue to be civil. Even if we come out on the losing end, we'll leave a mark. At least 2 of you would end up in the emergency room. That's the optimistic view, and honestly, from what I'm seeing, the optimistic view seems pretty doubtful. I don't believe we'll lose. I believe all 3 of you will be taking a trip to the hospital." The man was silent for a moment. Then he said, "All right, consider it a request." Reacher said, "Glad we clarified that. There's nothing here for you. Who made this request? I'm not telling you this entire situation is about privacy. You really don't understand, do you?" Reacher asked. "Do you have a phone? Who are you planning to call? Take a picture. Video would be ideal." "Does your phone record video?" the man said. "I suppose so. All we'll do is state our names. Maybe add a brief line of context on your device. Then you can take it back and show it to whoever made the request. That seems fair to everyone involved. You might try to follow us. We give you our word we won't. Why should we trust you? You live out here somewhere? We know that much. Right now, it's a 1 in 5 possibility. We'll locate you eventually. It's only a question of when." The man didn't respond, but "I'd prefer to handle it this way," Reacher said. "This method is cleaner." The man remained silent. Finally, he gave a slow nod. One of the men from behind stepped forward with a phone. He held it sideways between his fingers, squinted at the screen, and said, "Go ahead," Mackenzie said. "Jane Mackenzie?" Bramall said. "Terry Bramall, private investigator from Chicago." Reacher said, "Jack Reacher, former Army, once commanding officer of the 100 and MP." The man lowered the phone. Reacher said, "We'll wait right here." "It could take a couple of hours," the man in the boots said. "Do you have water?" The other man from the back brought bottles of water from their truck to the Toyota. Then they reversed, turned around, and drove off. A cloud of dust swirled up behind them, twisting and hanging in the still air like a visible trail, marking their path as clearly as a dashed line in a comic strip. Bramall asked, "Do we follow them?" "No," Reacher said. "A professional courtesy. It's not mandatory, but it's the decent thing to do," Mackenzie said. "You already know, don't you?" "I know two things for certain," Reacher said. "She's here and no one recognizes you." Bramall reversed to where the rocky ledge tapered off and the gully shallowed out. He parked on the shoulder, the car slightly tilted, facing west. Reacher drank one of the donated water bottles and walked back to the ledge to sit in the sun. It was the tail end of summer, the heat holding a softer edge. No one spoke. Bramall mostly stayed in the car, his expression neutral, a man whose life had taught him the value of patience. Mackenzie stood by herself, as far from the car as Reacher was, but in the opposite direction, high above, ravens circled on the thermals, peered down, seemed to decide the timing wasn't right, and glided away. It ended up taking less than 2 hours, 93 minutes to be exact, an hour and a half plus change. Far off in the distance, a haze of dust appeared, with a dark speck at its head that grew steadily larger until they could make out the vehicle. It was the three men in their crew cab truck. They were back. As before, they stopped about 50 feet out, climbed down, and walked forward. Reacher, Bramall, and Mackenzie moved to meet them. They all halted, 6 people in 2 groups of 3, standing a courteous 5 feet apart. The man in the boots said, "Only Mrs. Mackenzie." Reacher waited. Mackenzie said, "No, all 3 of us." The man said nothing. Reacher waited again, anticipating their next move. He was sure they had a backup plan. It would have been foolish to return without one. The man finally said, "All right." He turned and walked back, and the 3 of them got into their crew cab again. Bramall, Mackenzie, and Reacher climbed into the Toyota. The crew cab reversed, swung around, and headed west. Bramall trailed behind, keeping his distance, weaving slightly left and right to avoid the worst of the dust cloud. The larger vehicle eventually swung onto the second right-hand trail, and Bramall followed. The path was broad but rough, littered with exposed roots, jagged rocks, and loose gravel. Ahead, the crew cab jolted and shuddered over the uneven ground, its tires occasionally squealing as they slipped over stones polished smooth by decades of weather. Tall conifers lined the route, some twisted into dramatic shapes by persistent mountain winds, others standing straight and dignified. In the lower draws and gullies, flashes of brilliant gold appeared where stands of aspen thrived. The track meandered around massive trees and past car-sized boulders, some stacked precariously, others jutting out overhead. After a slow, bumpy journey of more than 4 miles, a structure came into view. A log cabin that had the temporary feel of a vacation rental. It looked habitable but not inviting, with grimy windows and an air of abandonment. The crew cab didn't pause. It ground onward, and half a mile later passed an identical cabin, also dusty and seemingly vacant. Reacher surmised they were moving through a private compound, laid out like an old-fashioned wilderness retreat, with individual cabins tucked into separate clearings and linked by these winding trails. The network, he figured, would likely lead to some central point. It did. The track curved around the foot of a forested rise and suddenly opened onto a breathtaking vista that at first seemed like sheer open sky. It was actually a small plateau on the mountain's lower flank, offering limitless views to the north and east. Dominating the space was an expansive log home built from enormous timbers. This was no business or communal lodge. It was clearly a primary residence, a family's foundational homestead. Those scattered cabins might have housed guests or extended family across generations. some patriarch's enduring vision of legacy. The crew cab, however, drove on past the big house. They followed it along another serpentine track, weaving through the trees on a long, graceful curve one way and then back the other until they emerged in another clearing. Here, a cabin perched atop a stone foundation at the head of a shallow ravine that dropped away southwest. The gap in the trees afforded a slender but stunning view of the vast plains and the far horizon. The porch would be the perfect spot to watch the spectacular light of the magic hour before sunset. The cabin itself was built from straightforward logs, neat and unadorned like something from a child's sketch, a centered door, a window on each side, a green metal roof, and a stone chimney. Civilized, Reacher thought, a decent size, not perched in a tree, and wonderfully isolated, comfortably hidden yet with that commanding view from the porch. Why would anyone ever leave? Adjacent stood a barn, its door yawning open. Inside, parked in the shadows, was an ancient, boxy SUV, its shape square and battered, coated in a thick crust of rust and red dust that seemed permanently fused to the body. Ahead, the crew cab rolled to a stop. Bramall halted behind it. The man in the boots climbed out, walked to the front passenger door of the Toyota, and pulled it open. Mrs. Mackenzie first, he stated. She stepped out. He escorted her down a packed earth path and up the porch steps to the door. He knocked, and she waited. A small figure with a resolute expression, her hair spilling loosely around her shoulders. After a muffled response from within, the man opened the door and held it like a hotel porter. Mackenzie paused for just a heartbeat, then walked past him into the house. The door closed behind her, and the man descended the steps and returned to his truck. Everything was still and silent. "Rose Sanderson is in there?" Bramall asked. "Yes," Reacher said. "You know this because you know two things. Three altogether," Reacher corrected. "I didn't bring up the additional person. You're aware Rose resides here, and you're aware nobody in the community would identify her sibling. And I'm aware she received a Purple Heart." Bramall fell silent for an extended beat. "It was an injury to the face," he stated. Reacher gave a slow nod. "That tracks," he replied. "How severe?" "Severe enough that her own sister goes unrecognized. Severe enough she remains in hiding constantly. Severe enough she turns her head away. Severe enough she retreats to the bedroom when there's work being done inside the house." Bramall stayed in the vehicle, but Reacher's muscles were tight from inactivity. He stepped out to walk it off, to get the blood flowing. Much like he had at that roadside rest area back in Wisconsin, he felt the ring in his pocket. The delicate gold work, the dark stone, its surprisingly small scale, the initials SRS and the year 2005. Held against the sprawling, raw landscape surrounding him, it seemed heartbreakingly fragile and meticulously crafted. He ambled to the edge of the gully and gazed out. The vista stretched for what felt like forever, a portion of Colorado, but mostly the vastness of Wyoming. The air was crisp and thin over endless golden plains dotted with jagged pines, stone ridges, and distant hazy peaks. Nothing stirred. He felt utterly solitary, as if on a deserted world. He could picture someone vanishing out here, seeing no one, being seen by no one. Nowhere more perfect. She might genuinely wish to stay lost. He turned back, walking up to the detached garage to inspect the old SUV. It was a vintage Ford Bronco, the same type he'd ridden in from Casper to Laramie, with that fellow who carved logs into sculptures using chainsaws. That one had been utilitarian, but Rose Sanderson's was even more stripped down. It was weathered down to bare metal by relentless wind and grit. The metal itself looked like some raw primordial mineral, pockmarked and scarred, with dents from minor bumps. Not a single body panel was true. The tires were bald. The engine compartment gave off a faint scent of gasoline. He walked back to their Toyota. By then, Mackenzie had been inside the house for a solid hour. Bramall had his window rolled down, presumably for the air thin, clear, warm in the sun, but carrying a chill in the shade. Bramall remarked, "One of those days. I had a feeling when I woke up," Reacher said. "A client who insists on getting personally involved always complicates things. I could have managed her expectations better. I could have tidied the situation up beforehand. I assume your role is concluded. Don't depart without me. I require transportation back after you give her the ring. It feels insignificant now in the grand scheme. Mrs. Mackenzie can handle passing it along. I won't be leaving immediately, Bramall said, partly because I suspect Mrs. Mackenzie is about to request a continuation of my services. She's going to need assistance of some kind. If not from me, then at the very least she'll expect a lift to a hotel or to the airport. Does your cell get a signal out here? A couple of bars if you face the ravine. Which the house does. She could have called from right here when she said, "Quiet. Sigh, I'm on the phone." It was either here or from Porterfield's property. Has to be one of the two. Do you intend to press her much about Porterfield? I'm siding with the consensus on this. That whole bear incident is probably a tall tale. That plan has shifted. Because of the hands-on client, the narrative jumped right to the emotional reunion. Rose won't be speaking with us now. It wouldn't even cross her mind. Why would it? When your missing twin sister suddenly appears at your door, you don't necessarily invite the chauffeur inside for a chat. You don't make polite conversation. You wanted the full story. I got the crucial parts, Reacher said. I got up to the point where it all stops, about 20 miles before the pavement ends. Nearly half an hour later, the front door opened and Mackenzie emerged onto the porch. She turned and shut the door softly behind her. She stood motionless for well over a minute, visibly regulating her breathing, deep and measured inhales and exhales. Then she stepped down onto the worn path. She began walking toward them. Bramall and Reacher got out of the car to meet her halfway. She had been crying. That was unmistakable. At first she said nothing, as if the capacity for speech had left her. Her lips moved, forming silent sounds, but no coherent words emerged. "Take your time," Bramall said gently. She drew another steadying breath. She told him, "My sister wants to talk to you now, Mr." Reacher for a moment. Reacher just stared at her, caught off guard. He almost asked something, but the words died before they left his mouth. What was there to ask? Is she in bad shape? Was it more than you prepared for? The woman met his gaze, a look of weary resignation in her eyes. She gave a slight ambiguous lift of her shoulders, a gesture that seemed to answer every possible question with both a yes and a no. Without a word, he turned and made his way down the overgrown path, his boots crunching on the gravel before he stepped up onto the porch. Inside, the house was nothing like he'd pictured. Some part of his mind had conjured a dark, dramatic scene, draped windows, shadows, maybe a single flickering candle with a voice whispering from behind a veil. The reality was a sun-drenched room built from golden logs that glowed like honey. The front door opened straight into a living area that was tidy and sparse, holding only two large armchairs arranged at a friendly angle beside a stone fireplace. Rose Sanderson occupied the chair on the left. From the neck down, she was her sister's mirror image. The same relaxed posture, the same angle of her wrist, the same way her fingers rested, an exact copy. Above the neck, it was a different story. She wore a silver athletic zip-up with the hood drawn tight, the drawstrings cinched so only an oval of her face showed. The left side was a landscape of rough patchwork scars. The right was covered by a carefully molded piece of aluminum foil, slick with some kind of salve. It clung to her like a half mask. She wasn't sweating or shaking. Her eyes were clear, remarkably calm, the eyes of someone profoundly at peace. "I'd like to ask you about something my sister mentioned," she said, her voice identical in tone and pitch. Reacher shook her hand and took the other chair. Up close, he could see the left side of her face had been meticulously, if imperfectly, rebuilt from smaller pieces. The right remained hidden under the homemade foil dressing. "What did you want to ask?" "My sister says you found my class ring in a pawn shop." "That's right. Which means you being here is just a coincidence." "It is," a dry, almost amused tone entered her voice. "But you'd say that anyway, wouldn't you? True or not, and my sister, she's the sort who'd want to believe it. Where else would I have gotten it? A police evidence locker, maybe. So who do you think I really am? Maybe you're still with the 110 MP. That was a lifetime ago. Then why bring it up on the video? So you'd know I wasn't spinning a story about Army service. Nobody name drops the 110th unless they've actually been there. She gave a slow nod inside her hood, the foil rustling softly. Are you expecting a visit from the 110th? Reacher asked. Not them specifically, she replied, but maybe someone like that. Why? A few reasons? Well, it's not me, Reacher said. I'm just a guy passing through. That's all. You certain? I promise. She nodded again as if closing the subject. He pulled the ring from his pocket one final time and passed it to her. She turned it over in her palm, studying it from every angle, and a smile touched her lips. The foil clicked and a jagged dip appeared in her left cheek, like a suture had given way. Thank you, she said. You're welcome. I truly never thought I'd see this again. Then, to his surprise, she handed it back. I'd owe you $40. I don't have it right now. Consider it a gift. Then I accept. Thank you, but not just yet. Would you hold on to it for me? Just for a little while, a month maybe. I'll call when I'm ready. You're afraid you'll sell it again? Lately, everything costs a fortune. Must be tough to manage. It is? Is that why you're nervous about someone like the 110th MP showing up? She shook her head. I'm not nervous about my own choices, she said. Nobody cares about my story anymore. They've written off people like me. Then why expect a visitor? It's a feeling. I knew someone whose file is still active. Probably buried, sure, but some work must happen eventually. One day they'll have what they need. For what? To reopen it, I guess. I just assume someday they'll send someone. For a second, I hoped you were that person, arriving with my ring like some kind of prop, but you're not. That's fine. I just had to be sure. Could you ask my sister to come back inside? Mackenzie was waiting in the front seat of the Toyota. Her complexion was ashen. Her perfect features seemed unnaturally sharp, too smooth, too flawless. Reacher told her Rose wanted to speak with her again. She gave him a questioning look. He wasn't sure what she was asking. Maybe she was seeking some shared acknowledgement that things could have been more grim, a sliver of optimism, or maybe not. He couldn't tell. He offered a vague, non-committal shrug, and she nodded as if that answered everything. She stepped out of the car and walked up the path to the house. She went back inside and closed the door. Reacher slid into the seat she had vacated and shut his own door. Bramall asked, how did it go? Pretty rough, Reacher said. The wounds haven't closed. What kind of shape was she in? Completely out of it. On what? Something she says just got very pricey. I figure she's still waiting for the premium stuff. She hasn't hit rock bottom yet. Agent Noble made it sound like she'd have to be by now. He says he monitors every shipment. Maybe he missed the class on how things actually work. Nothing ever operates at 100%. What did she want to talk to you about? She's waiting for some investigator to eventually show up, asking about Porterfield. She was let down. I wasn't him. She believes it's still an open case. Bramall was silent. Reacher asked him, what did Mrs. Mackenzie tell you? Nothing good. I already had a feeling when I woke up. Rose Sanderson was struck in the face by 5 pieces of shrapnel from an improvised explosive device hidden beside a road outside a small Afghan town. The shrapnel was mostly tiny metal fragments, likely scraps from a local workshop. Those 5 pieces tore her face apart in sections, and what remained was then shredded by finer debris in the blast. But modern combat medicine is a miracle. They recovered most of the missing pieces from her helmet and stitched her back together. Top plastic surgeons, the full treatment, but, Reacher said, 2 major issues, Bramall said. Don't get me wrong, the medical work was incredible. In Vietnam, this would have been a certain fatality, and probably in any other era until recently. The doctors performed a masterpiece, but as brilliant as it was, the result is fundamentally flawed. It simply can't be done perfectly. She was left with scars like a puzzle where none of the pieces align. Nothing sits right, nothing functions properly. She looks like something from a nightmare, and that's the better part of the news. What's the worst part? The explosive was hidden inside a dead dog. That's a tactic they use over there. This one was about 4 days old, well into decomposition. The weather was blistering. The blast forced rotting tissue and necrotic pathogens, all kinds of vicious bacteria deep under the skin on her head. This happened 4 years ago, and she still can't beat the infection. She leaks pus constantly. She looks like a monster on 2 counts. She's in relentless pain. Reacher was quiet for a long time. Then he said no wonder she kept it from her sister. It's a topic they intend to address. Why did she stop calling a year and a half ago? They haven't reached that point yet. It had to be connected to Porterfield. What other explanation could there be? Reacher stepped out of the car once more, needing the fresh air. He walked back to the lip of the ravine and gazed at the distant horizon, the view framed like a narrow slit in a wall. Behind him, the house nestled in a hollow, sheltered by wooded slopes. He wondered about its absent owner. Turning, he walked to the crew cab truck. All its windows were rolled down. The 3 men inside were reclined, patient, conserving their energy with the understanding that some things just take the time they take. Maybe it was a cowboy mentality. The man wearing the boots glanced up. Reacher spoke. You mentioned you were being decent about this situation. I have to agree, you've been remarkably civil. That fact deserves to be noted. The man gave a slight nod as if acknowledging the remark. Reacher asked, how did this arrangement begin? We needed somewhere to live. We found this place by chance. Rose had already staked her claim, but she allowed us to stay. She helped us get settled. We, in turn, helped her with a few tasks. I suppose we grew protective. She doesn't care for visitors. How long has it been? 3 years. Rose had just left the military. She was in the process of moving in. Who holds the deed to this property? Someone who hasn't bothered to show their face for at least 3 years. You must have known Cy Porterfield. I'd say we crossed paths with him a number of times. What was your take on that whole business with the bear? We figured it was what any decent person would have done. What line of work was Porterfield in? We never asked. All we knew was he seemed to make her happy. She's currently flying pretty high. Do you fault her for it? Not in the slightest. But I am concerned about how long her current supplies will last. We can't discuss that with you. We don't know who you are. I'm here with her sister. Not exactly. The other fellow is the private investigator she hired. Your role is a mystery to everyone. I'm not law enforcement, Reacher stated. That's the only thing that matters. I have no interest in those details. My only thought is she might face a problem now that Billy is out of the picture. You know about Billy, snowplow operator, particularly skilled in powdery conditions? You used to be a cop. Everyone used to be something. I'm sure you can walk past a pasture without feeling compelled to start a cattle drive. Billy isn't coming back. I just hope Rose will be all right. That's my only point, the man said. They already found a replacement for Billy. He came by this morning, name's Stackley. Seemed pleasant enough, reminded me of a cousin I have who sells insurance, so the world's back in balance. Business as usual, Reacher asked. What is she purchasing? Oxycodone and fentanyl patches. We spoke to someone who claimed that pipeline had dried up. It's becoming costly. He said it should be becoming impossible. Where is it coming from? It's the standard pharmaceutical product, same as it ever was, in the white boxes with the brand labels, manufactured right here, straight from the factory. You learn to recognize the real thing. You all partake as well, a little now and then, takes the edge off occasionally. I was under the impression that sort of thing was difficult to acquire now. Perhaps my information was wrong. It wasn't, the man replied. In fact, it is difficult, nearly impossible in most areas, but not here, which presents a significant problem for all of you. I don't know what your intentions are, but you need to understand one thing clearly from the start. Rose will not leave this place, not an inch, not ever. How could she? She's established here. You can't comprehend what that means to someone. Try to see it from her perspective. The magic hour arrived. The sun's final act in its daily journey, a 60-minute encore where it hung low, its light slicing sideways through the atmosphere, deepening the colors and stretching the shadows. Reacher sat on the porch step and watched the tawny plain transform, first to gold, then a rich ochre, finally burning a chili pepper red. Bramall was positioned below him, perched on a rock at the ravine's edge. The men from the crew cab were seated on the ground, their backs against tree trunks. The cabin door opened and Mackenzie stepped outside. Reacher rose to his feet as she descended the steps and moved past him onto the narrow trail, cutting through the dry brush. Over by the truck, the men from the crew cab were brushing the dust from their clothes and standing up slowly. Mackenzie walked down to meet them at the path's end. She shook each man's hand, thanking them for their concern for her sister. Then she turned to Bramall and said, "Let's head back to the hotel." Mackenzie admitted it felt strange to just walk away and leave her sister there. But Rose had been absolutely clear. This was where she wanted to be. She had everything she needed, she insisted, and she flatly refused to go anywhere. Not for a single night, not to see a doctor, not to a hospital or the VA, not to any clinic or rehab facility, and certainly not to some quiet street in Lake Forest, Illinois. She needs time, Bramall said quietly. They turned at the old Mule Crossing post office and took the two-lane road back toward Laramie. After a quiet dinner in town, they drove out to the hotel. Bramall parked, said good night, and went inside. Reacher lingered in the lot once more. Above him, the night sky stretched out, vast and dark, sprinkled with countless sharp, bright stars. It was probably minutely different from the night before, he thought, but not because of anything he'd done. The universe was utterly indifferent. Mackenzie came out and sat on the bench. He joined her. "She's only partly hooked," Mackenzie said. "I had a brother," Reacher said. "We weren't twins, but we were close. Now I'm wondering if he were in this situation, what would I want people to do? Something polite and distant, or something real and maybe uncomfortable? I'm not trying to make a point. I honestly don't know. What do you think?" "I want the truth," she said, and the truth is she looked a lot more than partly addicted to me. "I was talking about her reasons. She's in pain. Part of her needs the medication. She's not just chasing a high for fun. What's with all the aluminum foil? The infection. When she can find antibiotics, she crushes them up and mixes them with antiseptic cream from the first aid section. She spreads it on the foil. If she has one to spare, she'll mix in an oxycodone, too. Not exactly the life she pictured. You already knew last night when you asked how we felt about being considered attractive. It was the only explanation that made sense. I think she's managing all right, considering."
I agree.
I even kind of liked the house in a weird way. It surprised me. For some reason, I expected it to be gloomy inside. "Me too," he said. "So what comes next?" "I wish I knew. I'm serious," she said. "I have to figure out how to handle this." "She's managing because she medicates every day. You could give her money, I suppose, and she'd probably keep on managing, as long as this Stackley guy keeps his deliveries coming and the local law doesn't finally shut down the last supplier and dry up the whole operation. Which could happen. Nothing lasts forever, Reacher said. Her setup out here isn't as stable as she believes. Even if it were, I couldn't just leave her there. So how do you plan to get her to leave? That's what I'm asking you. I'm open to suggestions, Reacher said. Is she getting any real medical care? She spent a full year in the hospital at the start. She ran out of patience with it. She hasn't seen a doctor since. She won't. She refuses. So instead she lives quietly and treats herself. She does it well enough that we both just agreed she's getting by. Maybe we should respect that. The only way to get her to move is to promise her the exact same deal somewhere else, or an even better one. All the pills and patches she wants, you'd need to find the right kind of doctor. You'd need to find her a quiet place to live, you'd have to promise her no interference, and you'd have to mean it. No changes for at least a year, that's fine. This kind of situation is a marathon, not a sprint. She hates people seeing her. Then she's better off out here than in Illinois. They don't have the right kind of doctors out here. How much land do you have? About 6 acres. You could build her a cabin, put up a tall fence. You could toss her prescriptions over the top. Leave her completely alone for a solid year. Let's see how it goes. So the only way to help her is to be a better supplier. The boy detective mentioned we shouldn't ignore how strong the pull of an opiate high can be. I'm sure she's genuinely happy to see you, but you have to understand that getting her next fix probably feels more urgent to her than anything else. That's hard to hear, not for my sake, but because it means she's in so deep, She needs you in her corner right now. Your main job is to prove you are. Don't judge her. What other option does she have? Just hold your tongue and help her get the medication she needs. Remember, she's strong at her core. She's been through combat. Eventually, she'll reach a point where she knows she has to get her act together or fall apart completely, and that's when she'll be ready to talk, especially to you because you were the one who stood by her. That's your chance to really help. I hope I'm up to it. There's plenty written on the subject. You could spend a whole year just reading. Did you ever get formal training? Never enough time in the schedule, Reacher said. In the military police, it was more about brute force, but the medical corps had some sharp minds. Psychiatrists wearing uniforms, strangest sight. They always had these inflated ranks. I knew a few. They'd tell you a thing or two. Like what? They'd tell you to dig down and find what's really eating at her. That seems pretty clear, doesn't it? But they're shrinks, and they're in the Army. They'd say a person can be dealing with two separate problems at the same time. They'd say they understand infantry officers. They'd want every detail about that roadside bomb. Why, specifically, they'd want to know if any other Americans were hurt. If there were, they'd assume Rose is carrying a heavy burden. She was an infantry officer. Her people died on her watch. The actual facts don't always matter. She could have been knocked out before it even went off. Doesn't change a thing. They were her responsibility. In her mind, it's her fault. That's how those officers think. Simple words, but they carry weight for them. The head guy at West Point told me she led her soldiers well. That's the highest praise you can get. You could carve that on a gravestone. She led her soldiers well. An infantry officer wouldn't want to hear anything better, because it's a tough thing to do. In the end, it works, because you make a silent promise not to get them killed. It becomes something you carry with you, Mackenzie said. She refuses to discuss it, Reacher said. The shrinks would also ask about the mission itself. Was it a routine order from command, or did she have to use her own initiative? If it was the latter, they'd assume the guilt cuts even deeper. She literally led her people into danger. They're psychiatrists. You said it. They make things more complicated than they are. If you hear hoofbeats, you think horses, not zebras. Rose is hurting because someone brutalized her and tried to humiliate her in the worst way. Reacher was quiet. Mackenzie said, "What? I'm sure that's a huge part of it. How could it not be? But I think like a cop. It's automatic. She finished her service as a major. The guy at West Point said on her last tour she was handling a significant job for a major. That means desk work and strategy meetings. Her chances to go out into the field were limited, so why would she choose to inspect a roadside in some small town? She wouldn't. She'd been bored with that routine years ago. She went because her presence was necessary. She was running an operation. She had captains under her and lieutenants under them, everyone covering their backsides. So we know for sure her security detail was heavy. We know a lot of people were involved. Was she the only one injured? Probably not, but we can't be certain. The records are classified, which likely means her operation failed. Maybe with more than one American casualty. So the attack on her face might not be the whole story, Mackenzie said. I can't tell if you're trying to make me feel better or worse. It's all bad, Reacher said. Either way, let's not sugarcoat it. But she did have someone, a boyfriend, Cy Porterfield. The mattress bore two distinct impressions, a silent testament to how she viewed herself. It was a faint hint of potential, a whisper of what could be. She refuses to discuss him. I mentioned the comb you discovered, and she didn't argue. She insisted it was safer for me to remain in the dark. Interpret that as you will. She mistook me for a detective, here to interrogate her about him. Nobody is buying the bare story, which might be adding another layer of trauma. She genuinely has no idea what became of her boyfriend. She's honestly uncertain which scenario would be more terrible, the bear or the alternative. The therapists would have a field day. They'd explain, it's a complicated cocktail of issues, so in essence the damage could run deeper than just her facial scars. That's a rather pessimistic way to look at it, but it's precisely why I asked if you preferred polite conversation or uncomfortable truths. I asked for the truth. You're theorizing. Agreed, Reacher said, and I truly hope every bit of that is wrong. She was silent for a moment, then she said, "You're a decent man. That's not a label I hear very often. Thank you for staying." "My pleasure," he replied, and he meant it. The bench was concrete, set in an asphalt lot, but from the waist up, the world was breathtaking. The stars were more vivid than any he could recall. The night air was crisp and gentle, humming with a deep quiet. Beside him sat a woman who looked like she'd stepped off the cover of a glossy magazine. He imagined her skin would feel firm and athletic and cool, except perhaps the curve of her lower back, which might be warm with a faint perspiration. She asked him, "Do you recall what I told you about my husband? You said he's a good man and that you're well suited. You remember things with exacting detail?" "It was only yesterday," I should have confessed. "He maintains a mistress and largely forgets I exist." Reacher allowed a smile. He said, "Good night, Mrs. Mackenzie." She left him there, just as she had the previous evening, alone in the darkness on the concrete bench, his gaze lifted to the constellations. It was a peculiar kind of peace, the sort that settles just before a storm. Meanwhile, a mile distant, Stackley ended a phone call and guided his battered pickup into the vacant lot behind a shuttered big-box store, 3 blocks from the town square. In his younger days, he'd indulged in pricey haircuts, and once idling in the salon, he'd read a magazine claiming business success hinged entirely on merciless cost control. Consequently, he slept in his truck whenever feasible, hence the camper shell. A motel room would cost him the profit from 2 pills. Why throw that away? The elderly woman over near the snowy range had purchased a box of fentanyl patches, but he'd given her one he'd meticulously opened an hour prior, skillfully skimming a patch for his own pocket. For later, the old woman would never notice. If she did, she'd likely chalk it up to her own hazy medicated state. Addicts learned to shoulder the blame, a universal truth. He retrieved scissors from his glove compartment, snipped a narrow 1/4-inch strip from the patch, and tucked it beneath his tongue. Sublingual administration, it was called. Another magazine in that same salon had touted it as the most effective method. Stackley had no reason to disagree. At that same moment, 60 miles away in the rolling hills west of town, Rose Sanderson was preparing for sleep. She pushed back her hood and removed her silver athletic jacket. Beneath it was a T-shirt, which she took off, followed by her bra. She carefully peeled the medicinal foil from her face. Using the handle of her toothbrush, she scraped the excess ointment from her skin, reapplying it to the foil. With a little luck, it might last one more day. She filled the sink with cool water, took a deep breath, and submerged her face. Her personal record was 4 minutes. She surfaced, shaking the water from her hair. It had grown back fully. She'd cut it short the week before West Point, needing it to fit under a regulation hat. She'd kept it that way for 13 years. Now it was back, threaded with coarse strands of gray, like barbed wire tangled in hay, the least of her worries. She took a pair of scissors from the medicine cabinet, cut a 1/4-inch strip from her own patch, and pressed it behind her bottom lip. A simple maintenance dose, a small anchor in a turbulent sea. The medicine would ensure she slept soundly through the night. It would wrap her in warmth, keep her calm and content, cradled in a peaceful, gentle rest. Meanwhile, 300 miles to the north in Rapid City, South Dakota, Detective Gloria Nakamura waited in her unmarked sedan, her eyes fixed on the slender line of light escaping from Arthur Scorpio's back door. It was propped open just an inch, another mild evening, yet he'd been inside for over 2 hours. Her mind kept circling back to what could generate enough heat to require that kind of ventilation. She thought of electronic gear. She once knew a guy with a serious home theater setup whose equipment closet radiated a dry, intense warmth that smelled of hot circuits and dust, forcing him to run a cooling fan constantly. Her cell phone vibrated, her contact in computer crimes. He skipped the greeting. Straight answer. "Do we operate under the assumption Scorpio received that text about the new Billy?" "We couldn't prove it in court," she replied. "That's not a yes or no." "Fine. Yes, we assume it was him." "Good, because the same signal just picked up a voicemail from a tower in Laramie, Wyoming. A man named Stackley left it, addressing Scorpio as Mr. Scorpio. He reported everything was quiet but mentioned stories about 2 men and a woman asking questions around town. One of the men was described as exceptionally large, and they were driving a black Toyota Reacher, she thought instantly. Her friend continued, then Scorpio called back and left his own voicemail. He told Stackley the same thing he told Billy. He wants the big guy removed. He was ordering another homicide. Hold on, Nakamura whispered. Scorpio's door was swinging open. He stepped into the alley, locked up, and headed toward his car. I'm going to tail him. You're wasting gas, her friend said. But she ended the call and started her engine. Scorpio, predictable as ever, simply drove home. He always went straight home. At that same moment, 600 miles south in the Oklahoma Panhandle, in a forgettable little town called Sullivan, Billy blew straight through a red light. He was behind the wheel of a beat-up Ford Ranger he'd picked up for $600, a 20-year-old rust bucket he was using to fetch a second six-pack. The buzz from the first was humming pleasantly in his veins. His buddy from Montana was back at their motel room, waiting. Tomorrow afternoon they were supposed to meet a guy with connections in Amarillo, Texas. Job prospects were finally looking up. Of course, the light he ran had a patrol car parked right beside it. The officer instantly hit his lights and gave a short, sharp siren yelp. Billy, startled, froze for a second but kept rolling, stupid. He had nothing serious to hide. A mild buzz, maybe, but this was the Panhandle. A couple beers was practically a prerequisite for driving. Besides, running wasn't an option, not in this clunker. He finally hit the brakes and pulled over. Cops, like anyone, are swayed by subtle irritations. Billy's delayed stop struck the officer as arrogant, a sign of disrespect. On another day, he might have just pulled alongside, rolled down his window, and given a warning. But tonight, a spike of annoyance tightened his jaw and puffed up his sense of authority. He decided to go full procedure. He parked behind the pickup, leaving his roof lights flashing. He adjusted his hat, counted to 20 for effect, and stepped out. His hand went to his holster, unsnapping it and resting on his gun. He approached slowly, stopping beside the truck's rusty bed, and called out in a clear, commanding voice, "Sir, step out of the vehicle, please." The door creaked open. Billy emerged. "Sorry, officer," he said, forcing calm. "Guess I was daydreaming. Lucky no one else was coming through, right?" The cop caught a faint whiff of beer on the air. "License," he said, flatly. Billy fumbled in his pocket and handed it over. "Sir, wait, right there," the officer instructed. He walked back to his cruiser with deliberate slowness, slid inside, and turned to the computer terminal mounted near the gear shift. A shiny new addition courtesy of the last mayor's budget promises. He entered Billy's information into the system. A code from the Western Division of the Federal DEA appeared. Stepping out of the car once more, he made his way back to Billy with deliberate slowness. Upon reaching him, he spun the man around, slammed his head against the roof of the old Ford, and secured his hands behind his back with cuffs. They gathered in the lobby at 8 the next morning. Following a quick breakfast at the diner, they headed to a grocery store to pick up supplies for Rose, the cart filled with food, some healthy, some indulgent, along with soap, a pair of pink socks, a wide-toothed comb, and a paperback novel. These were the small comforts often sacrificed when money got tight. They grabbed 2 tubes of every antiseptic cream on the shelf as they waited in the checkout line. Bramall's phone buzzed. Glancing at the screen, he announced, "It's Special Agent Noble from the DEA." He answered, listening intently, offering only vague murmurs of acknowledgement. At one moment he left a deliberate, telling silence, as if holding back a comment he chose not to make. It was the unspoken chess game between federal agents. A dance reacher recognized well, ending the call. Bramall reported Billy was picked up last night in a small Oklahoma town. Noble questioned him over the phone. So far, he's denying everything. He even claims he doesn't know anyone named Rose Sanderson or have any idea where she might be. "Old news," Mackenzie stated flatly. "We're past needing Billy." The return drive to Rose's homestead felt like a journey through a Wyoming time warp. In their minds, it was a short, local trip, just down to Mule Crossing and a turn west. Reality, however, demanded 2 full hours. The endless 2-lane highway, the slow crawl down a dirt road through vast empty plains, and finally the bumpy 4-mile driveway. The sky was a sheet of steel, not yet threatening snow, but serving as a stark reminder that winter was closing in. The three cowboys were waiting where the track emerged from the trees into the final clearing. They weren't working, they were simply watching, forming a ragged defensive line about 30 yards from the house. We got kind of protective. Bramall slowed the car in a non-threatening manner and eased into his previous parking spot. Reacher unloaded the groceries, stacking the bags on the porch. Mackenzie carried them inside and closed the door, leaving the clearing in sudden quiet. Reacher spotted Bramall standing near the edge of the ravine. The small, neat man in his dark suit, collar, and tie should have looked absurdly out of place in the wilderness. Yet he didn't. He seemed entirely at home because he was that kind of person. His expression was troubled, etched with the strain of some internal ethical struggle. Reacher was fairly certain he knew the cause. Billy, not yesterday's news, but tomorrow's problem. Walking over, Reacher said, "I know," aiming for a tone of sympathy. "Know what?" Bramall replied. "You feel guilty for not telling the boy detective we found Rose without Billy's help?" "Would you have told him?" "No," Reacher said. "That's giving away too much." "What exactly went down in Oklahoma?" "He ran a red light. The system flagged his name and photo. Noble called him, trying to squeeze out information. The real question is why Noble bothered. It might have been a simple courtesy to us, a gesture of sympathy for Mrs. Mackenzie's situation. She did ask him to keep her informed. Maybe he was just going through the motions for her sake." Bramall paused, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon. Or maybe not. Maybe he was getting serious. Maybe he figured since Billy fell into his lap, he might as file a thorough report. It would satisfy an itch, after all. He's no fan of the Ghost Network. In that case, if he knew Rose's location, protocol would dictate his first logical move. Question her as a witness or arrest her for procuring illegal narcotics, or both. Now is not the time for me to risk either of those outcomes, not for many, many reasons. My client has made it clear she wants to keep her sister away from any official attention, so I kept that detail to myself. I'll admit, it doesn't sit entirely right with me. I usually don't like holding back from someone in his position. Did they renew your contract? For as long as this situation lasts? And how long is that? Brommel's eyes drifted toward the house. I'm not the one to ask. How much longer can Billy keep quiet? If Noble starts pushing hard, even if he doesn't, Reacher said, Billy might let something slip without meaning to. One careless word could catch the boy detective's attention. Don't forget what's at stake here. People who know what they're talking about say the product moving through this area is the genuine article, American-made, straight from the source, full shipments and authentic packaging. The boy detective believes that's impossible, and he'll take it as a personal challenge. He won't stop until he finds the leak and seals it for good. This also isn't the time to risk cutting off supply abruptly. I'm sure your client's other priority is keeping her sister out of a locked hospital ward. Bramall looked back at the quiet house. I imagine the choices they're facing aren't the kind you make quickly. Usually not, Reacher agreed. But this time, they can't afford to take too long either. How much time do we have? My gut says we should be out of here in 2 or 3 days, which means we say nothing to Noble until then. That's simple enough for me, Reacher said. But you're licensed by the state of Illinois. You're sitting on credible evidence that a man named Arthur Scorpio, operating out of Rapid City, South Dakota, well, inside the DEA's Western Division, is running a distribution network that spans into Wyoming and Montana using some kind of overlooked supply source. Uncovering it would be considered a major win, the crowning achievement of a regional success story. You could hand it to them ready-made. In fact, you have a professional duty to report it if you believe a crime is being committed, not to mention the ethical obligation to tell Noble everything you know. But not yet, Reacher added, because that illegal supply needs to keep flowing, at least until my client can arrange a semi-legal alternative from somewhere else. Relax, Reacher told him. You're retired now? It's a second career, which still has fewer rules than your first, but more rules than you live by. I have rules, Reacher said. Plenty of them, one says. A wounded veteran gets the benefit of the doubt. Another says, always be gone before the government shows up. So yes, I agree. We have to thread the needle carefully. The house remained silent, the door shut. Reacher borrowed Bramall's phone and walked to the top of the ravine where the signal was strongest. He dialed from memory, and the same woman answered. West Point Superintendent's office. How may I help you? This is Reacher, he said. Hello, Major. I need to speak with General Simpson. Wait one, Major. The superintendent came on the line. Any developments? We located her, Reacher said. What's her condition? We have concerns, Reacher replied. The Purple Heart was for a severe facial injury. She developed a dependency on the painkillers prescribed during her hospital recovery, and now she has no visible means of support. Can I help? Right now, just with information. I need to know which boxes she checks regarding her mental state. It could guide what we do next. What information do you need? It was a roadside IED. I want to understand why she was there and who else was injured or killed. I'll see what I can find. I also need to know more about Porterfield. She implied it's safer if we don't dig into it. I'm not sure what that means. Who was he? All we know is that 14 years ago he was a brand new second lieutenant who didn't make the first cut. What was it about that period 12 years later that drew so much attention to him? Sanderson would have the answer. I can't press her. For one, the emotional landscape here is fragile. Did you return the ring? She wanted to put it on hold until brighter days are on the horizon. Will they ever arrive? Possibly, Reacher replied. The initial step is always the toughest. He handed the phone back to Bramall. They settled into a familiar wait, resuming their previous positions, Reacher on the porch step, Bramall perched on a boulder near the ravine's edge. The group of ranch hands had clustered together at the entrance to the dirt track, idling about as if anticipating an arrival any minute now. Stackley operated on the principle that information was useless unless acted upon immediately. It was the golden rule in today's business world. Or perhaps the silver rule coming right after obsessive cost-cutting. Industry publications never quite settled on a ranking. He covered his bases by embracing both, each morning before even leaving his truck. He would scan his overnight messages and listen to his voicemails. So, that very day, he learned early that the large stranger needed to be removed from the equation. His first calls were dedicated to plotting how to make it happen. Stackley was a firm believer that delegation defined a capable leader. It was a top-tier rule in the modern playbook. First, second, third, it didn't matter the number. It was essential by the time he made the turn at Mule Crossing. His strategy was set. Driving past what he knew was his predecessor Billy's old spread, he had settled on the lure. Nearing the property that once belonged to a man named Porterfield, he pinpointed the exact location for the offer. He continued for miles, then turned onto the second track on the right, bracing for the slow, jarring 4-mile crawl over exposed roots and stones he remembered from the previous morning. It was brutal on his suspension, but Stackley also believed in wringing every ounce of utility from his capital investments. Rule number 1 in the new economy, or so he told himself. From behind, Reacher caught the sound of the front door opening. He rose and turned to see Mackenzie emerge from the house. Lingering in the shadows behind her was a small, indistinct form, a pale, silvery silhouette. Mackenzie shut the door, leaving the figure inside, and walked down the path. Her eyes flicked toward the cowboys still gathered in the distance. She moved toward Bramall, and Reacher fell in step behind her. She selected a flat rock and sat. Reacher chose another about 6 feet away. Bramall remained on his. They resembled 3 survivors stranded on a stony beach, plotting their next move against the backdrop of a plain as vast and empty as a sea. Mackenzie began, "We're moving forward, I believe, faster than I expected at this stage. That is, assuming she's being genuine. Sometimes I worry she's agreeing too readily because it's all about a distant future, and her mind today remains unchanged. And that's as far as she can see. But every tomorrow eventually becomes today. She needs to grasp that a day is coming when I'll have to relocate her." "When would that be?" Bramall asked. "Suitable housing and the right specialist are the key pieces," Mackenzie said. "We can start those searches now. While we're waiting here, we could begin as early as tomorrow. On a related note, I've decided to move in here. I think we all should. There are vacant houses. The commute to the hotel is absurd."
Move in?
Bramble echoed.
More efficient? Surely? If I'm nearby constantly, I can care for her constantly. It might even speed up the whole process. We don't know who owns this land, Bramble countered.
Someone who hasn't appeared in 3 years. Why would they start now? We won't be here indefinitely. How long are you thinking? That depends completely on finding the right place and the right doctor. Your best estimate? In my head, I'm budgeting a month, she said, 2 at the absolute worst. The growl of an engine and the crunch of tires on gravel sounded from the top of the driveway. The cowboys shifted, stepping aside as a vehicle approached. Reacher spotted a battered pickup emerging from the tree line, its bed covered by a faded plastic camper shell. He recognized it, the same truck he'd seen earlier on the dirt road, driven by a man in his late 30s staring straight ahead, oblivious to his surroundings. Mackenzie followed his gaze. "That must be Stackley," she murmured. "Rose was hoping he'd come back today." Chapter 36. Stackley noticed the 3 cowboys stepping aside as he rolled up. He remembered them from yesterday, the same eager faces. They weren't just clearing a path, they were arranging themselves like a greeting party, or maybe an honor guard. Truth be told, Stackley got a kick out of slinging dope. Customers were always so appreciative, so pumped, nothing like the miserable gigs he'd worked before. Then past the cowboys. His eyes landed on the dusty black Toyota. There it was, parked right where he'd told Scorpio it would be. He'd described it perfectly, pulled over like a cop car with 2 men and a woman inside, the ones everyone said were asking questions. One of the guys was huge. Stackley had made the call and gotten his answer. He glanced at the quiet house, its door shut tight. He scanned the distant trees to the right. Nothing. Then he looked left toward the ravine's edge and the scattered rocks. 3 people were sitting there, an older man in a suit, a sharp-looking woman, and an enormous guy. Stackley braked his truck in the driveway entrance, killed the engine, and climbed out. He led the excited cowboys to the camper's rear door and did something he normally avoided. He let them peek inside. With a show of carelessness, he tugged the blanket back a little too far, revealing dozens of boxes, most still sealed in shrink wrap. Some open but nearly full, all pristine white with English printing. Behind him, he could practically feel their hungry anticipation humming in the air. Good. He wanted his new buddies to understand exactly what he was offering. Huddling them close, he laid out what they could do for him and what he'd do in return. Delegation, that was rule number 1 in this business, especially when you were up against a guy that size from the rocks. Reacher watched the group gather at the truck's tailgate. They all peered inside, probably checking the goods. They looked pleased, whether with the quality, the amount, or both. The scene reminded him of his mother years ago on some overseas base, clustering with the other Army wives at the curb when the fish vendor's truck arrived. Then Stackley leaned in, launching into what looked like a serious negotiation. Price, most likely. A big deal for everyone, though for different reasons. Mackenzie kept her eyes on the house. "Rose isn't coming out," she said. "I guess her friends are buying for her. Maybe they always do?" Which means Billy never actually saw her. He couldn't have helped us anyway. "We need to talk about Billy," Reacher said. "Why? He's in the system now. The boy detective has already questioned him once. He's denying everything. Will he keep it up forever? I assume you were joking about the rubber hoses and nightsticks. He'll cut a deal, or he'll slip up without meaning to. He doesn't know what pieces they're missing. Sooner or later, he'll say the wrong thing. We should assume the clock's already ticking. Might be smart to move up our timeline for getting out of here. No sense sticking around when the supply dries up, and definitely no sense being here when the feds roll in. I know this isn't easy for either of you, but those kinds of problems would make everything 10 times worse. You don't think we have a month?" Reacher saw cash exchange hands behind the truck at the foot of the drive. "I think we should aim to move a little faster," he said. Then he watched small white boxes pass the other way. "How much faster?" Mackenzie asked. "I already told Brummel my gut said we should be gone in 2 or 3 days. That's impossible. How fast can you do it? The pickup's engine rumbled to life. It turned around and headed back down the driveway. The cowboys carried their small white boxes toward the house, their steps quick and purposeful against the dry earth. They left half the boxes stacked on the porch by the front door and carried the remainder with them down a winding trail that disappeared into the woods. "It's all about connecting with the right physician," Mackenzie insisted. "My sister depends on these medications. You could ask around your own neighborhood back home. Those people end up in treatment programs. We require a steady supplier. We're exposed here," Reacher observed. "Something's headed our way." Mackenzie stayed with her sister a while longer before emerging to announce she was ready to return to the hotel and check out. She pledged to be back in 4 hours with her luggage, prepared to stay as long as necessary. After a moment's hesitation, Bramall shrugged and agreed to do the same, stepping outside his usual routine, but then again, this was a whole new chapter for him. Reacher mentioned he was already checked out. He never booked more than one night at a time. His toothbrush was in his pocket, and he carried no other bags. Honestly, he would have preferred to remain right there in the quiet, meeting up with them later. Mackenzie ducked back inside to explain the new plan to her sister, then she and Bramall drove off. Reacher settled onto the porch step, already his regular perch. Before him, the ravine broadened and sloped downward. The distant horizon glowed a dusty orange, backed by hazy blue mountains. The air was still and clear. He watched hawks circling on rising warm air, contrails streaking the sky miles above, and a chipmunk perched on a rock just a few yards away. Then the front door opened behind him. The chipmunk vanished. A familiar voice asked, "Major Reacher?" He rose and turned. She stood in the doorway wearing her silver athletic jacket, the hood drawn forward so she peered out from its shadowy interior. Faint scars and reflective foil were visible. Her gaze was steady. She said, "I'd like to pick up where we left off yesterday." "Which part? When I believed you were here on official business?" "I'm not. I accept that. All I want is your perspective. You might be aware of things I'm not. Come sit out here," he offered. "It's a perfect day." She hesitated briefly, then stepped out and crossed the porch. She moved with a light, athletic grace, unsurprising given the infantry demanded physical discipline. She sat on the same step as Reacher, about an arm's length away. She carried a clean scent of soap mixed with something sharp, probably whatever was under the foil on her face from the side. All he could see was the hood framing her like a tunnel. The chipmunk reappeared. She said, "I mentioned I had a friend whose case was never closed." "Cy Porterfield," Reacher said. "So you're here on business, not officially, but I've gathered information along the way. What do you know about him?" "Not much," Reacher admitted. "Only that he was your friend for a time, came from a wealthy Ivy League background, served as a Marine, was wounded and valued authenticity so deeply he'd rather set out a bucket for a leaky roof than fix it. That sums it up. He also had 3 classified files at the Pentagon." "I can't discuss those. Then how am I supposed to offer an opinion?" Hypothetically, she pressed. "Why would an investigation just go cold?" "Lots of reasons. Maybe it didn't lead where they expected. Maybe it hit a dead end. Maybe it was too difficult from the start. I'd need more details." "I can't share them." "Then let me speculate it might have fallen between jurisdictions. The Pentagon holds the original file. Suppose 2 years ago Porterfield was troubled by something. Why call the Pentagon? That's not an instinctive move. 12 years earlier, he'd been a Marine lieutenant in combat. The Pentagon played no role in his daily life. I doubt he'd ever even visited. I bet he didn't have the number. Yet he looked it up and made the call. That suggests whatever bothered him had a significant military angle. Then the Pentagon looped in the DEA, meaning it likely involved high-level narcotics too. Maybe wires got crossed. Maybe each agency assumed the other was handling it, so in the end nobody handled it. I can't discuss specifics. We're aware his home was entered after he passed. Yes, I noticed. I returned a few times just to walk the property. Seemed like a classic covert operation to me. I'd agree it was tidy. You know who was responsible? I can't speak to that. You know what they took? I do. Will you answer one question? That depends on the question. Just a yes or no. That's all I'm after. No context, no details, nothing beyond what you're willing to share. You promise, just yes or no, to settle something for me? Settle what? Do you know how Porterfield died? Yes, she replied. I was present. Special Agent Kirk Noble's division operated out of Denver, Colorado. His office was a generic beige room momentarily enlivened by the gleam of gold from the shoebox he'd retrieved from Billy's Wyoming home. Everything was arranged neatly across his desk. All the gold pieces, the crosses on chains, the earrings, the bracelets, the charms, the chokers, the fashion rings, the wedding bands, the class rings. He was required to complete an inventory form listing descriptions and values. Some items were essentially worthless, some were stamped from thin alloys no reputable jeweler would acknowledge. A few were literally worth 20 cents, others were merely average, maybe $7 by weight here, 9 if you were fortunate there. Then there were better pieces. An 18-carat wedding band, substantial and weighty, a fine item. $50 easily in a pawn shop, the same for a pair of solid, heavy 18-carat earrings, maybe 60 for the pair. When he finished, he examined his list, focusing on the right-hand column. The values made no logical sense. They were utterly random, spanning from nearly zero up to a respectable sum, hitting practically every price point in between. $2, $3, $4, all the way past 60. That wasn't how the usual business operated. It wasn't like some fancy deli where you purchased a pinch of this and a dash of that. You bought a $10 bag of powder for $10, or you didn't, or 2 for 20, 3 for 30. What an economist would term stair-step pricing. Billy's pricing, by contrast, was oddly granular, as if he sold $5 bags and $6 bags and $13 bags and $17 bags and $9 bags. Full service, whatever the customer desired, weighed out on a scale, right then highly improbable. Therefore, perhaps he wasn't selling bags of powder at all. Maybe his product arrived in bulk. Possibly for retail, larger quantities could be broken down, even to individual items for customers with limited means, or snipped with scissors into halves and quarters for those truly broke, just like the old days. Impossible. He lifted his desk phone and called down to the jail. I'm expecting a transfer from Oklahoma, name of Billy something. The voice on the line said, we just booked him in, take him directly to an interview room. Inform him I have questions. I'll be down in a couple of hours, let him stew until then. Nothing more than she wanted to say Reacher had promised, and as it turned out, Rose Sanderson wanted to say nothing more, at least not regarding Porterfield. She simply nodded to herself inside her hood as if the matter were closed. Then she said, my sister mentioned you asked how it felt to be pretty. Yes, he said. You knew about me by then. It tracked. I'm sure she gave a conflicted answer. She's still pretty. Deep down, attractive people know others feel they're getting an unearned advantage. They have to play humble. They have to claim it makes them feel superficial. But let me tell you the real truth. It feels fantastic. It's like bringing a gun to a knife fight sometimes. I'd crank it up and just mow them down, one after another, bam, bam, bam. It's a superpower. Like switching the phasers from stun to kill. There's no sense pretending otherwise. It's a major evolutionary edge, like being your size. We should have kids, he said. He caught a faint rustle of foil inside her hood. A smile, maybe, she answered. That time has passed. Seems Porterfield thought otherwise. We were just friends. There were 2 impressions in the mattress. How would you know that? A roofer who worked on his place told someone else who mentioned it in a bar. The roofer was checking out my bed. Your bed sounds like you're agreeing with him now. She said Cy was different, he asked. What would clear up the infection? A lengthy IV antibiotic regimen. It's standard. Most wounds get infected. Bacteria build a barrier, tough to eliminate, and you don't want a hospital. I hated it. I was a walking embarrassment. Every soldier's nightmare, a disfiguring injury, all the glamour went to the arms and legs. Fancy tech, titanium, carbon fiber, some of those prosthetics cost a fortune. They looked brand new. Guys flaunted them in shorts. Not me. I would have been a PR catastrophe. You can do IVs at home, Reacher said, with the right doctor. Your sister will find one. The kind who will also recommend a slow, careful taper for dependency. The kind who might even suggest maintaining your current regimen another year while you adjust. I don't trust her. That she wants to help, that she can. She has resources. This is the civilian medical system. She can get what she needs. People will stare. This is a suburb. It's Lake Forest, Illinois. You could wear a paper bag over your head. They'd assume it's performance art. In a year, you'd have your own gallery show. I prefer it here, because of what Stackley supplies. Before that, what Billy provided, which was a freak accident. That pipeline is shut. You're at the tail end of the last drip. They're hunting it now. They've got Billy in a cell. They're 2 steps from cutting you off. Think tactically. We need to move. She didn't answer. He felt her breath quicken, her posture tighten, a low tremor through the wooden step. She said, I'm going inside. He said, I'm sorry I upset you. I'll be fine in 10 minutes. She rose, stepped onto the porch, then turned back. He looked up. Her gaze held him from the hood's shadow. In a movie, her eyes would glow crimson. She said, here's the problem. It has to be seamless. And the truth is, I need this stuff. Right now, a fresh fentanyl patch is the most important thing in the world to me. Worth 100 rings or a dozen sisters. But lucky me, I have one. I already decided to use it. I already made that choice. Does that bother you? Yes, Reacher said. A little me too, she said. He waited 10 minutes for the hit to settle in, but she didn't return. So he walked, tracing the tree line, until he spotted the cowboys approaching on their usual path. The 3 men, with the one in lizard skin boots astride ahead, they greeted Reacher in a way that suggested surprise at seeing him. He explained he'd stayed behind. The booted man asked, the others aren't back yet? Not for a couple hours, Reacher said. Were you talking to Rose? I was, Reacher replied. How is she holding up? She mentioned being there when Porterfield died. I believe that's true. Where were you? We were in Colorado. Spring came late down there. We took work hauling hay. What did she say about it when you got back? She never talks about things like that. Reacher stayed quiet. The 3 men exchanged glances, hesitant, weighty, as if a strange thought had just dawned on them. The man in the work boots offered, we could take you to the spot where they discovered him if you're interested. Close by, Reacher asked. Roughly an hour's walk, mostly an incline. Worth the trip? The hike has its points. Regarding the debate, you can decide for yourself what sort of person could haul a body that distance. You claimed anyone could manage it. I said anyone would have. There's a distinction. The folks who actually could are a smaller group. All right, Reacher said. Lead the way. They moved across the clearing near the house and aimed for another break in the tree line. First, the booted man veered toward the crew cab truck, returning with a rifle. Right or wrong, he reminded them, they were heading into bear country. Best to be prepared. The trail climbed through the forest, the trees growing sparser as the slope sharpened. Elk had scarred some trunks with their antlers. Moose tracks dented the earth. No bear sign yet, which suited Reacher just fine. The rifle was an old M1 Garand, a U.S. soldier's trusted companion 60 years back. A bit unwieldy, but reliable. Still, it was chambered for a standard NATO round, a modest little thing against a bear. Probably all the guy had left, maybe traded the rest for something that suddenly cost too much. Better than nothing, Reacher figured. They pressed on. The air grew thin. Reacher felt his breath laboring. The 3 cowboys seemed unaffected, acclimated to the altitude. Down at sea level, they'd probably be lightheaded from all the extra oxygen. Might even beat those nicotine patches. The walking itself wasn't tough roots, rocks, and gravel like the tracks they'd driven, but narrower. The grade was gentle, with occasional steep steps. Hauling a significant weight would have been slow and clumsy, but doable for a certain subset, just as the man had said. About 5 minutes later, they emerged into an open patch where a young tree had been flattened by a moose. Various animal tracks, some quite large, crisscrossed the area. The man with the rifle gestured. It was a place like this. Similar, Reacher asked, or this exact spot further along, but you get the idea? In case you want to turn around now. Reacher scanned left, right, and ahead into the woods. He wasn't sure what he expected to find. A bear seemed improbable. What were the chances? "I'm fine," he said. "Let's continue." They did. The woods transformed around them as they walked. The clearings vanished because the trees themselves thinned out, creating a sparse, patchy landscape of scattered timber and low scrub. Pathways were clear and straight, sightlines long, prime territory for a predator. The rifleman asked, "Still all right?" Reacher looked all around. The primitive back part of his brain was waking up, insisting this was the kind of terrain you left, and fast. The logical front part was still on bears. Unlikely, it reasoned, but a real possibility, however small, a factor to consider, worth a plan. In his mind, he heard General Simpson's voice on the phone from West Point. Off post, she would have been armed at all times. He scanned the open area once more. "No bears, not here," he said. "Let's head back." "Why?" the man asked. "Because I want the cover of the trees again," Reacher thought. Aloud, he said, "I've seen enough now," and he felt he had. Stackley was the new Billy, inheriting the whole local operation, including the occasional voicemail orders. Stackley must have gotten a fresh one. Take out the big guy from behind a tree. Here we go again, or whatever cartoon nickname they were using for him this week. Message received and understood, except Stackley hadn't planned to do the job himself. He'd outsourced it, bringing in hired help from outside, all arranged during that long discussion behind the camper shell. The pitch, the offer, the bait, the agreement, probably sealed with a handshake. Reacher knew because of the weapon the man carried. Culture, habit, and plain common sense all pointed to the same conclusion. What were the odds a Wyoming cowboy would wander into actual bear country without a rifle that could stop one? It was as routine as putting on your boots, so the logic followed. The wrong firearm meant there were no bears, which meant they weren't anywhere near where Porterfield had been discovered, a place where bears made sense. That meant the three men had led him to the wrong location for a reason entirely their own. They had an M14, a weapon perfectly suited for shooting a person or gut-shooting one. After that, bears wouldn't enter the picture. He recalled what one of them had said in the bar, nursing a long neck. "You got hundreds of other species already lining up and licking their lips." Reacher scanned the surroundings. It wasn't promising. Wide gaps between slender pines, the absolute middle of nowhere. No witnesses, no evidence. That's the whole beauty of it. For a fleeting moment, he wondered what their price was, but he brushed the thought aside, partly out of a sense of vanity, partly because the answer was plain as day. "Far as I can tell, it's a beautiful thing. The way they talk about it, it's the best thing ever." They were being paid in oxycodone pills and fentanyl patches, like getting shanked in prison over a carton of cigarettes. Life came cheap out here. Then, briefly, he felt a sting of betrayal. He thought they'd gotten along fine. He'd made an effort. Been civil, but he snapped back to reality and considered it from their angle. Some things matter more to a person, more than family, friends, any kind of steady, trustworthy life. Nobody should ever underestimate the pull of an opiate high. He almost hoped they were each getting a couple boxes. They'd have to work for them. He turned and started walking back, keeping the rifleman in his peripheral vision. The first rushed shot didn't worry him much. It would likely miss, snatched and unaimed. The second could get tricky, and the third, and all the rounds after that. An M14 magazine held 20. He slowed his pace slightly, shepherding the armed man to stay ahead. A shot low in the back would do the job just fine. The bullet would pass clean through and bury itself, smeared and bloody in the grit 10 feet away, never to be found. How could it be? The round that killed him would be a random speck, a quarter-inch wide, in an empty state larger than some countries. No proof, that's the whole beauty of it. He slowed again, a wordless after you. The man with the rifle moved ahead, confident enough to do so. They were heading back toward the first clearing they'd seen, where a young tree had been pushed over by a moose, a spot just like this one, their chosen place, presumably. Why else stop there? They walked downhill for a minute, sometimes in single file as the trees thickened. Reacher stayed at the rear, right where he wanted to be. He scanned ahead and picked a spot in his mind, just in case. Let's go back a different way, he said. I've already seen this view. It was a tactical gamble. They didn't know he knew, not yet. The time for making waves would come later, not now, but it was a far smaller risk than walking straight into the exact spot they'd picked for him. That much was certain. Open ground they knew, and he didn't. The man with the rifle stopped and turned. I don't think there's another route, he said. There has to be, Reacher replied. You wouldn't want to get lost out here. I've got a pretty good sense of direction. Most days I can tell which way is up. The man took a step. Now he was about 10 feet from Reacher, facing him on a narrow stretch of path, the rifle held loosely at his side. The other two were closer, maybe 5 feet away, standing apart so the rifleman could see between them. The ground underfoot was a tangle of roots, rocks, and gravel. Trees pressed in on both sides, as good a place as any. Reacher took a step forward. He stated, "This isn't the property where Porterfield was discovered. You're the authority now?" The man holding the rifle retorted, "Sheriff Connolly ran a complete investigation. At the very least, we can assume he checked every structure on the land where the body was located. As it happens, the sole building he searched was Porterfield's own. So, Porterfield was found on his own land. That's roughly 40 miles from here. The ecology is different over there. They actually have bears in that area. The safety on the M14 was a small manual lever snug against the front of the trigger guard, pushed back. It was on safe. Flicked forward, it was ready to fire. Reacher kept his eyes fixed on it. For now it remained on safe, but all 4 of the man's fingers were hovering nearby. Reacher said, "Lower the weapon, and we can discuss this. It doesn't need to escalate. Perhaps we can all find a solution together," the man asked. "How?" Set the rifle down, and we'll talk. The man didn't move. Reacher continued, "You need to think ahead. Stackley might be your best friend today, but tomorrow his operation could be finished. Rosa's sister is taking her to Chicago, a suburb, a nice area. She could establish a charitable foundation. You could go with them? We're doing just fine right here. They have Billy in a cell," Reacher said. "They're 2 steps from cutting off your supply." The moment the words left his mouth, he knew it was a mistake. Their reaction mirrored Rose Sanderson's, a sudden intake of breath, postures turning rigid, that low hum of immediate panic. In their case, mixed with a frantic urgency about what to do next, as if the lucrative payoff they'd been counting on was about to vanish. Reacher saw in their faces the translation of his words. Cutting you off became a screaming voice in their heads demanding, "Get more, right now." The man raised the rifle, shifting it awkwardly from right hand to left and back, the old weapon heavy and long. His trigger finger moved ahead of the guard and flicked the safety catch forward. Reacher slammed into the nearest man and used the rebound to propel himself against a tree. He wasn't trying to dodge a bullet that was nearly impossible, but it was easy enough to predict its probable path well in advance and simply not be there. He didn't forget Newton's laws, the same force that helped him also shove the other guy in the opposite direction toward the gun action-reaction. In that man's case, it got him killed. The rifle fired, and the man was hit, dropping as if he'd walked into a taut wire. The gunshot's roar faded into a vast cracking mountain echo, then a whisper, then silence. The rifleman stared, stunned. Reacher pushed off the tree, struck him in the head, and took the rifle. The man staggered and fell to his knees. The 3rd man stood frozen. Reacher said, "Check your friend." But even from a distance, Reacher could see it was futile. The shot had gone high, the round passing through his buddy's throat. From a certain perspective, it was as effective as a gut shot, maybe even cleaner. The bullet would land somewhere in the woods 100 yards off. The soft tissue of the neck would be quickly scavenged. Damaged vertebrae would be carried away and crushed for the marrow inside, no evidence left at all. The man kneeling looked up and shook his head. Reacher aimed the rifle at him, then gestured where he wanted him to go, next to the guy in boots, who was struggling to stand, bracing himself with a hand on the ground before finally making it upright. "Lead the way," Reacher said. "We're going this direction after all." They stumbled ahead of him, and he followed, carrying the rifle in one hand. They offered no fight, completely passive, as if resigned to their fate. Maybe it was shock. Maybe it was an addict's numbness, or maybe it was just some twisted cowboy fatalism. They returned to the cabin just 2 minutes after Bramall and Mackenzie got back from settling the hotel bill. Rose Sanderson was out on the porch embracing her sister. Bramall stood near his vehicle, giving them room. The two men emerged from the tree line with Reacher behind them, a rifle held loosely in his hands. They halted in the open space, the story written plainly in their defeated posture. Rose Sanderson's attention snapped to the weapon. The cuff of her hood rotated like a turret, taking in the scene, the subdued men, the rifle, Reacher himself. He could almost hear the tactical calculations clicking behind her eyes, a West Point-trained mind running scenarios. She settled on one. "A gift from Stackley?" she asked. "That's right. I suppose that's a serious problem. It hasn't improved my day. What's his issue with you? His employer isn't a fan, but you're just passing through. I collected some complications en route. What happened up there?" "One casualty," Reacher said. "Friendly fire, poor judgment, a target in motion, chaos in front of him." "Let them walk," she decided. "Keep the rifle. It's the only piece they have left." The two men shuffled away down their own trail. The sisters moved to join Reacher and Bramall on the porch step where they all settled. Sanderson's hood was drawn forward, forming a narrow slit that now aligned with Reacher's face. "I'm sorry about them," she said. "Unnecessary," he replied. "No damage done. A shortfall in equipment was corrected by better tactics and maneuver. When did you figure it out?" "First clue was when we paused in a clearing and they got jumpy. I suppose the guy just couldn't squeeze the trigger. Probably his first time." "I'm sorry," she repeated. "They were friends." "Still no need," Reacher said, "but I won't blame them. You can't imagine the scale of what they were promised. I'm starting to picture it just from the fallout. I'm taking it seriously. Trust me, I'm not judging it either. A person does what they have to do, isn't that right? Yes. Right now, what you have to do is go inside and put on a fresh patch, because after that, you face a choice between what you can stay and we talk sensibly about what happens next, or I leave and you don't come with me." Rose Sanderson went inside for the new patch. As the door shut, Bramall's phone buzzed. He glanced at the screen. It's Special Agent Noble calling from his Denver office. "Let it go," Reacher said. "He'll ask if you located Rose, either making conversation or because he needs her as a witness. You can't tell him where she is now. You'll hate lying to him." "He might have information. He hasn't retired. It's all ask, no give, don't answer." Bramall let it ring out. The voicemail tone sounded, and he played it back at once. "He wants to know if we found Rose," he reported. The door opened again, and Rose stepped out, small and agile, the hem of her hood leading. She sat on the step and turned the hood toward Reacher. "Naturally, when you move on is your own call." "I'm not here to fix everything," he said. "I just wanted the story, now I have it. Not a happy ending. I don't want to stick around for the next ugly chapter. I don't want to be here when you're detoxing in a federal cell with no doctor, not even basic first aid. I don't want to watch your sister get charged as an accessory because some eager agent thinks a wealthy white woman will look good on the evening news. I don't want to see her go broke fighting phony charges, or watch Mr. Bramall lose his license and hunt for a third career. I plan to be long gone before any of that starts. You make it sound inevitable. They have Billy in custody, and there's a dead ranch hand on your property. Someone will find him, just like they found Porterfield Sheriff Connolly is going to search your property, unless the boy detective beats him to it thanks to Billy's hand-drawn map, or unless your supply runs out before either of them shows up, then you'll be in the emergency room 5 times a day with a toothache. One of those outcomes is inevitable. How long until the supply runs out, do you figure? That was the real question. It's a circular problem, Reacher replied. If I leave without you, my first stop is Rapid City, South Dakota. I have to pay Arthur Scorpio a visit. He lied to me about Porterfield, and he told 2 different people to ambush me from behind a tree. He crossed a line. It won't end well for him. He's going in the spin cycle. 2 days to get there, 1 day to handle it. I'd say your supply dries up in about 3 days. You're backing me into a corner. Either I agree to go now, or you'll force my hand anyway. It's a unilateral 3-day deadline. Call it an unintended consequence. See it from my side. Obviously, I don't want to stick around when things go from bad to worse, and obviously once I leave, I have no choice but to head straight to Rapid City. What else would I do? The guy is messing with me. What would you do if you were taking fire from a distant building? I'd call in an airstrike. Consider this my version. So I've got 3 more days here, only as a side effect. I'm not trying to save the world. She stayed quiet. Jane Mackenzie spoke up, Reacher. 3 days isn't possible. Let's challenge that assumption, he said. Let's make it possible. They went inside. Brummel took a chair and Mackenzie took the other. Sanderson said she was fine, sitting cross-legged on the floor. Reacher stretched out on his back, an arm behind his head, staring at the ceiling and listening. They began by listing what Rose would need, which was easiest done by noting what she already had: quiet, isolated lodging, and access to pharmaceutical-grade opioid medications in daily doses far beyond what any responsible doctor would ever consider. Mackenzie said the lodging was no issue long-term, but short-term, it didn't exist yet. She and her husband didn't own a beach house or a hunting cabin. There was an old staff apartment above their stable, but it needed a new heater and bathroom. Reacher asked, "Do you have a guest suite, too?" "But they're in the main house." "With you and Mr. Mackenzie, a decent guy, a good match, is he going to be a problem with all this?" "No, he'll be completely on board." "You're sure?" "Absolutely." "All right," Reacher said. "How about Rose stays in a guest suite for now? Put her in the east wing, facing the lake. You've got 6 acres, and I'm sure it's a quiet, tree-lined street, not exactly Times Square. We need to move fast here. We can't let perfect get in the way of good enough." Mackenzie glanced at Rose, who nodded. She could afford to agree. This was about the future, a future that felt impossibly distant. The second item on the list meant they might never get there. Mackenzie said, "We have to be realistic about finding a doctor. We haven't even started looking. I'm sure they're not easy to find. The internet might help, but we might have to wait for an appointment. And they'll at least go through the motions. They'll want an initial consultation, or maybe the right doctor is on Anguilla playing golf right now. You know how this stuff goes?" "I don't," Reacher said. 2 weeks, she insisted. "I live in that world. Trust me. This feels like a 2-week process, minimum." No one replied. From deep inside her hood, Rose said, "You're all very polite, so I'll say it myself. I'm the big problem. How are you going to bridge the gap? How are you going to hook me up every day for 2 weeks? Some of that time will be spent on the road, a different town every night. You can't make it work." Once more, silence was the only reply. The core questions lingered unresolved. How do you close that distance? How do you connect her? It was the fatal flaw in every scheme, a persistent snag like a splinter in a smooth handrail. Everything else was straightforward, clear in Reacher's mind. But that part, the sheer scale, was overwhelming, a monumental task to break the quiet. Mackenzie began describing Lake Forest, Illinois. It sounded idyllic. She painted a picture of a stately Tudor home with weathered brick and diamond pane windows, a gentle lawn rolling down to a stone dock where a little boat waited, the vast, shimmering lake stretching to the horizon like a sea. Then Reacher understood this wasn't just chatter or real estate pride. She was weaving a shared fantasy from their childhood, a long-held twin dream of the perfect lives they would lead. He could see why girls from the dry plains of Wyoming would yearn for water's edge. Now, Mackenzie was claiming she had turned that dream into reality, offering it up, saying, "Come and live in this vision forever with its dewy grass and moss-covered stones." It was a masterclass in subtle persuasion. Reacher could only guess how much more potent that appeal was, traveling from one twin to another on some deep, instinctual frequency. It was alluring, overpowering, something to give up everything for, brilliant psychological maneuvering. Yet he was stuck with the same old hurdles. How do you close the gap? How do you make the connection? Down in Denver, Kirk Noble had gotten tangled in another matter, then pulled into a meeting on a different subject entirely. So Billy ended up stewing for nearly 4 hours, not 2. Noble paused at the one-way glass, studying him closely. He took pride in reading people. Billy was clearly a wiry, weathered countryman around 40, with a sly, nervous energy as if a fox and a squirrel had a child they alternately sun-baked and whacked with a switch. He wasn't sweating or trembling. No fidgeting fingers or tapping feet. Not a drug user, not even a smoker. A man like that wouldn't break easily. Not on purpose. Foxes and squirrels had their virtues, but they didn't earn advanced degrees. There had to be a back door, a psychological trigger. Maybe it was a need for recognition. Billy seemed like the type who'd never had much. Perhaps he could be coaxed into proud stories about his past deals using the cheap jewelry as a visual aid. He might recall how he got each piece. Yeah, some girl was broke, so she gave me this. And for what, Billy? Noble sent an aide to fetch the shoebox of trinkets from his office. The makeshift meeting ended, and Reacher stepped onto the porch. Bramall followed him out. Reacher figured Sanderson would take his place in the armchair inside, that the sisters would finally talk. He hoped it wouldn't take too long. Bramall said, "This is unfixable." "There's got to be a method," Reacher replied. "When you find it, do me a favor and clue me in." "You certain you want that? You've got more regulations than I do, one of which states I'm negligent if I fail to draft a contingency plan for my client. Even a rough outline here. It would begin with securing a private hospital for Rose, not a federal prison, a place of our choosing. We'd pay for security if they insisted. Naturally, the person to discuss this with is Noble in Denver. He has the authority. We already have a rapport. I should have taken his call. I'll need to answer the next one. I might require his cooperation later. We're not at Plan B yet. Better to prepare the field. If you talk to him now, you'll have to reveal Rose's location. That leads directly to Plan C, where this whole house of cards collapses. Or you'll have to lie to a federal agent, which is, technically speaking, a felony. Bramall had no response. Reacher asked, "Could you do something for me?" "That depends on what it is." "Go ask Mrs. Mackenzie if her sister said anything about Stackley stopping by again tomorrow. Why do you want to know? I just do." Bramall went inside, but it was Rose Sanderson who stepped out a moment later. She settled onto the same step as before, her hood up, keeping a few feet between them. "My sister gave me cash," she said. "I told Stackley to come back every single day until it runs out, or until he's sold out of what he's carrying," Reacher said. "And when he's empty, sometimes they skip a day. I figure they drive off somewhere to restock. We're always relieved when the truck rolls back up. I bet." "I'm sorry. Don't be. We sat through the same lectures." She gave a slow nod, her face shadowed. Morphine was isolated in 1805. The hypodermic needle came along in 1851. Perfect timing, just before the Civil War, which left hundreds of thousands hooked. Then World War I did it all over again. Millions of addicts by the 20s. The military loves its traditions. World War I was also when severe facial injuries became common. Millions by the end. The French called them les mutilés, the mutilated. It's the right word. It feels like being mutilated, and it sounds like mutated, which is how it really feels, like you've become someone else. They had primitive plastic surgery back then, but mostly men wore tin masks, painted by artists to match their skin. None of it really worked. City parks had benches painted blue so people knew to look away. That's where the wounded sat. But most never went out at all. Most never saw daylight again. They died of infections, or they took their own lives. "You don't have to sell me," Reacher said. "I don't judge what you use, but you can't get it for me, not for 2 straight weeks. Let's say I could. Let's say you had a lifetime supply. What would you do? Are you serious? Give me an honest take. You respect the truth." She was quiet for a second. "I'd celebrate it first," she said. "Go all out. No more rationing, no more cutting patches. I'd soak in it." "That's risky." "God, I hope so. It's a world you don't get until you're in it. There's no feeling like stepping right up to death's door, all the way to that big black threshold, and knocking. It's another realm. If I hear on the news some user died because a batch was too strong, I don't feel bad for him. I think, where can I find some of that? Not because I want to die. Just the opposite. I want to live forever so I can feel that way every day. I'm sorry, Reacher. I'm not who I was. I changed. You should have found someone else's ring. What comes after the celebrating? Eventually, I'd have to dial it back. Probably switch to an IV if I could set it up at home. You think you could dial it back? She nodded inside her hood. I love it more than anything, but there's still a piece of the old me in here. I know that I got through West Point in 9 years in the infantry. I could get through this as long as I knew I didn't have to give it up completely, as long as the option was always there, maybe a Saturday night treat if I behaved all week. I think I could manage that. And after that, then I'll stay hidden in my sister's house until I'm 100. By then everyone will be old and I won't stand out so much. But let's not kid ourselves. There won't be some grand after. I don't see how there could be. You could find work. You must have missed that memo. He almost smiled. I pick up jobs here and there, he said. Construction, bouncing at bars. One time I dug a swimming pool by hand in Key West. I bet it's still there. In the hospital, the psychiatrists visited. There was a new approach, confront things head on, no sugarcoating. I was a major, remember, a grown adult. I was supposed to handle it. They showed me the statistics. People with facial scars or injuries often make customers and coworkers so uncomfortable that nearly all of them wind up working solo, tucked away in a back office somewhere. Fine, then I won't get a job. After that, we spent a lot of time talking about how much of our identity is wrapped up in our faces. About those subtle, almost invisible signals and tiny details, something really basic. It hit me later that the direct approach only gets you so far. Now they were being clever about it. They were leaving little clues. They were basically telling me my love life was finished. Porterfield didn't see it that way. He was different. Was he blind? He had his own issues to deal with. The door behind them swung open, and Mackenzie stepped onto the porch, with Bramall right behind her. Mackenzie seemed like she wanted to talk, but then Bramall's cell phone buzzed. He pulled it out and glanced at the screen. "It's Special Agent Noble, calling from his office in Denver," he said. He looked at Rose. Then his eyes shifted to Reacher, silently asking for a favor. Reacher said, "You want me to play the heavy?" He took the phone. He tapped the green answer icon. He put it to his ear. He said, "Hello?" Chapter 39. Noble wanted to know why Reacher was picking up Bramall's phone. Reacher offered a hazy explanation about Bramall going for a stroll, possibly out of cell range, and therefore leaving his phone behind. Noble said, "Mrs. Mackenzie hired Bramall, correct?" "For real money," Reacher said. "Yes, but not you." "No." "Then it's actually better I'm talking to you. Can Mrs. Mackenzie hear this conversation?" "Yes." "Step away." Reacher held the phone toward the gully and pantomimed walking that direction for a clearer signal. He found a flat rock to stand on and said, "What's this about?" Noble's voice came through. "I think you located the sister. Why do you think that? Are you telling me you didn't?" "I'm asking how you think we possibly could have. How difficult could it be? She was out there somewhere. It's an enormous area." "That's a statement of fact," Noble said. "Not a denial. Trying to find one dug-in person in miles of wooded land, dotted with old empty cabins, is next to impossible. That's another statement." "I can keep this up all day," Reacher said. "I was in the Army," Noble said. "I need Rose Sanderson." "Why?" "For information, I need to close a case file. You have Billy for that." "Billy is exactly why I need Sanderson now. I think Billy is lying to me. He's bragging, maybe for fun to send me on a wild goose chase, or maybe just to feed his own ego. Some dealers love to spin tales about their access to premium product. It makes them feel important. They're the big shot and all that. But before I can shut the file, I need a customer to confirm the story, just as a precaution. It's a cover your backside kind of thing. What did Billy tell you? That he was still selling his usual product, domestic oxycodone and fentanyl name brand, packaged right here in the States. "Clearly that's a boast," Reacher said. "You told us that's not possible anymore." "It is impossible. I can prove it. Every single pill is barcoded and tracked at every stage. We have access to their whole system. There is zero leakage now. None, so he's just talking big, except he knows details he shouldn't. There have been changes to the packaging. He knew the new promotional message printed on the inside of the hospital carton. Nobody outside the supply chain ever sees that. So he's not just boasting, of course, he's boasting. They monitor every conveyor belt, every package, every box that leaves the building. They have GPS on the trucks and they match orders with payments. If anything is off, alarms go off everywhere. And that's not happening. Nothing is disappearing. So which is it? Is he boasting or isn't he? I'd like to settle my own mind either way. I need to ask Rose Sanderson exactly what she was purchasing from him. Why not go higher up the chain? A wholesaler's word would carry more weight than some customers. I don't know those people. It's a shadowy network. Won't Billy give you names? So far, he's playing the loyal soldier. I only got what I got by teasing it out of him indirectly. I would have to launch a brand new investigation, and I simply don't have the time. This way is faster. We don't require much, just closing a file. All she needs to do is confirm Billy is a lying piece of work who's been peddling ordinary Mexican powder the whole time. Back at the house, Sanderson, her sister, and Bramall were still out on the porch, deep in what looked like a heated discussion. Reacher finally said, "All right, if the chance comes up, I'll make sure she hears what you're after." Noble pressed, "Where are you right now?" "Let's just say it's a very wide open area." Are you at her property?" "Hard to pinpoint an exact location. You're on a cell phone, connected to an omnidirectional antenna somewhere inside a circle, roughly the size of New Jersey." Noble's tone shifted. "Certain legal obligations come into play when a citizen speaks to a federal agent," Reacher replied dryly. "My apologies. I was waiting for the dramatic soundtrack to kick in. Do you know Rose Sanderson's current whereabouts?" "Other laws apply when this particular citizen talks to a federal agent, mostly the ones about cutting through the nonsense to save everyone's breath. I know how these operations go, and I know you know, too, things usually turn out worse than anyone predicts. So you always keep a backup plan, something to show the main office so you still get credit. Anyone will do. You want Rose Sanderson on the record buying Mexican powder just in case? She's your plan B. She breaks the law every single day. You should drop her right now. Seriously, going after her would be a monumental mistake on your part. She was wounded in the face serving in Afghanistan. You've met her twin sister. Just picture it. Their photos printed side by side in every newspaper around the globe. The movie star and the scarred veteran before and after serving her country. And you want to bust her for pain medication? The public backlash would be brutal. The DEA would become a laughingstock. I'm actually saving you from a PR nightmare. Do you know where she is? Somewhere in the state of Wyoming. Are you refusing to answer my question directly? No, Reacher said. I'll answer every question you have, even the ones you haven't thought to ask yet. Let's schedule a call for about 3 days from now. On 2 conditions. You stay out of it until then, and you forget you ever heard the name Rose Sanderson. Why 3 days? That sort of question falls under the staying out of it part of our arrangement. I'm not negotiating with you. Then propose another approach. Oh, right, there isn't one. So we might as well try to get along. I was an MP, remember? Same job as you, just a different uniform. I'm not here to ruin your day. I'm trying to do you a favor. This is one of those lucky breaks that come along now and then. I take the small piece I want, Rose Sanderson, and you get everything else. It's a major score, I promise. It'll earn you a medal and make you a hero. Even Mr. Bramall believes it'll be hailed as a significant triumph. The crowning achievement of an outstanding regional success story. It's something for nothing, Noble, the opposite of collateral damage. The boy detective would take that deal in the comics, I think. He knows that's how government business gets done. You're not the government anymore. You never really leave, Reacher said. Not if you're the right kind of person. Noble stayed silent. Checkmate again. He couldn't argue without admitting their whole lives were built on pretense. 3 days, Reacher repeated. Relax, maybe catch a show. He ended the call and walked back toward the house. Bramall met him halfway across the yard. Reacher handed back the phone. 3 days, he said, and he forgets about Rose. Nice work. Thanks. What did you trade for it? We let him clean up the mess afterward. What mess? I'm pretty sure there'll be a mess. You're saying you have an idea now. More of a rough outline, Reacher said, but I need to ask you something first. What's that? When you were in Rapid City, why were you watching Scorpio's laundromat? What did you hope to see there? Customers at first phone records show Rose called the place once. Who calls a laundromat? Usually a customer. Maybe she lost something there. Maybe she was checking their hours. I wondered if she might live close by, or maybe she used to. But there weren't any customers. Just one or two. Any other activity? Nothing at all. Did you keep an eye on the back? A few bicycles passed. But no deliveries or pickups. None whatsoever, Bramall repeated. It's just a regular door, not a loading area. All right, Reacher said. Just then Mackenzie walked over and mentioned she wanted to locate the cabins where they'd be staying that night. Rose had told her about a nearby clearing with 4 small houses arranged in a square. They were aired out and ready to use. Apparently Rose kept them that way year-round, believing it was a shame to let good things fall into disrepair. They found the path, which looked much like the others Reacher had seen, including the one where the man in boots had aimed his rifle earlier. Aside from that memory, the walk was easy. After about 100 yards, they stepped into a clearing, just as described, with 4 one-room cabins built around an open space roughly the size of a tennis court. It felt like a miniature village. Each cabin was built from logs, no two exactly alike, each solidly constructed and about the size of a one-car garage. All 4 doors were unlocked. Bramall picked one at random. Mackenzie chose the cabin opposite. Reacher took one facing south, splitting the difference between them. In a city, a place like this would be called a studio apartment, a room that served as both living space and bedroom with a small kitchenette and a tiny bathroom. He figured it was overflow lodging for house parties. Guests would eat and socialize at the main house, then retreat out here to sleep, maybe for 4 couples who all knew each other. He placed his toothbrush in the bathroom glass and stepped out to find Mackenzie watching him from her doorway. She said, "My husband has begun looking for a doctor. He's using vacation time from work and understands what we need. Our housekeeper is getting the suite ready. Mr. Bramall is prepared to drive us all to Illinois. I'm sure his vehicle will be comfortable." "I agree," Reacher said. "It's a good truck. What I'm trying to say is the rest is up to you now." "The rest? Bridging the gap?" "All right," Reacher said. "That seems fair. If you can, I'm working on it. Will it even be possible?" "Rose will need to stay strong. I hope she can. She told me part of her old self is still in there. She was sharp enough to ask me to hold her ring, or self-aware enough anyway. To some degree, she knows what she's doing. She can still think like she used to. At some point, she'll have to trust us, and we'll have to trust her. When do we leave?" "Tomorrow," he said. They ate dinner together from what they'd brought from the grocery store. Rose was cheerful and animated, practically floating with energy. Beneath her hood and foil, she laughed and smiled, turning from one person to another, talking, listening, answering. Mackenzie laughed along with her, sometimes radiating boundless encouragement like a tractor beam in a sci-fi movie, something solid for her sister to lean on, and other times showing pure bewilderment at this new reality. She felt unmoored. Old fairy tales sometimes told of the beautiful sister returning home scarred, with hidden anger and resentment surfacing before a warm, tearful resolution. But this was nothing like that. There was no familiar story to follow. Here, both sisters were the beautiful one. They started out equal. There was no anger and no buried issues. They were nearly the same person. Reacher watched the space between them shift, sometimes pulling them together like a single organism, an aspen grove sharing one root system, and other times letting them drift apart, though never completely. They were a unit, they. Always had been, always would be. But neither knew how this current version worked, or even what it looked like from the outside. How would they describe themselves now? Would it have to be I and she instead of we? These weren't questions they'd ever had to ask before. Reacher laid out his vision for the following day in stark, skeletal terms, a 3-step framework full of gaps and unknowns. Mackenzie was appalled. Bramall turned his head away, his silence a clear critique. Rose grew still beneath her hood, her gaze fixed on Reacher. He felt the weight of her scrutiny. As a career soldier, she was his most critical listener, the one with everything at stake. She understood better than anyone that no strategy survives the initial clash. What follows is a matter of fortune or its absence. That truth was etched in her later. Reacher had Bramall reposition his pickup behind the house, hidden from the road. He then trekked up the path toward where the ranch hands likely bunked. He found two men, not three, lounging on the porch of a log structure styled like an old bunkhouse, nursing beers. They seemed unsettled, a mix of shock, guilt, and something more primal, especially the one in the boots. There's a deep, atavistic tremor that surfaces when you fail to kill a man and then watch him approach you, a silent recalibration of your standing on a ladder whose rungs were once only tree branches. "We're living in strange days," Reacher said. Neither man replied. Perhaps they felt he'd earned the right to hold the floor, a kind of cowboy courtesy. He considered telling them he bore no grudge, that he understood how pressure warps judgment, but it felt too convoluted. Instead, he detailed exactly what he required from them. He walked them through each step, supplying what they needed. It proved more effective than absolution. Their chins lifted slightly, resolve kindling in their eyes, as if under some older code where labor could redeem one's standing. Reacher headed back toward Sanderson's lit-up house. He verified Bramall's Toyota was well concealed, not a bad effort for an FBI guy. Returning to his own cabin in the little cluster of buildings, he noted lights still on in both Mackenzie's and Bramall's quarters. Everyone had their own pre-sleep rituals. Bramall was probably brushing down his suit like a valet. Mackenzie undoubtedly followed some elaborate regimen of lotions and creams. Sanderson certainly did. Reacher slid into bed. The solid, massive log walls and ceiling gave the place a secure, grounded feel he appreciated. The ranch hands were up at first light, sipping coffee from tin mugs in their rocking chairs on the bunkhouse porch. The sun crested the hills, casting long shadows across the plain. In her house, Rose Sanderson slept on, her fentanyl regimen ensuring she was no early riser. Bramall was already up, showered, dressed and neatly tied. Mackenzie stirred awake, enjoying a brief, blissful moment of ignorance before reality crashed back in, torn between retreating into sleep and charging into action. She let sleep win for a little while longer. The mountain morning air was crisp and cold. An hour later, the two cowboys took their position near the driveway's entrance, just as they had previous mornings, though now their number was reduced. They waited in silence, as patient and enduring as the landscape itself. Rose eventually stirred, her hand finding the two patches on her nightstand, reassured. She sank back into her pillow. It was safe to rise. Bramall, having brewed coffee in his modest kitchenette, was finishing his cup on the porch. Mackenzie was in the shower, water streaming through her hair. Another hour passed with the cowboys still at their post. The sun climbed higher, clearing the ridge behind them, dappling the trees with light and gently warming the air. Inside her home, Rose was finishing her shower. Bramall remained out on his porch, his coffee cup empty, simply letting the minutes drift by. He was a man who had learned patience from life itself. Mackenzie was back in her cabin, settled into an armchair, speaking with her husband on the phone, their conversation circling around medical appointments. Another hour slipped past, and the cowboys were still there waiting for their contact, for their supplier, for the transaction that never seemed to come. It was time wasted, a familiar fragment of a user's existence. They propped themselves against the trees, breathing in the soft, pine-scented air. Over at her house, Rose Sanderson was now dressed, wearing her silver top with the hood drawn forward. She had prepared a fresh square of aluminum foil, coated it with a new layer of lotion, and carefully pressed it into position. She stood in her living room by the open window, set and ready. Bramall was equally prepared, stationed 50 yards off in the woods, seated quietly on a fallen log. Mackenzie was another 50 yards in the opposite direction, leaning against the rough bark of a fir tree, dappled sunlight filtering through the branches and catching in her hair. A moment later, the quiet was broken by the sound of a laboring engine and the scrape and spin of tires fighting for traction at the head of the driveway. The cowboys stepped aside as a battered old pickup truck emerged from the trees, its camper shell riding on top like a turtle's heavy shell. Behind the wheel, Stackley scanned the area ahead. He saw no black Toyota, no sign of a large man, no one else at all. He brought the truck to a gentle stop. The man in the boots approached. Stackley climbed out. "How's everything?" he asked. "You owe us," the man replied. "For what? The big guy?" "You took care of it yesterday afternoon?" "How'd you manage it? Led him into the woods and used a rifle." "Care to show me?" "Sure," the man said. "But he's an hour's hike uphill. We didn't want him discovered too quickly." "Then how do I know it's done?" "We're telling you it is. I need proof. We're talking about a significant payment here, 2 boxes apiece between you," Stackley corrected, then looked more closely. "There were 3 of you yesterday," the man shrugged. "One's indisposed."
Why?
"Bad sore throat. I still need proof about the big guy," Stackley insisted. "This is a business arrangement." The man in the boots reached into his pocket and pulled out a slim blue booklet with silver lettering. It was a passport, maybe 3 years old, slightly curled at the edges. He handed it over. Stackley opened it. The photo inside showed a face like carved stone. The name was Jack Reacher, no middle initial. "Took it from his pocket," the man said. Cleaner than taking a scalp, Stackley slipped the passport into his own pocket. "I'll keep this as a memento." "Fine. Good work. We try to be helpful." "But you've caught me at a bad time," Stackley said, his tone shifting to something almost sarcastic. "Business is just too good. My supplies are running thin." "What's that mean?" "It means you'll have to wait. That wasn't the agreement." "What do you expect? Should I turn other people away just on the chance you'd finish the job, which, honestly, I didn't expect so soon. I can't reserve inventory on a maybe." "So you've got nothing for us?" "Not much left," the man said. "Want to show me what's left?" "Sure," Stackley agreed. He didn't mind. A nearly empty stock was its own kind of advertisement these days. In the modern world, everything was about speed. That was the first rule. He turned toward the camper door and found himself staring directly at the man from the passport photo. Reacher moved silently from the trees, closing the distance until he was just a step away. He had intended to strike the man in the kidney, but in that instant, Stackley turned toward the camper, so Reacher drove a fist into his stomach instead, just hard enough to double him over. Using the same hand, he shoved Stackley down into the dirt face first and quickly searched him. From one coat pocket, he retrieved his own passport. From another came a 9mm pistol, an older Smith & Wesson Model 39 with finely polished wooden grips. A pointy 2-caliber Ruger, not exactly a pocket model but small enough for a boot, was tucked into one boot, and a cheap Chinese-made switchblade, the kind that might come from a toy factory, was jammed into the other. Stackley lay in the dirt, breathing heavily and squirming more than Reacher felt was necessary for a man with minor injuries. Reacher searched the pickup's cab. The glove box was empty, but beneath the driver's seat lip, he found a modified mounting clip, the kind meant for a fire extinguisher, now holding an old Springfield P9 with wooden grips. Aside from that, the cab was just a mess of crumpled gas receipts and fast food wrappers. Reacher walked back to where Stackley was sprawled. He held the old Smith Wesson at arm's length, clicked the magazine release, and let the mag drop from about 5 feet up. It smacked Stackley in the head, earning a sharp yelp. Reacher then dropped the pistol itself, prompting another cry. He repeated the process with the Ruger and the Springfield magazine first, then the frame, until Stackley had yelped 6 separate times. "Get up," Reacher said. Stackley pushed himself upright, hunched and pale, clearly rattled. He rubbed his head, facing the same primal dilemma the 2 cowboys had confronted the night before. You try to kill a man and fail, and now he's standing over you. Does he own you? "Open the back of the truck," Reacher ordered. The rear doors were thin plastic. Stackley swung them wide and stepped aside. Reacher pulled back a blanket to reveal a single, mostly empty box. Inside, just 3 individually wrapped patches slid around in space, meant for many more. Stock seemed to be running low, Reacher observed. What's the usual procedure when that happens? Look, I'm sorry about before, Stackley blurted. I had no choice. Someone told me to do it. It wasn't personal. We'll talk about that later, Reacher said, his tone flat. There's a guy I have to follow orders. I didn't want to. You gotta believe me. Later, honestly, I didn't think those guys would actually go through with it. I figured I was just going through the motions so I could say I tried. This is really on them. I asked you a question? I don't remember. Your inventory is thin, Reacher repeated. What happens next? A flicker passed through Stackley's eyes, a subtle shift, like gears turning somewhere in the back of his mind. He glanced up, then down. Reacher recognized it as a transition, a pivot from one state to another, or so he thought. With a defeated sigh, Stackley said, When I run out, I go get more. From where? There's a warehouse. You drive in, line up, and wait until midnight. Where is it? Stackley hesitated. We use a special burner phone. We get a text with the location. Where's the phone? Stackley pointed toward the camper shell, in a locker in back. Get it, Reacher said. Stackley stepped up and leaned inside. Reacher heard the snap of a latch, and in that split second, a rush of chaotic realization hit him, not his whole life flashing before his eyes, but every misstep of the last 30 seconds, each one picked apart and mocked in glaring detail. In his mind, he saw his name as a footnote in some psychology text about confirmation bias, a classic case of a man seeing what he wanted to see. That shift in Stackley's eyes hadn't been surrender. It had been calculation. The guy wasn't a fool. He'd spotted a lifeline and grabbed it. Reacher had read the situation completely backward, his own optimism blinding him to the obvious. And that miscalculation, he realized with cold clarity, meant his assumptions about the weapons were wrong, too. He had always figured that once you'd relieved a man of a Springfield, a Smith, and a Ruger 22, you'd pretty much cleaned him out. That assumption had made it satisfying to dismantle the weapons and drop the pieces on the guy's head. But any decent psychology text would tell you a man with 3 guns might easily have a 4th, especially a dealer who accepted trades. A stupid oversight. Stackley straightened up and turned, an old Colt .45 now steady in his hand, fetched from the locker in the camper shell. The worn steel gleamed dully, rock-steady. Maybe 9 feet separated them. 8, if Stackley leaned into the shot. At that range, missing would be almost impossible, a distinct downside to being a big guy, a sudden evolutionary disadvantage, too much center mass. Reacher watched Stackley's eyes. The man was still weighing it all. Cost, benefit, pros and cons. Every mental reel seemed to be lining up cherries. Short term, he could solve his immediate problem. Long term, he could impress Arthur Scorpio as the reliable sort who got things done. All it took was one pull of the trigger, right here, right now. The only real negative was the location. You couldn't leave a corpse blocking the mouth of the driveway. It would have to be hauled a mile into the woods. But he had the cowboys for that. They'd trade labor for a free patch. Hell, for 2 patches, they'd carry a body all the way to Nebraska. Reacher said, "Don't point that gun at me," Stackley said. "Why the hell not? It would be a serious mistake." "How, man?" "How exactly?" Stackley raised the Colt in a 2-handed grip, aiming squarely at the center of Reacher's chest like he was sighting a barn door. "Tell me how this is a mistake." "Wait and see," Reacher said. "Nothing personal." Then Stackley's head exploded. There was a wet, heavy thump, like a watermelon dropping off a table, followed instantly by the flat crack of a supersonic NATO round and the antique bark of an M14 firing. His head disintegrated into a sudden red mist, fragments trailing after his collapsing body as it dropped straight down into a crumpled pile of clothes and lifeless flesh. Reacher glanced back toward the house and saw Rose Sanderson at her window, already checking downrange, assessing her shot. Damn good, he thought. From 100 yards out, she'd sent a round cleanly between him and the cowboys, hitting Stackley just above the ear, all with a rifle the Army had retired 2 decades before she was born. Impressive. She came out of the house and walked down, hood up, the rifle carried casually in one hand. From the right, Bramall hurried over. From the left came Mackenzie, who had the hardest time with what she found. Theoretically, she might have been okay with the outcome, maybe even in pragmatic or moral terms, but a human head shattered by a high-velocity rifle bullet was anything but theoretical. It was a purple, steaming mess in the cold mountain air. She turned and looked at her sister. She was prepared to kill people, and I wasn't. Talking about it was one thing, watching it happen was entirely another. Reacher said, "Thank you, Major." Rose said, "How much did he have?" The only thing that really mattered. "Not much," Reacher told her. "Damn." She stepped around Stackley's body and peered into the back of the truck. Flipping the blanket aside, she poked around, then let her shoulders slump. Not exactly surprise, but clear disappointment. No plan survives first contact with the enemy. She looked back at Reacher as if to say, "This one went south pretty damn fast, didn't it?" Then she asked, "Where does he go to get more?" The conversation didn't get that far. "Arthur Scorpio's place, right?" "No," Reacher said. "There's no traffic at Scorpio's. No loading, no unloading. Whatever Scorpio does, he runs it by remote control." "What exactly did Stackley tell you?" "He said there's a warehouse. They drive in, line up, and wait until midnight." "Where?" "He said he gets a text on a burner phone." He told her the phone was inside. There was a series of soft clicks and dull thuds as latches were released and storage doors swung open and closed. Maybe a dozen of them. The camper was fitted with lockers everywhere. It felt like living on a boat. "There's no phone in here," she said. "There never was," he replied. "It was bait, a way for him to reach his weapon." "So how do we figure out where to go?" "We can't." She just stood there, small and hunched, utterly defeated. She was an addict. She had just shot and killed her supplier. It was a disaster, like leaping from a skyscraper. At that moment, she was suspended in midair, plummeting fast, the roar of panic loud in her head. She was about to lose it. Reacher said, "Forget the phone. The phone was a ruse. He made it up. They could never operate that way. A warehouse large enough to drive into and park can't be a pop-up location. It can't be arranged at the last minute. It has to be a permanent spot. Fixed and secure, tucked away somewhere," Rose asked. "But where?" Bramall said. "Where's his everyday phone?" He crouched down, a careful, precise figure amid the bloody mess. He rummaged through Stackley's twisted pockets. He pulled out a Samsung smartphone about the size of a paperback. The screen was cracked. No password. Bramall tapped and swiped. "He took over for Billy 3 days ago," he said. Obviously, he would have needed to collect supplies. There were no text messages from 3 days prior, no emails, but there was a voicemail. Bramall played it, listening intently, and narrated as it went. He said there's a service road that leads to an enclosed garage. The garage is for snowplows and other winter equipment. There's plenty of room, and they'll have it to themselves. There will be a guard at the entrance," Reacher said. "Where? It doesn't specify. It has to. Stackley was new. It doesn't. Maybe it's a place he already knew. Maybe they'd already told him the general vicinity." "Who left the message?" "Sounds like a logistics supervisor. He's very detail-oriented. Is there an area code? Blocked number?" "Fantastic." Rose Sanderson returned to the camper. She leaned in and came back with 3 wrapped patches. She handed one to each of the men. For old time's sake, Reacher figured. A farewell gesture, and like a good commander. Always look after your people. She kept one patch for herself. She pulled another from her pocket. The last of what she'd bought yesterday. She lined them up side by side, then fanned them out like a small poker hand. She counted them, 1, 2, then again in case something had miraculously changed, 1, 2. Then once more, compulsively, same result. She said, "This is bad." Reacher said, "How long? I'll start feeling sick by tonight. Where would we find snowplows? Are you serious?" "Everywhere. Billy had a snowplow. At his house." "I mean the big rigs kept in an enclosed garage? An airport?" Bramall suggested. "Denver, maybe." Reacher was silent for a moment. Then he said, 3 days ago." He stepped over the pooling blood and leaned into the pickup's cab. Sandwich wrappers, gas receipts. He tossed the wrappers onto the driver's seat and stacked the receipts on the passenger side. He checked the floor mats and emptied the door pockets. He said, "What was the date 3 days ago?" Mackenzie told him. He shuffled through the thin papers, checking dates. Some receipts were a year old, brittle and yellowed. He learned to focus on the crisp ones first. Bramall said, "Let me help." Eventually, they divided the pile of paper 4 ways. They all gathered around the pickup's hood, licked their thumbs, and sped through their stacks like bank tellers counting cash around a table. "Got one," Mackenzie said. "3 days ago in the evening. Not a gas station, looks like a diner or a restaurant receipt. I have a gas purchase here," Bramall said. 3 days ago, also in the evening, they tucked them under the pickup's windshield wiper like parking tickets. They scanned the rest. They found nothing else. "All right," Reacher said. "Let's see what we've got." The diner receipt showed $13 and change, paid in cash just before 11 at night, 3 days earlier. The gas station slip was for an even $40, probably 2 worn 20s slapped down on the counter before pumping. That transaction was time-stamped 11:23 p.m. the same evening. Reacher pieced it together. He ate late, finished up around 11. A 20-minute drive puts him at the pump, done by 11:30. Then he headed to the warehouse to wait for midnight. The gas receipt bore the ExxonMobil logo with only a location code, no address. The diner was named Klinger's, and it listed a phone number with a 605 area code, South Dakota, Bramall said. He moved toward the edge of the ravine where his cell signal improved, made the call, and returned. It's a family-run spot on a 4-lane highway heading north out of Rapid City. Mackenzie, Bramall, and Sanderson went to load their gear into the Toyota. Reacher's toothbrush was already in his pocket, his passport safely tucked away. He collected Stackley's Colt and the 3 disassembled firearms, then instructed the cowboys to place Stackley in the truck's camper shell and drive it to some isolated spot, an abandoned ranch perhaps, and leave it parked inside a barn. In his mind, Reacher saw Stackley a decade from now, dried out and mummified, his skull resting in an empty fentanyl box, a silent, grisly summary of the whole affair, a cold case destined to stay frozen forever. The cowboys drove off, leaving behind nothing but bloodstains and tiny fragments of bone on the gravel. Reacher guessed the local wildlife would erase those traces within an hour of the clearing falling silent. Bramall pulled the Toyota around. The women had taken the back seat. Mackenzie's travel bags were in the trunk beside Bramall's. Sanderson carried only a worn canvas tote. She gazed out the tinted window, already feeling severed from the place she'd called home for 3 years. Not that it mattered. There was nothing left for her here. Her dealers certainly wouldn't be making any more visits. She leaned back, facing forward, taking shallow breaths. Reacher slid into the passenger seat beside Bramall, who shifted into gear and started down the driveway. 4 miles of jolting roots and rocks, then onto the dirt road leading away. Gloria Nakamura walked down the corridor to her lieutenant's corner office, having been called in without explanation. When she arrived, he was studying his computer screen, not email, but a law enforcement database. "The DEA has a guy in custody," he said. "First name Billy, address in Mule Crossing, Wyoming. Picked up in Oklahoma for a traffic signal violation. He apparently fled Wyoming after a friend tipped him off about a DEA operation in Montana, so we can stand down. No need to call those 2 men or the county K-9 unit. Billy's days of ambushing people from behind a tree are done. Not Reacher after all," Nakamura thought, feeling an unexpected pang of disappointment. "But here's the catch," her lieutenant continued. "The feds have no clue about Scorpio. Their report makes that obvious. They're asking agencies to cross-reference Billy's name against open files to help identify who's running him. They're in the dark. Are you going to tell them?" "Absolutely not. I don't need a bunch of polished federal suits swooping in here to steal the spotlight. Scorpio belongs to the Rapid City Police Department. Always has. We're taking him down ourselves." "Yes, sir," Nakamura replied. "We already know Scorpio replaced Billy. It's inadmissible, but there's a new player out there now." Her lieutenant nodded. "There's another DEA query in the system. Looks unrelated, but I doubt it is. It was posted right after the first one. They're asking if any Western agencies are seeing large volumes of domestically packaged prescription oxycodone or fentanyl hitting the streets again, like in the old days. I thought that pipeline was shut down. It was, he said. Until now, every truck that rolls out of the factory is recorded in the system, tracked by GPS, and its initial contents are fully documented. In theory, they could trace every individual pill if they decided to. Then, what's the concern? Either their system has a flaw, or Scorpio is more cunning than we anticipated. Regardless, we cannot allow federal agents to apprehend him first. Whatever you're currently doing, intensify it. Move your other cases to the side. I don't want any federal presence here. Bramall's navigation indicated the fastest route. Take the highway from Laramie to Cheyenne, then head directly north on a state road. They turned at Mule Crossing, leaving the dirt path for a two-lane road, passing the local post office, a fireworks shop, and a billboard advertising bottle rockets before merging onto the eastbound highway. Mackenzie appeared tense throughout the drive. She had leaped from the same building as her sister, their hands locked together. They had pledged to confront the same troubles, one working from within and the other from the outside. Sanderson sat quietly, her gaze fixed out the window, hands tightly clasped. Reacher suspected to steady their faint tremor. She was pushing herself, setting limits. Perhaps she had a goal in mind, a certain number of miles, or spotting a specific number of red trucks, before allowing herself another small comfort. Reacher inspected their firearms, a worn Smith Wesson 39, an older Ruger 22, a Springfield P9, and a Colt 45. Each showed signs of use but likely functioned. Only partially loaded, the Smith held 4 parabellum rounds, the Springfield 5. Preferring the Smith, Reacher combined all 9 rounds into it, loading 8 in the magazine and 1 in the chamber. He placed the now empty Springfield in the door compartment. The Ruger was an antique standard model, possibly dating back to 1949, with just 2 .22 long rifle rounds, a caliber Reacher didn't favor, so he stowed it alongside the Springfield. The Colt was a military M1911, its engravings suggesting it might be even older than the Ruger. It contained 3 rounds. Reacher turned and offered it to Sanderson, who sat behind Bramall. From his angle, he observed more of the left side of her face, a mosaic of postage stamp-sized grafts. The surgical skill involved was remarkable, a virtuoso effort, yet the result was undeniably rough. Nerves and muscles had been meticulously reconnected, but some areas hadn't taken, leaving dead patches. Each graft was edged with thickened scars and sutures, and some placements seemed approximate. Her nostril was stitched to her cheek at an awkward angle. The right side remained hidden behind foil. She declined the gun not with words, but by opening her hands to reveal a slight early tremor. Reacher then offered it to Bramall, who hesitated, bound by stricter rules and an Illinois license. After a moment, Bramall accepted the Colt but placed it in the door compartment rather than his pocket, a quiet, ethical balance. Nakamura watched Scorpio enter through his back door as late morning faded into lunch hour. Parked on the cross street at a perfect vantage, she saw him leave the door slightly ajar, just an inch. The day was warm again, under a clear sky streaked with a web of cables on leaning poles, power lines and telephone wires, some thick, some thin, a mix of old, newer, and very recent additions. She pulled out her phone and called her tech contact. Scorpio just stepped into his office. Keep an eye out for that signal again. It's not exactly a precise art form, her friend replied. You nailed it last time with the tip about the new Billy shipment. The DEA bulletin confirmed it. I saw it. And then there was that second alert right after about prescription meds, which is strange, because that whole system is supposed to be locked down. They track the trucks from the factory by GPS, match every invoice to a payment. So where's the gap? That's your mystery to solve. I just handle the ones and zeros. Exactly why I keep calling. You keep me from looking like an idiot. What's my latest crazy theory? The IT guys at the plant could make a whole truck vanish. Just delete it, wipe its inventory, erase its GPS trail, like it never even left. That truck could show as being in the maintenance bay or sitting in the lot that day. You're implying the techs are dirty. Not sure I'm the right person to comment on that. But is it possible? She pressed. They'd have to kill the invoice too, and the original order. They'd even need to tweak the factory's production logs, or it would look like they made more pills than they shipped. Do all that, and the books balance. The missing surplus just becomes a phantom number floating around out there. Could they pull that off? She asked. A computer does what you tell it, her friend said. The outcome depends on who's giving the commands. What about someone outside the factory? Could they do it remotely? A hacker? Sure, if they cracked the security, which would be seriously hard given we're talking pharmaceuticals and the DEA, but not impossible. You can find the tools for it if you know where to look. What would he need to pull it off? Ultimately, just a laptop. But to get to that point would take some serious processing power. He'd have multiple systems running hot, probably a whole server rack or two. Generates a lot of heat, right? We blast the AC down here to compensate. Thanks, she said. She ended the call and gazed up at the network of wires overhead, then toward Scorpio's open door. Bremel's phone rang just north of a town called Defiant, a spot marked by a John Deere dealership and little else. He dug the phone from his pocket and glanced at the screen before holding it out to Reacher. The display read, West Point Superintendent's Office. How does it know that? Reacher asked. I saved the number after the first call, Bremel said. Old habits from the Bureau die hard, Reacher remarked. He took the phone. It was the same woman as before, Major Reacher. Please, this is Reacher. Please hold for General Simpson. The superintendent came on the line. Major General? Any progress? We're on the road. Can she hear you? Clear as a bell. Is she all right? So far, so good. We're still chipping away at the roadside bomb files. They're buried deep, but we got a new piece on Porterfield through the Marine Corps. They had a duplicate copy at a lower classification. What did you find? There was an active arrest warrant for him issued a week before he died. By whom? The Defense Intelligence Agency? Did you see it? No point. The DIA never shows their cards. Was it a big deal? It's the DIA. It's always a big deal. Do you know anyone over there? Forget it, Simpson said, his tone turning dry. I plan to retire to a beach in Florida, not a cell in Leavenworth. Understood? Reacher said. Thank you, General. He handed the phone back to Bramall. As he turned, he caught Sanderson watching him from under her hood. She knew something was happening. He had asked, What did you find? She was sharp. She knew what kind of shadows were out there. He stayed quiet. Let's talk about it later, she said, then turned to stare out the window at the passing fields. Reacher faced forward again, and Bramall drove on. An hour later, they pulled into a small town for a late lunch. It was the kind of place with a single traffic light, a Shell station, and a family diner. Reacher noticed Sanderson's hesitation. She clearly wanted to stay outside on the smoker's bench to take care of her own business first. But she pushed herself through the door, ate quickly without ceremony, then excused herself to step back outside. Reacher followed. He sat beside her on the concrete bench in the blacktop lot, leaving about a yard between them. She was almost the same person he'd been traveling with, yet subtly altered in that moment. She had a ready-made quarter-inch dose rolled tight like a wad of gum. She slipped it into her mouth, working it with a soft chew, then a slow suck. She tilted her head until her neck gave a soft click, leaned back, and gazed up at the pale afternoon sky. I still can't get over you talking to the superintendent on the phone, she said. Somebody had to, Reacher replied. What did he tell you? There was an active arrest warrant out for Porterfield. She let out a long, slow breath, a sigh of deep release. Reacher figured it was the fentanyl talking, not any fond memory of her late boyfriend's end. Warrants expire when the suspect dies, she said flatly. So that's old news. You should just drop it, but I know you won't. My sister says you still think like a cop. You can't let things lie. You probably think I killed him. Statistically, you'd have to. We were domestic partners. Numbers don't lie. Did you kill him? In a manner of speaking. What manner? Better if you don't know. Otherwise, you'll feel obligated to do something about it. Telling that to someone who doesn't let things go isn't the smartest move. She didn't answer, just kept breathing, deep, slow, steady pulls. The world was clearly a peaceful place for her right then. Reacher had once read a report describing this state as a euphoria users claimed was unmatched by anything else. After a quiet moment, she said, sigh took a round to the groin. I'm sorry, Reacher said. Not exactly a glamorous wound, she mused. Actually, it's the second most feared location, right after something that disfigures your face, but they patched him up. Everything still worked. He could have sex, except one of the internal sutures would always leak under certain energetic conditions. Things could get messy. Reacher stayed quiet. Apparently, there's a lot of blood pressure involved in that sort of activity, she added, almost clinically. I would hope so, Reacher said, and he had an infection. From the day he was hit, his uniform pants were filthy. He'd been wearing them every day since California. The bullet drove tiny shreds of dirty cloth way down deep. Happened all the time back then. The bacteria set up shop, and you could never fully evict them. Maybe they're smarter than we are. That was 12 years before he died. At first he saw doctors, but he didn't trust them. In the end, he managed it himself. Like you do, Reacher said. I was like him, she acknowledged. He taught me how. He showed me everything. He showed me the gates of death. His doctor said that leaky stitch was just as likely to rupture completely any night. He could have bled out right there in bed. Cy said he learned to live with it, then to love it. Eventually, I did too, most of the time. Sounds like an interesting way to live, Reacher said, his tone shifting from neutral to quietly sardonic. Nothing like a little daily mortal danger to keep the romance alive. She was quiet for a long moment, then sighed again, a deep, full-body shudder of pure contentment. She spread her arms along the back of the bench, her right hand coming close to Reacher's shoulder. Leaning back, she looked up at the sky. How important is a woman's face, she asked. To me, for instance. Somewhat, I suppose. But for me, it's mostly about the eyes. Either there's somebody home behind them, or there isn't either. You want to knock on that door, or you don't. She sat up and turned partly on the bench to face him directly. Without a word, she lowered the zipper on her silver top about 3 inches. Then she eased the hood all the way back, and off her hair, shorter and perhaps a shade grayer than her sister's, spilled out, falling forward in a familiar, unruly cascade. The hood framed her face just as it had before. Her eyes were a warm, liquid green, glowing with a deep, dreamy contentment. There was a muted sparkle in them, like sunlight winking on a forest stream, but also a trace of bitter amusement. She was mocking him, mocking herself, mocking the entire world. He said, since we're the same rank, I'm allowed to say this. It's frowned upon, but not forbidden. I would come knocking on your door. That's sweet of you. I mean it. I'm sure Porterfield meant it too. He won't be the last people handle things in their own ways. She adjusted her hood, tucking stray strands of hair back inside. He added, you should get that IV. It's the metallic foil that makes it look strange. First, I have to make it through the night. Sheriff Connolly discovered $10,000 in a box. Cy never trusted banks. He preferred cash. Whatever was in that box was all he had left. The banks lost the rest while I was deployed overseas. Maybe that experience is why he avoided them. How long would 10 grand have lasted you both? She let out a deep, satisfied sigh. Not long, she admitted. Not with the way we were living. We still had to buy groceries sometimes, and he was constantly paying the handyman for repairs on that leaky roof of his. Why did you stop calling your sister after he passed? Simple, she said, a wry twist to her mouth. My circumstances changed. I had to sell my phone. Was it the DIA that searched his house? She nodded. They showed up late. The whole circus had packed up and left by then, but they still found what they were after. Which was? She didn't answer, just waved a hand dismissively as if the question was trivial. Nakamura's phone buzzed. It was her contact from computer crimes. Scorpio is active, he reported, or at least the signal we believe is Scorpio. The call volume matches what we saw 3 days ago. He contacted the same number again, the one that replied about the new Billy. He's still in his office then. He's operating remotely. The activity is clustered a little north of here. I'm assuming the person who texted is his local contact. Can we monitor his computer traffic? We're already tapped into the internet line, but he's behind a robust firewall. We could attempt a hack, but it would take days to penetrate, she said. The driver has to be his man. The one for the ghost truck that supposedly never leaves the warehouse. Except it does. That driver must know the exact route. Her friend mused. I wonder if they remembered to falsify the employment logs they'd need to adjust his driving hours and mileage. That could be a vulnerability. We don't have access to those records. Then there's not much you can do. Maybe there is. Only half of this operation is digital records and computers. The other half is physical reality. It's an actual truck, on an actual road, carrying actual cargo. How would it get here? From where? New Jersey, most likely. That would mean I-90. And what's a little north of here, where that text originated? I-90, he confirmed. Where could a driver stop unnoticed? Plenty of spots. An isolated gas station miles from an exit, or some rundown industrial park full of vacant warehouses with roll-up doors. She said Scorpio isn't leaving his office tonight. Right, he never does, her friend replied, except to go home to his apartment. All right, I'm going to head up toward the highway and take a look around. She ended the call and started her engine. They had already covered a distance equivalent to driving from New York to Boston, yet they were still in Wyoming, barely halfway to their destination. The large Toyota pressed on steadily. In the back seat, Mackenzie and Sanderson conversed in quiet, rapid murmurs, using the fragmented shorthand Reacher assumed was innate to twins. Sanderson remained in good spirits for nearly an hour before she began to fade, and the decline was swift. She withdrew into herself, bracing for an internal struggle. Her body seemed to tense with discomfort, and she fixed her gaze out the window, perhaps setting a new, silent goal, something different from counting highway markers. Maybe now it was 3 herds of antelope, or 2 groups of mule deer, or spotting a gap in the endless snow fence. Nakamura drove north out of town on the 4-lane highway, passing Klinger's family restaurant, a place she occasionally stopped for a meal when her work brought her out this way. She drove on across the empty stretch before the I-90 on-ramps, her gaze sweeping left and right, taking in the view, which from the trucker's perspective was practically nothing. Not a stolen rig in the legal sense, but definitely running hot. Or more accurately, running cold in the 0-degree air. It was a ghost. It didn't exist. That invisibility piled the pressure onto the driver. Drawing any attention was out of the question. No speeding, no odd moves, no traffic cameras, no visibility at all. Heading south of the interstate felt off. He wouldn't go that way. North of the highway felt even worse. She continued beneath the overpass and emerged into absolute openness. No density, no cover, just wide prairie. Flat earth meeting distant skies. After 10 minutes, she eased onto the shoulder. Nothing lay ahead. South felt wrong, north felt wrong, so the guy had to stay on the highway. He had no other choice. He never exited. 6 miles east sat a rest area, a sizable one she remembered. Food, fuel, a state trooper post, a motel tucked behind some highway maintenance buildings, plenty of corners and hiding spots. She made a wide U-turn across the ditches and aimed back for the interstate, hitting the ramp and accelerating hard. They stopped again later at a gas station with a tiny 2-table coffee shop wedged beside the car wash. Mackenzie used the restroom. Sanderson peeled off another narrow strip. She waited outside on a bench, sipping from a paper cup, the scent of gasoline drifting from one side and the soapy smell of car shampoo from the other. When Reacher came out, she shifted over, leaving room and a clear foot of space between them, an open invitation. He sat down. You doing all right? He asked. For the moment, she said, Tell me about the gates of death. She fell quiet for a long while. Then she said, You build a tolerance. You need more and more just to feel the same. Before long, you're taking what should be a lethal dose. One sniff would drop someone clean dead. And then you crave even more. Now you're taking beyond a fatal amount. Are you brave enough for what comes after that? Were you? I felt that same pull when I was deployed. The only way through was to never back down. Always step forward. Always meet it head on. You had to wear that scorn. Like, is that all you've got? So, yeah, I took the next step, and then the one after that. She let out a breath. The new strip was beginning to hum in her veins. That's the terrible beauty of next steps, she said. There's always another one waiting. Reacher said, logically, there has to be a final one. She didn't reply. He tried a different tack. What did Porterfield do for work? Didn't the roofer tell you? He mentioned he was always on the phone, Sheriff Connolly said. He put a lot of miles on his car. Cy was a disabled vet. He didn't have a job. He must have filled his days somehow. Was it a hobby? Why do you care so much about Cy? Call it professional curiosity. Either he was killed elsewhere and dumped in those woods, or a bear got him. I've never worked a case where eaten by a bear was a real possibility. There's a third option. I know, and I know you were there, you told me. She was silent again, the kind of silence that feels heavy. I'll make a deal, she said finally. I'll tell you the story if we come out on top tonight. That's a steep bargain, he said. Might be a tough fight. Is the story worth it? It's not some thrilling tale, she said. It's just sad. Then we need a better prize. I'd want to hear your story, too, about the roadside bomb. My sister mentioned your theories, a failed op with multiple American casualties. Worst case scenario, he said. She sighed again long and hard, a sound that was almost contented like a deep purr. It was way beyond worst case. It was a full-blown catastrophe, but it wasn't my operation. I was there representing the support team, but the whole thing was orchestrated much higher up. The town was set in rolling hills, compact, not walled but heavily defended. The road curled in on the right and looped out on the left. In short, our objective was to secure the town, but command insisted we avoid unprovoked civilian casualties, which back then essentially meant no air support. We mapped out a dual armored infantry advance along the main road from both ends. However, intelligence analysts warned that the enemy would anticipate that exact move and be ready to counter it. Their recommendation was to launch a third assault up the open hillside, positioned midway between the two road approaches, allowing us to penetrate the town's center and split the defenders' attention. Reacher asked, "What was the ground like up there?" That was everyone's immediate concern. You really had to see it for yourself. The analyst pinpointed a vantage point where we could observe the entire slope. They were adamant and very specific about one particular contour line being the only spot that gave us the view we needed. They assured us it was safely beyond RPG range, so we moved in. Turns out a dead dog was lying right on that exact spot. We lost 3 men and had 11 wounded. Any from your unit? Thankfully, no. All casualties were from higher-ranking units, which doesn't make it easier. That's why the records were classified. Some prominent officers went down. It was an intelligence failure with a lowercase I, not the agency. Our intel simply wasn't as good as theirs. Once again, we'd underestimated them. These scruffy fighters in traditional garments had predicted not only how we'd attack, but precisely where we'd position ourselves to plan it, and almost the exact hour we'd arrive. A day earlier or later might have changed things, but they preferred their bait aged just right, 4 days. And that's what we walked into. If this were a game, the score would have been 1-0 in their favor. We took 14 casualties. It cost them nothing but a cell phone and somebody else's dog. All right, Reacher said. You were concerned I got my team killed. I thought it might bother you. If I had, I wouldn't be sitting here, she replied. I wouldn't have survived it. Then Mackenzie stepped outside, followed by Bramall, both standing with a let's-get-moving posture. Eventually Sanderson rose, and Reacher trailed her back to the car. They reached the southern edge of Rapid City just as the sun dipped below the horizon. They drove straight through town from south to north in the growing dark. Reacher recognized a few landmarks, the street lined with chain hotels, the all-day Chinese restaurant where Scorpio's man had collected him in that beat-up old Lincoln. Continuing north, they emerged on the other side of town onto what Bramall's phone identified as the 4-lane highway leading toward Klinger's diner. Klinger's turned out to be more of a family restaurant, brightly lit and standing alone in a sprawling dark parking lot, somehow both worn and grand at the same time. They went inside to eat. It was well past dinner time. Eat when you can, Reacher said. You never know when the next chance will come. Sanderson nodded in agreement. Bramall, though not a large man, always seemed ready for a meal. Mackenzie admitted she wasn't very hungry, but ended up ordering anyway. Afterward, she conceded it was good. Reacher agreed. They asked their waitress if she knew of an Exxon station roughly 20 minutes away. The woman frowned, as if the answer was just out of reach, something she once knew but couldn't quite recall. One of those everyday questions that somehow feels impossible to answer. Then it came to her. The highway rest stop has Exxon pumps, she said, up on the interstate back in the car. Bramall checked his navigation screen. The nearest rest area was 6 miles east of the closest on-ramp. According to the GPS, it was about 20 minutes away. Bramall noted that most pharmaceutical factories were based in New Jersey. Trucks would be coming west. A discreet warehouse inside an I-90 rest area would be incredibly convenient, stocked and restocked at any hour, and able to supply incoming visitors just as easily. But it didn't work that way, Reacher pointed out. Stackley told us they had to wait until midnight. It struck me as the complete reverse of a warehouse. This wasn't a place where items sat waiting for collection. Instead, people queued up, hoping something would arrive. Perhaps the delivery happened at midnight. So yes, the rest area makes perfect sense, but only as a meeting spot. A rendezvous with a lot of moving pieces. Imagine one westbound truck pulling in off schedule, and a crew like Billy and Stackley swarming to load it and vanish. It would have to be a lightning-fast operation right there in the middle of an I-90 rest stop, yet hidden under a shed partially crowded with snowplows. The voicemail claimed they had the place to themselves. I suppose that checks out. It is summer, after all. Bramall laid it out. So after Klinger, Stackley drives 20 minutes to the rest area, buys gas, then just rolls around a corner 100 yards away and waits until midnight. Our job is to find that corner. Shouldn't be hard. The place is only so big. We're searching for a service road leading to those plows. How many could there possibly be? Is it always this straightforward? Mackenzie asked. Mr. Bramall just has a knack for making it seem that way, Reacher replied. Sanderson stayed silent. She was infantry through and through, familiar with the grand plans of pointy heads that often went sideways. Bramall started the car and drove north on the 4-lane through the dark all the way to the on-ramps, turning east toward the rest area, which his GPS insisted was a mere 6 minutes ahead. The machine was right on the money. 6 minutes later, exactly, Bramall eased into a massive central complex. The eastbound and westbound lanes curved around it in vast loops across the prairie. It was like its own little town. There were brightly lit acres for Exxon gas and diesel, a handful of neon-lit fast food joints, a highway patrol station, a chain motel, and a highway department office with a weighbridge. What it decidedly did not have, at least not in plain sight, were any snowplows. Reacher could practically feel the red-hot infantry skepticism radiating from under Sanderson's hood. Mackenzie looked let down. Maybe this wasn't so easy after all. They circled the facility once more just to be sure and became confident there were no snowplows stored anywhere within its boundaries. No service roads led to garages half full of winter gear, which begged the obvious question, if not here, then where? The state had to store its winter equipment somewhere, and a lot of it winter in South Dakota was no joke. Mackenzie suggested, with a knowing look born of Western experience, that the issue was so serious they might use an entirely separate depot. But where was it? Who could they even ask? It was a bizarre question. Do you happen to know where the state stashes its snowplows? Most people would stare blankly, maybe think it was some odd political gotcha question like being quizzed on their congressperson's name. The only folks who'd know the answer were the ones currently at that very location, wherever the state stored its snowplows. Reacher shifted gears. He prepaid for his gas at 11:23, right here, very near where we're parked. Let's assume it took him 2 minutes to walk back from the kiosk and get ready. Say he started pumping at 11:25. How long does $40 worth last out here? Out here, that could fill a pretty big tank, Mackenzie said. So it took a few minutes. He might not have been back on the road until well after 11:30, but he was the new guy. He wouldn't want to mess this up. He'd want a big cushion for error. He must have been heading somewhere extremely close, a 3-minute drive, max. He'd want to be sure he got there on time or early. He'd want to feel settled. What's 3 minutes from here? Maybe that separate depot for the snowplows. A central facility accessible from both sides of the highway on the same parcel of land before the lanes narrow down again. Right next door. It would be a wedge of otherwise wasted space. There could be a small, easy-to-miss off-ramp with a sign saying Highway Department only. The woods were thick on both sides of the road. A person could miss something like that entirely. That means it could be anywhere. We might have driven right by it. There are gaps in the median on either side. We're at a standstill, directionless. We didn't pass it, Sanderson stated firmly. There were no subtle turnoffs. I would have seen them. For now, we're stuck on this stretch, but the upside is whoever's waiting up ahead can't get reinforcements either, so I'll take it. The guy in the back can ease up for a minute. If your theory about a separate location is correct, it has to be east of us, and if Reacher's read on Stackley's nerves is right, it's got to be close enough to hop back on the highway and get right back off. If he overestimated the guy's anxiety, it could be a bit farther, but I'd put the maximum at 20 miles. Even if the guy was completely calm, he had to reach his destination by midnight. He couldn't speed 100 miles an hour to get there. Guys like that can't afford to draw attention. They have to blend in. So my vote is to head east. If we come up empty, we can always backtrack and reconsider. Bramall glanced in the rearview mirror at Mackenzie, who was technically his client. Feel like giving it a shot? He asked. Yes, Mackenzie replied. Bramall navigated the parking lot under the harsh glow of the overhead sodium lights, searching for the entrance back to the highway. Out of the corner of his eye, Reacher caught a glimpse of a light blue sedan moving in the opposite direction. An American-made car, maybe a Chevrolet, nothing flashy, just a basic model. He turned to look, but it had already vanished. Bramall found the exit and followed the sign pointing toward Sioux Falls, which was east. He kept his eyes on the road like any careful driver would. Sanderson, her sister, and Reacher all scanned the left shoulder, watching the grassy strip between the eastbound and westbound lanes narrow and widen. It turned out Stackley had been nervous but not quite as panicked as Reacher had assumed. The drive took more than 3 minutes, closer to 4.5. Then they saw it, an unassuming off-ramp, marked by a small, nondescript sign that read authorized personnel only. Don't take it, Reacher said. Not yet. We need a better plan. Gloria Nakamura drove slowly through every corner of the rest area. Night had fallen, but the place was brightly lit. She imagined a truck arriving, not a big semi, but maybe a panel van carrying smaller shipments for independent pharmacies and local clinics, something like a white Ford Econoline, with a clean, glossy finish meant to imply sterility and medical reliability, probably with a bland company name and a soft, friendly font, pale green or sky blue. Where would it park? Certainly not near the state police building, for obvious reasons. Not by the gas pumps either, even in the dark. The oil company had cameras to prevent theft, not near the entrance or exit, because the highway department monitored traffic flow. This truck couldn't appear on any video, not when its official tracking data showed it parked at a factory lot in New Jersey. There was a large, well-lit parking area between the restrooms and the fast food outlets, but it had cameras too, likely for insurance in case of minor accidents. Further out was a way station with a tan brick highway department office, dark and closed for the night, but far too exposed. She pictured the panel van with its rear doors open, supplying a small cluster of waiting vehicles. An edgy group of people like Billy and others like him in pickup trucks, SUVs, and beat-up sedans, loading their goods before scattering. But where could that happen here? Nowhere felt right. The whole rest area felt off. She made one final slow loop around the lot, the sense of doubt settling in. From the corner of her eye, she noticed a dark SUV with what looked like blue license plates, maybe from Illinois, circling the parking lot in the opposite direction. When she glanced back, it had vanished. Bramall eased the car onto the shoulder about a mile ahead where the eastbound and westbound lanes merged again, separated only by a wide grassy median. It was dark and relatively safe. If a state trooper stopped, they could claim a dashboard warning light or a concern about a tire. Traffic was sparse, just an occasional car rushing past, followed later by a roaring semi that made the Toyota shudder on its suspension. Reacher asked, "How far to the next exit?" Bramall checked his phone. "Roughly 30 miles. That's a waste of fuel. Better to make a U-turn right across the median. Rose and I can get out near the depot ramp. You and Mrs. Mackenzie can park in the rest area and hike back through the woods from the west. We'll meet up there and scope out the situation." "You want me along?" Sanderson asked. "Why wouldn't I? I can't," she said, her voice strained. "I don't feel right you can pull yourself together." "I really can't," she insisted. "I'm down to my last strip. We're about to get more." "We don't know that for sure. You'll have to use that last strip eventually. I need to know it's still there. Get it together, Major. I need you with me, and I need you sharp by midnight. You figure out the timing." The car fell silent until Mackenzie finally said, "Let's move." Bramall waited for a break in the headlights from both directions, then swung the wheel and crossed all 3 lanes. The Toyota jolted down into the median, which was sunken in the middle like a broad drainage ditch, probably for snowmelt, Reacher guessed, where plows could pile the snow. They drove down one slope and up the other, bumping back onto the westbound lanes and accelerating the way they had come. Now they were facing the same direction the truck would travel later, already rolling for hours out of New Jersey, somewhere beyond Sioux Falls by now, covering the same long stretches Reacher had once driven in a big red rig with a sleeper cab, an old man at the wheel. "My wife would say you feel guilty about something. She reads books. She thinks about things." They were seeing what the truck would see later, mostly empty road for a mile, then an unmarked off-ramp barely caught in the headlights with a sign reading "Authorized Personnel Only." Bramall stopped on the shoulder 100 yards farther on. Reacher stepped out and walked around to Sanderson's door. She climbed out, dressed in boots, jeans, and a silver jacket zipped to her throat, but this time she had folded back the hood's hem for better peripheral vision, ready for action. Her face was visible from the cheekbones forward, the metallic patch on the right, the scars on the left, her mouth uneven, one eyebrow ending abruptly where it had been stitched to something that wasn't skin. "It's dark," she said quietly. "It's fine." Bramall drove off, leaving them on the shoulder. No traffic passed. She was chewing intently, not gum, Reacher thought, but her final fragment of a strip, perhaps torn in 2. "I'll leave you to work out the timings." He hoped she knew what she was doing. This wasn't like before. She wasn't calm. Maybe that last sliver never brought calm. How could it? It was like letting go of a trapeze and soaring through empty air, hoping someone would be there to catch you before the fall. The ultimate insecurity, an addict with nothing left, hovering over the void, no backup in sight. They walked back the 100 yards and paused beside the "Authorized Personnel Only" sign. The road was clear. "Ready?" Reacher asked. They dashed across the lanes around the sign and onto the ramp where they stopped to catch their breath and look ahead. They stood on a solid engineered road built to handle heavy trucks. The road stretched far enough ahead to vanish into the night. Trees had been planted along both sides, a cosmetic touch, but its true purpose was purely functional, an industrial access route and nothing more, Sanderson asked. "Do you have a flashlight?" Reacher shook his head. "No, I bet Mr. Bramall would have loaned us one. I'm sure he's got plenty. Do you like him? I think my sister made a good choice." They started walking through the darkness. The moonlight was just enough to see by, aided now and then by the distant sweep of headlights that would flash across the scene like a camera strobe, freezing objects briefly in time and space before letting them fade back into shadow. The ramp ran for half a mile from start to finish, ending at a large drive-through garage built to accommodate heavy machinery. Keeping to the tree line, they surveyed the layout. 4 roads converged here, an on-ramp and an off-ramp on each side like the thin legs of some awkward insect, all meeting at the garage, which had a door at either end. Both doors were shut, the place was empty, no vehicles, no movement, no sound. It felt like a snowplow shed at the tail end of summer, utterly deserted. "What time is it?" Sanderson asked. 10 o'clock, Reacher said. 2 hours left? Is this going to work? It fits. It's exactly what the voicemail described. A service road leading to a covered garage. That was the old plan. They might have picked a different spot for tonight. Somewhere better than this? Doubtful. This place is solid gold. There's no sign of anyone. Not yet. I think that's the whole point. They get in and out fast. It's completely hidden. Who pays attention to a spot like this? Once a vehicle turns in here, it disappears. He glanced back the way they had come. The truck from New Jersey would approach from the east, the same direction they had walked, then it would loop around the garage and head back the other way for the return trip. Stackley had gone west. The others like him could have gone either direction. It was a secret rendezvous and a hidden highway interchange, all in one solid gold, indeed. They moved to where they expected Bramall and Mackenzie to emerge from the trees and found them arriving right on cue. They walked the site once more, Mackenzie said. Obviously, I'm not the one to ask about how we handle this. Sanderson replied, from an operational standpoint, the cleanest plan is to ambush the incoming vehicle halfway along the service road, after it leaves the highway but before it reaches the garage. One operation, one round fired at most, one enemy down, focused and efficient. How would we set up the ambush? I'm not sure we should. I don't follow. Reacher stepped in. We don't know what kind of vehicle it is, but it came from a factory gate, so it's likely an official pharmaceutical truck. I'm sure the boy detective worked out all the details with them, plenty of meetings and memos. The truck is probably locked. Maybe only the driver can open it, a combination or a special key. Your sister won't want to risk having to beat the code out of him. Would you? The guy already took money to deliver to the wrong address. Clearly, he's open to negotiation. Fair exchange is no robbery. So which do we do? Bramall said, there could be 10 or 12 guys picking up here. To get what they're carrying, we'd have to rob every one of them as they leave, like working a ticket booth in a parking lot. 12 robberies, maybe a minute apart. I don't think we can pull that off. We don't have a choice. Rose, like I said, the ambush chooses itself. Let's just hope the truck isn't locked. There's a third way, Reacher said. The best of both worlds. Nakamura drove back to the rest area because she had run out of options. It wasn't a great location, but maybe it was better than anywhere else. She pictured a shiny white panel van. Where would it park to do its business? As far from the buildings as possible, most likely. That meant the far edges of the lot. Late in the evening, many rows stood empty. Most people preferred to park close to the buildings. Why give themselves an extra walk? She cruised slowly past in her pale blue sedan. She had been right. The western side of the lot was utterly abandoned, a long stretch of vacant spaces. On the eastern edge, a single vehicle stood isolated, its front bumper pressed close to the tree line. It was a black SUV bearing an Illinois license plate. She made a call, her voice crisp. Expedite a request for an out-of-state plate check. A crackle of static and a brief acknowledgement came through. She recited the number, kept the phone at her ear, and pulled her car alongside the Toyota. It was coated in a fine layer of dust, clearly having logged many miles across western states. Being somewhat petite, she found the high windows made the interior difficult to see, but she could make out travel bags stowed in the back. Why choose this spot tucked against the woods? She studied the trees, reasoning someone could easily slip through them, yet it seemed unnecessary. The last row of the lot already offered plenty of privacy for any discreet activity. Beyond the trees lay nothing of immediate interest, just more land where the woods eventually gave way to a grassy median. One could theoretically walk all the way to the next rest area on foot, though she vaguely recalled a highway maintenance depot possibly blocking the path. Those were the kinds of places you never really noticed until you needed to. More static buzzed in her ear, followed by a voice. Illinois DMV shows that plate registered to a black Toyota Land Cruiser, owner Terrence Bramall, with a Chicago business address listed. He's described as a private investigator. Sanderson moved to her starting point with Reacher accompanying her. He was watching her, gauging whether she was still processing everything, and if she had stopped, whether that was a sign of trouble or focus. She was still working it through, holding up fine. He just hoped her mental sharpness wouldn't fade too soon. She carried the Ruger Standard. 22 loaded with 2 rounds, all she was willing to take. Bramall had his Colt 45 with 3 rounds, while Mackenzie held the unloaded Springfield, which was still better than nothing. As the old saying went, 90% of any confrontation was just projecting confidence. Reacher said, "Get your story straight for me." Sanderson replied, "There are 100 ways this could fall apart." "Not 100, he countered. "Maybe 24 tops." "That arrest warrant was completely fabricated," she said, her tone firm. "I need you to understand that, no matter what happens, they were just trying to silence him." "So you're giving me part of the story but holding back the rest?" Reacher asked. "I at least want you to know that much," she insisted. What was he trying to say? Something he wasn't supposed to. "All right," Reacher said, "stay sharp and fill me in later." "How are you holding up?" "So far, so good. How long will that last? What time is it now?" "Nearly 10:30. She calculated silently and offered no reply. As Reacher turned to head to his own position, Bramall approached with his phone glowing green, apparently connected to the West Point superintendent's office. "For you," Bramall said, handing it over. Reacher took the phone. "General," the superintendent's voice came through. "Major, we're in position and moving. We'll know success or failure within the next 2 hours. Do I want the details? Probably best you don't." "What are your odds?" "Unclear. It comes down to rules of engagement. Does she have more scruples than you do? She'd have to try pretty hard to have fewer. But there are lines I won't cross, and we've got civilians with us." Welcome to the modern army. You could always come back and take a refresher course. She mentioned Porterfield's arrest warrant was bogus. What was your take on that? She would say that, wouldn't she? My thought exactly. But it looks like she's right. Some contacts down south accessed the file, and there's nothing substantive in it. It has to be a fake. No one can identify the officer who issued it. We tracked the name, and the only match was a guy working in the press office for a Marine Corps medical battalion, judging by how she talks. I get the sense she believes Porterfield was onto something legitimate. If that's true, there must be a pile of documents somewhere. He was a veteran out of work, having to change a bandage every single day. When a guy in that situation gets a fire lit under him, he tells the whole world. He writes daily letters to the newspaper and calls his congressman, then the White House, and every talk show and law enforcement agency he can imagine. His name needs to be everywhere. I need to know. She might never tell me herself. How is she holding up? Surprisingly well, considering everything. What's her state of mind, in what sense? Are you able to speak freely? Absolutely, Reacher said. That's why I called. We uncovered an indirect mention of a document from a medical ethics review. An Army psychiatrist had published a study. The accusation was that he hadn't properly protected his subject's identity. The paper focused on a female officer who suffered a severe facial injury. She was filling in for another officer during a site inspection. She wasn't required to attend, just doing a personal favor. The operation had nothing to do with her. She was only there because some other jerk had a conflicting appointment, which later investigation revealed was for something completely shameful. The guy took his own life when the inquiries began. Turned out he was with a sex worker in Afghanistan while the most remarkable woman in the Army was being disfigured. The study detailed her psychological battle to view her wounds as received in the line of duty. That woman was Rose Sanderson. It was during her hospital stay, she said. The publicity disturbed her. She hasn't brought it up, Reacher said. It's a significant factor, the superintendent replied. She feels deeply betrayed. By 11 o'clock, the compound remained utterly dark and quiet. Reacher wasn't concerned. His theory allowed for about 20 minutes of stealthy assembly, then a burst of activity at midnight, after that silence again. So he wasn't worried, not yet, unless, of course, he was completely mistaken, and a group was gathering somewhere else entirely, miles away at that very moment, slapping backs, popping open trunks and tailgates to reveal yawning empty spaces. It was possible, he waited. 11:30 was no different. pitch black and silent, still fine, still logical, still according to plan, but it was getting close. All the old phrases came to mind. The moment of truth was approaching. The rubber was about to meet the road. For the first time, he paid close attention to his own body. He felt stress coiling inside him, and an automatic, almost primal response converted it into sharp focus, raw strength, and pure aggression. His scalp tingled, an electric current seemed to flow down to his fingertips. His vision grew intensely vivid. He felt himself become physically larger, harder, faster, stronger. He knew Sanderson would be experiencing the same sensations. He wondered how all that mixed with the fentanyl in her system. He hoped she was managing. Then he saw headlights on the service road. The headlights were dim and yellowish, indicating an older vehicle. They were set at a modest height and a normal width apart, meaning it was a regular-sized car, not a massive truck or a hulking SUV. It approached the building, and the wash of light against the siding revealed a sedan, maybe 20 years old, shaped like a blunt slug. The paint was a dull, dark, indeterminate color with no hubcaps and a broken antenna. It backed in and parked neatly out of the way. A man got out looking about 50 with a thick waist and hair slicked down with oil. He wore blue jeans and a gray sweatshirt bearing some sort of word or brand name. He walked to the roll-up door, worked a key, then squatted like a weightlifter and heaved the bottom lip upward. The door clattered noisily as it rose, gaining speed as a counterbalance engaged. The man stepped into the garage, and a minute later a muted repeat of the noise sounded as the far door rattled up. Inside, to the left, stood rows of enormous yellow snowplows. To the right was empty space. Someone had chalked diagonal parking bays on the concrete floor, numbered 1 through 10. Bay 1 was at the far end. 10 stood at the front. The man in the sweatshirt returned to his car, leaning in to retrieve a clipboard from the passenger seat, a pen dangling from a string. He walked back to the garage entrance, assuming his post. There would be a guard at the door. He drew a handgun, checked the chamber, 11:41 at night. 4 minutes later, new headlights appeared on the service road, taller, broader, and brighter than the man's sedan. A Dodge Durango SUV approached, stopping beside him. The window lowered, words were exchanged. The man consulted his clipboard and waved the truck inside. It parked at an angle within a chalk-outlined bay. Soon after, a rusted Silverado came up the road, no better than Stackley's old truck, but without a camper shell, its bed covered by a flat vinyl tarp. Then an old black four-wheel drive arrived, both vehicles parked inside. By 5 minutes to midnight, 9 of the 10 chalk bays were filled. Only number 5 remained empty. The man in the sweatshirt seemed unconcerned. Rules were rules. The 9 others waiting by their trucks looked pleased. More to go around. The man checked his watch. His phone rang after listening. He called out, 2 minutes, guys, it's nearly here. 2 minutes later, a white panel van raced up the road, braking sharply before coming to a halt. It bore New Jersey plates. The man in the sweatshirt signaled it, then hurried inside the building. The van turned, driving along the exterior of the garage from front to back. It made a tight, awkward turn and entered through the rear door, the opposite direction from everyone else. It stopped level with the truck in bay number 1. The guard ran inside to meet it there. The driver stepped out. This altered everything. Later, Reacher was annoyed he hadn't deciphered the chalk numbers on the floor. Initially, he considered they might indicate geographic regions or seniority, some tradition or privilege, or perhaps they meant nothing at all, just chalked for the sake of looking professional, but they were a priority order, a status ladder. Number 1 likely went to the guy with the best volume, like a weekly sales prize. Part of that reward was the right to a quick exit, first served, first out, a solid incentive. There were many mechanical ways to arrange that, all sorts of maneuvers, but the simplest by far was bringing the panel van in through the back. Reacher was at the front door. He had anticipated the guard and the van driver would be side by side at the start. The plan was simple. As soon as the driver opened the van voluntarily without any coercion, keeping everyone's conscience clear, Reacher would fire a 9mm round over their heads into the cavernous space to freeze them, claiming the van. Then Sanderson would announce her presence from behind, they'd glance back to see a mysterious figure aiming a handgun, and any early trouble would die right there. Only an expert would recognize the Ruger as a .22, only an expert with X-ray vision would know it was nearly empty. He believed the plan would work first the guard and driver, then the others. Two distinct categories of people. The sequence felt crucial. Now he was at the wrong end of the garage, everything was reversed. He was now Sanderson. She was now him, amped on adrenaline and fight hormones, battling fentanyl or maybe half fentanyl and half withdrawal, wrestling pain and discomfort, the sweats and the shakes at that moment. She would be watching the driver, waiting for him to open up. A combination lock, a special key, or maybe just a regular door. The tension was a live wire, and the whole scene had flipped into a dark, ironic joke. Here they were, meticulously planning an ambush, only to have the stage rotate beneath their feet. It was enough to make you laugh if laughing didn't feel like a betrayal of the grim focus required. In that scenario, things would have accelerated quickly. .22 caliber pistol is relatively quiet for a gun, but in the stillness of that vast space, its report would have been unmistakably loud. It would have been sufficient if she had assumed control, if she had acted. But there was still no sound. Perhaps the lock required a lengthy, complex sequence, a mix of letters, numbers, and symbols, like a computer password. Silence persisted. Then a deafening gunshot erupted, followed by the sharp crack of a bullet striking an overhead beam. Everyone froze ahead. A figure stepped into view. "Stay right where you are," she commanded, echoing a tactic he might have used from behind. Another voice cut through the tension. "Nobody move," he said, mirroring her own probable approach, their heads turned toward him. He held the Smith Wesson leveled at their midsections, an angle he'd learned provoked a deep, instinctual anxiety. Up front, she gave a slight shake of her head. The roles were now reversed. The next lines were his. He adopted the firm, carrying tone of a military policeman. "Remove all cell phones and firearms from your pockets, holsters, or any other hiding place. Place them on the floor at your feet. Do not attempt anything clever. I will search you shortly. If I discover an additional weapon, I will use it to shoot you in the back of the knee. If I find a cell phone, I will use my own weapon to achieve the same result. These are promises as binding as a national debt." Take a moment to consider. We are not police or federal agents. This is a private matter for you, merely a temporary inconvenience. So weigh your options. You can walk for the rest of your life, or you can use a wheelchair. Decide what suits you best. 11 men yielded 11 phones and 12 guns. The guard had a small .38 strapped to his ankle. Mackenzie moved forward to collect them, covering the group with the unloaded Springfield. She looked like a scene from a classic afternoon film, a striking queen of the criminal world. They all stared transfixed. Reacher instructed them to kick their weapons and phones toward her. One by one, she gathered them, depositing everything into a bag she found in the panel van. The bag bore a cheerful logo in greens and blues, reminiscent of grass and sky. Reacher and Sanderson then corralled all 11 men into Bay 5. It was a tight squeeze, like being packed on stadium stairs after a big game, trapped between the broad sides of two trucks. They positioned themselves at 45-degree angles, facing the group with weapons raised. While one of them would have been operationally sufficient, the presence of two had a profoundly calming effect. It minimized foolish ideas and, consequently, potential casualties, a humanitarian use of resources, very modern army. Initially, it seemed to work. The men were unusually subdued, appearing stunned, quiet, and somehow demoralized, even sickened. Then he understood Sanderson's hood was still pulled back, revealing her face. In his peripheral vision, Reacher saw Bramall reverse the Toyota through the same door the van had used, aligning it tailgate to tailgate with the Mercedes. Mackenzie began transferring boxes, white, crisp, and shiny, from one vehicle to the other. There were many. Bramall helped, and they worked swiftly. The space in the Toyota's trunk quickly filling. He saw them tossing duffel bags from the trunk into the back seat to make more room. Stepping back a pace, Reacher scanned the row of vehicles. The Dodge Durango appealed to him most. It had a conventional shape and likely familiar controls. He pointed at it. "Who owns this?" A man shifted uncomfortably. "Are the keys in it?" The man nodded. "Is there gas?" Another nod. "Good to go here," Bramall called from behind the vehicles. "All right," Reacher said. "We know the drill by the numbers now. 1, 2, 3, and we're gone." Step 1 involved Mackenzie retrieving keys from every vehicle except the Durango, including the guard's old sedan parked outside, and adding them to her bag. Most of the cars were old enough to hotwire, but the pharmaceutical van was a new Mercedes with a chipped key. It wasn't going anywhere, which was perfectly fine by them. The boy detective had to see it for himself, sitting there abandoned and useless, exposed and embarrassed. That single object told the whole story. It was the ultimate piece of evidence. The next phase involved Mackenzie and Bramall climbing into the Toyota and driving off, which they promptly did. Phase 3 saw Reacher move into a central position, gripping the Smith two-handed and aiming low at their midsections, while Sanderson began a careful retreat toward the Durango. She fumbled behind her for the door handle, slid inside, and started the engine. Backing out of the slanted parking spot, she found her path blocked by the panel van, forcing her to reverse all the way out through the open bay door before disappearing into the night. Now alone, Reacher waited. 11 men were corralled before him. He sensed their restlessness, a spark of fury igniting, directed at themselves initially. 11 against 1. It was absurd. What were they, cowards? That was a dangerous line of thought. He'd witnessed this before. They were working themselves into a reckless state, and sooner or later he'd likely have to put a bullet in someone's leg just to refocus their minds. It would be a problem of their own making. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the Durango's taillights reappear as Sanderson backed in through the same door the van had used. Now she was positioned correctly, facing the right way about 30 feet from him. He heard the clunk of the transmission shifting from reverse to drive, the engine idling, her foot on the brake. Ready, Reacher began backing toward the vehicle, his aim lifting slightly but still sweeping side to side, left, then right, then back to center. Step by step, he retreated until he heard the passenger door groan open behind him. Sanderson undoubtedly stretched across the seat. He slid in, keeping the Smith level, but the fight had gone out of the men. No weapons, no phones, no ride. Their minds were already racing ahead, figuring out how to vanish before consequences landed. "Go," Reacher said. Sanderson hit the accelerator, weaving the wheel right then left, and met the westbound on-ramp, doing a solid 60. She eased off briefly to let a car in the next lane pass, then merged onto the highway, settling back to 60. Roughly 4.5 minutes to the rest stop. The Durango felt jarring and loud, hardly up to Bramall's refined standards, though probably still better than her beat-up old Bronco. "How much did we get?" she asked, getting straight to the point. "More than 2 weeks' worth, that's for sure," Reacher replied. "You owe me the story now. I did most of the heavy lifting. Doesn't change our deal. You promised to tell me if we won tonight. It doesn't matter who did what." "I'll tell you after I see it," she said. "After I see more than 2 weeks' worth with my own eyes. It's way more than that. I want to soak in it, bask in it." "You should. You were impressive tonight. Thanks, you holding up okay. Did you see how those men looked at my sister?" "Yes," Reacher said. "Did you see how they looked at me?" A faint, grim smile touched her lips. "Yeah, I saw. That's how I'm doing." They took the next exit, a short hop into the rest area. They passed the fuel pumps, the fast food signs, the highway patrol cruiser, and the way station, rolling all the way to the chain motel at the far end. Bramall had highlighted its 2 main perks: private rear parking to hide the Toyota from prying eyes, and its brilliantly stupid proximity to the crime scene. They were in South Dakota, surrounded by endless space. Every logical instinct would be to search an expanding radius, growing mile by mile each hour. Nobody thinks to check right next door. Sanderson drove around back and found the Toyota waiting. Bramall and Mackenzie were standing on either side of the open tailgate, having neatened the haul. It was a staggering sight. Dozens upon dozens of boxes were stacked into a cube roughly 3 feet in every direction, covered in brand logos and product images. The boxes were filled with stacks of patches, organized in bundles of 10, 20, 50, and 100. It was a staggering amount, repeating over and over. One container alone held 20 sealed packs, each containing 20 individual patches, a wholesale pharmacy quantity totaling 400 doses right there. "This will last more than 2 weeks," Sanderson remarked quietly. She reached in, pulled out a box, and opened it to retrieve a single foil pack about the size of a thick playing card. Inside were 20 fresh patches. She slipped it into her pocket, feeling a surreal wave of power. In that moment, she felt like the wealthiest person alive, a new benchmark for riches, an addict with security stretching far beyond a single fix. She turned to Reacher, her expression resolved. "Now I'll tell you everything later," Reacher said. "First, I'm paying a visit to Arthur Scorpio." "I'm coming with you," Sanderson insisted. "Scorpio plays a part in this story." They searched through Mackenzie's bag and located the cell phone taken from the door guard. Scrolling through, they found an older string of texts from 3 days prior. The final message from the guard to Scorpio read, "All set for tonight, including the new Billy." The recent messages, however, were far less cheerful and entirely one-sided. Starting around midnight, Scorpio had been firing off increasingly frantic demands for updates. "What's happening? I need to hear back now." Reacher handed the phone to Mackenzie. "Reply to him. Say there was a delay and that the guy will come over to the laundromat to explain in person as soon as possible. Make it sound like it's really from the guard." Mackenzie handled the texting, her fingers moving with practiced ease. Sanderson swapped her empty Ruger for Bramall's Colt, which still had 3 rounds left. Then she climbed back into the Durango with Reacher, and they pulled away. From a concealed spot among the trees, Gloria Nakamura watched the entire scene unfold. She had reasoned that the Toyota was parked where it was for the same practical reason as every other vehicle. Why make the walk longer? The people from the Toyota had headed off in the opposite direction, not toward the restrooms, but into the wooded area. That path led to nothing, unless the maintenance depot was back there. And it had to be, or why would anyone go that way? It was circular logic, but it made perfect sense to her. She followed quietly, stopping about 10 feet short. She spotted the large man they called Bigfoot. She recognized Terrence Bramall, the private investigator from Chicago, the same man who had taken her table at the diner not once but twice. She saw an attractive woman with him, and then a second woman whose face was terribly scarred. Instantly, Nakamura knew. This was the owner of the ring. She felt it in her gut, the ring she herself had worn briefly, years ago. West Point, 2005, the Black Stone. She observed silently as Bramall and the other woman walked back through the trees, passing within 20 feet of her without noticing. Then, for almost an hour, nothing moved. Eventually, vehicles began to arrive, culminating in the appearance of a white panel van with New Jersey plates, arriving fast and aggressive, just as she had anticipated. Operating off the books, technically invisible, a gunshot echoed, then the black Toyota reappeared, driving in and out quickly, followed by a Dodge Durango. After that, everything fell silent again until about a dozen men emerged cautiously, milling about with uneasy, sheepish expressions. Nakamura stepped out from the trees, badge in one hand and service weapon in the other. They scattered instantly, bolting in 11 different directions. She called it in, though she knew it was futile. The highway was state trooper jurisdiction, not local traffic division, and in the dead of night men could easily dash across all 3 lanes unseen, vanishing beyond the shoulder to the north or south into vast open country, effectively infinite space. They were gone. She surveyed the empty panel van and the 8 abandoned vehicles, then turned and walked back through the trees to her car. She drove back toward town, curious to see what Arthur Scorpio was up to now. Sanderson and Reacher headed south on the 4-lane road, passing Klinger's restaurant. Sanderson chewed steadily on a piece of gum the whole way. No celebration or indulgence yet. She was maintaining, carefully calibrating her state, getting herself exactly where she needed to be and holding herself there. Reacher observed her quietly, thinking the massive haul from the panel van had shifted something in her demeanor, steadying her with a grim, focused determination. He figured a core part of addiction was a constant gnawing anxiety about the next dollar, the next fix, the next hour, the next day. That anxiety was gone from her. Now it might stay gone for a very long time, possibly forever, if things worked out with her sister. So did that still make her an addict? Not in the same way. Now it was all upside. The literal highs with none of the crushing lows. He could see the appeal was undeniable. Her face itself wasn't expressive. It couldn't be. But her eyes were vividly alive, and so was her whole posture. She looked like someone having the single best day of her entire life, and she hadn't needed a near-lethal dose to get there. That kind of obliteration might have once been necessary to wipe out the misery of the other 23 hours, but not anymore. Now she could just breathe. Maybe she would be all right. Not that he was any kind of expert on the subject, he said. The superintendent explained to me why you were out on that road near the small town. She replied, I already told you. You told me you were representing the support operation. Representing is a real $5 word. You might use it if a senior officer asked you to stand in for them, but you were already a major. We didn't need a colonel to figure out the logistics of hauling gear up a hill, so there was no senior officer above you, which makes it a strange word to choose. She was silent for a beat. Then she asked, how did the superintendent know about that? A psychiatrist wrote a case study. He read it? He's been actively looking for you. That's bull. He's calling in favors from people. For me? He said you felt profoundly betrayed. By the psychiatrist, he meant by the whole situation. She went quiet again. I was in that hospital for a long, long time, she finally said. I got to know a lot of people there. Guys missing an arm or a leg, believe me, nobody had it easy. But I resented those men. They could wear shorts. They could make the best of it. I would have been okay with losing a leg. Hell, I would have taken that hit as a favor. I deployed overseas 5 times. You accept that some bad shit is going to happen. I could have handled an arm too, but not my face. You saw how people looked at me after Reacher stayed silent. She continued, they wrote it down all wrong in my file. All they did was check a box on a form. I never felt betrayed. The truth is, I felt unlucky for the very first time in my life. At first, I didn't even recognize the feeling. It was brand new to me. It was like getting a lifetime's worth of rotten luck all compressed into one single day, every possible awful thing. And of course, the officer who asked me to go in his place was out catching some exotic disease. He had to be. It felt inevitable. Honestly, I'm surprised he wasn't doing something even worse at that exact moment. He said, now tell me about Porterfield. She ducked her head slightly and glanced up at the street signs. Do you have any idea where we are right now, she asked. He said, we take a right up ahead, then a left somewhere after that. I'm pulling over here. Why? To tell you the story before we arrive? Nakamura brought her car to a gentle stop on the cross street, then edged forward until her sightline was perfect. The back door of Scorpio's place was slightly ajar. She could see a thin rim of yellow light outlining it. She killed the engine, got out, and walked halfway down the alley. Supreme Court precedent said if an officer was reasonably certain a crime was in progress in a public area, she could intervene without a warrant. But Scorpio's back office was not a public area. The court said that in such a case, she would need evidence equivalent to an emergency. Gunshots, screams, distinct cries for help. The alley was utterly silent. She crept closer. She could hear Scorpio's voice now, talking low and steady, a complete sentence, a monologue. He was leaving a voicemail. He sounded strained, worried. He was demanding answers. The guard at the gate, no doubt. His man on the scene, who couldn't answer. Because Reacher had taken all their phones, she had heard him say it even from her position in the trees. She had absolutely believed he would shoot them through the back of the knee. She crept closer still. Now Scorpio was off the phone. There was no discernible sound at all. Maybe a low electrical hum, perhaps the whisper of a cooling fan. Definitely no gunshots, screams, or cries for help. She moved right up to the door. She put her eye to the narrow gap but couldn't see an angle. She placed her fingertips on the cold metal and pushed it slowly open. Sanderson pulled the Durango into the empty lot of a strip mall. She shifted the lever into park but left the engine idling. The SUV's tank was full. It was prepped and ready for a long drive somewhere, a sales trip, maybe to Idaho, or perhaps up into Washington State. She remarked, "It's surprising how many nerve endings are concentrated in that area." "Who would have guessed?" Reacher replied. Cy was in constant pain. Naturally, he became dependent. Initially, the Marine Corps provided his medication. Then, without explanation, they cut off his prescriptions. At first, he assumed it was standard medical prudence. These were strong opioids, after all, but his need was real. He protested, but it didn't change a thing. So he began visiting multiple doctors, driving all over the state. Eventually, he turned to the black market, which wasn't difficult at the time. Pills were plentiful. This only fueled his anger. If opioids were so easy to get everywhere else, why was the Corps suddenly so restrictive? When he confronted them again, they accidentally revealed the truth. It wasn't caution. Their inventory was a mess. They were running out. Someone was stealing, she concluded. C dedicated himself to finding out who, both for his own sake and for his fellow Marines. He was perfectly positioned for the task, already embedded in the underground network from his own purchases. All he needed was to ask a few careful questions. In time, he pieced it together, compiled a report, and sent it to the Defense Intelligence Agency. Why them? He believed the DIA, overseeing all branches, was less likely to bury it than the Marine Corps itself. What happened next? We expected a response in about a week, allowing for slow mail from out here. Cy was confident they'd act immediately. Instead, we heard nothing for half a year. Then an arrest warrant arrived with his name on it. Someone was protecting themselves. That's exactly what Cy believed. He gave up right then. Some battles you just can't win. We headed up into the high woods. It was early spring, and the first green shoots were peeking through. He was uncharacteristically playful that day. An usually reserved East Coast guy chewing on a stick and joking about being a mountain man. We stretched out on the ground. We both knew what the day held. We were going to chase the high together, hard. It was our shared escape, and we wanted to make it epic. What happened? He died. Nakamura eased the door open, 6 inches, then a foot. She leaned into the room. Scorpio had his back to her, seated alone at a long bench crowded with humming computers, towers, monitors, and keyboards. The space was stifling, a fan whirring in the background. She drew her badge and her service weapon, then shoved the door wide open. Scorpio heard it or felt the shift in the air. He turned. "Stay right there," she ordered. "Let me see your hands." "You're trespassing," he said. "You're committing a crime. You're harassing me." She stepped forward, raising her gun. "Get face down on the floor. You're embarrassing yourself," he scoffed. "I'm just doing my books after a long day so I can pay the taxes that fund your salary. It's one of the many joys of running a small business. You're hacking into pharmaceutical security systems, which are federally monitored. Should I expect to find Russian software here? Because that would mean very serious trouble. I run a laundromat. The laundromat of the future, apparently. It looks like a tech hub in here, but your system just went down. Check your GPS. Your panel van is parked in a snowplow shed. Reacher has the key, and everything else." Scorpio fell silent. She holstered her badge and pulled out her handcuffs. Then everything unraveled. Behind her, a man walked through the open door, carrying 2 go-cups of convenience store coffee. He was dressed entirely in black, over 6 feet tall, with a fresh bruise on his neck, a face she recognized. In that instant, Scorpio struck her hard in the back of the head. She sprawled forward, her gun skittering across the floor. Dazed, she felt herself being roughly handled, and when her senses cleared, she was seated on the ground, handcuffed to a table leg with her own cuffs. Her skirt had ridden up. She tugged it down with her free hand. Her bag with her phone inside was gone. Scorpio turned to her, his expression unreadable. What exactly did you mean by everything else? She met his gaze. All of it. The man dressed in black shifted on his feet. Should I go take a look? We'll go together, Scorpio decided. His eyes scanned the room, the alley exit, the inner door, then settled back on Nakamura. Bring the car around to the front, he instructed. I'll leave through the main way. We'll leave her right where she is. The man in black hurried out. Scorpio secured the alley door, then took a seat, his attention fixed on a monitor screen. Nakamura spoke into the quiet. You're finished here? No, he replied, a faint, stubborn smile touching his lips. I'll never be finished. This is just about adapting. One opportunity ends, another begins. Nothing is permanent. I'll find what I require somewhere else. I always have. He left her seated on the floor, her wrists secured to the leg of the heavy table. He switched off the lights, moved through the inner door into the laundromat, and closed it firmly behind him. The office was plunged into absolute darkness. She heard the distinct click of the lock from the other side. Almost instantly, another sound followed the street door swinging open. It was too quick to be Scorpio. He would still be crossing the laundromat. It had to be someone else entering. The man in black, most likely returning with the car. But then a low, muffled voice reached her, one she recognized. She thought it asked, "What are you carrying in your pockets?" Sanderson continued, her voice steady. Later, I understood he wasn't just chewing on a twig. It was a cover. He'd started celebrating early. He was aiming for the ultimate overdose, one lethal dose for the walk up the hill, and another waiting for him at the top. He despised his existence. The whole situation with the DIA had been his only anchor, but that was done. They had circled the wagons, shutting him out completely. He just surrendered. He decided that this time, if the gates opened for him, he would walk right through. Reacher remained silent, and why wouldn't he, she said. It was the end of his road. He was broke for a man like him. That was a foreign country. Like me and my perpetual bad luck. I watched him set off. He started out well, almost cheerful. I suppose he knew what was coming. He ended up on his back, the scent of pine needles thick in the air. His breaths grew farther and farther apart. Then they stopped altogether. That's how it happened. I'm sorry, Reacher said. So was I, for my own sake. For him, I was relieved. It was the best outcome, as people say. I left him there. He always loved those wooded slopes, the wildlife. I gathered my things and drove back alone. What was the purpose of the covert burglary? Reacher asked. His copy of the report in the desk drawer the first spot anyone would check? What did the report contain? Evidence of old-fashioned cash exchanges at a supply depot entrance. A colonel in a Marine Corps medical unit was selling supplies to Arthur Scorpio. That's how Scorpio operated 2 years ago. His methods have changed since, but back then, Cy was finally obtaining the materials he should have had from the start. It was a strange twist, I imagine. The colonel saw the file and handled the issue quietly, off the books. Scorpio knew Cy's name as well. Reacher noted. He gave it to me as a misdirection. Perhaps the colonel informed him, or perhaps Scorpio informed the colonel. If the roofing worker witnessed things, then Billy did too. Maybe Billy told Scorpio and Scorpio tipped off the colonel. The official inquiry hadn't even begun. Now it never would. The colonel killed it with that falsified warrant. When I piece it together, that's the only sequence that makes sense. You're suggesting Scorpio betrayed him. We should get moving, Reacher said. It's time we paid him a visit. Chapter 48. Sanderson drove them through silent, sleeping streets, moving steadily without a full stop until they reached the corner with the all-night convenience store. Ahead, a black sedan was slowing to park at the curb. Arthur's Scorpio's car, the same vehicle that had collected him outside the diner with the chrome telephone, the same driver from the laundromat last seen wheezing on the floor. Sanderson pulled up close behind the Lincoln, and Reacher intercepted the man on the sidewalk halfway to the laundromat entrance. He delivered a single, measured blow just to stagger him, and the man dropped to one knee on the concrete, a hand raised in immediate surrender. As it turned out, he had been sent to fetch the car ahead of a trip to a state highway maintenance yard, where some unspecified issue had arisen. Mr. Scorpio, he said, would be out shortly. Reacher folded the man into the Lincoln's trunk, a cavernous space from an older, boxier era of car design that could have held two of him. He moved toward the laundromat entrance just as Scorpio emerged from the back office, a lean, angular man around 50 with gray hair, dressed in a black suit and white shirt without a tie. Scorpio locked the office door and turned only to find Reacher stepping inside. "Let's see what you're carrying," Reacher said. Scorpio stared, silent. "You gave Billy orders to kill me," Reacher continued. "Then you sent the new guy to finish the job." Still no reply. "They failed, as you can plainly see," Reacher said. "So what's your next move?" "It wasn't personal," Scorpio muttered. His eyes darted toward the street. "Your backup isn't arriving," Reacher told him. "It's just the two of us now." It was strictly business. What would you have done in my position? You betrayed Cy Porterfield as well? He became a problem. He needed to be removed. From behind the office door came a faint metallic clinking, perhaps a coin machine tallying quarters. Reacher asked, "What was the colonel's name?" Scorpio stayed quiet. Reacher drew back his fist. "Bateman," Scorpio blurted out, the name escaping like a sudden cough. "Appreciate it," Reacher said. Nakamura listened from her hiding place. Hearing Scorpio admit Porterfield had been a nuisance who had to go, the words carried the weight of a confession, something with real legal consequence. She wrestled with whether to call out or stay silent, finally settling on a compromise. She rattled her handcuff against the table leg. No one came bursting through the door. Then Scorpio cried out something that sounded like "bite me," followed by a series of grunts, sharp gasps, and the scuff of shoes on linoleum after that. Only the low, persistent rumble of a tumble dryer filled the air, churning heavily around and around with a load that thumped and bounced inside the drum. Sanderson pulled her car up beside the black Toyota, adding another layer of concealment. Her motel room was next to Reacher's. She wished him good night and went inside. He entered his own room and sat on the edge of the bed, listening to her movements through the thin wall. After a moment, he heard her door open and close again, followed by a knock at his own. He opened the door. Her hood was still down. "I suppose circumstances have shifted regarding what I might do," she said. "You could return my ring now. It would be safe with me." "Come in," he replied. She sat where he had been sitting. He took the ring from his pocket, delicate gold filigree, a dark stone sized for a slender finger, a small object that had traveled a very long way. She accepted it. "Thank you," she said quietly. "You're welcome." She was silent for a while, then said, "You know the strangest part of all this?" "What's that?" "I'm on the inside looking out. I can't see my own reflection sometimes. I actually forget." "What did the therapist tell you? What would your old unit have said?" "Deal with it," Reacher answered. "It happened. It can't be undone. Most people won't be comfortable with it. Underneath, we're all still primitive in some ways. But some won't mind. You'll find them. Are you one of those people?" "I already told you," Reacher said. "For me, it's all in the eyes." She pushed the hood the rest of the way off, her hair tumbling free. "Would you want to see me once the foil comes off?" she asked. "You want the honest answer?" "Always the truth." "You're certain? Don't be polite. I'd like to see you with everything taken off." "Does that line usually work for you? From time to time?" "There's a lot of ointment." "Let's hope so," he said. "Best way to get it off is a shower. We could do that. It's a motel. We could use a whole bar of soap. They always leave extras." She closed the door behind her, then stood on the bed to kiss him. She was a foot and a half shorter, weighing far less than half what he did, and she felt fragile in his arms. The foil crinkled and ointment seeped out. "Shower!" she whispered. He unzipped her silver coat and helped her out of it, then pulled off her T-shirt and unfastened her bra. Her body felt as he imagined her sister's might have, firm, slender, cool, except for the damp warmth at the small of her back. She peeled away the foil, which slid easily from her skin. Beneath were marks of a different kind, likely entry wounds rather than exits, simpler to suture but still red and inflamed. They spent 20 minutes under the spray of the shower and then 4 hours in bed, most of it sleeping but not all. At first he was careful, almost hesitant. It wasn't her face that gave him pause, it was how small she was. She seemed so fragile he worried he might hurt her. Then he remembered she had made it through the army in one piece. How bad could it really be after that initial hesitation? They found a rhythm together. He was certain it wasn't better than fentanyl, but it was a definite step up from aspirin. On that point he could personally swear. Just before 7 the next morning, Reacher was returning to the motel room with coffee when Bramall intercepted him, phone in hand. Another call was already connected to the superintendent's office at West Point, but first, Bramall delivered his own news. I already reached Special Agent Noble. The DEA is en route to clean this up. We have to leave now. Suits me, Reacher said. He took the phone. General? Major, the superintendent replied. We're preparing to extract. Mission accomplished, we've resupplied and are ready to move. Do I need the specifics? Best you don't, Reacher said. We uncovered the truth about Porterfield's campaign. A Colonel Bateman was the one who buried it, but the DEA wasn't fond of him. They left Porterfield's copy of the report in his home for a full month, hoping the local sheriff would stumble on it. An external investigation would have given them the perfect excuse. The sheriff never took the bait, so they had to retrieve it themselves. They got Bateman in the end, though, on unrelated charges. He fell hard. Thank you, General. Thank you, Major. Reacher handed the phone back to Bramall, who was anxiously rearranging gear in the Toyota, with Mackenzie assisting. Take it easy, Reacher told them. He returned to the room. Sanderson had fresh foil on her face, her hood pulled low and cinched tight. The general mentioned Colonel Bateman got his due later, Reacher said, so that makes it 2 for 2, him and Scorpio. Does that help? She asked. Some, he admitted. Then after a beat, he added, Me too, I suppose. I'm not coming with you. I didn't think you would get the IV. I will. Good luck. You too. A kiss was impossible with the new foil. Instead, they stepped out and Sanderson got into the car. Reacher shook hands with Bramall and Mackenzie, then watched the Toyota pull away. He walked up to the gas station near the diesel pumps. Another homeless man was running another hitchhiking lottery. $1 to play, just like Sioux Falls. Maybe it was a regional tradition. The choices were limited to 3, dictated by the road layout: south on a state road, east on the highway toward Chicago, or west toward Seattle. Reacher paid his $1 and picked south on the state road. Within 10 minutes, he was riding in a carpenter's pickup with a driver heading to Kansas to find work rebuilding after tornadoes. The sky was a vast, empty blue, promising nothing but miles.